Chapter 1 Dormitory Management System officially goes live. Many years later, when faced with new tenants, Yin always thought of her time spent searching for a safe place to live. The first time, she was chased by zombies in an abandoned city, with her refuge being a mountain of garbage. Not far behind her, the sounds of roaring and screaming echoed. "Help! No! Don't! Grr!" The girl clumsily burrowed into the garbage mountain, burying herself under thick layers of trash. The stench of decay churned her stomach, but the instinct to survive forced her to remain still and hidden. Until after dark, when the bitten people stood up from the ground, Yin watched as they joined the crowd of zombies and wandered away. The second time, after paying a hefty amount of supplies, the gate of the base barely opened for her. Her face hidden beneath dirt and strange odors, and her oversized, androgynous outfit made it impossible to discern her gender, and a pair of relatively bright eyes witnessed a woman being dragged away by brute force, struggling and crying out. "Don't! Please! Let me go! Please!" You can only blame yourself for being a woman. The third time, after the military took over the base, she no longer had to fear her gender being revealed, and the conditions for food, clothing, and shelter gradually improved. "This year we can finally have a good year, yeah? Run. It's a zombie. A zombie somehow sneaked in, and unprepared ordinary people fell one after another, only to stand up again. After being knocked down by the zombie, the only thought that flashed through Yin mind was, is it really that hard for an ordinary person to survive? Loading. Current progress, 99. Her vision shifted from black to bright. Her body felt as if it had been crushed, and the sound of news broadcasting filled her ears. Yin opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling, waiting for her body to recover. According to reports from the Yamato National Joint News Agency, the Daiha Electric Power Company has begun preparations for the second round of sea discharge of nuclear contaminated water from the floating island number 1 nuclear power plant. According to reports, the Yamato side has determined that the tritium concentration in the nuclear contaminated water to be discharged into the ocean meets their so-called standards, and the second round of nuclear contaminated water discharge officially begins on October 5. It is estimated that the total amount of nuclear contaminated water to be discharged in the second round is 7,800 tons, roughly the same as the 7,788 tons discharged in the first round, with a discharge period of about 17 days. She shot up too quickly, hitting her head against the ceiling with a loud bang, causing her to cry out in pain, stars dancing before her eyes as she instinctively covered her head. Her phone buzzed nearby. A call from her boss, the cheerful words Kai Zong, making Yan's eyes hurt. It felt like a lifetime ago, listening to the other person's furious shouting, but Yin felt a sense of joy as if she had survived a disaster. How long had it been since she heard this person's voice? The last time was in a dream, where Si-Yong made her head spin. She had clearly quit, but was still dealing with labor arbitration. In a small company, with too many trivial matters and not enough pay, did they really expect sick people to handle their problems? Did they think she had lost her mind? She hung up the phone briskly, blacklisted the number, deleted it, and collapsed on her bed, feeling sticky all over. She planned to take a break and have a shower to wash away the nightmare's bad luck. Having a fever and dreaming of the apocalypse, only be bitten by zombies, what was that all about? It's not a dream, host. Yin closed her eyes, attributing it to the after effects of her earlier bump. It's not a dream, host. The dormitory management system number 084732 sighed helplessly as it saw Yin bury herself in the blanket. Host, do you remember your previous dream? Those were real events. You have been reborn. Weren't you praying to the heavens when you were being stabbed, hoping that ordinary people could have a corner of the post-apocalyptic world to live in peace? Yin fell silent. Loading for you. Please wait. Identifying. Loading permissions for you. Ding. Welcome to the apocalypse era, my dear dormitory manager number 0793818. May everything go smoothly for you in your upcoming life. The system and all staff wish you success in achieving the mission of providing shelter for all the cold scholars of the world. Chapter 2 is the system like Doraemon's treasure box. Beyond the gate was the lounge. The lounge had main pathways on all 4 sides for students to move around the dormitory building. There were 3 main routes leading to the student dormitories: left, up, and right. The central pathway on the first floor was an open-air garden. Each floor had 30 rooms, with 10 rooms in each direction. Yin was not interested in the heap of architectural layout information in her mind. She just wanted to go in and rest and order a cup of iced lemonade. Another reason was that she was too familiar with it. Having stayed in the dormitory building for 3 years, she knew the floor structure without looking at a map. As she passed through the gate, a feeling akin to frequently switching perspectives while playing a fighting game on a laptop in the dormitory suddenly struck her slumbering soul. This was far more stimulating than a game's graphics. Yin leaned against the gate exit, holding her head, and staggered toward the red leather sofa in the open area on the first floor. It took her a while to recover. Earlier, she could still see students coming in and out of the dormitory, but now only the lifeless open space remained at the gate. Time changes all things, nothing more. Ding-dong. It was a notification sound from some green 8pp. She recovered. Yin saw a phone and a cup of iced lemonade with condensation on it, adorned with a familiar little logo. I have provided you with a manual operating system, and as encouragement, I have sent you a cup of Honey Snow Sweet City iced lemonade. Please check it and remember to give a good review, dear. Yin shivered. The system was surprisingly nice. Pop. A straw was poked into the cup, and Yin happily took a big sip. It tasted just as familiar, just as it had been before. Then, she picked up the phone and began to browse, unlocking the screen with a click. Logging in for you. Elderly-style text floated across the screen like a barrage, seemingly considerate enough to ensure she could see it clearly. Yin couldn't click on anything because another barrage came. Without small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Next, please recruit your first tenant for your apartment. After the barrage finished, a 3D model of a small single room occupied the center of the screen. 4 walls, 1 door, a floor-to-ceiling window, a small balcony outside, and with such hardware, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was bare. A number sign 101 was placed at the door. Yin stood up and walked down the left corridor, the junction of a staircase in the corridor. She chose to continue down the first floor corridor, and the first dormitory came into view. The door number was indeed 101. Followed by 103, 105, all with monochrome numbers. Just as she remembered, the left side had all odd-numbered doors, while the right side had all even-numbered doors. The door numbers from 20 to 30 should also be the same as her memory, with no distinction, directly handled by the middle. The door opened, and the layout inside was exactly the same as on her phone. 1 door, 1 floor-to-ceiling window, 1 outdoor balcony, 1 small closet, and then nothing else. The bed, wardrobe, table, pots, bowls, and broom along with the trash can are all missing. The only difference is that the 101 number card on her phone has a blank space for a photo of the tenant. IT seems to be prepared for tenant information, which is quite convenient for her to check. The tenant is on the way. The current house is too simple to meet daily needs and cannot be rented out. Please upgrade the house facilities according to the prompts. Can the system be more annoying? Yin complained, but her fingers still operated according to the requirements. Almost when the golden number in the upper left corner changed from 500, issued by the system, to 0, the facilities in the room underwent slight changes. Yin pressed the switch at the door, and 4 ceiling lights turned on at once. However, the light in the room did not change much, mainly because sunlight had already seeped in through the balcony. Inside, there were 4 neatly arranged iron bunk beds, each 0.9 meters wide and 2 meters long, complete with mattresses, sheets, duvet covers, and pillows. The iron beds had 2 layers, and a quick glance showed that they could easily accommodate 8 people, that if they squeezed a bit, 2 people could fit on each bed, meaning that while it would be tight, it was possible to sleep 16 people. The system had also thoughtfully placed 4 storage cabinets in the gaps under the beds. Yin tried lying down on the lower bunk bed. Near the door, the bed was hard and sturdy, with a thin layer of cotton, but it was clean, odorless, and comfortable enough to sleep on. There were still no wardrobes, but a small fan had been added to the ceiling. She got off the bed and went to check the balcony, which was separated from the room by 3 floor-to-ceiling windows, with the top one able to open independently. The bottom 2 windows had one fixed on the left and the right one designed as a door with a handle. Pulling the handle down opened the door, leading to the balcony, which was small but spacious enough. On the right side was a 1.2-meter-high vanity. When the faucet was turned on, running water flowed out. The sink was suspended, allowing for buckets or bowls to be placed underneath, or even some miscellaneous items. There was space above to hang clothes, about 3 meters high. The outer edge of the balcony had railings, and beyond that was a 1-meter-wide lawn, with half a meter of low shrubs outside the lawn. Beyond the lawn, scattered zombies were lazily basking in the sun. Yin Yin noticed that the bushes and the zombies maintained a distance of about half a meter. If any zombie crossed that half-meter line, it would be dealt with by an invisible force. The entire body of the zombie would be kicked away like it had been brutally kicked in the rear, unable to react before being knocked sideways. It should be the system's power. Huffed. Yin Yin hurriedly covered her mouth as she saw a zombie awkwardly crawling up from the ground, shaking its head with a fierce expression while covering its butt, looking both comical and eerie. After looking a bit longer, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her laughter. Thus, although the balcony space was not large, it didn't feel cramped. Instead, it gave a sense of spaciousness and brightness. The small dark room had an additional door, and when Yin Yin opened it, she gasped in surprise. There was a squat toilet, a trash can, an empty water bucket, and toilet paper. An independent bathroom. The system is generous. It's just a pity that there were no bathing facilities in the bathroom, not even the most basic faucet. However, the system was still quite nice. As she saw in the phone panel settings that it could still be upgraded, she just didn't know what the golden numbers were made up of. She was pondering a question. The tenant's room looked nice, but what about her room? As the landlord, she couldn't possibly be sleeping on the floor of the common area, right? Although the sofa was spacious, she still wanted her own private space. The layout of the public hall on the first floor was simple and elegant, but there were no operable areas visible on the phone panel. She swiped left and right, but couldn't find the settings interface for the hall. She could only take her phone and observe the hall again. The gate was located slightly to the left of the entrance, occupying half of the entire hall's left space. On the far left of the hall was a long table, which she remembered was where the dormitory manager often sat. Behind the long table, there was enough space between the windows on the wall for people to move around. The table was empty, and Yin Yin walked towards the dormitory manager's room in her memory. There was no door, but when Yin Yin reached out to touch it, she was pulled inside by an unseen force. Is this a joke? There's nothing? Completely empty? 3 white walls, a window, and a door, cleaner than her own face. A proper dormitory manager's room. And it's even worse than room 101. Refund. Welcome to your exclusive space. Loading for you. Oh no. The phone vibrated twice. And as this message floated by, Yin had a just as I thought expression. System, you really know how to mess with people's psyches. The stark white wall directly opposite began to blur, gradually turning from white to mosaic. Then, Yin felt a flash in front of her eyes, preparing to show you the kitchen storage. Loading. Refrigerator, oven, microwave, air fryer, dishwasher, range hood. One by one they appeared. Though numerous, they were not chaotic, and although mixed, they had their order, neat and organized. Pots, bowls, and kitchen essentials, various condiments, and tableware were all complete, from large to small, from common to niche, all swaying in front of Yin. Things she could name and had used before, and things she couldn't name and had never used before. After ensuring Yin had seen everything, the phone screen vibrated twice. You have previewed everything. The paid usage time is 0. If you wish to use it, please consume points. This is your first preview. The system grants you 1 day of free usage time, actual duration 24 hours. Yin shook her head. What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Preparing your kitchen storage. Next up will be the cleaning room. Yin looked around and finally understood that the entrance setting with only a table and 3 white walls was an illusion. In reality, the table was for outsiders to see, and the 3 walls concealed large items, hidden inside the walls by the system. Entering the entrance passage revealed a large bedroom. In view were a wardrobe, a large bed, a desk, and a vanity, with no balcony, but a completely enclosed floor-to-ceiling window. The outdoor setting was the same as room 101, but the lawn and bushes combined took up only about half a meter of space, surrounding the entire dormitory. The only thing she was satisfied with was that outside the bushes was a lush green bamboo forest, not dense, but flourishing, with about 20 to 30 stalks separating the outside world from the bushes. Through the gaps in the bamboo forest, she could still see the scattered zombies swaying around. You have a new order for lodging. Please check. The phone vibrated, and before she could process it, she was suddenly transported to the hall, specifically behind the long table she had seen earlier. Then, she heard the sounds of zombies growling outside, along with a group of people running away that it wasn't entirely reasonable to call it fleeing, as she could still hear bits of conversation. Captain, retreat, this way, the gate sounded. Yin felt her body being lifted by something. She stood up abruptly, her gaze uncontrollably drawn to the doorway. This feeling of having her body manipulated by someone was truly eerie, wasn't it? Chapter 3. Do you have a new rental order? Please acknowledge receipt. The system guarantees excellence. The dormitory management can rest assured. Our advertising efforts are commendable, ensuring a constant influx of tenants. The waiting period, neither excessively long nor overly brief, is just sufficient for a comment to glide past Yin Yin. Yin Yin noticed that as footsteps approached the apartment door, her phone transformed into a string of prayer beads, wrapping themselves around her left wrist. This remote location, coupled with the school nestled deep within the mountains, raised questions about the unexpected arrival of individuals seeking to rent a place. Soon after, she beheld a group of men emerging from a fierce battle, suddenly appearing outside her gate. Clad in helmets and uniform black attire, they bore heavy backpacks and were fully armed from head to toe. As the zombies dispersed from the open space, the man at the rear exhaled in relief, while the leader stood at the gate, locked in a tense stare with Yin Yin. The reason the men did not aim their guns and weapons at her was likely due to her absurd attire. Experience had taught Li Changqing to exercise caution. Zhao Zhe sprinted from the back of the group to join him. Li Changqing's gaze remained fixed on Yin Yin, tension palpable among them all. Although their weapons were not pointed in her direction, their arms remained poised with unwavering strength. The zombies halted at the steps of the apartment building, no longer following. Zhao Zhe leaned closer to Li Changqing, who then leaned in to catch a whispered remark. As the words hung in the air, the group's vigilance intensified. Yin Yin was acutely aware of the vigilance exuded by the armed men before her. Were she to find herself in a similar predicament while battling zombies, the alarm bells would undoubtedly ring. Cough. Breaking the silence was none other than Hu Jun, the youngest among them, who was being carried by She and was the very target of their rescue mission. Depleted and parched, he relied solely on his willpower and a military shovel, anxiously awaiting the arrival of his elder brothers. When discovered, Hu Jun had secluded himself in a dimly lit room, having almost cleared out the nearby zombies. His body bore numerous wounds, his ammunition exhausted, and the military shovel he held was dirty and worn, its edge frayed. Fortunately, they found him just in time, before the zombies could breach the door. However, their fortune was fleeting, for as soon as Hu Jun emerged from his hiding place, they were met with a fresh wave of zombie attacks. While Li Changqing and his party observed Yin Yin, she too scrutinized them. Dust-covered and disheveled, they were all sporting crew cuts, clad in matching uniforms and fully equipped, their feet adorned with the standard issue 07A boots. Indeed, they were precisely the group she had envisioned. In her past life, within the confines of the third base, she had frequently encountered individuals wearing such footwear. Li Changqing merely grunted, refraining from further conversation. It was Ji Ping'an who noticed the self-service vending machine to the right of the gate. His gaze lingered a moment longer, discovering that one of them was stocked with medical supplies. To the far right of the hall stood 3 vending machines recently purchased by the school just before the apocalypse: a snacks dispenser, a medical cabinet, and a drinks dispenser. Boss, why don't you just set me down, brothers? Hu Jun, clearly delirious, began to mumble incoherently. Silence enveloped the group. Ji Ping'an exchanged a glance with Li Changqing, who quickly caught sight of the medical cabinet as well. Their grumbling stomachs were of little concern. The pressing issue was the wounds that needed tending. Comrade, might we impose upon you for a night's lodging? We mean no harm. Li Changqing spoke up. As for lodging, that is not possible. Yin Yin swiftly interjected, yet she promptly completed her thought, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. However, you may rent a room. The bond between military personnel and civilians is ingrained in their very DNA and in her past life. She had received considerable aid from individuals of their ilk during her flight for survival. You may come inside first and then consider your options. It was not that Yin Yin was unguarded. Rather, the system had alerted her that for potential tenants expressing interest in residence, she could initially invite them into the hall for a brief respite. Of course, the system guaranteed safety. In that moment, Yin Yin felt akin to a worker, with the system as her employer, one who seemed to treat her subordinates with relative kindness. Li Changqing and his companions noticed that the previously sealed gate had opened to grant them passage after Yin Yin's words. Detected 9 potential clients. Single entry qualifications have been issued. Please queue to proceed. The facial recognition system at the gate captured the slightly astonished expressions of Li Chongqing and his group. Let's go. Li Chongqing hesitated for but a fleeting moment before swiftly arriving at a decision. A group of individuals lined up obediently, with She carrying Hu Jun at the forefront, initially encountering a slight predicament. Upon detecting the injured, they were permitted to proceed together. Verification was successful, and they were warmly welcomed. As She passed through the passageway with Hu Jun on his back, the repeated announcements of successful verification and warm greetings echoed in their wake. Meanwhile, Yin busied himself preparing tea for the others as they queued for security checks. The so-called tea consisted merely of pouring hot water from a kettle into disposable cups. After passing through security, Li Chongqing's gaze remained fixated on Yan's actions, his heart tumultuous with unease. The electric kettle emitted steam, and the disposable cups appeared pristine. Curiously, he noted that there had been nothing on the table when he traversed the checkpoint. Although the crowd stood together, their eyes frequently darted around. Ji Chang'an's attention lingered on the self-service machines, 3 in total, stocked with food, beverages, and medicine, all well-powered and remarkably new. She's gaze settled on the sofa, a round table, and a low coffee table, all ample enough to accommodate 20 people seated in a circle. To the left of the central hall lay the entrance they had just entered. To the right, near the grand door, stood an enormous self-service machine, with the sofa positioned centrally. Against the wall leading to the inner courtyard, 3 round tables and accompanying chairs were evenly spaced. Each table featured a vase placed at its center, adorned with blooming gardenias. The contrast of green leaves and white flowers exuded a subtle fragrance, while sunlight streamed through the courtyard windows, casting a gilded glow upon everything. The host remained silent, and the guests stood with quiet understanding. Zhao noticed 3 main thoroughfares leading in different directions, and upon glimpsing the open door of room 101, he could not resist taking a couple of steps toward it. The room was clean, bright, and spacious, and notably, the single bed was more than adequate to accommodate their group of gentlemen. The others, whose gazes had initially been scattered, followed Zhao's lead and turned their attention toward that room, their focus ultimately converging on room 101, including Li Chongqing, who had previously been observing Yin. Yin contemplated for a moment before placing the dining tray on the coffee table at the center of the sofa. Li Chongqing naturally followed suit, arriving beside the table, while the others stood by, awaiting further instructions. You may sit here, have a drink, and take a moment to consider whether you wish to rent a place. Thank you. May I ask your esteemed name? Li Chongqing received the paper cup handed to him by Yin. The cup was not excessively hot, likely due to the central air conditioning. In comparison to the sweltering heat outside, the indoor temperature was indeed more pleasant. He refrained from drinking and instead glanced back at his companions, who instinctively gathered around. First, place Huzi on the sofa, but do so with care. Yes. Lay him flat. The first to recline on the sofa was Hu Jun, and likewise, he was also the first to partake of the water. Yin observed their movements. The man, gently placed on the sofa by his teammates, exhibited a flushed complexion, with cracked lips and a hazy consciousness. He was running a fever. A notification from the system floated before him, indicating that there was a disposable fever-reducing patch available in the medicine cabinet, free of charge. Should be provided? Yin selected the item and approached the medicine cabinet, utilizing facial recognition to retrieve it. She, holding a spoon, was carefully scooping water from a paper cup to feed Hu Jun. The focus of everyone's attention was on Hu Jun, while their peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Yin. Once Hu Jun managed to swallow the first sip of water with great difficulty, the crowd, which had been silently anxious, began to drink the warm water from their paper cups. It possessed no peculiar taste, remaining as clear as it was before the apocalypse. Apply this on him. It's for reducing fever. Yin returned and handed a pack of fever patches to Li Chongqing. Thank you. Li Chongqing graciously accepted it, swiftly tearing it open as instructed, and handed one to the person beside him. She took the patch, tore off the seal, and directly affixed it to Hu Jun's forehead. As the medication took effect, Hu Jun gradually regained consciousness, making the act of drinking water less arduous, which finally eased the collective anxiety of the onlookers. Thank you, esteemed boss. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Also, I am curious about the rental charges you mentioned earlier. With these 3 inquiries, the gazes of the 9 men present converged upon Yin Yan's face. Chapter 4. Your dedicated customer service representative is now online. For registration, please proceed there. Yin pointed towards the vicinity of the gate, specifically at the long table at the entrance. Li Changqing followed Yin to the long table, where 2 electronic display screens had been added, one facing Li Changqing and the other oriented towards Yin. According to the display's instructions, Yin accessed the Tenant Information Registration Center. With a click, Li Changqing observed the camera emerging from the long table. His curiosity piqued. Another click, and despite being fully equipped, the photograph captured was a clear passport-sized image. The photo has been taken, and we are retrieving your file information. Please do not leave. Meanwhile, the screen before Yin had automatically generated the tenant information form. The recently captured color passport photo, alongside the details: name, Li Changqing, gender, male, age, 27, ethnicity, Han, ID number, 110 x times x times x times x times x times x times 576. Your file information has been successfully retrieved and is being input. Please verify carefully. On one side, Li Changqing, after the voice prompt concluded, meticulously entered his personal information into the blank fields, allowing him to check each entry row by row. Conversely, Yin's interface displayed all of Li Changqing's archival information since birth at the moment the voice command was issued. These records were deemed top secret prior to the apocalypse, accessible only to the state and entirely out of reach for the average person. Your personal archival information extraction is complete and is being entered. Please verify diligently. Li Changqing believed his ability to skim through the information was swift enough, unaware that before Yin, he was virtually stripped bare of secrets. His name, ID number, home address, family composition, educational history from birth to the present, military career, various private electronic contacts prior to the apocalypse, as well as his social and romantic engagements, all were laid bare. Should Yin wish to exploit this information, it would take mere moments for Li Changqing's complexion to drain of color. Yet, the data was being rapidly processed, the system auto-capturing information at a speed that afforded Yin no time to memorize. It was a blink-and-miss pace. Almost concurrently, with Li Changqing finishing his verification, the system on Yin's side had transitioned from a blank document to a fully populated tenant information form exclusive to Li Changqing. The tenant information form registration is complete. Please fill in the following options carefully. You have only one opportunity to change your selections. Li Changqing clicked to confirm and began reviewing the required entries, while Yin's interface automatically transitioned to another screen. Welcome to the Taoli Wu Yuan Mansion, where unspoken words carve a path. The current available rental room is apartment 101 on the first floor. Available beds are from 01 to 08. The current rental rate is 10 points per hour. Your current point balance is 0. Please contact the staff for recharge services. Upon reading this line, Li Changqing paused for 3 seconds, then looked up at Yin. Boss Yin, I would like to proceed with the recharge service. Upon hearing these words, Yin felt a sudden jolt throughout her body, and the reins of control slipped from her grasp. Very well, please hold on a moment. With a crisp tone and succinct sentences, she maintained a smile, internally lamenting, what on earth is this? Despite her inner turmoil, her hands deftly began to operate the controls. The display screen revealed the points recharge interface. Yet Li Changqing found himself without the opportunity to recharge, as he lacked a tenant card. However, he was eligible for points redemption. I have checked for you. You do not possess a tenant card. Hence, we are unable to process your points recharge request. Nonetheless, it has been detected that you have points available for redemption. Wasn't that obvious? This was Li Changqing's first visit, so how could he possibly have a tenant card? Yin harbored suspicions that the system was a manifestation of artificial folly. One could apply for points to be redeemed online, facilitating the application for a tenant card. She sought confirmation, and if all was in order, the process for redeeming points would commence forthwith. The system disregarded her grievances. Instead, it operated on her behalf, utilizing her hands to amicably notify Li Chongqing while swiftly transitioning screens, incessantly clicking to confirm and execute operations. Li Chongqing nudda, scrutinizing the personal tenant card application information displayed on the screen, promptly verifying the details before pressing confirm, and subsequently consenting to the points redemption task initiated by Yin Yin. Yin Yin observed that the points redemption was based on the number of zombies one had slain in the past 7 days. Each zombie head could be exchanged for 10 points. In the last week, Li Chongqing had single-handedly eliminated 100 zombies, thus earning a remarkable total of 1,000 points. Moreover, the color of this points tally was golden. The system detected that you had killed a total of 100 zombies in the past week. Your earned 1,000 points have now been activated. Upon confirming the accuracy of this information, the system will automatically deduct the rental consumption points from your account. Li Chongqing gazed at the points balance that had popped up in his personal account, taken aback slightly. It was not the number itself that surprised him, but rather the mention of the 100 zombies by Boss Yin. He could hardly recall the exact count himself, yet Yin Yin had articulated the figure with utmost clarity. What he was unaware of was that Yin Yin not only knew his kill count, but also had access to detailed and comprehensive high-definition recordings of each kill. How absurd! Please confirm at your earliest convenience. If there are no issues, we will automatically process the deduction service within 2 minutes. Li Chongqing clicked confirm, and the golden number swiftly changed from 1,000 to 760 points. Welcome, Mr. Li Chongqing, to Dormitory 101. We will provide you with a complimentary dinner for one. Please be sure to collect it at the designated time. During your stay, we are committed to offering you the finest service and look forward to your next visit. With that, the system logged off. Yin discovered that the interface had transitioned to content within the mobile app, and the golden number in the upper left corner changed from 0 to 200. Despite having received 240, a fee of 40 had been deducted. To her astonishment, even her own expenses were subject to a service charge. Concurrently, she noted that the system interface prompted her to upgrade the bathroom of room 101. Otherwise, Li Chongqing would be unable to check in. Internally cursing, her expression contorted with irritation, Yin Yin resigned herself to upgrading the shower in the bathroom. You have successfully completed the infrastructure renovation task. The procedures for Tenant 01 of room 101 have been finalized, and Tenant 01 of room 101 is now ready to move in. Yin Yinzi gazed at the line of text, contemplating for merely a second, before calling out to Li Chongqing, who was preparing to summon his brothers into the room, to express his gratitude. Li Chongqing, your brothers must each register individually. Otherwise, they cannot enter, nor will they be able to stay. Li Chongqing hesitated for a moment in his stride. I speak with sincerity. If you do not believe me, you may certainly test it. Yin Yinzi was not issuing a threat. After a brief pause, Li Chongqing summoned 8 individuals from the sofa, with the originally lively Hu Jun being assisted over by Song-Shi and others. Once again, the familiar process unfolded, along with the routine operations. Yin Yinzi, with tears in his eyes, earned 800 points, while the insidious system deducted 360. This 800 must also account for the 100 spent on the recent upgrade, leaving a mere 700. Yin Yin calculated that her current cost to upgrade the infrastructure to level 1, suitable for rental, amounted to 400 points. However, unlocking room 103 required 1,000 points, and, after deducting the 400, she was left with a mere 300 points. Thus, she begrudgingly earned those 300 points through tears. Room 103 has been unlocked for you, with an estimated completion time for renovations of 24 hours. Currently, the renovation time for room 103 is just 1 minute, and you may opt to pay 5 crystal cores to expedite the completion of this task. What crystal cores are? Yin Yin did not know. However, she observed a purple number displayed as 0 next to the yellow digits, and the term crystal core was also rendered in purple. After completing the information registration task, Yin continued navigating the control panel. Although their group consisted of 9 individuals, the room could accommodate 16, requiring just 2 to squeeze in. Yin was searching the system's help manual, hoping to discover whether there existed a method to fully exercise control over her own body. This system, which demanded monetary expenditure for possession. Did she truly deserve it as a mere worker? She felt she did not. Boss Yin, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Damn. The moment Li Changqing uttered those words, Yin felt the familiar stiffness return to her facial muscles. True to form, the next second, she heard her voice sweet and deliberately affected. Hello, your beloved customer service representative is online. How may I assist you? This phrase, indeed, sent shivers down the spines of both individuals. Yin was unsettled by the system's coldness, while Li Changqing was taken aback by the bureaucratic demeanor. The professional yet artificial smile, the polite tone reminiscent of customer service, and the slightly saccharine voice. What has become of Boss Gu this time? Chapter 5. Essential Skills for Novice Dorm Supervisors. I would like to inquire about the amenities provided during the rental period. Which services are complimentary, and which ones require payment? Will the rental fee increase in the future? And if so, what would be the reasons for such an increase? What are the standards for the price adjustments? Additionally, apart from room 101, do you have other accommodations available for rent? If so, what types can be chosen from? Li Changqing quickly organized his thoughts and began to pose the accumulated questions one by one. Merely listening to these inquiries, Ning felt as though she were under a burning spotlight. She deemed the fee for this complimentary consultation to be quite worthwhile, as it was merely 10 points. Allow me to organize my thoughts and address your questions in order, she replied. Firstly, during your stay, all facilities and equipment within the room are provided to you free of charge. Any services that require payment will be clearly priced in advance, and points will be requested accordingly. Moreover, these services will only be rendered upon your explicit agreement and signature, ensuring that there will be no discrepancies, undercharges, or overcharges. Please rest assured on this matter. For example, dinner tonight is complimentary, but breakfast, lunch, and dinner tomorrow will necessitate payment based on your requirements. Should you have any special requests, please make your reservations at least one meal in advance. If there are no special requirements, we will tailor a reasonable balance of protein and vegetables based on your individual health status, adhering to nutritional guidelines. The rental fee may fluctuate, adjusting according to current renovations and subsequent upgrades. The standards for price adjustments are commensurate with the value provided. We strive for the highest cost-performance ratio while simultaneously aiming to deliver the best service. Currently, only room 101 is available for rental, but we are committed to enhancing our offerings to provide each tenant with superior accommodation. You can rest assured on this point. Furthermore, if you have any additional questions, you may refer to the electronic check-in manual available in your room for self-service inquiries. If there is nothing further, I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. Should you be satisfied with my service, please do remember to leave me a 5-star review. Yan's hand was deftly manipulated by the system, gliding swiftly across the tabletop twice. Yan was both astonished by the system's efficiency and impressed by the sophistication of the customer service interface, while simultaneously casting a glance at Li Changqing. Having just absorbed Mr. Yan's words, Li Changqing was taken aback as a rating system suddenly emerged on the table. Please select 1 for satisfaction or 2 for dissatisfaction, and kindly provide comments on areas for improvement. It concluded with a polite thank you, wishing a pleasant day. Observing Yin engrossed in her screen, Li Changqing intended to voice further thoughts but ultimately refrained. He found the thick manual cumbersome and considered it more convenient to inquire directly. However, from Mr. Yin's remarks, it seemed that an electronic version of the manual was available in the room. Once the system satisfied its final entry, Ning looked up to see Li Changqing's silhouette as he withdrew his hands. The gray-white table bore an enormous electronic screen that, upon completion, automatically powered down. Its dimensions began to diminish, proportionally shrinking from the size of an A3 sheet to that of a 2B pencil, ultimately transforming into a small black that hovered in the air. In the blink of an eye, the surface was immaculate, devoid of any remnants, as if the electronic device had never existed. Turning around, Li Changqing spotted several teammates gathered before the electronic vending cabinet for medications. Ji Pingyan, Feng, and Song Shi were huddled together, poring over an electronic manual and murmuring to one another, presumably deliberating on which medications to purchase. Li Changqing smacked his forehead and approached them. Meanwhile, Yin stepped into her room. The system informed her that dinner would be provided free of charge for Li Chongqing and the others. However, it also noted that this expense would be deducted from her account. The system presented her with two options. The first was to establish a cafeteria, which would require 800 points, offering the advantage of lower costs, but the disadvantage of needing to unlock all dormitories in any one of 3 directions on the first floor, a condition she could not currently fulfill. The second option allowed the system to supply her with free ingredients, which she could prepare herself and deliver to them. The benefit of this option was that the system would not take a cut and would provide her with high-quality ingredients at no charge. Yet the drawback was that the system would classify her dishes and assign corresponding prices, starting at a minimum of 10 points per serving. Did she have a choice? She did not. The reality was stark. She was impoverished. Her total points barely amounted to 290. At least it wasn't T250. She mused with a touch of the spirit of AQ. Upon entering her room, the kitchen settings had already adjusted automatically. Yan glanced at her phone screen, which indicated that the kitchen's available time was a generous 24 hours for a complimentary trial. The selection of ingredients offered by the system this evening was rather meager, perhaps a silent protest against the cost of providing complimentary provisions. Pots, pans, and an array of condiments, scallions, ginger, garlic, and oil filled her mind. With a quiet determination, she began her culinary endeavor. First, she set about cooking rice. Considering that she was preparing a meal for 10 individuals, 9 of whom were robust men, she decided to utilize 10 rice cookers. There was an unspoken understanding as they stood in a perfect line, ready for action. This was undoubtedly more efficient than doing everything by hand, given that there were 10 pots at her disposal. It would be a disservice to herself and her workspace to settle for a uniform batch of plain white rice. She filled a stainless steel basin with a generous amount of raw rice, meticulously rinsing it 3 times before measuring it against the markings inside the cooker. She carefully added water in accordance with the ideal ratio. With a variety of grains at her fingertips, her creativity began to flourish. Following the recipe provided by the system, Yan meticulously placed red dates, goji berries, peanuts, red beans, yellow beans, green beans, and adzuki beans into 6 corresponding rice cookers. The remaining 3 were handled in the manner of cooking plain rice. With 10 audible signals indicating the operation, Yan observed them retreating in unison, gracefully melding into the wall. Once the rice was cooked, they would automatically reappear. With the system's assurance, Yan began to prepare the ingredients. The evening's menu focused on high-protein meats, comprising 5 categories: beef brisket, rabbit meat, fish, chicken, and seasonal vegetables. The first dish was beef brisket braised with potatoes. The brisket was placed into cold water with ginger, scallions, and cooking wine to eliminate the fishy odor, skimmed of scum, and rinsed clean. In a cold pot, oil was heated until the sugar caramelized to a reddish-brown hue, at which point the beef brisket was added and quickly stir-fried until it changed color. Next, scallions, ginger, bay leaves, cinnamon, and dried chili peppers, previously soaked in cold water, were added to the pot, releasing their fragrant essence alongside the brisket. Frozen tomatoes were rinsed and uniformly diced into small cubes, then incorporated into the pot with the brisket. 2 tablespoons each of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce were added for color, followed by a pot of boiling water to fully submerge the ingredients. The contents were transferred to a pressure cooker and set to cook for 30 minutes. During this time, Yan busied herself with the preparation of the fish and rabbit meat. 3 fresh, large yellow croakers were scaled and marinated, resulting in an almost odorless fish. She scored the fish and placed it in the steamer, with cold water beneath the steaming tray, into which rolled scallions and chopped ginger and garlic were added. Yan utilized medium heat, meticulously timing her actions as she deftly flipped the yellow croakers twice. In the intervals between flipping, she washed and finely chopped onions and bell peppers, spreading them evenly in the large plate designated for the fish. Additionally, she prepared a small bowl with slices of bird's eye chili and minced scallions, ginger, and garlic for later use. Once the fish was perfectly cooked, she carefully plated it while the system assisted in cleaning the pot. Yan delicately arranged the scallions and other garnishes atop the fish, then poured a glossy layer of Li Kum Ki steamed fish soy sauce over it. The pot, having been meticulously cleaned, was heated with oil until it shimmered and released fragrant vapors. "Where's my dish? My 3 large plates of fish." In the brief moment it took Yin to set the pot, the 3 plates of fish had vanished. 3 servings of steamed, large yellow croaker have been completed and are currently being scored for you. Please hold on. The system was rather considerate. Recognizing her lack of time to view the app's notifications and directly inputting the information into her mind, the broth generated from the steamed fish was not discarded. The system, following Yin Yan's instructions, carefully removed the seasonings and remnants of fish from the liquid. Yin heated the fish soup, garnished it with chopped scallions, and placed it on the long table, adhering to the system's requirements for a sample soup. "You are quite creative, aren't you?" As the system spoke, Yin paid it no mind, as there were still rabbits and chicken awaiting her attention. She heated oil in the pot and sautéed the rabbit meat until it reached a medium doneness before removing it. She then added a spoonful of bean paste, a spoonful of rice wine, and a generous chunk of hot pot base into the pot in succession. Once the hot pot base had completely dissolved, she poured in boiling water, added the rabbit meat back into the pot, and included slices of lotus root and asparagus that had been cleaned and cut. To enhance the flavor, she seasoned the dish with an appropriate amount of salt, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, and pepper. After 20 minutes, a reminder prompted her to check on the rabbit hot pot. No sooner had she spoken than the pressure cooker signaled to the system. Yin placed the freshly cut potato and tomato cubes into a pot, adding a pinch of salt before braising the beef brisket for an additional 15 minutes. The chicken had thawed, and she swiftly immersed the chicken breast in cold water to begin the stewing process. Given the chicken's quick cooking time, she utilized the waiting period to prepare a refreshing dressing, combining light soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, sugar, salt, minced garlic, chopped scallions, small chili peppers, and a spoonful of hot oil. She mixed the ingredients thoroughly. Once the chicken was retrieved and briefly submerged in ice water, the dressing was nearly ready. The chicken was shredded into slender strips, drizzled with the dressing, and tossed gently before being plated with a sprinkle of scallions. Almost simultaneously, the beef brisket was also finished braising. Yin opened the pot, allowing the range hood to inhale deeply as he sprinkled pepper into the beef brisket. He then raised the heat to reduce the sauce, serving the braised beef brisket with potatoes, along with its rich broth, into a bowl before placing it on the long table. The cold shredded chicken and the braised beef brisket adorned with scallions were barely on the table for 2 minutes when the rabbit hot pot was ready as well. Yin brought the last pot of rabbit hot pot to the table, feeling thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, the rice in the rice cooker was also kept warm. With 4 dishes and 1 soup rated, we await the tenant's evaluation before settling the point rewards for you. Goodness, they don't even announce the ratings? Chapter 6. Interpreting the fright with a good day the fan in dormitory 101 word softly. As the men opened the front door and balcony to allow the air to circulate, Ji Ping'an, She, and Feng Yi were gathered by the medicine cabinet, discussing their purchases with an electronic manual, while Li Changqing conversed with Boss Yin at the front desk. Inside, Hu Jun lay on the lower bunk of bed 02 on the left side, a fever-reducing patch placed on his forehead. Zhao Lan observed Hu Jun's condition, occasionally using a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten his lips. Ma Hao climbed to the upper bunk by the window, sitting cross-legged and asking Lu Yang on the lower bunk to toss him a bottle of ice water. Lu Yang handed over the water before turning to fold the blankets. The sound of water splashing from the bathroom filled the air. It was summer, and the men took the opportunity to wash their clothes while showering. At that moment, shirts hung on the balcony, and everyone inside was bare-armed and legged. Don't you think we've all washed up? With water and electricity here, it feels just like the end of the world. Ma Hao was the first to speak, having just downed half a bottle of ice water, relishing the moment. Bah, who in their right mind would wash up with you? The one who leaves the door wide open. Summer had just emerged from the bathroom, his body still dripping, and as he finished hanging his shirt, he entered the room only to hear his brother's voice. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm serious. Don't you guys find it odd? Outside, there's a water and power outage, and we're surrounded by zombies. Yet in here, it feels like a paradise. Come on, Fatima. Don't spout nonsense. If this were a dream, I'd wake up to find myself bitten by a zombie. Well, if it were a dream, I'd rather sleep a little longer. She rolled his eyes at Ma Hao, accepting the instant noodles handed to him by Pinyin and waving them in front of him. Wow, brother Pinyin, how can you be so inconsiderate? You gave me the one that smells like athlete's foot? Hearing this, Ji Pinyin leaned in to take a look, and everyone was curious about She's ramblings, only to see it was a particular brand with pickled cabbage flavor. Well, at least it's something to eat and replenish our nutrition. I never want to experience that kind of life again, where meals are scarce. Look at your pitiful expression. Zhaolan Laoget. Give me a bottle of water. Right away. An ice-cold bottle of mineral water sailed through the air, perfectly landing in Summer's hands. Fatima stroked his chin. Given that we arrived first, we might as well curry favor with Boss Yen, right? If all else fails, we could sell old Li to him. Are you suggesting we let old Li's poker face sell itself? Zhaolon shook his head in disapproval. Hey, I'm serious. If Boss Yen likes my type, I would gladly offer myself as a pillow companion. As the rotund man picked up a cup of instant noodles, he glanced at the flavor before casting a sidelong look at Lu Yang, offering a conciliatory smile. Old Lu, how about a swap? This chicken soup flavor is rather bland for my taste. Lu Yang pretended not to hear. Hey, are you bullying old Lu, the honest one? She interjected, defending his friend. You've been shearing the same sheep all along. Hasn't old Lu swapped with you enough? Come now, Song urged. Are you a timely rain? Always rushing to where you're needed? The rotund man set the noodles down, abandoning his intention to swap, but his tongue remained sharp. With all your free time, why not lend a hand to the captain, play matchmaker, and offer him some advice? If he could truly make Boss Yen happy, perhaps we would enjoy more benefits on our next outing here. Unbeknownst to him, this remark coincidentally landed upon the returning Li Chongqing. He raised his gaze expressionlessly at the rotund man, who froze like a cat caught by the throat. When we are out and about, there are certain things we must refrain from saying. Li Chongqing's displeasure was palpable, prompting She to hastily interject with a laugh to diffuse the tension. Exactly. We would want to offend Boss Yen and get thrown out. Hey, who are you talking about? Who's getting thrown out? Oh, he.s. getting anxious. Li Chongqing dismissed the playful banter of those behind him. He first assessed Hu Jun's condition, then retrieved 2 newly purchased fever patches from his bag and handed them to Zhaolon. Everyone washed up? Yes, except for you, She. Lu Yang chimed in as he folded the blanket and made space on the upper bunk. Li Chongqing rummaged for his lighter to light a cigarette, but, unable to find it, instinctively exclaimed, "Where's my cigarette?" The rotund man quickly sought to appease him. Right here. He shoved the cigarette pack into the box and tossed it to Li Chongqing. Upon receiving the pack, Li Chongqing opened it, glanced inside, and closed it again. Noticing only 1 cigarette remained, he turned sideways, handing both the cigarette and lighter to Lu Yang for safekeeping. We have to travel tomorrow. Let us eat later and rest early. Silence enveloped the group. Li Chongqing placed his bag beneath the bedside cabinet and headed to the restroom with a towel, toothbrush, and cup. It was then that the rotund man quietly posed a question. Indeed, Uncle Hu is still waiting for us. The sound of water cascading in the bathroom washed away the unpleasantness, and suddenly the rotund man smacked his forehead. Right? Should we fill some water to store in the kettle first? This prompted a simultaneous roll of 7 pairs of eyes directed at him, as if to say he was foolish. You didn't fill any? They chorused in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Yan's features were contorted in a way that nearly resembled a wrinkled dumpling as she tapped on the doorplate of room 101. The anticipation of what was to unfold made her feel as if she could excavate an entire castle from the embarrassment. Though it was fitting, she couldn't help but wonder if it was truly a fright. After contemplating the rewards to be dispensed by the system, Yin Yan gritted her teeth and clicked the play button. Suddenly, the background music shattered the previously light-hearted banter of room 101, causing everyone to exchange bewildered glances. Within a mere second, they began to instinctively rummage through their belongings. With a loud pop, Li Chongqing burst out of the restroom, his hair still lathered with soap, hastily donning his freshly washed shirt. The lights in room 101 flickered out completely. Amidst the soaring female vocals, the men's voices rose and fell in a cacophony of exclamations. Slow down, bro, don't step on me. Who is that? Don't touch. Don't pull. That's my bag. The joyful rhythm of drums heralded a festive occasion as Li Chongqing, in the enveloping darkness, used a clothesline he had located to retrieve the shirts hanging above. A delightful dance ushered in joyous celebrations. She, Feng Yi, and Ma Pengzi scampered down the ladder from the upper bunk to the lower, uncertain of how many times they missed a step along the way. The golden sunlight painted today as festivities with vibrant hues. Li Chongqing entered the room, cradling shirts, his eyes having adjusted to the darkness. He observed the bare-armed, bare-legged men putting on their trousers and boots, handing out garments at just the right moments. The bloom of life is reflected in our smiles. Liu Yang and Zhao Lan each supported Hu Jun, who, though recovering, remained frail and weak. Today is a splendid day. Li Chongqing nodded at the group and urged She to quickly check their belongings and gear. In his mind, he mused that all his wishes might just come true. As the lyrics of today is a splendid day echoed, She finished his tally and nodded back at Li Chongqing. Let us open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Quickly, quickly. My lights are out. Why are you dawdling? The system.S urging maid, Yin want to curse. Setting the table, preparing the bowls and chopsticks, arranging decorations. Juggling all of this alone in such a short time was quite an achievement. Wasn't it? Li Chongqing gestured for silence. 3, 2, 1, prepare to break the door. The lanterns outside glowed with a warm red hue. As the door swung open, the candles illuminated Yin's profile. As she gazed toward room 101, her eyes widening in shock. Sweet melodies resonated with profound emotion. How deep that emotion was, she cannot say, but in that moment, Yin felt a chill. Li Chongqing and his companions were fully equipped, wearing helmets and wielding weapons, their eyes suddenly wide with astonishment. The hall was dimmed, yet Yin had transformed it with candles, flowers, and a sumptuous dinner spread across the table. She stood just a few steps from the door, maintaining an awkward posture, poised to knock. The system, brimming with excitement, remained oblivious to the mutual desire of both parties to avert their gazes. It reveled in its orchestration, convinced that the group of straightforward men would be utterly captivated, perhaps even moved to tears by the surprise. A romantic candlelit dinner. Just imagine, after tidying up and finally securing a safe and comfortable environment following days of escape, accompanied by such enchanting music and a warm, romantic ambience. Yin had been rendered utterly speechless by the system. The moonlight's watercolor illuminated the days to come. Tomorrow, you say? System. Might you take a closer look at the expressions of Li Chongqing and his companions? Would you care to observe the welcome tenants of room 101? Do they appear to be filled with anticipation and surprise? A beautiful world resides within our hearts. Chapter 7. Eat well, drink well, sleep well, and set forth early. Boss Yin, what is this? Li Chongqing signaled for everyone to lower their weapons directed at Boss Yin. It would have been preferable if the bubble tea had not fallen into his mouth. Is it not mealtime? What is the purpose of your current demeanor? Yin was undoubtedly aware of the reasons behind the demeanor of this group. After all, in the apocalyptic realm, many had resorted to diversionary tactics for self-preservation. The volume was tremendous, and the melody resonated with a high pitch, such commotion, if occurring in an area outside the apartment infested with zombies, would yield dire consequences. What a delightful aroma, Boss Yin. Fat Ma remarked as he peered out from behind She, casting his gaze toward the table not far behind Yin. Yin felt a sudden brightness before him as the overhead light flickered to life. Ma Hao, noticing Yan's gaze upon him, approached with an air of confidence, stepping away from his companions. The jovial and seemingly naive boy before him, who bore a slightly plump stature, was named Ma. What was it again? Yin did have some recollection, yet she could not fully associate the names of the 9 individuals with their faces. To be frank, the only ones she had a slight impression of were Li Chongqing, the somewhat troublesome leader, and Hu Jun, the patient who had yet to regain consciousness. Ma, just call me Fatty. That's what everyone else does. Ma Hao greeted her with a warm smile, extending his hand. Hello, Comrade Ma. Yin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled as he extended his hand. Boss Yin, please don't be courteous with him. Feng, he nudged Ma Pengzi aside with his elbow. Indeed, ma pongzi is just ma pongzi. How can one even ask to be called fatty? TSK, what about your dignity? Liu Yong and the others joined in the teasing. Mao, upon receiving such ribbing from his brothers, chuckled sheepishly. I intended to celebrate, but I apologize for startling everyone. The crowd quickly shook their heads, insisting it was nothing. Rest assured, this place is quite secure. You can place your belongings inside first and retrieve them after we dine. Everyone understood the situation. It had been a misunderstanding. Yet if Boss Yin truly intended to cause them harm, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Earlier, while collecting clothes, Li Chongqing had noticed the scene of zombies being flung out by the bushes not far from the house. Moreover, although the overhead light in the room was off, the light in the restroom remained on, allowing him to swiftly and accurately gather his brother's garments. Captain Li, please hold on for a moment. Li Shangqing, walking at the back of the group, was called by Yin Yin. Noticing that the other party was still somewhat dazed, he recalled that he had overlooked certain soft furnishings during their earlier inspection of the interior. Yin hurriedly rushed to the edge of the sofa, retrieving a large plastic bag brimming with an assortment of supplies, such as tissues and towels, which could be utilized by everyone. Please distribute these as you see fit. Once we conclude our tasks, we can gather for dinner. Thank you. Li Chongqing accepted the bag, noting its weight. Let the feast begin. In truth, there was no need for Li Chongqing to announce it. The weary guests, having traveled far, were already ravenous. The mere mention of dinner by Boss Yin had sparked their anticipation. As Li Chongqing's words resonated, the guests shed their reservations, linking arms and bustling toward the dining area. The men divided into small groups, pulling out chairs, their eyes widening at the sumptuous array of 4 dishes and a soup laid before them. They promptly seated themselves, diving into the meal with the fervor of hungry wolves. The spread included yellow croaker, rabbit hot pot, beef stew with potatoes, and spicy shredded chicken salad, all thanks to the diligent efforts of Boss Yin. Li Chongqing, however, did not immediately join them at the table. Instead, he observed his brothers reveling in their meal with genuine joy. He approached Yin Yin to express his gratitude and extend an invitation. Boss Yin, we have reserved a spot at our table. Would you care to join us? Yin shook her head in refusal upon hearing this. I shall not join, she declared with a radiant smile, her words of rejection leaving no room for hesitation. Yin harbors a profound aversion to dining with strangers. This sentiment arises not only from concerns for personal safety, but also from a desire to avoid forging deeper connections with others. Between a boss and a customer, Yin would prefer that the other party perceives him as polite yet distant, making him less approachable. He is particularly wary of becoming entangled in moral obligations once familiarity has been established, especially within the realm of business. Yin reserved a meal for himself at the long table, consisting of 4 dishes, a soup, and white rice. Is Boss Yin not coming over? She swallowed the rabbit meat in his mouth and quickly stuffed another morsel of rice in. The steaming white rice, when savored, carried a hint of sweetness. The hot pot shimmered invitingly with tender and fragrant rabbit meat, spiced with a delightful mix of flavors. The combination of the two was utterly exhilarating. No, she will not be joining us. Li Chongqing contemplated the events of the day as he ate. The sudden appearance of the apartment, the zombies unable to approach, and the solitary figure of Boss Gu. There was an abundance of water and electricity, a clean and orderly living space, and an oddly peculiar operating system. Everything seemed to maintain the state of the world before the apocalypse. Yet traces of artificial intelligence could be discerned everywhere. Li Chongqing's gaze shifted to Hu Jun, who was sipping congee. His fever had finally subsided. The 4 dishes and a soup arranged by Boss Gu were both appropriate and reasonable. The rich and salty flavors quickly replenished their expended energy, while the light and delectable offerings alleviated their physical discomfort. The group dined joyfully, and once the white rice was finished, they eagerly turned to various nourishing congees. Perhaps it had been too long since they had enjoyed such a sumptuous dinner. With a lingering sense of satisfaction, they set down their bowls and chopsticks, their gazes toward Boss Yin filled with increasing respect. Yin comfortably let out a satisfied burp, only to feel a shadow looming overhead. She looked up and met Li Chongqing's gaze. Boss Yin, we were quite pleased with tonight's meal and would like to reserve breakfast for tomorrow. Additionally, Do you offer any takeaway ingredients? We can exchange points for them without the need for preparation. Li Chongqing, not one to act impulsively, consulted the guest manual, which made no mention of ingredient sales. Though not the epitome of a delicate youth, his rugged masculinity rendered him quite appealing in terms of countenance. The seemingly scattered gazes of the group were, in truth, fixated on Boss Yan's every move. Noticing her silent, unwavering stare at Li Chongqing's face, Fatty Ma displayed an expression of heartfelt dismay. The captain has misjudged me. To be fair, if he were a tad leaner, his features would shine even more. It's merely the result of physical training and a hearty appetite that has made him appear more robust. Summer and the others, discerning Ma Hao's thoughts, could not help but stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, Yin Yan's attention was captivated by the floating system notifications hovering over Li Chongqing's face. Indeed, the notifications scrolled across his visage, a phenomenon colloquially termed blocking the face. Tenant of room 101 expresses high satisfaction with your meal. System rating A. Customer satisfaction S. Rewards are being dispatched. Please be attentive to receipt. Currently, our establishment does not offer takeaway services for ingredients. Once the 3 notifications concluded, Yin Yin finally spoke, though she found the notifications obstructing her view rather unwelcoming. What time would you like breakfast to be served tomorrow? I apologize, but for ingredients, you may check the self-service cabinet. Those that can be exchanged for points can be taken away. Other options are not available at this moment. Yin Yin pondered the system's words, neither fully accepting nor outright rejecting them. She harbored a belief that Li Chongqing would grasp the underlying implication. Currently, the exchange of points for ingredients was not permitted, yet the prospect of such an exchange in the future lingered in the air. The self-service cabinet held an array of items available for point redemption, extending beyond mere snacks to include medicines and beverages as well. Li Chongqing undoubtedly comprehended this nuance. We shall exchange when you are ready to sell the ingredients. Thank you for your reminder. He hesitated before revealing a specific time. It might be a bit rushed in the morning, around 5 o'clock. He noted the electronic timer displayed above the window behind Boss Yan. 5 o'clock was later than she had anticipated. In this post-apocalyptic world, the behaviors of zombies were peculiar. They were particularly active during the day when the sun shone and at night when the moon illuminated the sky. The only moments of their lethargy occurred at twilight and dawn or during overcast days. During the hour of twilight and dawn, zombies often stood still, lost in a stupor. As long as one refrained from provoking them or making noise within a meter's vicinity, they would remain oblivious. On rainy days, zombies were nearly invisible outdoors. Yet, one could not help but wonder about humanity's misfortune. Since the first zombies' emergence, sunny days and moonlit nights have been prevalent, with rain seldom gracing the land. Eat well, drink well, and rest well. We shall set forth early tomorrow. Chapter 8. Assisting tenants in selecting medicine. Aiding in point accumulation as everyone finished their meal and prepared to clear the table. Yin Yin approached each table in accordance with the barrage of prompts, gently tapping the surface twice with her fingers. Detected that the table requires tidying. Should it be cleaned? Without hesitation, she tapped the table once more, prompting it to shine as if brand new. She noted that the previously allotted free trial time had diminished from 24 hours to 21. How the system calculated this was a mystery. Could it be accounting for the cooking time along with the cleaning time? Detecting the tenant's dilemma. How could a diligent manager remain idle? The moment had arrived for her to assist the tenants in alleviating their troubles and facilitating the acquisition of rewards. It was noted that the current reward distribution required 24 hours, yet assistance to tenants could yield a 24-hour acceleration. Damn system, Yin Yin murmured. So you've taken a page from that Pinduoduo playbook, have you? At that moment, Li Chongqing and his companions stood scattered before 3 vending machines, pondering over the selection of medicines, snacks, and beverages. The 3 self-service vending machines are designed with dimensions of 197 centimeters in height, 147 centimeters in width, and 70 centimeters in depth, capable of accommodating 380 different types of products with a storage capacity of up to 140 items. Li Chongqing stands before the unattended automated pharmaceutical vending machine, intently scrutinizing the medications displayed on the LCD screen. It appears to offer a variety of options, including bottled, boxed, and bagged products, each accompanied by an instruction manual. However, there's a slight inconvenience. Nearly half of the items are marked as out of stock. Furthermore, the individuals in this group lack backgrounds in the medical field and are not trained in medical studies, making the task of accurately selecting preventative medications amidst the vast sea of options quite challenging. What have you chosen so far? Yin Yin could no longer contain her concern. Boss Yin? As Li Chongqing's words fell, the surrounding individuals instinctively cleared a space for Yin Yin to step forward. Iodine, fever patches, Yunnan Bai Yao. Let me take a quick look, Yin Yin said as she glanced at their shopping cart. If you don't mind, may I assist you in pre-selecting some items? Although Yin Yin does not hail from a medical background, she has had the fortunate opportunity to spend some time with the village's barefoot doctor. Coupled with her experiences from a previous life, she believes she can make some preliminary judgments regarding the predicaments that Li Chongqing and his companions are likely to encounter. Boss Yin, you are too modest. We are indeed facing quite a dilemma. The multidimensional element tablets, 21, 60 tablets per bottle X9, were the first choice Yin Yin made. In the apocalyptic environment, malnutrition has become the norm. The deficiency of various vitamins often leads to minor health issues. Though not fatal, they can pose significant challenges to survival. Night blindness, skin rashes, athlete's foot, and oral ulcers. Just the thought of it is daunting. In the darkness, the inability to see is likely due to a lack of vitamin A, while athlete's foot, skin rashes, and oral ulcers are common manifestations of insufficient B vitamins. Povidone iodine, also known as iodine tincture, is primarily effective in eradicating a majority of viruses and bacteria, finding clinical application in frostbite, abrasions, and contusions. It is inevitable that Li Chongqing and his group will sustain injuries while battling zombies. Chaihu oral solution, 10 milliliters, X10 vials box X2. Chaihu is known to relieve exterior symptoms and reduce fever. Yin has witnessed elderly doctors using Chaihu injections to bring down fevers. Compound acetaminophen capsules, 16 capsules box X4. Compound acetaminophen tablets, 20 tablets box X3. Thermometers X3. Fever patches X20. Li Chongqing and the others could only watch as Yin Yan's fingers glided swiftly across the screen. Without a hint of hesitation, Old Li, She whispered into Li Chongqing's ear, "Is it really all right to have so many medications and varieties?" Although the others remained silent, they were nonetheless struck by Boss Yan's actions. Li Chongqing had been intently observing the medications Yin Yin selected. Some were familiar to him, while others had completely escaped his notice in daily life. Reflecting on their time spent here since the afternoon, assisting with the selection of medicines, it became evident that she genuinely cared for their safety and well-being, taking her business seriously. Since she was engaging in commerce, there was no need for her to entrap them. After all, having more friends leads to more pathways, especially in a world turned upside down. Trusting others is essential. Once they agreed to her assistance, there was no need to question her contributions. "I trust her." Upon hearing these words, Yin Yin felt a ripple of emotion within. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she continued to swiftly select the medications. One after another, the items were added to her shopping cart, culminating in a set of 27 pharmaceuticals, each meticulously packed in portable, food-grade antibacterial silicone sealing containers. These supplies should suffice for your needs during a month or two of travel. At last, she paused. Goodness, it's almost 1,000. Mind you, the accommodation fee is merely 240 per person. Everyone silently lamented. The cost of medication is indeed exorbitant. Upon noticing that the total amount had nearly reached 1,000, Yin Ning decided to cease her purchases. After a brief calculation, she concluded that the points accumulated by Li Chongqing and his companions would suffice to cover the cost of these medications, along with a few beverages and snacks. She then revisited her shopping cart, meticulously reviewing each item to ensure nothing was overlooked, before finally turning to face the group. "Please take a look. If there are no objections, we can proceed with the payment. I will fetch a few items." After Yin Yin finished speaking, he departed, relinquishing both time and space to them. Li Chongqing was pulled aside by She, whispering together. The other men gathered around, their heads huddled closely as they animatedly discussed in front of the LCD screen. The tallest among them, Xia Tian, took Li Changqing's place, deftly maneuvering the cursor along the shopping cart side. He diligently complied with the requests of his companions, meticulously reviewing the names, quantities, and prices of the medications in the cart. Of course, the final decision rested with Li Changqing. As Song, she watched Li Changqing be the first to scan his face. A sense of trepidation filled her heart, yet she resolutely followed suit. Once one scanned, another followed. After all, the medications will be shared by all. A group of individuals scanned their faces in succession, and the system incessantly reported the deduction of funds. Once the medications were settled, the points for Li Changqing, Song Shi, Feng Yi, Liu Yang, and Ma Hao were reduced to 0. This was primarily because when they confirmed the breakfast order, the points of Li Changqing and Song Shi were entirely depleted. The remaining 4 individuals had a meager total of approximately 500 points, leading everyone to unanimously decide to allocate 500 points for the medication while reserving the remaining 1,000 points for supplies. They proceeded to unpack the medications. After completing the payment, Li Changqing and Song Shi crouched beside the cabinet to retrieve the medicines, while the others busily began to unbox them. The instructions and the blister packs were removed, focusing primarily on the capsules and tablets, while the bottled and liquid medications were left untouched for the time being. When Yen approached with paper, scissors, and medical tape, she observed a group of gentlemen gathered around the coffee table, busily unpacking medicine. She noted how deftly the men moved, having already removed the packaging from the medicine boxes in advance. There was an unspoken understanding among them, though they exchanged no words. Their hands were in constant motion, collaborating seamlessly and exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Yen meticulously cut the paper into appropriately sized squares, inscribing the names of the medicines and their usage in larger, more legible fonts, succinctly noting the corresponding symptoms they were meant to address. The accompanying instruction manual was thoughtfully set aside in a separate place. She then retrieved the pills and capsules that matched the names on the slips of paper, counting and evenly distributing them into 27 portable medicine boxes. As she neared the completion of her task, a few people spontaneously joined her, assisting in the organization and repackaging of the medications according to her methodical approach. "Boss Yen, you have truly worked hard today," one of them remarked. "It's nothing. You all have earned these points," she replied nonchalantly. "Let's discuss it later, once we finish this task," she added, feeling the strain in her neck, shoulders, hands, back, and legs after such prolonged effort. Chapter 9. Exceptional ingredients deserve to be packed with care after completing the organization of the medicines. Li Changqing and others prepared to select snacks and beverages. "Boss Yin, take care," they called out. "Boss Yin, you've worked tirelessly," another chimed in. "Hey, I haven't had a soda in ages. How about I grab a bottle?" On her way back to the dormitory, Yin picked up a bottle of room-temperature water from the table by the entrance and turned to enter the corridor for door verification. To ensure her safety, the system had installed a bedroom door that only allowed Yin to pass through, requiring verification of her iris and palm print during mealtimes. Upon successful verification, the door emitted a beep and opened. Yin kicked off her shoes and stepped inside. As the air conditioning enveloped her, she felt rejuvenated, especially since the common area lacked such comfort. Yin walked barefoot on the marble floor, feeling its icy chill beneath her feet. Her entire body felt sticky, prompting her to first change out of her clothes in the bedroom, wrapping herself in a towel before entering the washroom to cleanse herself and indulge in a soothing bath. Having endured the rigors of work, she believed she deserved to treat herself well after her shift. The system seemed to concur with her sentiments. The washroom was equipped with an array of amenities, and Yin even discovered a plethora of luxurious skincare product from renowned brands resting on the vanity. This treatment is rather delightful. The benefits are quite generous. It is a far more indulgent existence than the life of a mere 007 under her boss's command prior to the apocalypse. Yin could not help but express his feelings. He removed the towel and stepped under the shower, only to hear the delightful sound of water cascading beside him. The flow was abundant yet perfectly tempered, neither scalding nor cold. As he reached for the shower gel nearby, he suddenly noticed that the water had ceased. The days of being pampered, where food was served at his beck and call, were a distant memory from his childhood. Yet, he was surprised to find a semblance of that experience even in the act of bathing today. After a brief rinse, just as the water stopped, he beheld before him a splendid massage bathtub, inviting him to recline and soak. Yin reclined into the bath, the water at a perfect temperature, enveloped by a rich, jasmine-scented foam that gradually cocooned her. Subsequently, the traditional northeastern-style bathing service was seamlessly set in motion. Yin comfortably closed her eyes, savoring the soothing sensations that enveloped her from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes, fully immersing herself in the indulgence of the massage. Instead of the anticipated soreness and sharpness, there was only a gentle caress that gradually intensified in strength. Yin closed her eyes and heard a soft ripping sound as a cool mask was placed upon her face. The soothing melody of a piano wafted gently into her ears, its volume perfectly calibrated to avoid any sense of disturbance. After 15 minutes, the mask effortlessly peeled away from her skin and leapt into the trash bin, vanishing from sight. During the mask application, her limbs were skillfully kneaded with just the right amount of pressure, while her hair was treated with a nourishing product, most likely coconut oil, the scent too familiar to ignore. The routine of washing her hair, bathing, soaking, applying masks, and slathering on skincare products was meticulously orchestrated by the system, leaving Yin feeling as though she had merely been a passive participant throughout the entire process. Once back in bed, cocooned in a duvet as light as feathers, she remained in a pleasantly dazed state. She reminded herself that indulgence could be detrimental, and she must not succumb to the system's sweet temptations. Despite her attempts to mentally resist, the comfort was undeniably alluring. Reflecting on the recent events made her giddy, and she even rolled playfully under the covers. "Would you like to open your points gift package?" The system's voice jolted her from her reverie, prompting her to clear her throat. "Loading for you. What delightful surprises await." After a brief pause, Yin found herself staring in silence at the cat that was playfully gnawing on its own paws in front of her. The system had gifted her a cat, 2 cans of emergency food, and a small backpack for outings. Yet, her thoughts were filled with confusion. What about the cat litter and food? A large question mark loomed in her mind. She had never owned a cat, but she was well aware that litter and food were essential for any feline companion. Do not be swayed by capitalist notions. Even without litter and food, cats in Jianzhou thrive better than you. The dog system's words echoed, and then it abruptly silenced Yin. Yin realized that the other party had unilaterally severed their communication after she had despondently inquired about the system's family for half an hour. The cat, as if sensing her discontent, paused its playful antics and trotted over to nuzzle against her arm. Subsequently, it nestled its limbs around Yin's arm, resting its head in the palm of her hand, purring softly as it drifted into slumber. Surprisingly, the soothing sound of its purring was quite conducive to sleep. In her dreams, Yin vigorously reprimanded the anthropomorphized system and subsequently left it a scathing review. Listening to the main system's customer service sincerely assure her that they would address the system's shortcomings, Yin chuckled, hands on her hips, reveling in her small triumph. Thus, she enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, awakened not by an alarm, but by the weight of a hefty stone pressing against her chest. A stone that was both heavy and somewhat warm. She opened her eyes to find a cat, resembling a farmhand, affectionately nosing around her chest. How heavy? Why does this cat seem to have grown in size? "Oh dear cat, could you perhaps shift a little?" As if hearing her silent plea, the cat reluctantly gave her nose a gentle nudge before moving away. It then settled down in the space beside her arm, tilting its head to wink charmingly at her. The youthful heart of Yin was profoundly struck. Who could possibly resist the charm of an adorable cat? At the very least, she could not. The system had informed her last night that this was a Jianzhou cat, though she was uncertain of what a Jianzhou cat truly was. Originating from the region of Jianzhou in Shu, Jianzhou cats were once coveted by the imperial courts of the Ming and Qing dynasties, only to be persecuted, leading to the near extinction of their pure breed. The feline before her was a purebred, its coat a pristine white, save for its tail, which was as black as night. Jianzhou cats are easy to care for, being nocturnal creatures that are more active at dawn or dusk. For safety during travels, it is advisable to take it along. Delightful surprises await. A barrage of messages flooded Yin Yan's screen, yet she had little time to react. After rising, changing her clothes, and completing a quick grooming, she stepped out of her bedroom and opened the refrigerator door. To her astonishment, the system had not prepared any ingredients today, but had instead filled her refrigerator with an abundance of boxed meals. A refrigerator full of boxed meals. Wouldn't that be daunting? Given her upcoming itinerary, breakfast had already been automatically arranged for the tenants of room 101, and the system suggested that she pack the meals into the cat's travel bag. The system was, of course, entirely serious. Noticing Yin Yan's lack of action, the cat set down its bag. The bag began to swell, magically expanding from the size of an adult S-palm into something considerably larger. The last time Yin Yin encountered such a large snakeskin bag was during her university graduation, when the dormitory supervisor presented it to the graduates for packing their belongings. A beep echoed, the sound of the refrigerator door ajar, a reminder of prolonged inactivity. Yin Yin silently began to stuff the takeout boxes from the double-door refrigerator into her pockets, as if filling an insatiable abyss. From top to bottom, after emptying the refrigerator of its contents, she remained oblivious to the exact number of boxes she had managed to stow away. Suddenly, the refrigerator was overflowing with an abundance of disposable, heatable ingredients, this time a veritable mountain of instant noodles in a variety of flavors. Well then, she continued to cram, until her waist ached, her back hurt, and her legs began to cramp. The refrigerator once again brimmed with new provisions. Yin Yin was furious. I should not be treated in such a manner. Then, to his astonishment, the ingredients within the refrigerator began to stir, autonomously leaping from their shelves. Below, the rustling sound of a snakeskin bag resonated as it opened its mouth wide, welcoming one ingredient after another, as if they were dumplings diving in a boiling water. Is this amusing? Is it truly entertaining? Chapter 10. They're fleeing for their lives, not taking pets for a leisurely stroll. Yin felt a wave of regret, realizing that all her previous actions had been rather foolish. The cat nuzzled against her leg, and it struck her as peculiar that since last night, the feline had not eaten. Was it not hungry? Soon enough, Yin discovered the truth. The cat was indeed hungry. It had taken to feeding itself. Truly, humans cannot compare to cats. As Yin emerged from his chamber, he beheld Li Chongqing and his companions seated neatly at the table, indulging in their meal. Good morning, Boss Yin, they greeted him. You have worked hard, and the breakfast spread is truly lavish. Soy milk, deep-fried dough sticks, buns, and rice noodles. How early did you rise to prepare such a feast? Indeed, the array of dumplings, pancakes, and wontons before me is enough to dazzle the eye. Yin revealed a smile without offering an explanation, quietly giving a thumbs up to the system. It was no small feat for the system to function as a human, despite having appropriated all the breakfast points, justifying it under the guise of providing Yin with a secure travel package. Do you have a cat, Boss Yin? Ma Hao inquired, swallowing a mouthful of a large meat bun, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. His gaze was fixed on the Jianzhou cat that had suddenly leaped from the ground to the table, then alighted on Yin Yan's shoulder. Unable to contain himself, he nudged Lu Yang. Brother, doesn't this resemble your silly one? Lu Yang, who was initially sipping porridge, nearly choked when Ma Hao struck him so abruptly. Xiaotian hurriedly handed him a tissue, simultaneously shaking his fist, which resembled a sandbag, at Ma Hao, before turning back with a beaming smile towards Yin. Boss Yin, what is your cat's name? With this reminder, Yin suddenly recalled that she had yet to name the cat. Snowy Dragon. Lu Yang, having regained his composure, was captivated by the feline that Xiaotian mentioned. Is it expensive? No, it's just rare to see, Ji Pingan replied, setting down his Jianbing Guozi. It appears quite pure. Noticing that Boss Yin was not displeased, Lu Yang began to scrutinize the cat intently. The meowing creature showed no fear of humans, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. It groomed itself and affectionately nuzzled Yin Yan's cheek. Its name is Snowy Dragon. Yin was just learning the cat's name, having initially intended to simply call it Cat. How cool. Unfortunately, The system insisted that cats have names they prefer. The men consumed their meal with remarkable speed, while Yin Yin ordered a steaming cup of coffee from the self-service machine and drank it in one go. How are you managing your things? Yin Yin casually tapped the table twice, restoring its pristine appearance. As she ordered her coffee, Snowy Dragon leaped to the floor, seemingly intrigued by the zombies swaying outside the doorway. It crouched at the entrance, its large, tawny eyes darting about, occasionally turning to meow at Yin Yin. Thank you for your hospitality, Boss Yin. We are nearly ready to depart. Li Chongqing, wearing a helmet and carrying a backpack, stepped forward. Yin gestured for him to approach the table. If possible, I would love to extend my stay here for a couple more days, but alas time. This sentiment was genuine. During their night in the apartment, they had relished a rare opportunity for undisturbed, worry-free rest. No worries, you can always return next time. Let me assist you with the checkout process. Since the room was well kept, there was no need for additional charges. If everything is in order, please sign here. Yin Yin harbored a fondness for this group of individuals, primarily because the open door revealed an impeccably tidy interior. Following the system's verification, there were no additional requests for points from her. It was only after this procedure that Yin Yin learned that if tenants failed to cherish the property and maintain cleanliness, it would result in a deduction of points from her as the dormitory manager. Should Boss Yin require assistance in the future, a mere word would suffice, and they would not hesitate to offer their help. She, with a friendly disposition, candidly expressed the heartfelt sentiments of everyone present. Although they understood that Boss Yin enjoyed such favorable conditions and an excellent environment, thus sparing her from the hardships of sleeping outdoors or battling zombies, they still felt compelled to voice their thoughts. Are you serious? Yin Yin fixed her gaze intently on She's eyes. Haha, of course. Ma Hao interjected. Absolutely. She replied, feeling somewhat bashful under Yin Yan's scrutiny, shyly ruffling his hair. Very well then. There's no time like the present. I happen to need to visit the tenants as well. Shall we go together? Yin smiled cheerfully as he spoke. Shuichang, gather your things. We are setting off. After passing through the checkpoint and descending the stairs, the mercenaries still felt a bit dazed. Why would Boss Yin leave the sanctuary of a safe haven to personally seek out tenants? Boss Yin, is there anything you need to take? Ma Hao inquired, prompting the others to inwardly lament that he had spoken first. Yin naturally understood his goodwill, but he shook his head in refusal. Yin gazed at the snow-white cat, Snow Gun, as it emerged with a bag in its mouth. Unable to resist, he gently stroked its small head. Snow Gun closed its eyes in delight for a moment, then meowed twice, signaling Yin to assist it in putting on the bag. How remarkable! This cat! Feng Yi exclaimed, joyfully patting Ji Pingyan on the shoulder. Look, this is far superior to that useless one from Liu Yang's household. You mustn't speak so disparagingly of Huan. The ever-kind Liu Yang, rarely angered, suddenly shot a fierce glare at Feng Yi. Xia Tian remained silent, thoughtfully observing Snow Gun. Yin knelt down to attach the backpack to the Snow Gun, fastening the buckle located at the abdomen of the pack. The bag, styled with a drawstring, was entirely black. Not far below the drawstring, there was a peculiar row of adornments. Rather than mere embellishments, they resembled safety pouches. They bore a striking resemblance to the design of a facile marker bag, though their purpose remained uncertain. Additionally, on this design, 2 vertical straps have been added at the center of the pen tip. Notably, despite their diminutive size, they exuded a sense of quality, entirely devoid of any cheapness. Let's first venture out to clear the zombies. Once it is safe, you may follow, Boss Yin, Li Chongqing advised, to which Yin offered no response. Li Chongqing took this silence as tacit approval from Boss Yin and swiftly turned to confer tactics with his comrades. Just as they were discussing the dispersal arrangements for the upcoming mission, a startled exclamation erupted from Fatty Ma. Before She could reprimand him, the attention of the group shifted to follow Fatty Ma's gaze. Holy smokes! Exclaimed Hu Jun, marveling at the spectacle. As soon as the Snow Gun departed from the staircase, its form dramatically enlarged, landing on the platform with a thud, transforming into a colossal feline. Even in a crouched position, its body pressed against the ground, It measured longer than the entrance of the Tally apartment and towered half a story taller than the two-story building itself. Yin deftly grasped the straps of the backpack, scaling its surface with ease, the straps themselves having been proportionally enlarged. What was once a diminutive snow cannon, capable of perching upon a person's shoulder within the confines of an apartment, had now astonishingly exchanged places with Yin Yin. Yin Yin was certainly aware of the probing, curious, and unexpected gazes directed at her from behind, yet she had no time to attend to them now. Climbing onto the back of the snow gun, the decorations that had previously seemed peculiar no longer appeared strange at all. Yin Yin first tucked his legs into the bag, then slipped his arms through the straps before adjusting the length of the safety chain at his waist and securing it. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he turned to shout at Li Chongqing and his group. It was only after the backpack was upgraded that Yin Yin realized there would be more comfortable modes of travel in the future. However, for the time being, he learned from the system's bullet screen that as long as he refrained from recklessly venturing out, zombies would not be able to approach him within this bag. The reason was quite simple. Cats are carnivorous creatures, and intriguingly, the mutated cats, which had undergone significant size transformations, also instilled a certain level of fear in humans who had turned into zombies. After all, with the emergence of such size disparity, zombies theoretically became a potential item on the cat's menu. Nevertheless, adhering to their biological instincts, cats have limited appetites, and in comparison to zombies, mutated rodents and birds are far more enticing to them. Of course, not every small creature is granted the chance to mutate. Perhaps in the future, when the cat's natural enemies arise, the snow gun will no longer be the most reliable means of travel. Yet for now, it undoubtedly remains the optimal choice. Captain Lee, with an average of 100 points per person, one can safely and worry-free recline until reaching the destination. Yin Yin called out amiably, stating that aside from the system's deduction of 20 points per person, the remainder would entirely belong to her. Chapter 11. Was that a zombie? That was a bounty of points. Thank you, Boss Yin, for your kindness, but we shall decline the offer. Li Shangqing resolutely rejecta. As their Group S points had been entirely depleted after purchasing medicine, snacks, and water, leaving them with not a single point to spare. Very well, Yin Yin replied, and then began rummaging through her belongings. For today's outing, she had deliberately donned a thick long-sleeve coat, cargo pants, and knee-high boots. Just as Li Chongqing thought Boss Yin was insistent, attempting to extract some weapon from her pocket to further persuade them. He witnessed Yin Yin lowering her head to assemble something. Goodness! Ma Hao was astonished, Xia Tian was dumbfounded, Lu Yang was bewildered, Feng Yi and the others were left speechless, and Li Chongqing was equally stunned. Mr. Yin, is your gesture of wearing an eye mask and a headset truly sincere? Can we not extend a modicum of respect towards the zombies of the apocalypse? Captain Lee, I shall take my leave now. Yin Yin finished speaking and comfortably adjusted her posture to listen to the music. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of its birth. Yin Yin hummed a tune, only to feel a stirring beneath him as the snow gun sprang into action. The man and his feline companion ambled leisurely ahead, while a horde of zombies, having momentarily overcome their instinctual fear, approached. Before they could close the distance, one was sent sprawling by the snow gun as swift swipe, causing a significant retreat among the others. Yet another, daring to draw too near, found itself savagely bitten, only to be chewed upon. The snow gun, finding the flesh unappetizing, dry and lacking in fat, spit out the morsel in disdain. The once curious zombies, now put off, scattered in fright. Though they yearned for flesh and were driven by hunger, these zombies were not mindless creatures. In a struggle between predator and prey, they opted to respect the stronger, not merely preying upon the weak. In stark contrast to the languid ease of Yin Yin and his companion, Li Chongqing and his group found themselves in dire straits. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies had chosen to target the vulnerable, their attention fixated on the weaker members of the group. Boss, why are there more of them? She gasped, his arms weary from wielding his shovel. Indeed, it seems endless. They usually appear, but why are these creatures so relentless in pursuing us? Feng Yi's shovel crushed the skull of a nearby zombie matron, only for new ones to quickly fill the void. Initially close behind Yin Yin, they now could barely glimpsed the tip of the snow gun's tail. At some point, the zombies had encircled them, their grotesque forms swaying as they advanced. With twisted faces and bodies marred by decay, they emitted guttural sounds, their blood long dried and intestines hanging loosely. Most retained half their bodies resembling living humans, albeit stained with blood, while the other halves bore the ravages of gnawing, reduced to mere skeletal remains. Li Chongqing and his companions struggled to fathom that, before the apocalypse, these beings had once been as ordinary as themselves. "Captain, we can't go on like this. If we don't reach the base soon, we'll end up as fodder for this ghastly horde." Glancing around, they noted that the silhouette of the snow gun was becoming increasingly obscured by the throng of zombies. Yin Yin removed her eye mask and let her headphones dangle around her neck. She shifted her position from lying down to crouching. This change was prompted by the recent peculiar reaction of the snow gun. Ahead, there was a significant presence of zombies. To avert conflict, caution is advised in maneuvering. The estimated arrival of the zombie tide is still 45 minutes away. A friendly reminder, it is not too late to change direction. The barrage of comments began to flow once more, and the snow gun was evidently preparing to evade. It had come to a halt, carefully observing its surroundings and planning its route, while simultaneously minimizing its profile. Yin Yin felt the bag contracting and hurriedly extracted her body from within. Almost simultaneously with the release of the safety buckle, the snow gun had shrunk to a barely sufficient size for her to ride. A cat motorcycle? Yin Yin found herself amused by her instinctive reaction. "You have been charged 200 points. We welcome you to return next time. The armory is always open to embrace you." Yin Yin descended from the snow gun, wielding two formidable axes, and without hesitation, swung one down decisively upon the approaching zombie. The system, known for its exquisite offerings, led Yin Yin to choose the most economical weapon available. With a single, powerful strike, the axe cleaved through flesh and skin, instantly rupturing the zombie's insides, causing it to stagger and collapse to the ground. Yin Yin's actions served as a stark warning to those around her who were itching to test their mettle. "You, come here." The zombie designated by Yin emitted a couple of guttural sounds before heroically collapsing once more onto the ground. The system detected that 2 zombies had been eliminated and automatically began redeeming points for you. Currently, the zombies are at level 0, allowing for a redemption of 20 points. How could an exceptional dormitory manager engage in solitary battles? Your tenants are calling for you. Huh? While gripping the axe and momentarily lost in thought, Yin Yin suddenly heard a howl behind her. The back of her collar was seized. In the next instant, she found herself swinging the axe onto the snowy beast, which grew even larger. Alas, propelled into the air without any bindings, Yin Yin dared not risk a fall. "Steady now." With a swift command, she cast aside the axe and bent low to grasp the fur at the creature's neck. This was executed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. A moment's delay could mean being thrown off, especially as the snowy beast had already begun its escape. Yin Yin ensured that he had securely grasped the fur of the snow gun, preventing it from being dislodged, before gradually lowering his body to press against it. Yin Yan's heart raced like a war drum, and she endeavored to maintain close contact with her companions. There were still 25 minutes remaining before the horde of zombies would arrive, and it was imperative to rendezvous with the tenants swiftly. The Li Chongqing squad, unable to catch sight of Boss Yin and Shui Chong, was engulfed in chaos. Their engineering shovels had become futile against the imminent threat. But what was even more dire was the depletion of their strength. The zombies, akin to ravenous hyenas drawn by the scent of flesh, relentlessly pursued them, pinning them down near the skyscraper in the city center. Initially, the group had followed Boss Yin through the streets, but as the distance widened, they were forced to slash and retreat, gradually backing against the building. In the center of the formation, protected by his teammates, was Hu Jun. He had just recovered from a fever, and his body had not yet fully healed, yet he continued to unleash arrows without pause. Hu Jun was among the first in the group to unlock his extraordinary abilities. Thanks to the fierce battle and his recent high fever, he had awakened to a set of bow and arrows that could shoot indefinitely. Unfortunately, this arsenal could only unleash standard attacks, barely capable of delivering a fatal blow to the ordinary zombies. Even so, they found themselves in a precarious situation. If only they had sought credit from Boss Yan earlier. The memory of Boss Yan's earlier proposition, exchanging 100 points for a safe spot, lingered in their minds, and though they said nothing aloud, regret simmered within. With ammunition dwindling, should they perish among the undead today, it was likely that future survivors would seek them out, for their bulging backpacks signaled a wealth of resources. Boss, should we retreat inside the building? After dispatching yet another wave of approaching zombies, she turned to Li Chongqing at the front of the group. Given her current physical condition, she could hardly swing her axe. Yet with points and a system backing her, she wielded the weapon with newfound vigor. 10 points. 10 points. The system's announcements came in rapid succession, and suddenly, familiar silhouettes emerged ahead. Increase your pace. We must assist Boss Yan. The unspoken understanding among them was palpable. No orders were necessary, as their coordinated movements spoke volumes. Regardless of the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, with Boss Yan's presence, their chances of survival surged. The men's gazes were resolute. With 20 minutes remaining until the anticipated zombie horde arrived, it was advisable to seek a refuge post-haste, and the system was currently searching for suitable locations nearby. They had traversed in silence throughout their journey, but now the system had chosen to announce such a critical update. With only 20 minutes left, they needed to clear this area and guide their comrades to a suitable site for refuge. Yin Yan's mind was filled with profanities, a torrent of incoherent thoughts, and his hands wielding the weapon against the zombies grew increasingly powerful. Indeed, rage served as a catalyst for strength. Boss Yan, has something happened ahead? In brief, he urged, let us retreat into the building. With those two sentences, he solidified the group's destination. Yin observed that aside from Hu Jun, who still wielded a weapon, the attacking power of the other's weapons was in a steady decline. Gritting her teeth, she muttered a greeting to the system and exchanged all her points for a battle axe. Li Chongqing, you better hold on tight. Before Li Chongqing and the others could react, they felt an emptiness in their hands, followed by the weight of the discarded engineer shovel, which had fulfilled its purpose. Now, they and Boss Yan seemed more like mere companions. Aside from the ranged attacker Hu Jun, everyone else was brandishing their heavy battle axes, hacking away as they retreated. 100 points. 100 points. Wait. Yin glanced at a recently fallen zombie before questioning if the system had encountered a bug. Had 10 points transformed into 100? No. Could it be Li Chongqing and the others? Instinctively, she cast a sidelong glance and then felt a gust of wind at the back of her head. The snow gun lunged at the ambushing zombie, viciously tearing off its head. It was essential not to lose focus during battle. Regaining her composure, Yin urged herself to concentrate again, and Li Chongqing's group continued their retreat while hacking away. Unfortunately, the zombie tide was approaching. Otherwise, just for the incessantly ringing 100 points, Yin would have charged recklessly. This was no mere zombie. It was her precious points. Chapter 12. I have a saw that can break iron gates. Yin called out, and the snow gun flung the last zombie in front of them away, instantly shrinking to a size small enough to slip through a gap no larger than a palm into the room. The zombie was met with a swift axe strike followed by a vigorous jab from a stick, which had been detached from a dilapidated chair within. The entrance was thoroughly barricaded with tables, chairs, and a myriad of assorted objects, while the curtains had been drawn by Feng Yi and others, rendering the room completely opaque. Inside, the heavy drapes cast a darkness akin to night. She retrieved a stick from his bag, bending it to activate a glow stick that illuminated the dim space. Amidst the pitch-black environment, Lu Yang and Ji Ping'an meticulously examined each person for injuries by the faint glow. Li Chongqing felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to find Yin beside him, with the snow gun crouching at their side, maintaining a height of 1 meter. When the news arrived that there were no casualties, Yin observed Li Chongqing's expression lighten as if a heavy burden had been lifted, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Yin chose not to disrupt this fleeting moment of tranquility. Yin glanced at the screen, and the golden balance had transformed into a substantial sum of 2,000. Thankfully, there were no casualties. This was the outcome of her expenditure of 20 points. She had instructed the system to meticulously scrutinize each member of Li Chongqing's group. To be candid, She harbored a degree of skepticism, for in the apocalypse, there are always individuals who might conceal the grim reality of friends being bitten, ultimately leading to the annihilation of their entire group. Yin Yin hopes to eradicate danger in its infancy. If eradication proves impossible, then at the very least, efforts must be made to alter the course of events before they deteriorate further, thereby minimizing losses. We must strive to ascend. Yin Yin glanced at the system's barrage of prompts and addressed Li Chongqing, who, without suspicion, nodded in agreement. The group swiftly organized themselves, acutely aware of the potential dangers that might still lurk within the confines of the building. Yin Yin developed a deep fondness for the little creature that had saved his life. So much so that, before reaching the safety passage stairs, he offered a cat treat he had exchanged for 10 points from the system. The route was devised by Fomi, who had memorized the layout of the first floor after locating the floor plan. Yin Yin followed in the center of the procession, alongside Hu Jun, as they were both key individuals under protection. She had no objections to this arrangement. As Yin walked alongside the team, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of prioritizing physical training once safety was assured. Initially, she had planned to languish in the dormitory, believing it to be the optimal choice. However, according to the system's dictates, while safe houses existed, they were not always accessible. Alas, she merely wished to lead a leisurely existence. Yet it seemed that this insistent system would not permit its employees to live too comfortably. Suddenly, there was a disturbance. The group came to a halt, and Yin Yan's reverie was interrupted as Li Chongqing passed a glow stick to Song-Shi behind him, signaling for everyone to remain silent. Hu Jun silently lifted his bow, his gaze gravely fixed on the partition door of the stairwell. The others tightened their grips on their weapons. Even the previously languid snow gun that leaned against Yin perked up its ears. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the arrival of the zombie tide, a message urged them to swiftly proceed to the underground parking lot on level B2 of the building for refuge. What? Upon reading this bulletin, a myriad of questions flooded Yin Yan's mind. The zombie horde was approaching, yet the system instructed them to run to the basement? Shouldn't rational individuals be seeking refuge on the upper floors? However, time was of the essence, and the bulletin abruptly transitioned to a countdown display. Yin recalled that thus far, the system was unyielding, yet in the face of grave matters, it had never been a source of jest. She quietly patted the shoulder of the summer season ahead, convey a message to Li Chongqing, instructing him to proceed to the second basement level. Upon hearing this, Summer's pupils momentarily widened in disbelief. Is she serious? Though her mind was filled with doubt, she complied with her request, lightly tapping Song-Shi's hand to relay the message. Time was of the essence. There remained 9 minutes before the horde of corpses would arrive. They must hasten to the second basement for refuge. The barrage of comments continued to scroll, and the countdown diminished by another minute. In the brief span it took to utter those 2 sentences, Hu Jun released an arrow. And amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the sounds of zombies' painful groans echoed from outside the door. Were they still hesitating? Those who initially intended to confront the zombies before making a decision now witnessed the snow gun almost launching into the air as it kicked and flailed, hastening their escape down the stairs. Run! Yin almost turned to push the others forward, eager to descend. When she shoved him, Hu Jun nearly stumbled. Yet, seeing the genuine urgency etched on Yin Yan's face, Hu Jun cast a desperate glance towards Li Chongqing. The latter almost instantaneously resolved to retreat. It was only 2 minutes later, as they sprinted down, that the door on the 5th floor was violently breached by the zombies from within. A chaotic swarm followed close behind. The narrow stairwell caused the zombies to jostle against one another, inadvertently creating a stampede of bodies that bought Yin and the others precious moments to escape. The commotion at the 5th floor entrance grew increasingly loud, prompting Li Chongqing and the others to quicken their pace. Just as Yin was about to falter, breathless and on the verge of stopping, Summer, unable to contain herself, muttered something offensive behind her. Yin felt his feet leave the ground, his entire being resembling a sandbag, as he was hoisted from the waist and lifted onto the man's shoulder. Before Yin could even react, he was repositioned, now bearing the weight of sack. feeling the muscles of Xia Tian's arms against his chest. Ahead of them, the snow guns carved a path, as the corpulent Ma Pengzi, Feng Yi, and Lu Yang followed closely behind. With a violent kick, Hu Jun's claws struck the door, which was secured by chains, leaving it to Ma Hao to cleave through with an axe. In the midst, Xia Tian swiftly carried Yin down the staircase, while Hu Jun paused briefly at the corner to change position, waiting for Li Changqing and She, occasionally loosing arrows to eliminate the zombies hot on their heels. Hu Jun's audacity stemmed from his serendipitous discovery of an enhancement to his bow and arrow. Initially, he could only aim manually, but now, after drawing the bow, his arrows found their mark with unwavering accuracy. Once released, each arrow would autonomously lock onto the nearest target and strike them down. Meanwhile, Li Changqing and She, with Hu Jun's assistance, managed to secure the door locks at the passageway with ample time as they descended each floor. They descended 7 floors in one breath, silence enveloping them as everyone exerted themselves with fervor. Yin was jostled uncomfortably, yet she was acutely aware that her companions fared no better, particularly those burdened with her during the sweltering summer. Sweat poured down as they raced against life and death, and this was no exaggeration. "Damn it," said Mao, as they approached the entrance to the second basement floor, only to find the corridor cluttered with a haphazard assortment of objects. "Move!" In mere moments, everyone had gathered. The snow gun continued to be passed back, while Ma Hao and his companion stood at the front, tirelessly relaying it down the line, akin to a relay race of labor. After setting Yin down, Xia Tian promptly joined the ranks of the movers, while Hu Jun took his position at the end of the line beside Li Changqing, fully drawing his bow. They had merely 5 minutes left before the horde would arrive. Time was of the essence. United in their efforts, the pace of their labor quickened. Upon hearing the phrase, Yin could not help but glance towards Ma Hao. As the items were cleared away, they pulled open the wooden door, only to encounter an iron-barred gate. Ma Hao kicked at the lock multiple times, but it refused to budge. For heaven's sake! Buzzing with urgency, Yin swiftly exchanged 500 points for a chainsaw. "Stand back!" Xia Tian shouted, and without hesitation, Yin charged forward with the chainsaw, cutting into the lock of the iron gate. The snow gun settled beside Hu Jun, expanding its form until there remained but a slight gap between its head and the ceiling. It meowed at Hu Jun, who, though somewhat perplexed, understood enough to climb atop the snow gun, adjusting his stance to prepare for a shot at the stairs leading to the second basement. They could already hear the growls of zombies echoing from the first basement. Only 2 minutes remained before the horde would reach them. The countdown echoed in Yin-Yan's mind, but she had no time to focus on the numbers. Isn't it opening? She gritted her teeth, frustration mounting as her companions shared her anxiety but could offer no assistance. "Damn it, I just spent 500 points. It better not be a piece of junk." As the zombies breached the door to the first basement, Hu Jun wasted no time in drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. With a satisfying click, the lock was severed, yet Yin did not retract the chainsaw. She thrust it forward to peer inside, while simultaneously exchanging 2 more points. "Stick with me and use this," she instructed as Li Changqing and the others picked it up, their expressions mirroring her urgency. Yin recalled that she had been to this place before, where she had encountered a series of repulsive events. In her previous life, as an ordinary person, she faced her first zombie attack within this very building. At that time, without the presence of Li Changqing and others, the building was inhabited by individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. This particular individual was no benevolent soul. Though handsome in appearance, he possessed a heart as ruthless as they come. It was one thing to coerce ordinary people into scavenging for supplies, but he had also forged an agreement with the mutated zombies within the building. In exchange for food, he ensured the safety of himself and his subordinates, periodically driving a group of people to the expansive area on the basement level for their escape. There, the zombies could revel in their slaughter, indulging in the thrill of the hunt. At that time, Yin, along with several ordinary individuals, fled from the first basement to the second. Amidst the refuse of the second basement, she witnessed the horrifying scene of ordinary people being devoured. And it was only after a prolonged period of hiding that she managed to survive. Now, returning to this familiar ground, Yin Yin would not grant that individual another chance. This time, she was determined to make him experience the terror of being pursued and feasted upon by zombies. Congratulations on successfully completing the task of reaching the second basement for refuge. Points are being awarded. Please hold on. Chapter 13. It could have stolen, yet instead gave a tent. After Yin Yin and Li Chongqing's group retreated to the basement level 2, Hu Jun slid down from the snow gun. Yin Yin gestured for Xue Chong to guard behind him, while Li Chongqing turned his gaze towards the iron gate, observing Feng Yixia's maneuvers. She and Hu Jun, in turn, focused on the direction that Xue Chong was watching intently. Feng Yi and his companions employed iron claws to latch onto the hole in the wooden door that had previously been smashed open by Ma Hao, pulling the door towards them with force, subsequently securing it tightly. They then commenced their efforts on the iron gate. As the gate was drawn closer, the group began to collaborate, busily tying multiple, increasingly taut knots on the outer side of the iron door. Yin Yan's gaze lingered upon the knot, yet his true focus was fixated on the barrage of comments from the system. The insufferable system, once again taking matters into its own hands. Yin Yin clearly observed the 5,000 points she had accrued upon completing her task, yet before she could confirm, the shimmering golden figure of 5,300 swiftly transformed into a mere 300. The system had deemed her exchange as a conversion into a tent valued at 5,000 points. Was this not akin to placing 5,000 points in her left pocket, only to have them whisked away from her right? It was indeed a jest to her expense. Why, if it could have simply withheld the reward, did it choose to bestow upon her a tent instead? 5,000 points, for heaven's sake. She had toiled exhaustively from the previous day until now, and had never encountered such a bounty of points. Yin Yin, deeply pained, fell into a state of numbness as she expressionlessly opened the tent instructions and began to peruse them. She sought to ascertain whether this extravagant expenditure mandated by the system was indeed worthwhile. Li Chongqing noticed the sudden shift in Yin Yan's expression from joy to distress, prompting a sense of vigilance within him. Could it be that yet another unforeseen complication had arisen? He exchanged glances with She and the others, and Lu Yong and his companions promptly grasped their axes and positioned themselves toward the snow guns. Meanwhile, Yin Yin remained engrossed in the tent's usage guidelines. The emergency tent, a consumable item, could be utilized 3 times, with each deployment lasting 24 hours, accommodating up to 20 individuals. During its operation, those within could only remain inside, unable to enter or exit. Should an outsider request to take refuge within during this period, 3 conditions must be met. 1. The outsider must be an ordinary person, devoid of any supernatural abilities, and must not have been bitten by a zombie. 2. Each invitation extended to an outsider incurs an additional cost in points for the inviter. The first invited individual requires the inviter to pay 100 points, while the second necessitates 200 points, with no ceiling on the subsequent costs. 3. Both aforementioned conditions are predicated on the stipulation that the number of occupants within the tent remains below 20. Should it reach capacity, no further invitations may be extended. Yin Yin noticed a line of small print at the bottom of the manual. The tent can be used to evade the undead tide, and during its use, it operates in an invulnerable safe house mode, impervious to any external human or material destruction. Gurgle, gurgle. Everyone's stomachs were growling with hunger. Detecting that the undead tide was about to surge into the building, it was advisable to set up the tent for emergency refuge. Without hesitation, she swiftly retrieved a folding pocket tent from her bag, right in front of him, and began to set it up. Noticing Li Chongqing's gaze, Yin Yin inquired directly, "Can you pitch a tent?" Once Feng Yi and the others completed their tasks, they saw the boss Yin diligently collaborating with their captain and comrades to erect the tent on the open ground before the massive snow cannon. Nearby, the gigantic snow cannon lay before them, its ears perked up and its head turned in another direction, standing vigilant against potential dangers. "Boss Yin, what are we doing setting up a tent at this time?" Ma Hao, as always, sought to engage Yin Yin in conversation. Yin Yin, in collaboration with Li Chongqing, secured the final support frame, choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, She, who was watching the spectacle, couldn't resist winking at Ji Ping'an, engaging in playful banter. Boss Yin, what are we doing setting up a tent at this moment? Following this, Ma Hao cast an exasperated glance at the two amusing characters. Yin Yin stepped out to observe as Xia Tian and Lu Yang completed the final touches on the tent. She then re-entered, addressing the individuals within. Hee, she chuckled. Almost instantaneously, everyone witnessed a horde of zombies rushing towards them from the direction that the snow gun had initially been aimed at. Noticing some zombies halting at the tent's entrance to sniff the air, the group instinctively tightened their grips on their axes. Relax, we are safe for now. Let us settle the accommodation fee, Yin Yin said, as she approached the control panel and pressed the start button. At the moment she activated the button, the previously empty interior of the tent underwent a dramatic transformation. If one were not informed, who could possibly guess they were within a tent and not in the lavish parlor of an upscale villa? The ceiling soared to a height of 9 meters, equipped with central air conditioning, while the chandelier resembled a cluster of luminous white clouds, intricately designed with visible filaments. A massive stone wall, resembling a cloud, was positioned at the center, complemented by intricately carved, gold-inlaid screens made of precious wood, which divided the expansive space of the ground floor. On either side of the screen, there were wooden staircases ascending into the heights, their entrances cleverly concealed behind the ornate dividers. In front of the screen stood a wooden shelf adorned with a variety of potted plants, exuding vibrant greenery and life. The walls at each end were finished in a warm, matte yellow, and the floor was laid with solid black obsidian marble, reflecting the visage of each individual clearly. Directly in front of the stone wall, behind the group, what was once an entrance had now transformed into a completely transparent wall. Beyond this transparent barrier, the scene of the zombies was visible, their futile attempts to detect any presence within the tent evident in their disappointed expressions after sniffing for a considerable time. A group of individuals followed Yin Yin as they moved through the left passage of the stone wall and into the interior. The decor was simple yet elegant, furnished with a sofa, television, coffee table, refrigerator, and central air conditioning, all present in harmonious arrangement. What other surprises does Boss Yin possess that they remain unaware of? Li Changqing and the others gazed at the small POS machine that had emerged in Yin Yan's hand, unable to suppress their astonishment. This POS cash register printer, the origin of which remained a mystery, reminded Yin Yin of how such devices had become regulated prior to the apocalypse. Amusingly, the device in Yin Yan's hand had been autonomously modified and upgraded by the system. It was an exclusive version of the POS printer, equipped with a facial recognition system. As it processed information, the verification was successful, and it announced, reading your points. Current balance, 0. Detected today, you have eliminated 60 zombies, which grants you 600 points. It turned out that Boss Yan's points were redeemable based on the number of zombies slain. Had he known earlier, he would have dispatched a few more. Please confirm if you wish to redeem, the device prompted. Li Changqing Nudda. Yin Yin observed that 600 points had been credited to Li Changqing's account. Boss Yin, these points can be used to purchase. A notification chimed, indicating that there were 2 pending payment orders, and the system was currently processing the payment. Li Changqing was taken aback, with 2 question marks hovering above his head. How could there be outstanding charges when he had yet to make any purchases? Could it be that Boss Yin had borrowed an axe and was currently hiding it in a tent? The thought of the axe and the tent confirmed his suspicions. Upon hearing this, the 8 individuals who had previously been jostling to get ahead in line now began to defer to one another, suggesting that others go first. This change was primarily due to their uncertainty about how many zombies they had slain, and even more so about how many points they could redeem. Chapter 14. The Heavenly Days of the Xia siblings. Yin Yin waited for a while, observing that this group of individuals still had not yielded a conclusion. The incessant reporting sounds were indeed somewhat disruptive. After conferring with the system, he confirmed the closure and then lifted the POS machine, scanning each person's face in succession. This evening, everyone was to rest well, as there were rooms available upstairs, accessible simply by facial recognition. After Yin Yin finished speaking, Li Changqing noticed that he was the first to exit the door. The unspoken words lingered in the air, but everyone understood. This was the first time Yin had said so little and yet left them behind so abruptly. After Yin stepped outside, She made her way directly to the glass window. The system had just alerted her that someone was calling for help amidst the zombie horde. The undead were swaying in a seemingly chaotic manner, akin to headless flies, devoid of any order. However, to her astonishment, this group of zombies moved in an orderly fashion, as if directed by an unseen hand, advancing in a specific sequence. "Brother, can we escape?" Xiaoyu glanced at her half-brother, Xiaoran, who stood less than half a meter away. Despite their shared bloodline, they were not supposed to have a harmonious relationship. Yet during the outbreak, they found themselves together in the home of their estranged father. The old man had lived a life of indulgence, maintaining numerous affairs, and when he suddenly passed away, his various mistresses converged to claim their share of his inheritance, marking the first meeting between siblings. Who would have anticipated that 5 women, each accompanied by their respective children, would gather in the conference room of a corporate office only to encounter the absurdity of a zombie apocalypse? The first to mutate was the legitimate wife, who, with a chilling cry, lunged at Xia Ran's mother, prompting the others to flee in panic. In the ensuing chaos, the 2 siblings took refuge in the same room, initially intending to remain hidden. However, as their supplies dwindled, they were forced to reconsider their strategy. Xia Ran had trained in combat sports and possessed a degree of fighting skill. Under normal circumstances, he would have been at the gym, working part-time and teaching students. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had just begun her studies in medicine, and without the current calamity, she would have been preparing for her exams as she usually did. They deliberated on how to escape, and in the surveillance room, they discovered that the entire building was infested with zombies. The only way to survive was to blend in with the horde. At that moment, the 2 of them were draped in the dismembered remains of zombies, their clothes soaked in the creature's blood. This disguise was a result of their strategic advantage in the surveillance room, allowing them to ambush isolated zombies. Yet as time progressed, the stench of blood intensified, and some zombies began to sniff suspiciously as they passed by. Each time this occurred, Xiaoyu felt her heart race with anxiety. "System, are these the 2 individuals you just mentioned?" Yin Yan's gaze was fixed on Xia Ran and Xiaoyu, who were in close proximity to the tent, positioned at the edge of the group. It is not an exaggeration to say that, should they draw nearer, Yin Yan could easily pull them in. Primarily, to soothe Xiaoyu's heart, they held hands between them. Indeed, dear host, they possessed quite a number of points. While it is true that the tent would deduct points, Yin Yan was not noble enough to entirely cover others' expenses. The main reason was that upon encountering Li Chongqing and others, she regained her composure and recognized that they had once shown kindness to an ordinary person like herself. In contrast, when faced with strangers, Yin Yan felt it unnecessary to extend her compassion. She was no bodhisattva, unable to save all beings. Just as Xia Ran was about to offer comfort to Xiaoyu, an unseen force yanked him forward, and before Xiaoyu could comprehend, she was pulled along as well. Although Xia Ran intended to call out, making noise amidst a horde of zombies was unwise. Fortunately for them, the zombies were in a hurry, neglecting to scrutinize their own ranks, otherwise considering their hand-holding state. Scanning for you, converting points for you, registering information for you. Under the system's prompt, Yin Yin became aware that once the tent was opened, the standard entrance could not permit the ingress or egress of others. The glass window served both as a vantage point and as the threshold for inviting individuals to enter. The zombie trailing behind the 2 of them instinctively moved forward to fill the void. "Do not fear, you are safe now." Xiaoran scrutinized Yin Yin with a wary gaze, while Xiaoyu had already noted that the disguises they had donned to conceal themselves had been discarded. The remnants of the zombies that had hung around their necks had vanished. "Do not be anxious. I am neither a villain nor a hero. Let us engage in a transaction. No one appreciates being watched with suspicion." "What transaction?" Xiaoyu inquired. "I shall provide you with a secure place to reside, along with water and sustenance, in exchange for your assistance in dispatching zombies, just as before." As Yin observed the horde of zombies, she pondered the true significance of the system's emergence. If it genuinely aimed to provide a hospitable environment for ordinary individuals, why had it singled her out? The number of zombies she dispatched could be converted into points, which in turn could be exchanged for lodging and sustenance. It was as if it were explicitly stating that as long as the zombies were dealt with, rewards would follow. Nevertheless, for the time being, she had secured a meal, regardless of its taste, which momentarily satisfied her hunger. Thus, she resolved to take things one step at a time. Regarding the two siblings from the Xia family, Yin felt no urgency for them to respond. There was no necessity for it. In this day and age, young individuals no longer succumb to empty promises. They must be provided with tangible benefits before any further discussions could take place. Recalling the previous empty promises made by a small company, Yin shook her head vigorously. You may deliberate among yourselves. Tonight's lodging and food will be complimentary, she stated, though she found it rather absurd. The cost for lodging and food had already been automatically scanned and recorded by the system before entering the tent. The combined points of the two siblings were just sufficient to cover their accommodation and meals for the day. As for the inviters' points, had it not been a rigid stipulation, Yin would have preferred not to contribute. Exchanging glances, the siblings from the Xia family decided to give it a try. You two may accompany me to freshen up. There's no need for concern. After all, you have each other, do you not? After Yin finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. As they ascended to the second floor, Yin noticed that Li Chongqing and the others had already chosen their rooms and settled in. The reason was quite simple. The electronic display at the entrance was scrolling the words, "Check-in complete." Beneath their feet lay a soft plush carpet, and the surroundings featured immaculate hotel decor. The corridor stretched long, seemingly endless at a glance. The doors on either side faced one another, and their footsteps halted at room 12. This was a suite, presumably suitable for two individuals, where they could freshen up and subsequently order room service. After Yin concluded his words, he gestured for Xiaoyu to step forward for facial recognition. Xiaoyu nodded, and upon the successful identification, the door lock clicked open. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing and others were engaged in casual conversation within the room. The soundproofing of the room was excellent, and they remained oblivious to the arrival of a second wave of guests. Yin observed the two individuals entering the house and shutting the door, and she did not linger any longer. To be honest, she had yet to explore her own room. The system informed her that her chamber was not located upstairs, but rather on the ground floor. After Yin descended the stairs, she followed the system's prompt to arrive at the shadow wall, which opened with a click, a mystery of how the system achieved this. Once she entered, the shadow wall automatically closed, restoring its original state. The seemingly confined space was inexplicably expanded, adorned with exquisite rosewood furniture, while the air was imbued with the fresh fragrance of jasmine, reminiscent of her dormitory environment. System, may we negotiate a matter? Could we possibly consider a change in decor? In the apartment, at least the bamboo grove outside provided some cover. Here, however, the view was directly onto the zombies lurking outside. Indeed, the system had neglected to provide curtains. Before the glass window floated several visual communication monitors surveying the hall, corridor, dining area, and self-service shopping hall. The only advantage was the absence of surveillance within the room, yet every other area was within Yin-Yan's line of sight. The dining area and self-service shopping hall had just emerged, the former accessible via the staircase beneath the left screen and the latter through the staircase beneath the right screen. The tent indeed alleviated some concerns compared to the apartment, as Yin no longer needed to venture into the kitchen. At this moment, she felt it necessary to take a shower. Consequently, she missed the astonished expressions of the Xia siblings, who had finished bathing and, instead of ordering food, descended to explore. The self-service shopping hall primarily offered portable food, medicines, water, and tools, albeit at a higher point cost than in the apartment. Brother, have we entered paradise? Xiaoyu gazed at the dazzling array of menus, lost in contemplation. Whether they had entered paradise, she could not ascertain. Yet the undeniable truth was that their hunger required satiation. An opportunity for free food and drink lay before them, yet they lacked the means to indulge. Firstly, their long-term state of hunger had diminished their appetites. Secondly, sudden overindulgence would only burden their bodies further. Reflecting on their living conditions, both felt a sweet sense of nostalgia. The three-bedroom suite boasted water and electricity, featuring 2 bedrooms with a shared living room in between. Each bedroom was equipped with a set of separate wet and dry washrooms, allowing both to freshen up simultaneously. Though compact, The washrooms included all essentials: a wash basin, toilet, shower, and a bathtub spacious enough for one to recline comfortably. The wash basin was adorned with toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and shampoo. Upon opening the drawers, one would find razors, hair dryers, towels, shower caps, bathrobes, and toilet paper. Xiaoyu discovered she had even 2 extra packs of sanitary pads and panty liners than her brother. The bedrooms, styled simply yet elegantly, featured a well-thought-out layout. The king-size bed was positioned centrally, with white pillows and duvet covers. To the left stood a wardrobe, and to the right, curtains draped gracefully, accompanied by a long table nearby. Opposite the bed hung a television. The 2-meter charcoal curtains cascaded to the floor, shielding the interior from the harsh external environment. Concealed above the entrance was the central air conditioning unit, providing a temperature and humidity level conducive to comfort. Opening the wardrobe revealed a set of fresh clothing, with new undergarments and socks neatly arranged within. Upon reminiscing about their past lives, the 2 individuals were overwhelmed with emotion and embraced each other in tears. After completing their morning routines and following the directional signs, they arrived at the dining hall, where their spirits began to lift slightly. Having placed their orders, they waited no more than 2 minutes before a robot gracefully delivered their meals. A simple congee accompanied by side dishes, meat, and soup provided a comforting solace for their weary souls. Xiaoyu and Xia Ran both exhaled in relief, feeling fortunate to have survived a harrowing ordeal. In that moment, they could not help but ponder the current circumstances of their mother. Although the identity of being illegitimate children had forged a bond between them, a result of the previous generation's imposition, she was undeniably their biological mother. One couldn't help but wonder if those who had clamored for inheritance now felt any remorse. Xia Ran held disdain for his mother's actions. However, this did not imply he would abandon himself due to this lineage. Life is a precious gift, and one ought to live it fully. His feelings toward this newly acquired sister were complex, yet through their interactions, he found her to possess a certain understanding. The 2 sat in silence, neither willing to break the quiet. When Li Chongqing and his companions finished their errands and entered the dining area, they beheld a young man and woman seated at a table, freshly washed, with empty plates before them. After exchanging glances, Li Chongqing's group quietly placed their orders and awaited their meals, refraining from approaching the pair. In this post-apocalyptic world, idle gossip and familiarity could yield dire consequences. Yin Yin had just emerged from the bathroom, having dried her hair and changed into a fresh outfit, applying her skincare products before leisurely stepping out for a meal. The system incessantly buzzed in her ear, persistently urging her to head to work sooner. Reflecting on the number of zombies she had dispatched that day and the imminent points she would earn, her mood lifted as she hummed a little tune. Slipping into her sandals, she ambled into the dining area. Yet before she could settle down, she was surrounded by the 2 siblings from the Xia family. "Boss Yin, we promise you." Yin Yin was taken by surprise, but once he composed himself, he smiled and nodded. Naturally, Li Chongqing and his companions glanced over, and upon seeing that Yin was unharmed, they returned to their meal with fervor. The dishes were delectable, offering a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, all at a reasonable price. The group feasted heartily. The Xia siblings gleaned a brief understanding of the point system from Yin Yin and decided to take their leave. They intended to conserve their energy and retire early, preparing for a fierce battle against the horde of zombies the following day. The meal included braised pork intestines, steamed base, sweet and sour tenderloin, oyster sauce lettuce, accompanied by a serving of pork rib soup with radish. Yin Yin savored the white rice alongside the pork intestines, which were tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy, perfectly complemented by yellow soybeans and bean sprouts, mingling with the rice for an aromatic experience. The bass was steamed to perfection, with any fishy odor entirely eliminated, garnished with onion and scallion rings, and drizzled with steaming fish soy sauce. One bite and it melted in the mouth. The sweet and sour tenderloin boasted a rich, tangy flavor, succulent and tender, clearly the result of meticulous marination and cooking. The oyster sauce lettuce was crisp and refreshing, providing a delightful contrast to the richness of the other dishes. The exquisite small ribs were served with a red oil-dipping sauce, sweet radishes, and finished with a sprinkle of scallions in a white broth. Yin comfortably cradled her belly as she languidly reclined in her chair. The kitchen had thoughtfully prepared a small bowl of dishes for her, featuring a delightful variety, yet portioned just right. The initiative of finishing every morsel is a shared responsibility. The dining establishment offered reasonable prices, averaging a mere 10 to 20 points per person. Within the confines of the tent, the expenses were quite affordable, apart from the slightly elevated lodging rates. The primary costs stem from meals. Chapter 15. The Unintentional Revelation of Truth. In her previous life, Yin encountered a horde of zombies only after reaching the first base. Not within the depths of this forsaken building's basement. Although she was pursued by the undead at that time, it was ultimately a man-made agony, starkly contrasting with the subsequent struggles of survival, where one faced the harsh elements and uncertainty. It is likely that this wave of the undead could not escape the machinations of those who consider themselves rulers, perched high above. In the apocalypse, following the emergence of the zombie tide, numerous supernatural abilities manifested among humanity. Ordinary individuals found themselves precariously wedged between the zombies and those wielding extraordinary powers. Attrudi à deux existence. With cities in ruins and governments crumbling, the empowered rose in rebellion, casting aside the tenets of law, morality, and human sentiment. The theory of survival of the fittest played out on this desolate wasteland. During that time, Yin singular ambition was to endure and seek refuge under official protection. Numerous bases existed, with factions fracturing, yet her gaze remained fixed on a singular location, one under the control of the Huaxia government, bolstered by military might. Upon reflection, in such chaotic times, the ordinary person, aside from merely striving to survive and attain official sanctuary, might find it exceedingly difficult to thrive amidst the violent clashes of competing interests, whether as an individual or as part of a collective. In an alley near an abandoned newsstand at a crossroads, two individuals engaged in a casual conversation. Unbeknownst to them, a relentless horde of zombies advanced toward the nearby parking lot. Their backs turned to the two. A bald man, clad in fur, took a swig from his bottle of Ergo 2 and gazed at the approaching undead. "Who knows?" remarked a bare-chested man in a tank top and flip-flops, crouching down to extinguish the last remnants of his cigarette against the concrete. The bald man leaned forward, offering him the bottle. "If it weren't for my foresight, we'd share the same fate as them." Clearly, choosing sides is crucial. The bare-chested man accepted the drink, downing it in one gulp before nonchalantly tossing the bottle aside. The sound of the bottle clattering to the ground stirred the horde, many zombies snapping their jaws and turning to face them. Unfazed, the bare-chested man even waved cheerfully at the undead, only to be met with a sharp slap on the back of his head from the bald man. "Cut it out. Let us go." "Hey, no worries. They want tea come over," he replied, though he obediently followed the bald man into the alley. "Don't stir up trouble, or I can't guarantee your safety." Got it, he said, clearly dismissive. They had anticipated congregating together, yet the door was violently forced open. As the horde surged, those entering the building grew increasingly agitated, their guttural roars escalating in volume, echoing toward the tents. It was reminiscent of a hunter entering a hunting ground, seeking the prey strategically placed beforehand. This familiar scenario evoked memories of an old acquaintance for Yin. After fleeing the school years ago, she had followed a crowd to this very place, only to be ensnared by the machinations of a faction within the building. The leader of that faction, Zhao Kong, had once promised them security and a means of survival, contingent upon their obedience to his commands in the face of a zombie onslaught. Zhao Kong is a middle-aged man in his 40s who awakened his wood-based abilities following the emergence of zombies. He possesses the extraordinary talent to manipulate plants, utilizing them to provide sustenance and a safe living environment for his community. However, Zhao Kong is not content with mere survival. He aspires to rise above others, recognizing that he must possess the competitive edge to do so. Well-versed in this path, he communicates with the Zombie King through his botanical prowess and establishes a collaboration with the local horde of the undead. In exchange for offering the Zombie King fresh humans, he receives crystal cores that enhance his abilities. To justify his actions in the eyes of the masses, Zhao Kong orchestrates a gruesome game, deceptively named as zombie survival training. In truth, it is a manipulation of the trust placed in him by ordinary individuals as he provides them with unreliable plants, allowing them to infiltrate the zombie tide and engage in combat. He claims he will personally lead an advance team to lure zombies into the building, where the ordinary people, familiar with their surroundings, can collaborate to eliminate a few of the undead. In this way, they gain a semblance of self-defense. The event spans 3 days, during which any zombies that remain uneliminated will be dealt with by Zhao Kong and his group. Those lacking the courage to confront the undead need not worry. As long as they endure these 3 days, he will provide them with a week's worth of meals and a secure place to stay. He has never broken a promise, but this is contingent upon the ordinary people actually surviving the 3 days. The zombies come in relentless waves during this period. For every group that falls, another emerges. In reality, the zombie tide is orchestrated by the Zombie King, unbeknownst to the ordinary individuals who naively believe that the one nurturing their survival and honing their skills is a benevolent figure. Those who survive the onslaught are individuals who have also awakened their powers and have been drawn under Zhao Kang's command. While they're all acutely aware of the truth, they maintain a facade of silence, witnessing Zhao Kang's repeated deceptions of newcomers without being swayed. Yin had indeed endured this ordeal. Initially, she followed the crowd while maintaining a prudent distance. In the subsequent phase, she dispatched 2 isolated zombies, and, in the final stage, she sought refuge in a pile of refuse, managing to survive for 3 days. Among the trio of newly awakened individuals, one harbored the intention of exposing the truth, only to be shot dead by Zhao Kong on the spot. The roots of a plant pierced through her skull, and before she could utter a sound, the bald man ignited her corpse with a spark from his fingertips. Their group vanished from Yin Yan's line of sight, leaving the open space devoid of anything. It was only after a considerable wait, once they had departed, that Yin Yan cautiously emerged from her hiding place, ensuring her surroundings were safe. The reason she refrained from revealing the truth, even when Zhao Kong and his companions arrived at the base, was simple. Her safety was likely more in her own hands than in the security measures of the base. She did not possess such audacity to challenge the inevitable. The only course of action available to her was to discreetly observe the ordinary individuals like herself, hoping to identify anyone who might wish to ally with Zhao Kong. If such an opportunity arose, her likely approach would be to subtly provide indirect hints to guide them. Chapter 16. In a frenzy of killing, Yin gazed at the surging tide of zombies, embarking on an endeavor she had long yearned to pursue, but had previously lacked the courage to undertake. Perhaps it was the protection of the system, coupled with the frustrations of her past life and the comfort of her present, that ignited her resolve. I wish to venture outside. She conversed with the system in her mind. The tent had been secured, and to exit would incur a deduction of 10 points from the host score. Once I step out, the tent can be locked, correct? Indeed, guests are not permitted to leave, came the anticipated response. The door swung open. Yin glanced upstairs and stepped out of the door. This time, she did not carry her snow gun, but instead wielded the cheapest cold weapon from the system mall. To her sides, the zombies could not reach her. The omnipotent safety shelter was sufficient for her to embark on a one-sided massacre. Indeed, she yearned for vengeance. A long-awaited bloodbath unfolded behind the tide of corpses, accompanied by howls as the stench of decay filled the air, with each putrid flesh and blood body collapsing under her strikes. Yin gripped her battle axe, unwavering, delivering lethal blows one after another. It was not only the axe that cleaved through the flesh, but also her increasingly numbed hands. Amidst the flying blood and entrails, the souls driven by rage seemed to find liberation. With Yin as the epicenter, a radius surrounded by headless corpses fell one after another. Sleep now, she tenderly repeated in her mind, over and over again. The frenzied tide of zombies gradually diminished. The last row fell, the penultimate row collapsed, the third-to-last row toppled. Regardless of whether the system was benevolent or malevolent for the moment, they were partners in this endeavor. The first to sense the anomaly was the Zombie King controlling the horde. He felt a woman brazenly severing his mental influence within the ranks of the undead. 5 kilometers away, in an empty logistics warehouse, a neat row of zombies stood in the desolate storeroom. The leading zombie king settled into a sofa at the far end of the warehouse. Before him, a pig liver-colored coffee table adorned with a white porcelain plate, upon which lay fresh brain matter. The scene of Yang Yin wielding his axe to combat the undead unfolds like a vivid tapestry, illustrating a harrowing tableau amidst the zombie onslaught. With each descent of the axe, a head is severed from a zombie's body, while the anguished roars and desperate thrashes of the undead resonate like a macabre symphony of apocalyptic revelry. Yin Yin felt neither fear nor sorrow in her heart. Instead, she was consumed by an unwavering determination. She was resolute in her mission to eradicate every single zombie, driven not only by the humiliations of her past life, but also by the desire for stability in her present existence. Her gaze was steadfast and cold, akin to that of a merciless hunter navigating through the tide of corpses, reveling in the ocean of death. The zombie king sensed the threat posed by this woman. Seated upon a sofa, he clutched a blood-red goblet filled to the brim with fresh blood. His eyes, peering through the crimson liquid, fell upon the woman brandishing an axe amidst the horde, and his heart was flooded with confusion and dread. Meanwhile, the Xia siblings descended the stairs for a reprieve, and through the transparent window, they beheld a truly astonishing scene. Yin Yan's silhouette amidst the horde of zombies resembled that of a merciless deity of death. Her movements were swift and decisive. With each swing of her axe, she claimed the life of yet another undead creature. Despite the cacophony of their roars, the zombies appeared utterly powerless in the presence of this formidable woman. Two onlookers gazed in awe as Yin Yin gracefully navigated the throng of zombies, her blade descending with precision to sever the heads of her foes. Under the moonlight, her figure loomed large, exuding an aura of sacred brilliance. Their hearts brimmed with reverence and admiration, for they understood that this woman was fighting for them, shielding them from the menace of the undead. On this night, Yin Yin bestowed upon them an abundance of surprises. Li Changqing had initially intended to descend and seek out Yin Yin to inquire about the situation of the Xia siblings. However, upon witnessing her wielding the axe amidst the tide of zombies, he was struck dumb by the terrifying spectacle. The zombies screamed like headless flies around her, while she moved through them with the ferocity of an enraged leopard, each swing of her axe extinguishing another life. Li Changqing stood in stunned silence. Having never encountered such a scene before, he was aware of Yin Yan's capabilities, yet the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. His heart raced, and beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. He realized he could not remain idle on the upper floor. He had to take action. He began to search for a means to open the door, but it was evident that he could not do it alone. Li Changqing called out to the Xia siblings, urging them to assist him in prying the door open. Xia Yu and Xia Ran rushed over, and the three of them pushed against the door with all their might, only to discover it remained obstinately shut. Breathing heavily with anxiety, Li Changqing understood they could not linger in this state of inaction. He instructed Xia Yu to hurry upstairs in search of assistance. Xia Yu nodded and dashed up the stairs, while Li Changqing and Xia Ran continued their desperate efforts to force the door, hoping for a breakthrough. Yet, the door remained resolutely closed, as if mocking their impotence. "Captain, what is happening with Boss Yen?" The group summoned by Xia Yu joined the effort to push the door. "Host, your guests are causing a commotion." Realizing they could not force the door open, the crowd started rummaging through the house for tools, attempting to break the door by force. They cobbled together a collection of makeshift weapons, sticks, axes, knives, and hammers, many stained with darkened blood, clearly remnants of past struggles. They began to strike the door with these implements, each impact causing the entire tent to shudder, yet the door remained steadfastly shut. Li Changqing felt an increasing sense of despair. He knew they could not simply surrender. He began to contemplate alternative strategies, but his thoughts became jumbled. His heart raced, and the cold sweat still beaded on his brow. He found himself regretting not seeking out Boss Yen sooner. Suddenly, Xia Yu's voice rang out, "Stand back." The group looked up to see Xia Yu brandishing an iron hammer, ready to smash the door. At that moment, Xue Chang appeared, his form towering to 2 meters, blocking the doorway and baring his teeth at the crowd. Emitting a low growl of warning, Yin Yin, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, came to a halt. The surroundings could be aptly described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a true depiction of the scene. As the system urgently deployed the snow gun, a piercing scream echoed in her mind. Host, how can they wreak more havoc than the unruly dog? Chapter 17. How could a seemingly sound transaction lead to casualties? Fool. The snow gun stood resolutely at the entrance. Its voice was not loud, yet it carried a warning that resonated with everyone present. Li Changqing and Xiaoyu, armed, confronted one another, their eyes fixed intently on the doorway, neither side willing to yield. Yn's voice echoed from behind, prompting everyone to instinctively glance towards the window, only to discover that the familiar figure had vanished. Meow. Su Qiying called out once more, his voice trembling slightly, tinged with a hint of grievance. The previously tense atmosphere abruptly transformed into one of harmony upon Yn's utterance. Boss Yn, are you truly dismantling the home? Yn's voice resonated again, laced with a touch of curiosity. The crowd looked up to find Yn standing by the first-floor window, the dried bloodstains coalescing on the axe she held. Noticing the gazes fixated on her hand, the system timely complied, causing the axe to vanish. Boss Yn, do you have a moment? Perhaps we could converse? The previously fraught tension dissipated, replaced by smiles across the faces of the onlookers. Only Su Qiying remained dissatisfied, shrinking his form and meowing as he scurried towards Yn. I'm sorry, but I would like to take a shower first, she replied, feeling drenched in sweat after slaying so many zombies. Let us perhaps have a complimentary late-night meal instead. To be candid, Yn did not perceive the prospect of friendship with them. True friendship is founded upon equality, and at present, such a foundation was evidently lacking. Some relationships are best concluded at such moments, serving as the most prudent course of action. Disappointment flickered across Y's face as she initially gazed at Yn with hopeful anticipation, expecting an explanation for the events of the night, only to be met with rejection. LCH and GQ exchanged glances with Yn, yet she showed no inclination to elaborate further, leaving him with a sense of disillusionment. He had believed that the events of the evening would suffice to establish camaraderie with Boss Yn. However, it now appeared that such aspirations might be futile. The others quietly laid down their weapons, some even exhaling softly. They had assumed that through this ordeal, Yn would regard them more favorably and express gratitude, yet the outcome was evidently contrary to their expectations. It must be acknowledged that Yn indeed represented a formidable ally, capable of engaging in battle and providing safety, even a relatively superior living environment amidst adverse conditions. The prospect of forging a friendship with her was undoubtedly enticing. Yet it now seemed that such hopes were dashed. If you would not mind, perhaps we could dine together later. Yin was indeed moved. She had thought that after the trials of her past life, she would become someone who had spent 10 years fishing in a certain realm, putting herself in another's shoes. She realized that, in such circumstances, she might not have chosen to step forward, especially when ensconced in a place of safety. Selfishness, at times, is not a vice to be ashamed of. Thus, she took note of this sentiment. Regardless of the underlying motivations, their willingness to act spoke volumes. Perhaps she could treat them to a lavish meal to help them unwind. Before long, the matter of the corpse tide would surely attract attention. Troublesome issues tend to swarm in droves, following one after another. Having spoken her piece, she paid no heed to their reactions and withdrew. She felt as if she had been steeped in sweat, and without a bath, she would soon become unpalatable. Yin stepped in the bathroom, weary in body yet elated in spirit, gazing at the steadily rising points and the steaming bathwater prepared in the tub. Just look at this treatment. Who wouldn't be enchanted? The princess is invited to bathe, the system proclaimed before scurrying away. In the void, the system embraced the crystal remains, nestled against a pile of crystal cores, overjoyed to the point of rolling about in ecstasy, following the host's wishes upon the arrival of the points. Half of the collected crystal remains would be reserved for the shop, to be sold to customers later, while the other half would be given to it as a token of gratitude for the covert assistance provided. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. After tallying the numbers, The zombie king felt a suffocating sense of loss. The afternoon tea suddenly lost its appeal. It was a significant setback, one that had arisen for being pecked at by its prey, a matter too disgraceful to share. Classmate Old Wang was more eager than ever to get in touch with Zhao Kong. Indeed, before becoming the zombie king, he was merely a corporate drone, his surname bestowed by his parents. Yet his nickname had been playfully ridiculed for years. Old Wang, which was innocuous enough, took on a different flavor when paired with the word next door. However, those were bygone days. At this moment, Old Wang longed for a cigarette, to take a deep drag and invigorate himself. Just like in the past, when faced with difficulties, there was no problem that a cigarette couldn't solve. If one couldn't do the trick, then another would surely suffice. Yet, after becoming a zombie, human food no longer satisfied his corporeal form. From the moment he was bitten, to rising again, to losing consciousness and succumbing to the gnawing hunger that drove him to devour a human, to eventually sprouting crystal remains. Perceiving humanity as mere sustenance, everything transpired too swiftly, like a tornado, and by the time he comprehended it all, he was already numb. It was during this tumult that Zhao Kong emerged. As the newly minted zombie king and a fresh ability user, the two stood on the same street, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Just as Old Wang's subordinates were about to encircle and deal with a man, Zhao Kong spoke up without hesitation. "Bro, you can control zombies, so let's discuss something." Thus, their partnership commenced. Zhao Kong survived, methodically eliminating the human overseers of that time. His current approach was even more ruthless than that of the previous base administrator. The latter compelled ability users to battle zombies in exchange for food to protect ordinary people, whereas Zhao Kong reversed the paradigm. Ordinary individuals became fodder for zombies, while ability users remained within the base, secretly awaiting the crystal cores delivered by Old Wang's subordinates. It was unlikely that Zhao Kong was merely being capricious, for their collaboration had been underway for quite some time. Such a high casualty rate had never been witnessed before. Nearly 1/3 of the total zombie horde had perished, leading to a considerable loss of crystal cores. Was Zhao Kong unaware of this, or was he feigning ignorance? If a sudden force had emerged, would there not have been any signs? What was promised as cooperation had devolved into the slaughter of zombies by humans. The agreement that all ability users would fall under Zhao Kang's jurisdiction while ordinary people would be hunted by zombies had been shattered. It was agreed that the crystalline remains dropped by the zombies, which were vanquished by ordinary individuals, will be divided equally between the two parties. However, through the accounts relayed by his subordinates, Old Wang observed that the woman, during the fierce battles, appropriated all the crystalline remains for herself. At this moment, Yin Yin was completely immersed in the warm water, her weary body and mind gradually finding solace. With her eyes closed, she savored the soothing embrace of the heat and relished the massage services provided by the intelligent bathtub. After confirming the time with the system, she applied a facial mask, closed her eyes, and cast her thoughts into the abyss of oblivion. Meanwhile, the system reciprocated by issuing commands to the central kitchen, prearranging the processing of ingredients and the setting of the venue. As preparations neared completion, broadcasts were sent to the guests. "Boss, following this assault, the number of departing zombies has decreased by 1/3. After cross-referencing the data, the subordinates presented their findings to the bald man. He gazed at the statistics with disbelief as he reported to Zhao Kong. A sudden chill coursed through Zhao Kong's veins, as an ominous premonition took root in his mind. The deployed units were merely ordinary individuals. Such a significant reduction in the zombie count could not occur without cause, unless an unforeseen event had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, something had indeed occurred. Losing control and being uninformed is a grave misstep for those in power. Send someone to the hunting grounds to investigate. Zhao Kong did not speak, but the bald man, positioned as the second in command, solemnly suggested, his mind racing through various possibilities. Currently, there were two predominant scenarios. The first was that an ability user had emerged among the prey. The second was that an unknown third party had inadvertently intruded upon their hunting grounds. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Kong and the bald man exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware of the same implication. Should it be the former scenario, acquiring such an individual would be ideal. Once secured, The potential collaboration with the Zombie King could be reconsidered. Conversely, if they could not enlist the ability user, an alliance with the Zombie King would be necessary to swiftly eliminate this complication. If it were the latter scenario, caution would be imperative. Efforts would need to be made to cultivate rapport and expedite the departure of the intruder. Making a friend could prove advantageous in these uncertain times, as having an ally in the apocalypse is invaluable. With the support of the Zombie King, Zhao Kong remained the sovereign ruler of this territory. Yan Yan finished her morning routine and emerged clad in a cozy set of loungewear, her feet enveloped in soft, plush slippers as she strolled leisurely. Just as she stepped out of her room, she caught sight of Li Chongqing leaning against the wall, his head bowed in contemplation. With his dark hair, sun-kissed complexion, and clad in a camouflage vest, he exuded an air of effortless charm, his long, slender legs accentuating his striking appearance. Indeed, those who possess beauty often surrender themselves to it. Yin Yin murmured softly, observing that everything one could desire was present, except for the double doors. Furthermore, the sensation of musculature was clearly not the result of protein powder from a gym. What does it mean to appear slender in clothes, yet have a well-defined physique when undressed? This is precisely it. The allure of beauty can be misleading. Dear host, one must remain composed. What is this nonsense? Upon sensing the system's voice, Yin Yin composed herself, maintaining a facade of solemnity. Yin Yin did not avert his gaze. Rather, Li Chongqing cleared his throat and then shifted his attention. Chapter 18, Apologies, but I am not one to forge friendships. Yin Yan's reaction was anticipated by Li Chongqing. If one could be easily pierced at the core of their thoughts, they would not endure for long. Yin Yin appeared calm and unruffled, like an old dog, yet within, his heart raced like a frenzied groundhog. This path is neither long nor narrow, yet today this man has come disturbingly close. One could almost discern his scent. Surely, this man has doused himself in cologne, hasn't he? Yin Yin felt uncertain and took a closer sniff. Indeed, it was reminiscent of a classic men's fragrance from a previous life, humorously dubbed as the scent of a scoundrel. When a gentleman steps forward, one can safely tuck their heart away. I have lent my cherished collection to the boss. If this does not suffice, then. Unless what? The group exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with mischief, their shoulders shaking with delight. Had Li Chongqing been present, he would have undoubtedly delivered a swift kick to each of them. In the corridor, Xiao Tian listened to the unreliable banter, silently praying that the chaos would not engulf him as collateral damage. If the boss sought retribution, may he not include him in the tally? How could these single men possess the audacity to uplift others? Upon hearing the announcement, the Xia siblings arrived early in the kitchen, eager to assist, yet found no opportunity to contribute. The venue had been refurbished, divided into a central indoor kitchen and an outdoor lawn dining area, adorned with flowers, fine wines, hot pots, roasted lamb, seafood, pastries, and fruits, a veritable cornucopia of delights. Upon reaching their destination, the Xia siblings exchanged glances with Feng Yi and others, realizing that Boss Yan's invitation was not merely for a meal. What are your plans next, Boss Yan? Li Chongqing's voice brushed against Yin Yan's ear as their hands accidentally brushed. Where's Captain Li? You have been out for quite some time. Has the mission been accomplished? After Yin Yan spoke, she felt a hint of offense. Yet, to be candid, they were merely traveling companions by chance. He would ultimately depart, and she had her mission to fulfill as dictated by the system. Regardless of the outcome that awaited her upon completing her task, the path ahead was the only one available to her, and she would traverse it step by step. She had contemplated the idea of joining Li Chongqing and his group at the base. With an established leadership team and an existing management structure, she could thrive under the system's support, blending in as an ordinary individual. But then what? Would the impending chaos be stifled in its infancy? She was not an optimist. Rather than immersing herself in the tumultuous storm of turmoil, she preferred to remain on the periphery, providing a glimmer of hope for those genuinely struggling to survive in the cracks. She was not a savior, but akin to her past life, she wished to endure and, when possible, extend a helping hand to those in similar predicaments. At present, her priority was to deal with Zhao Kong and his associates. It was an act of vengeance, as well as redemption. Li Chongqing remained silent, refraining from further conversation. He had initially thought to perhaps loosen the constraints of Yan's thoughts, considering her extraordinary abilities were indeed rare given the current circumstances. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, a safe haven was a luxury. If Yan could accompany them to the base and meet the leaders, perhaps her presence would afford more individuals the opportunity to survive. At the very least, the pressures of human existence would be significantly alleviated. However, it was evident that Yin did not share that sentiment. The brothers jested that he had taken a liking to her, unaware that in the face of disaster, matters of love were trivial. He sensed that what he had witnessed of Yan's true capabilities was merely the tip of the iceberg. He could not forcibly abduct her by sheer strength. If they could not be allies, then at the very least, they should not become adversaries. In a post-apocalyptic world rife with chaos and emerging factions, the existing order was dismantled by the law of Darwinism. In a time where survival was arduous, he was merely fortunate to have been recruited by the authorities at the moment of crisis. Li Chongqing had a premonition that Yan's sudden outing was perhaps linked to the task they had been assigned. Both individuals collected their thoughts, smiles adorning their faces. Li Chongqing, ever the gentleman, opened the door, gesturing for Yan to enter first. They stepped inside, one after the other. In the dining hall, the Xia siblings and Feng stood on opposite sides, engaged in conversation. Boss Yan, leader. Upon seeing the two together, the expressions of the Xia siblings were evidently surprised, contrasting sharply with Feng Yi and his group, who were laughing and entirely unperturbed. Xia Tian was teased by the brothers about his relationship to the siblings, prompting him to be sent out to gather information. Before Mr. Yin entered, he had just begun to engage in conversation with the young lady from the Xia family, using the delicacies of his hometown as a delightful icebreaker. Everyone, please take a seat. Little did he expect that as the host, he would be the last to arrive. Yin felt a slight warmth on her face as she maintained her smile and greeted those around her. The decor of the restaurant was indeed exquisite. An array of delicacies including fresh flowers, fine wines, hot pot, roasted lamb, seafood, pastries, and fruits was abundantly available. The air was filled with an enticing medley of aromas that made one's mouth water. The system was quite adept at navigating social situations. Naturally, the system proudly puffed out its chest. Yin raised her glass in a toast to the gathered company, mindful of the perils of overindulgence. She opted for a low-alcohol fruit wine. The men, however, were less restrained. The young lady from the Xia family, bold in her spirit, poured herself a generous serving of white liquor. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a constant tension had gripped them, now, within the sanctuary of their safe house. Such moments of relaxation were rare. With Li Chongqing's approval, the men finally indulged in the draft beer and white spirits they had long yearned for. Cheers to life. Cheers to life. A celebration of their togetherness. It was the matter of the second round. The ice clinked against the glass as the pink liquid released its fruity aroma into the air. With a sip, the blend of tartness and sweetness cascaded down, refreshingly cool. Yin felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her. Indeed, a warm bath could only alleviate physical fatigue. To find solace for the spirit, one must indulge in delightful food and drink. Li Shangqing, Seatabazida Yan, casually took 2 skewers of freshly grilled meat and deftly placed them in her empty bowl using communal chopsticks. Xiaoyu gently nudged her elder brother's elbow, signaling him to pay attention. Yin opened her eyes to find a group of people exchanging knowing glances, their attention drawn to the grilled wings presented by Li Chongqing. She murmured her gratitude softly before placing the bowl on the rotating table. Everyone should express their thanks to Captain Li. Please help yourselves. Li Chongqing withdrew his hand, which had been poised to peel shrimp, and, upon hearing the words of thanks, lowered his head, his expression far from pleasant. Feng Yi and the others chuckled, swiftly diverting the conversation. As the group continued to drink, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. Their defenses gradually relaxed, and their lips loosened, leaving behind the need for discretion. After consuming 2 cups, Yin immersed herself in the feast, appearing to be a devoted diner, yet secretly eavesdropping on the gossip around her. She harbored no belief that these individuals were genuinely intoxicated. As the saying goes, when a man is 3 parts drunk, he acts until you weep. Once they had set up the stage and the performance was nearing its climax, she would join in for a woman 3 parts drunk, performing until hearts shatter. What a spectacle that would be. Noticing her wicked amusement, the system offered her a thumbs up. Keep it up, host. You are the best. Of course, before that, she needed to consume some food to cushion her stomach. Even a constitution as robust as steel could not withstand such indulgence. Boss Yin, I am drunk, and I can no longer conceal my thoughts. Yin Yan's chopsticks faltered for a moment. She pondered, asking on behalf of her comrades, "What do you think of our leader?" Ah, here comes the action. A glance at the visibly flushed individual, seemingly intimidated by their leader's gaze, he recoiled slightly. Yet, his drink was securely placed on the table beside Yin Yin, untouched. His steps were unsteady, giving the impression of a wavering center of gravity. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Yin Yin set down her chopsticks, delicately wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth with a napkin, and raised her head to meet Ma Hao's gaze. The young woman's dark, penetrating eyes fixed upon him, causing a slight shiver to run down his spine. Boss Yin, please do not look at me like that. The captain will devour me, he said, his embarrassment palpable. The boss is no longer young. I am merely anxious. Observing the situation. At that moment, Li Chongqing was tilting his head back to sip his soup. In Yin Yan's periphery, the man's expression was obscured by the bowl, rendering it indistinct. I've had a bit too much to drink, and my tongue has run away with me. If you find my words inappropriate, perhaps it would be wise to first befriend our leader? Ma Hao chuckled, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. It had dawned on him that his previous suggestions might not have been particularly helpful. Approaching with a forced bravado, he initiated the conversation. While additional practice may seem trivial, failing to advance this matter would not only undermine the leader's confidence, but also compromise his credibility among his peers in future exchanges. The leader had previously remarked that Boss Yin's demeanor suggested a reluctance to form friendships. If one were to calculate the implications, would Yin Yin be amenable to cooperation? Certainly not. During their earlier interaction, Yin Yin had keenly observed Ma Hao, whose cherubic visage belied his intentions. With a playful grin, he jested with Jun, Feng Yi, and others, sharing tidbits of gossip amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. When the principal subjects displayed signs of annoyance, he would bow his head to offer a small toast, embodying the essence of someone who delights in mischief yet knows how to placate others. Yin Yinkai found it hard to believe that his capacity for alcohol was so limited. He was even less inclined to accept the words of the other party, which lacked any endorsement from Li Chongqing. Yet this matter was indeed unrelated to Li Chongqing. As Li Chongqing sipped his soup, he remained unaware that Ma Hao would approach him with such remarks. He had initially assumed that Ma Hao was merely coming over to propose a toast. After all, Ma Hao shared the closest camaraderie with Huzi among their group. Apologies, but I'm not one to forge friendships. Chapter 19. Adults, who among us cannot act? A moment of silence can arise in an instant. Ma Hao nearly lost his composure, and Li Chongqing almost dropped his bowl. Except for Feng Yi, who feigned sleep at the table, and Xia Yu, who was engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with Xia Tian. The gaze of the others shifted over, some appearing quite serious. Yin Yin leisurely filled her cup with wine, closed her eyes, took a deep gulp, and only then opened her eyes to continue speaking to Ma Hao. Those who feign drunkenness upon consuming alcohol are not solely limited to you. Ma Hao. At that moment, she developed an interest and began to deliberately imitate those who were genuinely inebriated. Primarily, some matters are best discussed in the convivial atmosphere of a banquet. However, genuinely becoming inebriated can pose significant troubles for a young woman. The numbing effects of alcohol on the brain are secondary. The loss of self-control and diminished awareness often lead to complications. Brother Ma, she inquired, do you think we can truly be friends now? This statement felt somewhat off-kilter, deviating from conventional norms. Exchanging glances, Ma Hao observed Yin Yin rise, her eyes brimming with bitterness as she patted her shoulder. You say we can be friends, but what happens when friendship conflicts with obligations? What will you do then? I do not wish for any of you to be put in a difficult position. Yin Yan's words left the younger brother somewhat perplexed. Let me put it this way. When you call me Boss Yin, isn't that my unique ability? Pretending to be mad under the influence of alcohol, since it is deemed a special skill, I shall bind it to that ability. This is the first step. You are aware that I am currently self-sufficient. I am content as long as I can sustain myself and my family. My disposition is quite laid back, running a shop, fending off zombies, and passing the days. This indicates my preference for freedom. This is the second step. Should your superiors summon me, they certainly would not indulge me as I am now. And moreover, the external world is chaotic. I remain inconspicuous here. However, should I depart, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. I wish to avoid drawing too much attention. I simply desire to live my own life. This is the third step. Furthermore, I am not particularly strong in self-discipline. Should I disappoint your leaders, it would inadvertently bring harm to you all. Thus, it is perhaps wiser to refrain from forming friendships. Revealing one's vulnerabilities can lay a trap for the other party. That is the fourth step. If we were to become friends and things escalated, the scene could be quite unpleasant. I am not inclined to engage in conflicts with friends, so it is better to maintain a certain distance. In this manner, even if you report later and seek to employ force, I would not be unable to act against you. Therefore, it is not that I refuse friendship. It is that forging a friendship with me may complicate matters for you in the future. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Yin internally lamented her miscalculation, failing to gauge the distance properly and colliding with the back of a chair. Li Shanqing, contemplativa, set down his bowl and noticed the glimmer of tears welling in her eyes. Her words carried weight, and the anguish etched on her face appeared genuine, devoid of pretense. The performance of the leading actress was indeed commendable. It seemed they had truly absorbed her sentiments. The system quietly acknowledged this. Upon hearing the system's praise, Yin lifted her head and straightened her posture, a subtle attempt to alleviate the discomfort in her back. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fireworks erupted, drawing everyone's gaze toward the spectacle. The brilliant bursts illuminated the night sky, each firework blossoming in the darkness, casting vibrant hues upon the faces of the onlookers. The cacophony and colors of the fireworks were sufficient to momentarily dissolve their worries. Yet, as they beheld the dazzling display, Ma Hao and his companions were engulfed in a sense of bitterness. They understood that the world was fraught with peril and recognized the truth in Yan's assertions. Li Changqing observed Yan's silhouette, his heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. He had grasped her heartfelt confessions. Unsure of how to proceed, he felt a conflict within. Perhaps he knew what needed to be done, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable, leaving even friendship unattainable. Inwardly, he questioned himself and found himself resistant to the notion. Yin was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of Li Changqing and his companions. Her objectives had been accomplished regardless. It was not that she was unwilling to visit the base, but rather that she was not yet prepared to do so. Primarily, she wished to resolve the regrets of her past life first. The matter of Dao Zhaokong was now on her agenda, and in addition, she awaited the arrival of a particular individual, her savior, who had provided her with crucial information about the base and a bottle of water in her time of need. Had Boss Yin succumbed to intoxication? After the fireworks display, Yan's head swayed, and she leaned over the table, closing her eyes to take a moment of respite. The Xia siblings, having enjoyed the spectacle, belatedly remembered that they ought to approach and offer a toast in gratitude. Xia ran, guiding his somewhat inebriated sister, arrived just in time to witness Li Changqing removing his coat and draping it over another person. The coat had been brought by Feng Yi and others. It was an old habit to think that one could not withstand the chill after drinking, yet they had forgotten that the safe house maintained a constant temperature. Yin felt something draped over her body, generating a sense of warmth, yet she was reluctant to stir. Just a brief moment of rest, she thought. To her surprise, when she awakened again, it was in the embrace of another. She chose not to open her eyes. The person holding her moved with remarkable gentleness, neither hurried nor flustered. Their physique seemed commendable. Carrying a living being without a hint of breathlessness, they exuded a fragrance intertwined with a subtle hint of alcohol. Boss Yin, dear leader, Yin Yin heard the sound of conversation, the breath so close to her as if it were right beside her hand. System, what time is it now? As Yin Yin inquired, she adjusted her posture, leaning against the person beside her, which indeed provided her with some comfort. She sensed the individual beneath her gently shifting their arms, their hands seemingly clenched into fists. In truth, she did not mind it much. Host, you have been asleep for a while. It is now 9:30. Only 9:30? Yin Yin murmured, pondering the premature conclusion of the evening's activities. Host, it is not too early. The sky has already darkened. According to traditional Chinese health practices, sleeping past 10 o'clock at night is considered staying up late. The system is preparing to sleep. Good night, host. Had this little device changed its core? Whatever happened to its initial aloofness? As her body was gently placed onto the blanket, Yin Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Li Chongqing ensured she was settled before stretching his neck and bending down to remove her shoes. Upon seeing the fluffy, pale pink socks adorned with exquisite strawberry embroidery, a subtle smile graced Li Chongqing's lips. Unexpectedly, Boss Yin had a fondness for such adorable trinkets in private. The contrast was quite striking compared to her fierce demeanor on the battlefield. A drunken person, surprisingly, was rather honest. Yin Yin noticed the gaze of the other person fixated upon her, and with an air of nonchalance, she turned slightly away. Li Chongqing, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness as he observed the girl's unconscious struggle against the blanket that threatened to suffocate her. He sighed softly. After scanning the surroundings, Li Chongqing retrieved a blanket from the chair in front of the vanity and gently draped it over Yin Yin. Considering that one might awaken parched after a night of drunkenness, he stepped out of the room to the kitchen in search of a kettle to boil water, discovering a small jar of locust flower honey in the cupboard. As he waited for the water to reach a boil, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, lost in thought as he gazed at the closed bedroom door. Perhaps it was the education he had received that instilled in him the belief that the greater good must prevail, and sometimes personal sacrifice is warranted for the benefit of many. As for the matter of human nature, he had anticipated that she would embellish her own qualities or perhaps hold herself in higher regard. After all, the skills she had displayed in recent days were ample cause for pride, even warranting a touch of boastfulness akin to that of a merchant peddling their wares. However, he was taken aback when Yin Yin candidly confessed her susceptibility to temptation. Logically, one would expect self-aggrandizement to be more fitting for social situations. Beep, beep, beep. The water had boiled. He hurried to let it cool, preparing the honey water to take to Boss Yan's room, hoping to depart early to avoid any further nonsensical chatter from that fellow Mahao. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yin Yin assumed that Li Chongqing had departed. She muttered to herself about how this person always neglected to turn off the lights. With a hand, she groped around her pillow area and switched on the electric blanket. After a while, feeling still unsettled, Yin Yin decided to rise and tossed the heavy blanket aside. She shed her fluffy loungewear and rummaged through her wardrobe to retrieve a delicate, short A-line nightgown. Once again, she reclined and nestled comfortably under the covers, feeling the warmth and softness radiate from the sheets beneath her. Unable to restrain a sigh of contentment, she mused that this was truly the essence of living well. Taking advantage of her drowsiness, she thought to rest for a moment. Brushing her teeth could wait. Yin Yin believed she had dozed off for an extended period, when in reality, it had only been a brief interlude. With a gentle motion, she pressed the switch to turn off the slightly overheated electric blanket. Draping her loungewear over her shoulders, she descended to the floor in her slippers. To her surprise, her calves did not experience the anticipated chill. Approaching the doorway, she cast a glance inside, and indeed, the air conditioning was still running. Given this, it was likely that the living room's air conditioning remained on as well. Yin Yin felt a slight urge to drink water. After quenching her thirst, she intended to brush her teeth and freshen up. As she pondered this, she opened the door and inadvertently locked eyes with Li Chongqing, creating an awkward atmosphere. Her loungewear was loosely draped, and her A-line, spaghetti-strapped nightdress left a considerable expanse of skin bare from her collarbone to her chest. The hem barely concealed her backside, while her long, slender legs were unabashedly exposed. Li Chongqing swallowed hard, quickly diverting his gaze in a rather unnatural manner, his ears tinged with warmth, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush gracing his cheeks. For heaven's sake, hadn't he already left? The distinct sensation of embarrassment confirmed it was not merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Li Changqing felt his heart race even faster. In a moment of distraction, he fumbled with the water, causing it to splash, as if some suppressed emotion was about to burst forth from his chest. Lowering his gaze, he chided himself to swiftly manage the water situation and depart. Yet his mind involuntarily replayed the earlier scene. Boss Yin possesses an admirable physique, a fact that he anticipated. After all, that combat suit is quite form-fitting, accentuating her striking presence. However, having been accustomed to her typically modest attire, he found himself momentarily taken aback by such a stark contrast. Chapter 20. The Child's Demise. I am inebriated, utterly inebriated. In his eyes, I am intoxicated. A drunkard lacks any semblance of logic. Yin Yin, while reinforcing positive affirmations for herself, swiftly donned the trousers of her loungewear. The nightgown remained unremoved, tucked haphazardly into her pants, crumpled yet comforting. Yin Yin zipped up her coat, ensuring that her neck was well covered, and took a deep breath, exhaling softly. She went to the bathroom to splash her face with hot water, regaining her composure. After adjusting her appearance in the mirror, she finally opened the door and stepped out. A person intoxicated is often granted leniency for their actions. Moreover, she had not committed any heinous acts. Perhaps, maybe, the girl reappeared before Li Changqing, wrapped tightly from head to toe, as if nothing had transpired moments before. However, Li Changqing's peripheral vision caught sight of her flushed cheeks. Was she also feeling shy? Realizing this, he extended the glass of honey water he had just prepared. Drinking this will make you feel more at ease. Yin Yin, misunderstood as shy, but in reality blushing from the hot water, accepted the glass with a murmured thank you. The girl bowed her head to drink, appearing gentle and harmless, a stark contrast to her demeanor earlier that afternoon. Yin Yan's gaze settled upon the coffee table, where two empty bowls lay, evidently recently used. This individual seems quite particular about rituals. Such matters entail the forthcoming chore of washing the glass cups and the bowls, a rather cumbersome task. Li Changqing gathered the two empty bowls, his long legs striding towards the kitchen. Yin took the time to drink water, just enough to wash these two used bowls clean and place them in the cupboard. To think, he is capable of washing dishes. Yin drained the cup of water in one swift motion, its sweetness lingering on her palate. Her gaze fell upon the honey jar on the tea table. An understanding dawned in her eyes. With one hand grasping the honey jar and the other holding the glass cup, she made her way to the kitchen. The sound of running water was faint. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, water has become a precious resource. Turning her head, she spotted the empty glass cup in Yin Yan's hand. "Hand it to me," she said. Complying, Yin passed the glass cup over. The man accepted it, turned on the tap, and expertly picked up a loofah sponge, wetting it under the flow of water to cleanse the glass cup thoroughly. He remained silent, while she watched him in quiet contemplation. Yin was genuinely taken aback. This man appeared to be rather careless, yet when it came to his endeavors, he exhibited remarkable attention to detail. Perhaps it was the rapid breakdown of alcohol enhanced by the honey water that produced such an unexpected effect. To her surprise, she found this fellow rather charming in an unconventional way. Objectively speaking, Li Changqing was indeed quite handsome. The simplest method to assess a man's attractiveness is to observe his facial features when he sports a buzz cut. A man devoid of the embellishments of hairstyle, if blessed with striking features, will undeniably stand out in any crowd. Logically, given his years spent in the field, one would expect his skin to be rough and sun-kissed. It was fair, with barely visible pores. His collarbone and throat were well-defined, and though his chin was slightly blunt rather than sharp, his cheekbones and jawline harmonized beautifully. Consequently, the overall shape of his face did not appear heavy. Rather, it elegantly accentuated his prominent features. His lips, slightly pressed together, curved at the corners, their color reminiscent of chocolate brown rather than vibrant red. She found herself curious about their texture, as they appeared somewhat thin. His nose was high and well-defined, a quintessential beauty in its own right, requiring no further commentary. His brows and eyes possessed a certain delicacy, with the latter being particularly captivating. Upon closer inspection, his irises were not black, but a soft shade of brown, luminous and gentle like glazed pottery. His eyes were somewhat elongated, akin to a phoenix's, and when he focused on someone, they bore a hint of mirth. His eyelashes were long and lush, fluttering gracefully as he blinked. Li Changqing was reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere, yet Yin Yin had leaned in closer, fixated on his face. She was oblivious to the fact that the distance between them was rather diminutive. Yin Yin was immersed in her own world, oblivious to the discomforting sound that emanated from her throat. Driven by her curiosity, she rose on her tiptoes and leaned in closer, almost as if guided by an unseen force, and playfully poked the soft flesh of his cheek. The unexpected sensation was rather soft, though slightly warm to the touch. Li Changqing, realizing her actions, initially intended to intervene, but was halted by a sudden impulse. Sometimes, the body's instinct reacts more swiftly than the mind. As he gazed into the girl's enlarged face, mere inches away, he felt a desire to flee, yet her grip held him fast. Admit it, you are captivated. Yin Yin does not conform to traditional notions of beauty. Her visage possesses an unmistakable vigor. Observing merely her brows and eyes, one might mistakenly perceive her as a male. Yet, when viewing her entire countenance, one is left in a quandary, unable to discern gender. With lips as red as rubies and teeth as white as pearls, she embodies a youthful charm. Indeed, prior to the apocalypse, when Yin Yin donned androgynous attire, there were several instances where she was misidentified as a boy. Beneath the loose, oversized garments, she adeptly disguised her femininity, which was one of the advantages she enjoyed in her past life during the Cataclysm. In her quest to appear more masculine, she even lowered her vocal pitch and practiced her falsetto. Regrettably, her technique was not particularly refined, yet it sufficed for everyday conversations. As she enveloped herself in her thick attire, Li Changqing's mind conjured an entirely different, exhilarating image. Yin Yin kneaded her fingers a few times, yet she remained unsatisfied. Under the influence of alcohol, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this man could be a fleeting companion for the night. Of course, she had no intention of taking on any responsibilities. Seizing the moment, she considered it a little indulgence for herself. While she was still young, with an opportunity presented before her, and under the guise of inebriation, she felt that he could not truly claim anything from her. Perhaps, after all, when she emerged from her momentary astonishment, she still recalled his awestruck reaction. Had his demeanor not been so innocent, she would not have entertained such thoughts. Innocence, indeed, possesses its own allure. The man would not be at a disadvantage. In the eyes of society, such affairs are often perceived as the male gaining an advantage. Are they not? The notion of warmth and companionship. Had she been born in a time of peace and prosperity, would she even have had such an opportunity? In matters of love and desire, it is entirely normal for the human experience to evoke thoughts of profound harmony. There is no need to regard it as a monstrous calamity. Yin consoles herself in this manner. As adults, as long as one completes their tasks and is able to assume the corresponding responsibilities, there is no issue at hand. In fact, most of the time, it is not related to gender, but rather to the willingness and ability of the individuals involved to take responsibility. Of course, this must be based on mutual consent. She dislikes being coerced and naturally does not wish to coerce others either. Yin summoned the system within his mind. System, do you still possess the child's demise pouch? The system, previously in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened as if by a clap of thunder. Upon grasping the host's intentions and desires, its gelatinous mind became disoriented amidst its dreams. Indeed, it exists, but dear host, would it not be wiser to make such a decision in the daylight? I fear you may come to regret it, my dear. Fear not, fear not. There are safety measures in place. What is there to dread? I am unafraid. Yin is currently consumed by an overwhelming impulse to execute justice on the spot, especially in light of Li Changqing's compliance as she playfully pinches his cheeks. He does not seem to resist, does he? The fleeting astonishment in the man's gaze, the increasingly heated skin beneath her touch, and the awkwardly bobbing Adam's apple all reveal an innocence that is almost palpable. Though she may not have first-hand experience, She has certainly encountered her fair share of individuals who are less than innocent. She is confident that, with her theoretical knowledge and practical experience, she can extract information from him without difficulty. Moreover, her intuition suggests that if he truly wished to evade her advances, he would have a myriad of ways to disengage. After all, in terms of sheer physical strength, the disparity between male and female forms is evident from birth. Perhaps in their youth, girls may hold some advantage, but in the adult world, it is exceedingly simple for a man to avoid a woman's approach. The system harbors no concerns regarding Yan Yan's situation. Rather, it suspects that Li Changqing may not align with the host's expectations. Some individuals are pure-hearted warriors, untouchable due to their high standards for themselves and, by extension, for others. The host's whimsical notions of fleeting romance are perilous. As a tethered creature, the system hopes the host will exercise caution. However, subsequent events proved that the system underestimated Yan Yan's fervor, as her approach to the situation was evidently more audacious than anticipated. Chapter 21. The pull between inside and outside. Though it appeared that many had indulged, in reality, everyone remained quite sober. The accommodations they encountered exceeded their expectations significantly. What seemed to be a single room revealed itself to be a spacious suite upon entry. It was as if they had been forewarned of their number. Beyond the entrance lay a grand foyer, leading to a generously sized living area. Centrally located was the living room, accompanied by a shared kitchen, restroom, balcony, wardrobe, study, and meeting room, all distributed evenly throughout the various corners. With the living room as the nucleus, 9 bedrooms radiated outward like the petals of a flower. Each bedroom was fully equipped, akin to the single standard rooms of luxurious hotels from a previous life, complete with windows, beds, wardrobes, televisions, and washrooms, an environment crafted by remarkable talent, designed for utmost convenience. As the hours grew late and darkness enveloped the surroundings, the expressions on everyone's faces became increasingly animated. Could it be that Fatty Ma was indeed correct? One mused. Of course. Who do you think Brother Ma is? As long as I step in, trust me. With a boss's conditions, how many girls could resist? Come on, stop boasting and spreading rumors. What if Bossian got sick from drinking too much and needs looking after? After all, we are unaware of her drinking capacity. Meanwhile, the leader, Li Changqing, who had been the focus of their concerns, found himself utterly motionless. The reason was simple. After Yan Yan released him, she ushered him into the bedroom, locking the door behind them and teasingly pinching his earlobe while wearing a mischievous grin. She stood on her tiptoes, lowering her voice beside his ear, uttering a casual "wait for me," before sauntering off to the restroom. The sound of running water cascaded from a bathroom, leaving Li Changqing no opportunity to refuse. Even if he had never encountered such a situation before, he was not so naive as to be unaware of the implications. A solitary man and woman alone in a room, with a woman retreating to the bathroom for a shower while instructing the man to wait. What was to follow was abundantly clear. Li Changqing felt his heart racing and a sense of restlessness enveloping him. Yan Yan's reaction was markedly composed. She merely aimed to rid herself of the lingering scent of alcohol and did not require an extended wash. After a brief rinse, with her hair damp and wrapped in a towel, she grasped a hairdryer and, clad in slippers, emerged from the bathroom. Li Changqing was not seated upon the bed. Rather, he stood by the window, his back to her, gazing intently outside. Yan Yan could not help but laugh aloud. Had this fool not noticed that the curtains were still drawn? Her soft chuckle caught Li Changqing's attention, and upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, he felt an increasing sense of tension, even a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. In truth, his mind had conjured a multitude of inappropriate thoughts. Yet, he felt he must resist. Thus, even after performing 20 push-ups, he remained far from calm. Admit it, you take a secret delight in this. To her, you are different. Acknowledge it. You are also eagerly anticipating what is to come. After all, no one can maintain complete composure in front of their beloved. Moreover, it is even more challenging when the one you cherish initiates the playful banter. The restraint and decorum instilled in him since childhood clamored for composure. She ought not to be treated with such disregard. Yet the devil's whisper urged him on. If you let this moment slip away, Do you truly believe another chance will arise? Just then, Yin Yin approached, her eyes, deepened by struggle and conflict, radiated a smile of undeniable determination. Yin Yin leaned closer to the man, standing on her toes, and gently licked the corner of his lips. Then, with mischievous intent, she boldly reached down, teasingly exploring. Quite the enticing endeavor indeed. In an instant, not only did his ears burn, but Li Chongqing's face flushed a deep crimson. His rationality was utterly consumed by her audacious advances. Did she truly comprehend her actions? Was she aware of the implications her behavior might provoke? Did she understand the misunderstandings that could arise from such conduct? Now it is your turn. Having merely tasted the moment, Yin Yin had no intention of pressing further. She had already completed her preparations, while he had yet to freshen up. The man before her appeared petrified, his gaze reflecting shock, bewilderment, and a hint of unexpected delight. Li Chongqing instinctively sought to distance himself from her, wishing to flee. The places she had touched reacted far too vividly. Would he be granted the opportunity to escape? Yin discerned the thoughts of the other person at a glance. She lightly patted his chest, her intentions far from innocent. The bathroom contained unused towels. Li Chongqing, his feet slippery, hurriedly attempted to open the bedroom door, but after several tries, he remained trapped. He then turned his head, deliberately avoiding the other's gaze, and shifted his attention elsewhere. Yin Yan's audacious behavior has indeed brought him considerable shock and stimulation. Rationality tells him that if he does not leave now, he will truly be unable to escape. The fervor in his mind, clamoring to reveal his thoughts to her, grows increasingly overwhelming. Her movements, so youthful and frivolous, make him wonder if she has behaved similarly with others. The once pristine filter in his mind begins to shatter. Do I feel disgust? Doubt? Indeed, both. Such a lack of self-respect is often belittled. Yet could it be that because the object of her attention is him, she feels free to act so boldly? His thoughts spiral into chaos, the cacophony of voices in his head rising to a crescendo, leaving him uncertain of which to heed. The door is firmly locked, unyielding. After her provocative display, she nonchalantly takes her seat at the vanity, leisurely drying her freshly combed hair. She exudes elegance and poise, reminiscent of a cat contentedly grooming itself after a meal. Why is it that amidst his turmoil, she remains so composed? He can even sense her buoyant mood, as Yin Yin hums a tuneless little melody. Yin Yin felt a surge of joy. A double-door refrigerator, indeed a fortunate acquisition. Moreover, the other party did not seem to resist his overly familiar approach. If the other party were unwilling, any act of affection or touch would constitute harassment, a behavior deserving of reprimand or even physical retribution. Harassment transcends gender. It is defined by the discomfort and distress it brings to the person being approached. Li Chongqing stood in the bathroom. The steam had yet to dissipate, and the air still lingered with warmth in her presence. It was not the fruity aroma he had imagined, but rather a clean, refreshing scent, slightly reminiscent of citrus. The sound of water splashed rhythmically into the basin. Li Chongqing felt as if a fawn had trampled his reason, realizing that his entire being was aflame. Without hesitation, he sought solace in cold water. A splash on his face, a refreshing cold shower. Everything would settle down. He thought this and acted accordingly, though he was unsure of what he was entangled in. In their past conversations, he had never explicitly articulated how he wished to approach someone he admired. Yet, in truth, he harbored a desire for the other person to appear nonchalant and composed in public, while secretly yearning to draw closer, almost to the point of consuming entirely. The system in his mind screamed in frustration. This host was entirely unlike those he had encountered previously, leaving it at a loss for words. Wasn't it agreed that a girl should be demure? Wasn't it the expectation for the boy to take the initiative? Wasn't it supposed to involve ambiguity, pursuit, and a sense of ceremony before establishing a relationship and engaging in intimacy? Without even uttering a word of affection, he had leapt directly into physicality? Host, are you truly serious? What other alternative is there? YN retorted, her wrist flicking as she wielded the hairdryer, pondering how long her companion would linger in the shower. Once her hair was partially dry, she set down the dryer. Flexing her wrist and lamenting how arduous it was to dry her hair, wishing he could lend a hand. Yet, the sound of water cascading from the bathroom continued unabated. Youth, after all, is characterized by vigor and fervor. However, prolonged exposure to cold showers could lead to a chill, and she dreaded the thought of catching cold. Yin meticulously applied hair oil to her ends, removed her outerwear, and selected a gentleman's shirt from her wardrobe. She then stood before the mirror, lightly spritzing perfume behind her ears, on her wrists, across her chest, collarbone, and waist. This act, both for her own delight and to enchant another, held equal significance. Over the days they spent together, although she remained unaware of Li Changqing's precise preferences, she observed his penchant for grapes, as evidenced by his frequent indulgence in them compared to other fruits. Thus, without hesitation, she chose the fragrance recommended by the system that bore the closest resemblance to the scent of grapes. It would be no exaggeration to declare that she now resembled a walking grape. Additionally, she shrewdly sprayed a few spritzes of perfume onto a tissue, which she then tucked into the pocket of her shirt. Beneath the sheer white fabric lay undergarments of the same hue, designed to exude an aura of pure desire. There's a saying that suggests one can gauge a woman's intentions by examining whether her intimate were as coordinated prior to an encounter with a man. After all, it was her desire to initiate this encounter. Once she had completed her preparations, Yin approached the bathroom door and knocked gently. Li Changqing, taken aback, hastily turned off the water and quickly dried himself, wrapping a towel around his form. He genuinely feared that she might unexpectedly open the door. "What is it?" he inquired, intuition whispering that remaining silent could very well lead to a forceful entry. Although his mind raced with various thoughts, such as sitting down for a serious conversation or candidly expressing his reluctance towards certain actions, he longed for an earnest dialogue with her. He was not a man of unprincipled conduct. Yet, in truth, if circumstances permitted, he aspired to embody the virtues of a gentleman. He wished to deepen his understanding of her, allowing things to unfold naturally. Alas, what he did not realize was that his plans were destined to unravel. "Come out soon. It's getting late," she cooed, her tone playfully laced with an alluring inflection, as if casting a charming hook just beyond his door. Yin did not wish to engage in protracted discussions, nor did she desire for the matter to be rushed and hasty. She contemplated enjoying the moment thoroughly, taking advantage of her current enthusiasm, for time is indeed precious. "If you do not emerge soon, I shall enter," she declared. After all, today her mood was quite delightful, and considering the events of the evening, she deemed him worthy. She was not one to indiscriminately seek intimacy. She possessed her own standards of discernment. "Boss Yin, perhaps you should reconsider this matter." His voice trembled at the end of his sentence. "Reconsider what? It is a mutual desire, a natural expression of affection, is it not?" The more composed her tone, the more unsettled he became. Li Changqing, after much contemplation, resolved to remain inside, deciding to spend the night in the bathroom. Her relentless insistence and urgency made him ponder the possibility that it might merely be the effects of alcohol. Although he had initially felt somewhat disoriented, the intensity of her demeanor suggested she was no novice. For reasons unknown, his earlier agitation had given way to a surprising calm. They were strangers to each other's pasts, and, to be fair, his recent fondness was insufficient to relinquish the weight of previous stories. In matters lacking certainty, he was accustomed to thorough contemplation before taking action. Chapter 22. Are you unable? System, I'm going to break the door. He is too indecisive. The system opted to act with bravado, for this host was excessively eager. Though not human, it did not hinder its ability to decipher Li Changqing's inner thoughts based on the data available. In the face of big data, what cannot be deduced? Perhaps Yin, in her current state, was not considering the ramifications, yet the system could discern that his hesitations stemmed from respect and concern. However, this insight could not be utilized to assist the host. When everything is predictable, the pain and torment one must endure often double. Given Yin-Yan's current buoyancy, this burden was beyond her capacity to bear. Li Changqing intended to offer gentle persuasion through the door, only to be met with Yin-Yan's sharp command to move aside. With a buzzing sound, the door was subjected to a violent assault, a gaping crack appearing. The image of a girl clad in a white shirt wielding a chainsaw to breach the door indelibly etched itself into Li Changqing's mind. The system, too, was taken aback. What kind of host would purchase a chainsaw in the middle of the night to break down a door for the sake of a man? Yin squinted her eyes and glanced through the gap created by the brute force of the chainsaw, revealing a picturesque scene within the room. In the mist, Li Changqing, wrapped in a scarf, presented the figure she had envisioned, his upper body embodying the form of double doors. The moisture clung to him, still bearing the freshness of dew. His forehead glistened with dampness, and the typically composed gaze of his eyes now betrayed a hint of panic as he helplessly looked at Yin. His ears and face flushed crimson, his mouth slightly agape in shock, an expression that rendered him irresistibly inviting, evoking a desire to ravage. The mere thought of what was to come left Yin feeling parched. She swung the chainsaw, intent on widening the gap. Is it not possible for me to come out? Boss Yin, please do not saw anymore. If you truly damage it, no one will be able to use the restroom tonight. Very well, you may come out first. Yin did not fully relinquish the chainsaw, responding with an acknowledgement. Her gaze roamed over the man, taking in his pristine, glistening physique, the defined abdominal muscles, and the lean waist. Inch by inch, her desire was both greedy and fervent, as if she wished to consume him entirely. Li Changqing dared not look any longer. He turned away, hurriedly retrieving a bathrobe to drape over himself. Yin was initially infuriated. The system feigned ignorance. The man locked the door. Was there anyone else in the world who felt as stifled as she did? In every other narrative, when a heroine desired intimacy, it was merely a matter of a beckoning finger. Yet, in her case, it had transformed into something entirely different. Moreover, he clearly harbored feelings for her. Why was he so hesitant, lacking in decisiveness? As someone accustomed to command, his mind should operate even more swiftly than hers, should it not? Why then? Was it she who had to exert pressure when he could seize the opportunity for considerable gain? What was intended to be a mutual affair had become a mood-dampening spectacle. She contemplated relinquishing her desires, but the stark contrast of his demeanor, so unlike his usual self, was undeniably captivating. The allure of indulgence in wine, beauty, and wealth often led one to lose control. Li Changqing was genuinely flustered. After finishing, he hurriedly opened the door as if flames were licking at his heels. It was the first time Li Changqing experienced a sense of frustration. He had previously entertained the notion of leveraging his physical advantage to thwart her advances. However, her behavior was anything but that of a typical woman. It was madness, utter madness. If Yin could hear this, she might very well scoff. How many sane individuals had survived in a post-apocalyptic world? Who among humanity remained unhinged? They merely held on, struggling against the tide of insanity. Yin, unwilling to linger any longer, observed the person emerge from the bathroom with an air of fearlessness, casually placing the chainsaw down. The chainsaw buzzed ominously, yet she remained unfazed. The system was on the verge of madness. It was merely relying on its own creation to avoid any accidental harm, yet it was still a chainsaw, after all. The facade of gentleness that Yin had so meticulously crafted had vanished entirely. Despite Li Changqing's considerable height advantage, she bore down on him with an imposing demeanor, urging him towards the bed. Should he show any reluctance, the menacing presence of the chainsaw loomed ominously. This scene would elicit laughter if recounted. I have heard that when one is inebriated, they tend to feel warm and have the inclination to shed their garments. But could it be? If Boss Yin truly disrobed, what would become of us? The image was beyond their imagination, much like the absurdity of Yin threatening Li Changqing with a chainsaw to compel him to bed. Perhaps we should eavesdrop? Are you certain that this configuration and the design allow us to overhear anything from within? Such words were spoken, yet no one was averse to joining the fray. The group hastily donned their clothes and made their way outside, only for the first to reach the door to discover something amiss. Wait, when did the door get locked? Do we have restricted access? Upon voicing this, Ma Hao fell silent for a moment. They recalled the last time they had been unable to open the door. Could it be that Boss Yin, feigning madness under the influence, had ventured out to unleash her frustrations on the zombies? Someone in the crowd boldly suggested this notion. Surely not, they thought. At the banquet, when the group faced a locked door, Yin had nonchalantly explained, I was merely concerned about zombies entering and inadvertently harming you, disrupting your rest. I am rather unskilled and need more practice, unlike you all who are seasoned. Yin observed Li Chongqing as he lowered himself onto the bed. Yet his demeanor remained taut. If there had once been a semblance of mutual consent, now, witnessing him resemble a beleaguered young bride, his expression a blend of frustration, grievance, and a hint of anxiousness as he instinctively shielded himself, she suddenly comprehended the essence of enforced affection. Naturally, overpowering him in close quarters posed a challenge given her lack of practical experience. Nonetheless, she resolved to take her time. The flesh was certainly worth savoring. She maintained a stern visage as she surveyed the array of items at the bedside. Amongst the myriad choices, Li Chongqing grasped one, casting a swift glance that left his pupils quaking. A children's novelty bag? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that all the items were indeed novelty bags, several sizes, styles, and brands. The onslaught of revelations sent his mind into a tumult. He nearly ground his molars to dust. Which one do you prefer? Which fits? Put on yourself, she stated. Her tone devoid of its earlier frostiness, though it lacked tenderness as well. Yin resolved to wait until he donned the item before proceeding with her plans. Though her gaze was fixed upon him, her mind raced through the system marketplace, scanning for amusing products under the family planning section. Binding was a necessity. Otherwise, she truly could not contend with him. Certain implements were essential, and while she did not wish her first encounter to be so forceful, she was even less inclined to be thwarted midway through. The duck that was almost in her grasp could not escape her. The mere thought of it was infuriating. Li Chongqing remained motionless. Engaging in such a private act under the scrutiny of the opposite sex was still too humiliating for him. Is it not suitable? Is it too large or too small? From what I see, your physique seems quite capable. Or perhaps, do you wish for my assistance? The anger and embarrassment swelling within Li Chongqing snapped the last thread of his rationality. Or is it that you are incapable? His gaze fell pointedly, and he did not appear to lack in capability. A grown man intimidated by a young woman? Could he not prove himself today? After ample mental preparation, he inhaled deeply. He glared at Yin, gritting his teeth as he tore open the package, as if he were not shredding the bag, but rather confronting a person. As expected, he noticed a slight tremor in Yin-Yan's hand, and her previously composed expression showed signs of cracking. Are you frightened? Truth be told, a man in bed, gazing at her with the intensity of a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, would not instill fear in her. Rather, it excited her to the point of trembling. Every fiber of her being screamed 2 words. Let's do this. The system, disinterested, expressed its reluctance to listen. Observing her breathing quickening visibly, Li Chongqing was filled with confusion, yet his hands continued their motion unimpeded. He could hardly believe that this young girl would show no shame. To his astonishment, she did not avert her gaze. Instead, she boldly fixated on his actions. Once he had equipped himself, his face flushed to the point where it could have fried an egg. Suddenly, an item appeared in his embrace. Where had this come from? It was bound tightly. Yin felt that the time had nearly come. Though she was clearly issuing commands, it bore the playful essence of a lover-esque coaxing. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Li Chongqing, accustomed to ignoring the thought that whispered within him, "You may indulge her," remained oblivious. The system, unable to bear witness any longer, instinctively shut off the screen, unwilling to endure the spectacle that so profoundly subverted its worldview. In its understanding, such scenarios were typically encountered only by those in female-dominant roles or colleagues from the Four Loves group. Indeed, in anticipation of the splendid experience this evening, Yin had even exchanged her bed at the mall, deliberately selecting a beechwood bed adorned with crabapple blossoms. According to the mall's description, the bed stood at a height of 233 centimeters, with a length of 250 centimeters and a width of 220 centimeters. This 10-post bed rested upon the floor, surrounded by panels crafted from the same crabapple blossom wood. The hanging flower carvings were also intricately designed with crabapple motifs, maintaining a harmonious and ethereal aesthetic. With exceptional decorative appeal, The mall's provisions were commendable, even offering complimentary bed curtains. While waiting for Li Chongqing to shower, she had already drawn all the curtains, leaving only the entryway unfastened for convenience. Although the bed clashed with the room's decor, its spaciousness was undeniable. Once she climbed into bed, drew the curtains, and shed her garments, the interplay of external light would cast enticing shadows, heightening the sensory experience. Since the aim was to revel in joy, she intended to embrace it fully. Honestly, she was quite eager to witness Li Chongqing's performance. After all, what would it be like for a serious man to suddenly adopt a playful demeanor? The contrast alone filled her with uncontrollable anticipation. She was no wooden doll, and he was likely not one either. Are you satisfied? Li Chongqing, restrained by one hand to the bed, gradually steadied his emotions. He had long been prepared. Upon her straddling him, he seized a moment to flip her over, momentarily disregarding the pain in his wrist. Their bodies drew close, the posture shifting abruptly, yet Yin Yin remained unfazed. Her gaze greedily roamed over his Adam's apple, collarbone, chest, and abs, gradually descending further. Though one of his hands was restrained, it did not hinder his other hand from grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze and preventing her eyes from wandering. To intimidate her, he feigned a move to kiss her. Unexpectedly, she seemed to acquiesce, arching her body towards him, as if terrified he might miss the chance to kiss her. You are quite bold, he thought, having never encountered such a ravenous woman. It was evident. Fortune favors the audacious, while the timid perish. I could be even bolder, she retorted, her words slightly slurred due to his grip on her chin. Li Chongqing understood her implications. Although he had her physically subdued, he could not resist the sensation of her hands wandering across his back. Have you considered what it means to do this to a man? Li Chongqing pressed on, hoping Yin Yin would ponder this seriously. Perhaps, at this critical juncture, he still clung to a flicker of hope. Perhaps this woman is merely wielding the authority of another. For it is rare to hear of a girl so audaciously brazen in this regard. Huiwa, are you incapable? Upon the utterance of this phrase, the man could not help but laugh in indignation. Presently, he found himself seated atop her, entirely bare, while she occupied the disadvantaged position, yet she dared to provoke him? The response from Yin Yin was a fierce bite upon his neck. Alas, she had not yet succeeded in her endeavor when he preemptively struck. The intensity of her bite was surprisingly severe. Just you wait. Li Chongqing exhaled, only to observe a vibrant mark blossoming upon the girl's pale neck, unmistakably conspicuous. The playful glint in her eyes transformed into ire, and due to her position, her gaze was relegated to his face, clearly aiming for his lips. Li Chongqing, suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse, had not anticipated that Yin Yin would seize this opportunity to engage in a clandestine act. At this moment, Yin Yin felt no pain regarding her points. Having fought off numerous zombies in the afternoon, she knew there would be more opportunities to earn points in the days to come. She was no longer willing to endure. It was time for her to launch a counterattack. She envisioned him beneath her, as she had previously imagined, rather than being pinned down, powerless, and at his mercy. The instant the points were surrendered, the situation shifted dramatically. Li Chongqing was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of strength emanating from beneath him. He found himself toppled over, his back colliding sharply with the bedpost, prompting a stifled groan of discomfort. His reaction evidently delighted Yin Yin, who, feeling that her clothing was an encumbrance, knelt on him, swiftly shedding her garments and pressing down assertively. One of Li Chongqing's hands was shackled to the post, and soon the other was captured as well. With a click, his free hand was also restrained, lifted above his head by her single hand. He attempted to struggle, only to discover that Yin Yin had fortified her defenses, exerting a force several times greater than before. In the moment she advanced upon him, her lips descended upon his with a fierce bite. As he gasped, she seized the opportunity to launch an unyielding assault, like a fish frolicking in water or a dragonfly alighting upon the ground. She refused to allow him any rejection as she kissed him, while her hands wandered downwards. Sensing his breath becoming labored, she relented momentarily, only to turn and tease the sensitive area of his throat. Following that, She began to toy with his arousal, which stood proudly before her. His struggles became insignificant against her overwhelming power. She held his waist tightly, the juxtaposition of softness and strength creating friction as they writhed together. "You see, you cannot resist," she declared, reveling in his disheveled state. He shut his eyes, unable to accept what was transpiring, yet his body betrayed him with honest reactions. Li Changqing closed his eyes, while Yin Yin deliberately leaned in to rub against his chest. The girl, like a water snake, twisted her waist, leaning closer to whisper enticing words into his ear, feeling his skin tremble beneath her touch. Li Changqing felt utterly humiliated. When had he ever endured such indignity? Yet, he could not deny the pleasure she undeniably brought him. He had lost track of when his hands had been released, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a testament to the restraint he was exercising. Yin Yin recalled the muffled groan she had heard earlier and resolved to offer a gentle kiss. It is said that a kiss can provide some measure of relief. When did they begin to synchronize with one another? Perhaps it was after enduring a wave of pain, as they observed each other's uniquely personal reactions. Or it could have been in moments of her tenderness and his affection. Meanwhile, the one they cherished dearly, after experiencing that night, was held in someone's embrace until dawn before finally drifting into slumber. The exquisite flavors of Yin Yan's cooking penetrated deeply, leaving even the robust Li Changqing nearly overwhelmed. Before retiring for the night, Yin Yin resolved to indulge in a cocoon of intimacy for the next 2 days. As for the sustenance and other needs of the others, she entrusted the system to manage those affairs. She intended to relish this fleeting moment of leisure and indulge in relaxation. Upon awakening, she would wash up, enjoy a hearty meal, and return to her sanctuary. Who could claim she was incapable of rising from her bed? Neither she nor her companion would entertain such notions. Chapter 23. Finally emerging from the bed, how is it? Have you clarified the situation? In stark contrast to Yin Yan's fleeting indulgence and the king's south absence from court, the zombie king and Zhao Kong found themselves in a predicament. The zombie king expressed profound dissatisfaction regarding the significant reduction in his troops. The day after the incident, he dispatched 2 subordinates with a message to Zhao Kong as quarters. Unbeknownst to them, one was shot down, and the other, yet to meet a similar fate, was clandestinely rescued by Qi Arm, who had discovered him. "Boss, we need to provide a reasonable explanation for the message from that side." The bald man presented the note to Zhao Kong, who made no move to accept it. The bald man, realizing his oversight, placed the missive on the table. The zombie king's handwriting was crooked and unappealing. Yet it was remarkable that, as a non-human, he retained some semblance of his former consciousness to compose such a letter. The blood-stained words fell upon the grimy fabric of the clothing, but the large script was barely legible. What about the messenger? Zhao Kong cast a glance at the words inscribed in human blood, remaining unfazed by the inquiries from his so-called ally. If indeed a third-party human force had emerged, it could, in some respects, be advantageous for Zhao Kong, the self-proclaimed emperor of the land. Old Su is keeping an eye on things at the usual spot. The Old Su mentioned by the bald man referred to Qi Arm, who had previously accompanied him. However, he did not dare to rest, for the mission had faltered. He had failed to uncover the third-party force that the boss had spoken of. Yet it could not be deemed a total failure, as he had discovered markings on the corpses of zombies, evidence of having been struck by an axe, an archaic weapon, sharp and lethal. Regardless of where this force was hiding, the resources at their disposal piqued Zhao Kang's interest. "Are you certain it's not a supernatural power?" Listening intently to his subordinate's detailed report, the bald man grasped the crux of the matter. Under Zhao Kang's tacit approval, the man cautiously rose from the ground and retrieved a sweet potato with care. The bald man was dissatisfied with the man's actions. "It's the markings of an axe. I've seen such things in my youth. However, despite searching thoroughly, I cannot find the damaged axe." To substantiate his claim, he hurriedly displayed a tattered cloth tied around his arm to the 2 men. After examining the cloth, Zhao Kong addressed the man, who nodded in acquiescence and respectfully withdrew. "Boss, the zombies have been contained for 2 days. Pay close attention to the basement." The bald man accepted the task and departed, while Zhao Kong rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling inexplicably irritable. The lurking force, should it manifest in the basement, would undoubtedly present a considerable strain in terms of manpower. Now, with the departure of all things and the emptiness of people, all he could do was remain still, exercising patience. After 2 days, if no new faces appeared, then collaboration would have to persist. As a gesture of apology, it was necessary to send away some ordinary individuals in the team who could not contribute to the provisions. Otherwise, the wrath of Old Wong would not be easily appeased. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own inadequacy. Alas, the leader had yet to emerge. In the absence of Yin Yen, the small team and the Xia siblings tacitly chose to retreat into their respective rooms. Fortunately, at mealtimes, robots would deliver food to their doors. 2 days swiftly passed, and Li Chongqing rubbed his waist. Reflecting on the events of the past 48 hours, both felt that their actions had been exceedingly absurd. Yet, Yin Yin had other intentions. She observed Li Chongqing rise, donned in nothing but his trousers, as he made his way to the door to retrieve their meal, letting out a contented sigh. The man's robust back bore a multitude of scratches, evidence of the fierce battles they had endured. In truth, Yin Yin was not in a much better state. Her body was adorned with crimson marks that had yet to fade. The awakening of desires within the man was more intense than she had anticipated, yet she found herself reveling in it. The only predicament was that, despite the system enhancing her physical capabilities, she still felt the strength in her legs waning. Consequently, all personal grooming tasks were attended to by the man, which often led to unintentional mishaps. Furthermore, she was uncertain whether the path ahead was still intertwined with his fate. The meal was meticulously prepared by the system. It had attempted to send messages to Yin Yin during her free moments, only to realize that she was utterly engrossed in their intimate world. Awakening, dining, and then plunging into battle, she paid no heed to the happenings outside. Even the tasks it had assigned were temporarily set aside. Logically, it should impose minor penalties as a form of admonishment. However, it recalled the joyous moments spent rolling around in the crystal core. If it truly inflicted hardship upon her, that joy would likely become a mere memory, with no opportunity for recurrence. It harbored a strong premonition in this regard. Li Chongqing placed the steaming dishes upon the vanity, then situated a makeshift desk that had seemingly appeared from nowhere in front of Yin Yen. She had already sat up, clad in a loosely wrinkled shirt, her neck and shoulders marked in red. "Does it hurt?" he inquired with concern. Yin Yen, unfazed, merely shook her head. "I'm hungry. I crave sustenance." In her view, the pangs of hunger outweighed the minor aches on her body. The meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, a delightful combination of meat and vegetables. The two of them sat across from each other on the bed, sharing bites of food, occasionally serving each other dishes. Noticing her bowl was empty, Li Chongqing promptly took it, ladling soup into it with a spoon. Yin Yin accepted the bowl without hesitation, gently blowing on the surface of the noodles before taking small sips. After finishing the meal, there was no need for cleanup, as the robot awaited in the living room to collect the dishes. This convenience made him unable to refrain from expressing his admiration for the remarkable abilities of Boss Yin. They were truly exceptionally useful. Yin Yin offered no explanation for her silence. Instead, she initiated another round of fervent activity once he had entered the room. However, today was palpably different. After finishing her meal, Yin Yin did not cling to him for an embrace. Instead, she arose from the bed, donned a shirt, and rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve a set of sweatshirts and sweatpants for him, placing them on the rack designated for outdoor attire. Then, she slipped into her slippers and independently made her way to the bathroom. Her expression was even-tempered, entirely devoid of the fervor she usually exhibited. With a casual remark, "I'm going to freshen up. You may bathe in the living room," she departed. Li Chongqing felt somewhat bewildered, as though he were a monk who had lost his way. When had the living room acquired a washing area? Why did she seem less than cheerful? Everything appeared unchanged from before. Casting a glance at the disheveled bedding, the tangled sheets and blankets, and the scattered dirty laundry, he gathered them into a pile. For the first time, he exited the bedroom at a time other than mealtime, recalling that outside the kitchen, on the small garden balcony, there were a washing machine and a dryer. Since Yin, the boss, had mentioned that there was a washing area outside, he decided to freshen up first. After 2 days of shared delight, he He could not trust his self-control should they bathe together once more. Yin claimed it was for washing up, but in truth, it was merely to create a moment of serenity while preparing the water. She splashed her face and brushed her teeth, casually tearing open a facial mask before sinking into the bathtub. The system played music as a soothing accompaniment, yet despite her closed eyes and the mask adorning her face, sleep eluded her. The new task lay unopened in her inbox, but the pressing matter was the countdown alert indicating that the tent would soon vanish in 10 hours. If given a choice, she would much prefer to navigate through a horde of zombies, engaging in fierce combat, rather than face off against another human in a battle of wits and strategies. Particularly, she felt that her intelligence was insufficient at times. As someone who had previously shunned social interactions, often lingering on the fringes of crowds, she might possess some experience in physical confrontations. Yet when it came to establishing connections and engaging in psychological duels, she was but a novice, lacking the initial experience points. On Li Changqing's side, despite her evasion of discussions regarding their relationship with kisses and other distractions, the differences in their thoughts and perspectives still required communication to be resolved. She did not wish for trouble to brew in her backyard, nor did she desire complications, as her aversion to socializing stemmed from a fear of inconvenience. Chapter 24. Bad news. The tent is about to disappear. After an hour, Yin emerged from her bedroom, intending to quench her thirst in the living room. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she encountered Li Changqing, who was poised with a hairdryer, preparing to dry her hair. "I have washed and hung your clothes, and the sheets are in the dryer. Allow me to dry your hair for you," he said with a radiant smile, playfully shaking the hairdryer in his hand, his dark eyes gleaming with a hint of eagerness. Li Changqing's initial reaction to Yan's unexpected aloofness was one of self-reflection, pondering where he might have faltered. Was it possible that she had encountered a pure-hearted warrior? Observing her silence, he stood still, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Unable to comprehend the situation, he decided to abandon his thoughts. He believed that as long as he was sincere and treated her with care, she would eventually forgive him. After all, she was just a young girl, and perhaps a little coaxing would suffice. Yin realized the validity of her suspicions and resolved to clarify the matter with the other party. She felt it imperative to delineate the boundaries of their relationship. Simultaneously, she secretly vowed that if she were to encounter someone of interest again, she would ensure to express her intentions candidly from the outset. "You need not behave this way," Li Changqing remarked, lowering the hairdryer he had been holding, allowing it to hang limply in midair. He bowed his head, his demeanor reflecting a sense of dejection and disappointment. "Let us converse." Yin sidled past him, making her way to the kitchen where she retrieved 2 ceramic cups and switched on the kettle. Li Changqing silently followed her, akin to a character in a video game programmed for automatic pursuit. As the water boiled and was poured into the cups, releasing the rich fragrance of the tea bags nestled within, a delightful aroma enveloped the air, momentarily trapped beneath the lid. Yin finally spoke, and Li Changqing felt as though his heart too was confined beneath the lid. One often possesses an instinct about impending misfortune. "Captain Li, it is perfectly natural for adults to experience loneliness from time to time. During these past 2 days spent in your company, I have found immense joy. I trust you have as well." Yin meticulously organized her words, subconsciously placing the other party in the state of their initial romantic encounter. Thus, Li Changqing spoke in a low voice, "I hope for an amicable parting. Let us regard the events of these past few days as merely a dream. Once we awaken from this dream, we shall return to our respective paths, for the road ahead remains long, does it not?" After uttering these words, Yin dared not meet his gaze, deliberately avoiding his eyes and focusing instead on the white porcelain cup before her. To be fair, she had no desire to inflict harm upon him. Yet, upon introspection, she concluded that her own well-being took precedence over his. "I do not require you to take responsibility. We have both acted appropriately," she asserted. Li Changqing recalled the discarded children's bags, once thought to be a nuisance in this apocalyptic world. He had initially perceived his involvement with her as troublesome, only to realize that it was the fear of unforeseen complications that had prompted him to delineate boundaries between them. "If there are no further issues, let us put this matter behind us, Captain Li. "You're free to leave." Previously, she had never addressed him in such a manner. Terms of endearment, honey, darling, beloved, had flowed easily between them, unlike the cold detachment of Captain Lee. The man stirred. He pressed down on Yin Yan's shoulder, compelling her to cease her movements and meet his gaze. One stood while the other sat, the distance between them diminishing, their breaths becoming distinctly audible. Li Chongqing felt as though her lips, which he had found insatiably enticing just the day before, now bore a venomous quality. Just last night, she had slept beside him, occasionally murmuring sweet nothings and playfully requesting embraces. Yet upon awakening today, she had transformed into a stranger. Could he be ensnared in a nightmare? More than the surging anger, he yearned to silence the lips that uttered such cruel words. He leaned down to reach for her, only to find that she was unafraid. Instead, she swatted his hand away and stood up. The towel that had wrapped her damp hair struck him squarely in the chest, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had just inhaled the familiar scent of oranges that clung to her. Suddenly, he felt her fingers ensnaring his neck. Just as before, in moments of distraction, she rose on her toes and nipped at his neck. Last night, during a moment of fervor, she had implored him to stop, but he had ignored her, only to receive a sharp bite in return. Li Chongqing winced in pain, instinctively reaching to cover the spot, yet his feet remained firmly planted. "What? Are you intoxicated?" she quipped, echoing a similar remark from the previous night after delivering a bite. For a fleeting moment, their figures overlapped. Li Chongqing hesitantly extended his hand to touch her, only to be met with her unyielding rejection. Her dark eyes, once filled with warmth, now shone brightly with a dispassionate resolve. "Captain Lee, enough is enough. It is time to cease." Yin Yin coldly issued an eviction order. As she gazed at the red mark on the other person's neck, memories of their recent encounter flooded back, stirring a sense of guilt within her. It could only be said that beauty can lead one astray. The vulnerability he exhibited ignited a desire within her to stir the pot. Yet, now was not the moment to indulge in reckless passions. There remained numerous tasks to attend to. The prospect of being involved with someone whose thoughts were clouded by infatuation was daunting. However, in a different time, place, and context, she would undoubtedly. What was the saying? In matters of love, when a young man is more susceptible to romantic notions, it can actually benefit their relationship. Nevertheless, the ephemeral pleasures of romance are merely embellishments. Moreover, from the outset, her interest was primarily rooted in his physical allure. She was acutely aware that such a beginning was destined for an unfavorable conclusion. The system noted Li Chongqing's reaction and let out a silent sigh. Yet, after assimilating Yin Yan's past experiences, it found understanding. Those ensnared by misfortune, having witnessed too many failed relationships, accumulate only negative lessons. Furthermore, Yin Yin herself did not believe in love. In her previous life, she often remarked that trust in comrades and a sense of responsibility were far more reliable than romance. After all, the fluttering of one's heart ultimately boils down to the influence of dopamine and hormones. Love at first sight relies on physical appeal. While enduring affection is contingent upon weighing the pros and cons, Yin Yin harbored no desire to forge profound connections with another individual. Nor did she wish to forsake an entire forest for the sake of a solitary tree. A lifetime of devotion may indeed be enchanting, yet in her grand design, such a fate was destined to elude her. She abhorred straying from her meticulously crafted plans. Moreover, what genuine advantages does marriage bestow upon women? Is it truly worth the relentless pursuit? If it were indeed so splendid, would not individuals, upon discovering money lying on the ground, seize it, rather than assuming their own pockets are already filled? Her musings, perhaps, were considered unconventional. Thus, she resolved not to disclose her thoughts to Li Chongqing. "Captain Li, do not allow a fleeting impulse to cloud your judgment. The absence of emotion may, in fact, prove more advantageous for transactions." Transactions? Li Chongqing soufflait yakua. Yin Yin was still contemplating how to persuade with kind words. If her efforts proved futile, she would not hesitate to resort to alternative measures, perhaps rendering him unconscious and discarding him, or waiting for the opportune moment to part ways. Setting aside the matters between them, her thoughts drifted to the impending tasks at hand and the individuals she would soon engage with. Yin Yin felt a persistent throbbing in her head. If only Li Changqing had been a bit more alert, she could have engaged him in a preliminary discussion regarding the tent. However, in the current unfortunate circumstances, she was left with no choice but to utilize the last remaining leisure of the afternoon to devise her own plans. Subsequently, she intended to inform everyone of the impending developments before dinner. The safety tent will vanish tonight, so everyone, think of a solution. Yin Yin could vividly envision the ludicrous scene. With the system in her grasp, her personal safety was assured to the fullest extent. Even amidst a horde of zombies, they would merely mistake her for one of their own. Chapter 25. The Last Supper. As the bedroom door closed, the world outside fell silent, sealing Li Changqing's heart heavily beyond the threshold. He realized that the other party was sincere and suddenly found his own actions to be somewhat ridiculous. In this world, when it came to matters of the heart, he had indeed been rather naive. Yin Yin understood that, given the intellect of the other party, a moment's pause would reveal that emotions, when weighed against interests, truly amount to little. Should there come a day to choose between a great nation and a small affection, the likelihood of the latter opting for the former would be 99%, leaving a mere 1%. She could not afford to gamble for that slender margin. Furthermore, from a perspective of empathy, should Yin Yin herself face a choice between the great nation and small love, her probability would also lean towards the former. After all, the absence of romance does not lead to demise, yet the fall of a great nation leaves no shelter for the fragile. To adorn oneself in such dire times is indeed a luxury. After the application of makeup, one must inevitably remove it. Skincare and makeup removal products are secondary. They fundamentally rely on water. Yin Yin stood before the mirror, meticulously applying skincare products, followed by sunscreen, foundation, and targeted concealer, culminating in a dusting of setting powder. After expertly enhancing her features with highlighter and contour, she adorned her eyes with eyeshadow, applied lipstick, and affixed false eyelashes with precision. As the transformation unfolded, the reflection in the mirror revealed a completely different woman. Once her hair was styled, she carefully selected her attire, shoes, accessories, and a touch of perfume. It was no small feat to command Zhao Kang's attention with such poise. In an era where many are disheveled, not only did she present herself impeccably, but she also ensured access to ample fresh water for her grooming rituals. When Yin Yin arrived at the restaurant, it was precisely the time for lunch. She had swiftly perused the tasks issued by the system while en route. It pertained to Li Changqing, and she wondered whether the system was aware of her handling of him. The host was instructed to assist Li Changqing in completing his apprehension mission within 3 days. Apprehension mission? Who was to be captured? She was utterly perplexed. Yin sought an explanation from the system. Yet it seemed as though artificial intelligence had devolved into artificial ignorance, as her repeated inquiries yielded no answers. After Yin ushered others away. Li Changqing chose not to linger in the living room. Instead, he meticulously folded the dried sheets and duvet covers and placed them neatly on the sofa before departing. Perhaps he ought to seek counsel from Ma Hao and others. Yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As he passed through the living room, the ambiguous gazes and unspoken expressions of the crowd were misinterpreted as shyness due to his aloof demeanor. The others tacitly decided not to pursue the matter, with only Xia Tian casting a questioning glance at Feng Yi. Why did it seem that their leader was not in high spirits? Having spent 2 nights away, with kiss marks adorning his neck, such a reaction seemed out of place. Approximately 2 hours later, a refreshed Li Changqing reappeared before everyone. At that moment, Yin Yan's voice resonated through the intercom as she cleared her throat. "Everyone, we have important matters to discuss. Please gather in the dining room." The Xia siblings had been sleeping soundly in their quarters for the past 2 days, engaging only in eating and resting, with little time even for the restroom. At the sound of the announcement, Xia Yu, who had just awakened from her slumber, remembered her agreement with Xia Ran to retrieve their lunch from the entrance today. Realizing the significance of the day's discussion, she hurried to knock on Xia Ran's door to rouse him. Xia Ran, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, emerged with bare shoulders and a pair of athletic shorts. His jet black hair was styled in a sharp bob, complementing his fair complexion. His features were exquisitely painted, with long, curled lashes framing his bright, expressive eyes. The contrast of his black and white irises, enhanced by earthy-toned smoky eye makeup, rendered them even more luminous. The eyeshadow was perfectly blended, adhering closely to the roots of his lashes without being overly dramatic. His lashes, devoid of mascara, appeared naturally voluminous with just a light coat of primer. The contouring was skillfully applied, accentuating his features with a radiant glow. With matte highlighter enhancing the interplay of light and shadow, his visage exuded a manufactured perfection. His cheeks were dusted with a subtle red-brown blush, harmonizing with the color of his lips, applied delicately with a brush. His lips bore a rosy hue, with a light chocolate-brown base complemented by a deeper red lipstick in the center, blended softly at the edges with a cotton swab. In terms of attire, his outfit exuded a spirited elegance, eschewing any superfluous elements. He donned a dark red zip-up jacket with a stand collar and large pockets on either side, showcasing an oversized, cinched waist style. The metallic zipper was left unfastened, revealing a black V-neck, high-waisted basic tee underneath. Below, he wore fitted black jeans, tucked into robust black combat boots. Seated at the head of the long dining table in the restaurant, she appeared radiant, illuminated by the golden sunlight streaming in through the window, casting a warm glow as she casually supported her head with one hand, her gaze drifting lazily toward the entrance. Yin Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile, neither fully smiling nor devoid of warmth. Upon noticing the gathering, he shook off his languor, rising to beckon everyone over. Xiao Ran sneezed and turned to her sister, inquiring, "Who is this person? They seem strangely familiar." As a fellow girl, Xiaoyu was well aware of the allure of Asian sorcery. She gently nudged her oblivious brother and whispered in his ear, "Who else could it be besides the boss?" Xiao Ran rubbed his eyes, clearly struggling to accept the revelation. Not to mention him, even Yin Yan, while preparing herself, couldn't help but reflect in the mirror that indeed, makeup not only enhances one's complexion, but also adds a certain charm to one's appearance. After 2 days of interaction, Li Chongqing naturally recognized the girl as Yin Yan. Hearing the soft gasps from the brothers behind him, he felt a surge of pride. Yet the earlier events quickly replaced that pride with a tinge of melancholy. Yin Yan's gaze naturally drifted over to Li Chongqing, as she consciously attempted to avoid any possibility of eye contact with him. Instead, she opted to display a cheerful demeanor, warmly signaling for everyone to take their seats. The array of dishes prepared by the system was quite simple, consisting of a hot pot. Various ingredients had been meticulously arranged on the long table. Each person had a small pot before them, emanating steam. Through 2 days of data collection and information analysis, the system had already grasped the culinary preferences of the guests. Hence, the dishes placed at everyone's fingertips were carefully curated and validated to ensure they would be well received. "Boss Yin, after 2 days of absence, you look particularly stunning today," remarked the ever-flattering Ma Hao. Yin Yin pretended not to hear the teasing tone of the other party and smiled, saying, "Of course. After spending such a long time getting ready today, if I cannot measure up to my usual self, it will be better for me to find a tofu to crash into." Li Chongqing buried himself in his food, seemingly oblivious to the entire situation. Xiaoyu observed that the man appeared to be deliberate in switching his seat, as he usually sat right beside Yin Yan. But today he had intentionally placed himself 2 seats away. Instead, she found herself sitting next to the esteemed manager Yan. Were these two quarreling? A thought crossed her mind. While Li Chongqing was engrossed in his meal, he engaged in the act of peeling shrimp, yet he remained absorbed in his own enjoyment and did not, as he had 2 days prior, peeled them and placed them in Yin Yan's bowl. The corner of Yin Yan's eye briefly flickered towards Xiaoyu, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Today, Boss Yin mentioned he had pressing matters to discuss. I wonder what they could be? After Xiao Ran finished cooking the tripe and the layered beef in the pot, a wave of refreshment washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that if it were merely a matter of dining, they could have easily indulged indoors. The special gathering today surely must hold greater significance than simply sharing a meal, could it not? Although the hot pot ingredients were abundant, they lacked the dazzling variety of 2 days prior. Could it be that the restaurant's stock was running low? Unaware of Yin Yan's reserves, he inquired further. Boss, be truthful with me. Is it true that after this meal, we shall have no provisions left? The previously hungry Xia Tian perked up at the question, his appetite momentarily forgotten. Fear not, this is not our final supper, Yin Yin remarked, observing the collective sigh of relief from the group, relishing in their momentary comfort. However, I must convey a piece of unfortunate news. The relief that had washed over them moments ago dissipated as if they were on a roller coaster, their hearts tightening anew. After the meal, they would need to tidy up and take stock of their supplies, striving to replenish their resources using points. Each individual's point balance could be checked during payment. Tonight, our tent's lease is up. We must seek shelter outside, he declared, causing a ripple of concern among the group. Up? Seek shelter? Is it not possible to renew our lease? Outside? Has Boss Yin already aligned with the local powers? Boss, after following Yin these past 2 days, do you still have the energy to attend to matters of importance? Yin paid no heed to the probing gazes regarding her relationship with the person across the table. This evening, she pondered how to instill both a sense of caution and contempt in Zhao Kong towards her group. As she finished perfecting her makeup, the system had already marked the coordinates of the courtyard where Zhao Kong resided on the map. Yin resolutely declined the system's request to input an electronic version into her mind. The reason was quite simple. In her previous life, she was a person who had to navigate and seek guidance from reliable individuals, and she lacked confidence in this regard. Although she had spent time in this place, her focus had solely been on survival and escape, leaving her little attention for the intricacies of the terrain. It was prudent to leave professional matters to professionals. Moreover, the coordinates were likely associated with the mission of Li Chongqing and his group. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable to sell the map within the machine, and equally sensible to have the system mark nearby safe zone coordinates on the map. Chapter 26. Makeup after finishing their meal and before parting ways. Yin called out to Xiaoyu. Do you know how to apply makeup? Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. Though she could not compare to the beauty bloggers of her previous life, she was indeed capable of applying a simple makeup look. However, after applying makeup, would they have the means to remove it later that night while lodging outside, given their current circumstances? Yin smiled gently. Rest assured, I will bring something along. Although she was uncertain as to why Mr. Yin had requested her to apply makeup, she believed that following her employer's instructions was undoubtedly the right choice. After spending these few days together, Xiaoyu herself could not articulate the reason behind the trust she had developed. Yin let out a sigh of relief, reflecting on the fact that children still ensconced in their ivory towers possess a certain charm. This thought led him to recall how, in his previous life, he had been deceived by Zhao Kong, who lamented the naive and innocent glow in the eyes of university students. Was it truly so? Just look at the brilliance in Xiaoyu's gaze. It nearly blinded him. Fortunately, he did not consider himself a villain. Boss, is there some discord between you and Yin? You two have had no interaction today. Have you quarreled? Should I offer some advice? Boss, did you offend Yin? Girls are generally easy to appease. Let me tell you. As for Yin Yan's actions, he introspected and realized he could not be shameless. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their imaginations running wild, until Feng Yi finally intervened. Enough of the gossip. We are all adults. Matters of the heart are best handled by the boss. Let's not forget what Yin said. We're to spend the night outside. Although it suggests we have somewhere to stay, it will undoubtedly be inferior to our current circumstances. Feng Yi cleared his throat, noticing that Li Chongqing's brow had finally relaxed, and continued, regardless. Let's first check and account for our supplies. Once we conclude our recent affairs and ensure our survival, then we may indulge in gossip. Let us see what else we have in the automated cabinet that we haven't arranged. This might very well be our last resupply. This remark came from Li Chongqing, who then rose and patted the shoulders of the two closest brothers. You two come with me to check the points. The rest stay and tidy up. What type of makeup should we apply? Is this a look inspired by Boss Yin? However, that eyeshadow seems appealing yet challenging to blend well. If not applied correctly, it could easily result in a panda eye effect. Summer ran observer muttering to herself and couldn't help but ponder. Has this young lady, influenced by Boss Yin, decided to adorn herself as well? Yet, does she possess the means for such grooming? After boiling the water and filling the canteen, Summer ran resolved to knock on the door and inquire, "Brother, do you think this looks all right on me?" Before he could respond, Summer Yu emerged, her makeup done, hastily clutching her jacket. To facilitate movement, she had gathered her long hair into a chic bun. The baby hair at her forehead was gently curled with a flat iron, falling into soft waves. Concealer concealed her dark circles, and her skin, previously dulled by late nights and erratic routines, still bore a hint of yellow. Despite 2 nights of adequate sleep, her complexion remained less than fair. However, beneath the foundation, her skin appeared even-toned, and due to her appropriate shade choice, it didn't look artificially pale. She adorned her eyes with peachy pink eyeshadow and blush. The underlying orange tones, combined with her technique, complemented her warm complexion beautifully, radiating the delicate charm of youth. Instead of false eyelashes, she opted for mascara as a base and filled the gaps between her lashes with brown eyeliner. Unlike Yin Yin, who emphasized a bold eye look, she favored a more natural, effortless beauty. Her lipstick was a nude pink, topped with a hint of lip oil at the center, emphasizing a fresh, translucent effect. However, she was more troubled by her outfit than her makeup. Had Yin Yin not insisted on her dressing up, she could have simply worn anything. Yet, since the boss had requested she look more presentable, she felt compelled to refine her appearance from head to toe, even her hair. After much deliberation before the mirror, she settled on a crisp white long-sleeve top, light pink A-line cargo pants, and chunky white dad sneakers. Exposing her arms and legs made her susceptible to mosquito bites. She needed attire that would allow her to move freely while accommodating her belongings. "Sister, while you look stunning, this outfit isn't practical for durability." Summer Ran acknowledged his sister's beauty and outfit, but shook his head firmly regarding its resilience. Looking good, yet being impractical is not ideal. When outside in a hurry, who has the opportunity or means to frequently change clothes? "Oh, I completely forgot about that," Summer Yu exclaimed, realizing the inconvenience of her choice. If Yin Yin were present, he would likely contest Summer Ran's perspective. It is precisely in the face of such impracticality that one can still maintain cleanliness and freshness, subtly deterring those with ill intentions. In tumultuous times, such attire, devoid of wounds and disarray, does not overtly proclaim one's ability to thrive even amidst chaos. Delving deeper, it signifies the existence of financial backing. This individual is either herself or her significant other, perhaps even her team. The warm brown tones, when paired with dust and earth, would not be overly conspicuous. According to Xia Ran's perspective, Yin Yin ought to refrain from donning black attire. Why, you may ask? Because the feline, snow gun, tends to shed its fur. Yin Yin paid no heed to the movements of others, instead engaging in dialogue with the system. The snow gun could accompany her in her endeavors. Yet others were not so fortunate. In these tumultuous times, self-preservation was paramount. She had offered all the necessary warnings. However, these individuals were her clients, the very source of her incessant influx of points. Yin Yin harbored a personal wish that no one would suffer casualties before reaching Zhao Kang's coordinates tonight. Aside from Xia Changqing and his companions, who possess combat experience, the current fighting capability of the Xia siblings could be deemed non-existent. Yin opened the system's marketplace, where points were of secondary concern. If her points fell short, she might consider applying for credit from the system. The system, aware of her intentions, chose not to voice any objections. Yin Yin incessantly scrolled through the screen, gazing at a myriad of vehicle models. After much deliberation, she clicked on one only to exit moments later, unable to make a decision. "Host, perhaps you might consider this one," the system suggested, having discerned her inner thoughts, highlighting a particular model with a red circle in the marketplace. Chapter 27, The Night Bus and the New Mission. Yin Yin opened the page of the vehicle recommended by the system, revealing a 7-seater van from the brand Wuling, with Li Changqing's party consisting of 9 individuals. Alongside the 2 siblings from the Xia family, and including herself and Shui Chong, the total exceeded the seating capacity. Considering the destination lay within narrow alleyways and the potential for unexpected zombie ambushes, the choice of vehicle raised some concerns regarding maneuverability through obstacles. So this is the issue at hand. If the host wishes, perhaps we should explore another model, the system suggested, redirecting attention to an alternative vehicle. The name Night Bus struck a familiar chord with Yin, prompting her to click on it. A plethora of information flooded her senses. Description: introduced and modified by the mall's system. This vehicle is an essential asset for traversing perilous environments in a post-apocalyptic world. It is designed for perpetual use, capable of transformation, able to accommodate large luggage, and provide lodging for multiple occupants. The bus has a capacity of 300 passengers, with customizable limits for each floor. Currently, the settings allow for 100 passengers on each of the 3 levels. The first level features hard seats, offering seating and boxed meals, alongside public restrooms. The second level comprises bunk beds, also providing boxed meals and shared restrooms. The third level resembles a suite, indistinguishable from those found in tents. It is the most comfortable, with the ability to adapt according to the number of users, accommodating up to 100 suites, each limited to 1 occupant. Impressive. The target clientele is clearly defined. Yin glanced at the small illustration of the facilities on the 3rd level. Remarkably, despite being divided into 100 small areas, each suite was furnished to the standards of a proper apartment, complete with a bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom, and even a private balcony. This mobile bus could easily be regarded as a mobile villa. Regarding the vehicle's usage, surveillance is only present in public areas, and an artificial intelligence navigation system is installed, offering full automatic driving services during the night. There are no restrictions on departure times. When departing, the total number of passengers on board must not be fewer than 10, and each level must have at least 1 occupant. Passenger guidelines state that occupants are either short-term or long-term residents of the apartment, with no restrictions imposed. Residents must maintain a minimum of 50 points in their account. Those below this threshold cannot board. Passengers choosing to reside on the 1st level will incur a charge of 5 points per day, while those on the 2nd level will pay 10 points. And 3rd level occupants will be charged 100 points. Note: owners of the vehicle enjoy the following benefits. The 1st and 2nd levels are entirely free, while the 3rd level incurs a charge of 10 points per day per occupant. Goodness, this is a base charge of 50 points per guest, with a cap at 1,000 points. When it comes to maximizing customer profits, it seems you excel. Yin couldn't help but exclaim her thoughts. She realized that the only advantage of boarding this vehicle was that she could sit on the 1st level without incurring any points. However, if she resided on the 3rd level, even as a purchaser, she would still have to pay 100 points for the entire journey, should she remain there throughout. Should any passengers disembark midway, upon reboarding, the vehicle system would recalibrate the charges based on each passenger's journey per level, implementing the corresponding point deductions as the passengers scan their faces while boarding. Passengers opting for the 3rd level who wish to share a suite with others may submit a written request to existing passengers. If the existing passenger consents, a cohabitation agreement can be established. Note: charges will still be calculated based on each passenger's journey per level and will not offer point discounts for cohabitation. TSK. No discounts for sharing accommodations. When it comes to ruthlessness, it seems the system reigns supreme. The sole advantage that Yin possesses is her residence on the 3rd floor, which entitles her to a 10% discount according to the system. Beneath the balance displayed in her account, the system dutifully records the details of each point source and deduction for her perusal. Currently, it shows that, apart from her recent miscellaneous income and expenditures, her points balance stands at a mere 50,000. A considerable portion of this amount has been accrued from the zombie kills she has engaged in. After purchasing the vehicle, another message popped up, eliciting a smile from Yin. Once the bus is officially in operation, 50% of the total revenue from each trip will be deducted for the maintenance and repair of the vehicle's exterior and interior. This implies that the 10,000 points she expended to acquire the bus will ultimately yield only half of the revenue for her benefit. Thus, after deducting the system's share, she will retain a total of 57,500 points. Of course, this scenario presumes that she is not on the bus and that the 3rd floor is fully occupied. System: do you not think your fees are rather exorbitant? She inquires. It is unjust. This is mandated by the marketplace, and I lack the authority to alter it, the system replies. In truth, from its perspective, this transaction is still profitable for the host. While a small profit is still a profit, she concedes. Yin understood that if it were not for the system's discerning eye spotting this particular model, sifting through the dense array of vehicles would consume a significant amount of time, and she might not arrive at the correct conclusion. She did not intend to reveal this vehicle immediately. While inspecting the cars, she was reminded of another matter. Although the Xia siblings lacked the capability to combat zombies, under her and Li Changqing's protection, they could potentially grow stronger. Furthermore, according to the map, by avoiding the red zombie hotspots, they could reach Zhao Kang's small courtyard in half a day's time, even if they had to take a detour. Deploying a vehicle for just half a day did not seem worthwhile. The starting point would be set within Zhao Kang's courtyard, with the first temporary stop tentatively designated as the base where Li Changqing and his group resided. This arrangement would facilitate her transportation of Li Changqing's group, while also allowing her to see if she could pick up any personnel from their base. The next step would involve heading to Sea City for another temporary stop to gather more individuals, with the final destination set for Tally Garden. According to the latest task issued by the system, she was required to accommodate 600 new residents at Tally Garden. The system had established remarkably lenient criteria for these 600 new inhabitants. If the individuals were ordinary people, the system would generously provide a subsidy of 300 points per person as a welcoming gesture, to offer the new users a delightful surprise. The first-time passengers would enjoy complimentary access to the third-tier seating. The expenses incurred from the moment a newcomer boarded the bus until their arrival at Tally Garden, commencing a month-long new life, would be entirely sponsored by the system. Chapter 28. Treat them well and never offend them. When Yin emerged from her room, everyone had already been waiting in the lobby below for quite some time. Li Changqing and his group were fully armed, while the Xia siblings each carried a large backpack. In stark contrast, Yin had nothing in her hands. Li Changqing led the way, with Yin and the Xia siblings following closely behind, and Feng Yi's group bringing up the rear. Li Changqing was responsible for navigation, while Yin unleashed her snow gun, marching alongside him to clear the path. Whenever they encountered a solitary zombie, she would swiftly dispatch it with a sharp slap of her snow gun. Their pace was not swift, as the snow gun would occasionally pause to remain vigilant. The streets were rife with the frenzied activity of flies, the air thick with the stench of decaying flesh and the remnants of unrecognizable corpses. Even with 3 layers of masks, the foul odor permeated through. The group pressed on, suppressing their physiological discomfort. Boss, a group of people is approaching from the northeast, Zhao Kong relayed as he contemplated releasing the zombies to deliver a message to that direction. Fortunately, the system's map provided timely updates on their coordinates. Otherwise, Yin and her group would have been caught off guard. What is the age and gender distribution of this group? Do they possess supplies or weapons? Zhao Kong inquired. In response, the bald man began to elaborate. There are 10 young men, fully armed and carrying supplies. 2 young women, both strikingly beautiful, were present. One of them carried nothing. Among the group was a mutated cat. A mutated cat, indeed, and 1 woman with nothing? That cat must belong to the woman who carried nothing. 10 young men, splendid laborers, certainly worth considering for recruitment. As for the other beautiful woman, she must be one of those 10 young men. Such a combination could easily elucidate the previous losses incurred by the Zombie King. It seems that this group is precisely what I have been searching for. Boss, are we? Old Sue, the bare-armed man, glanced at the bound zombie kneeling on the floor. Those 2 ladies are truly captivating. The younger brothers who followed the bald man recalled the 2 women they had seen through binoculars and couldn't help but lick their back teeth. With Zhao Kong remaining silent and the bald leader offering no further commentary, he eagerly approached. The women they had encountered earlier were all gaunt and disheveled, lacking vitality. Yet these 2, merely by their appearance, radiated energy. Zhao Kong did not disregard the reports from his subordinates. Beautiful, clean, cleanliness must be ensured, which necessitates access to water. One among them must be a water elemental ability user. Could it be that the remaining woman has awakened a water-based power? Setting aside the daily water consumption, she still manages to present herself beautifully. These 12 individuals are likely an ability squad dispatched by a certain base. Regrettably, they cannot be claimed for his own use. Contemplating this, Zhao Kang's expression darkened. He tapped his fingers on the table, if this were the case. It seemed that cooperation with the Zombie King must continue. They should be treated well. Offending them would be unwise. Zhao Kong held little faith in those official bases, not due to a lack of confidence in the official structure itself, but rather in certain individuals within those teams. Parasites have always existed, and while there are usually checks in place, the current upper echelons are primarily focused on weighing options. In these extraordinary times, whether black cat or white cat, the one that catches the rat is the good cat. But aside from that criterion, can we truly claim that all these cats are a good stock? Not necessarily. That individual who awakened the water ability among his subordinates, the one with the strongest water resource ability, can only produce enough fresh water for their own consumption. The trio led by Zhao Kong owes their comfortable existence to the plundering actions of their underlings. To put it bluntly, they thrive on the blood of ordinary people. However, in the apocalypse, mere survival is a skill in itself. Who can stand up to condemn and punish? Zhao Kong often tacitly condones the actions of his subordinates, as long as they do not surpass the three of them. Could any righteous individuals possibly emerge from the shadows? The bald leader and Old Su, the bare-armed man, are Zhao Kang's trusted confidants whom he brought out of prison. The remainder is nothing more than a makeshift troop, a mere assembly of rabble. Zhao Kong, with a near-cruel and stringent demeanor, limited this ragtag group to just 20 individuals. This was to ensure manageable oversight and to alleviate the burden of excess personnel, as he lacked the resources to sustain ordinary folk. These 20 were meticulously selected, forming a loyal guard. Will we let such plump prey escape? Ever since Zhao Kong had orchestrated their escape from prison, apart from singular instance where he was rescued by the Zombie King, the trio had never parted ways. Growing accustomed to following Zhao Kang's lead, the bald man became increasingly lethargic in thought. He recognized that his elder brother was indifferent to matters of romance, while his second brother preferred the company of men. Consequently, when fresh young women were discovered, they were typically offered to him first before any actions were taken. Upon hearing that two new, beautiful women had arrived, his interest was piqued. Zhao Kong discerned the bald man's intentions. Do not stir trouble. For the first time, he presented a cold demeanor before him, yet the bald man remained undeterred and sought out Lao Su. Although Lao Su's thoughts wandered at the mention of 10 strapping young men, he quelled his desires upon receiving his elder brother's directive. If they were indeed official personnel, there was no need to jeopardize future prospects for a few trees. He was well aware of the difference between a single meal and the potential for a bountiful harvest. There was no necessity to take risks. Noticing the bald man's gaze, Lao Su remarked. The bald man was unconvinced. Those newcomers, having witnessed the good life here, might not be entirely immune to temptation. As for the two women, he could always employ sweet words to win them over. Once one fell for his charms, the outcome would be in his favor. Brother, how should we handle this? Send them away for now. Once they have departed, make a trip yourself to deliver gifts and apologies. I trust they will understand. Zhao Kong envisioned a favorable outcome. Elder brother, they're about to cross the checkpoint. You should go take a look. After finishing his cup of hot water, he instructed the bald man to take his men to observe. He hoped that witnessing the strength of those individuals firsthand would quell any inappropriate aspirations. The bald man's face lit up at this, and he cheerfully replied, springing into action with great enthusiasm. The bare-armed man closely followed, having been instructed by Zhao Kong to accompany the others in leading the zombies away. The three brothers were unperturbed by the conversation being overheard by the Zombie King, for in Zhao Kang's words, the Zombie King lacked sufficient intellect. It was better to reveal certain truths at the appropriate moment than to conceal them altogether. Their shared understanding was sufficient to convey meanings only they comprehended. Chapter 29. Boss Yin, are you a professional? The closer they approached the coordinates, the denser the zombies became. From solitary figures at first to earlier clusters, a multitude of zombies could now be seen wandering in the vicinity. This circle of zombies is a gift bestowed upon Zhao Kong by Old Wang, intended for camouflage. During ordinary days, it serves the purpose of aiding Zhao Kong in delivering supplies to Old Wang. The bald man stands atop the roof of a residential building in the community, utilizing a telescope to survey the situation across the street. Yet, no matter how keenly one gazes, the only sight to behold is the imposing concrete wall. Yin instructed the system to tally the number of zombies gathered at the iron gate of the community. After collecting a small amount of points, the system kindly assisted her by scanning the hidden zombies lurking in the shadows, providing their movement coordinates and activity range. Yin gazed at the dense array of numbers and coordinates, her eyes drifting to the pristine map, feeling a pang of headache. The system, understanding her plight, promptly generated a new map for her. It outlined in red the distribution coordinates of the zombies, their activity range, and specific numbers of the undead, annotated with fine print. Below, in black ink, it succinctly detailed the combat capabilities of Yin-Yan's group. Beneath this, in delicate blue script, a summary of analytical recommendations was provided, outlining the most efficient strategy for Yin and her companions to eliminate the zombies with minimal casualties. "Give me the map," Yin requested, retrieving 3 pens from her bag as she marked the map handed to her by Li-Chang-Qing. Observing the map hovering in the air, she found it cumbersome to operate, prompting her companion to naturally adjust the large bag for her convenience. Yin was not pretentious. He decisively used his back as a board and elegantly inscribed in fine script upon the paper. In no time at all, he had completed the task. The onlookers gathered around, their breath catching in astonishment as their eyes met, filled with shock. Yin meticulously followed the instructions provided by the system for a one-to-one replication. She circled the coordinates, annotated the precise number of zombies, and inscribed the initials of the individuals designated for handling each corresponding location. "Boss Yin, have you undergone training?" Li-Chang-Qing was aware that Yin was a treasure, yet he was astounded by the depth of her capabilities. Glancing at the map, she was able to distinctly annotate such a wealth of information from afar. "Hey, over here!" The Xia siblings rushed onto the road, shouting loudly and clanging drums in an attempt to attract the attention of the zombies. Just before the horde descended upon them, Xuechong swiftly scooped them up, securing them on his back. The trio diverted the zombies at the entrance, proceeding to complete their task of exterminating the undead in the distance. Meanwhile, Li-Chang-Qing and his group seized the opportunity to enter the residential area. They coordinated seamlessly, swiftly dispatching the wandering zombies on the ground floor and those clustered in nearby groups. Yin retrieved a thoughtful little gift presented by the system, a bottle of spray. With a couple of hissing sounds, he enveloped himself in its essence, reminiscent of having just emerged from a crowded throng, exuding a distinctly human aroma that overwhelmed the 3, causing them to cough in astonishment. The impact was profound, striking directly at the crown of their heads. Yin handed it over, and Xiaoyu took it with her eyes closed, mimicking the action. With a series of hissing sounds, the fleeing zombies were drawn in, twisting their heads and tiptoeing in curiosity to confirm their target, surging forward in a chaotic mob. Li-Chang-Qing and the others had already hidden according to plan, waiting for the distraction to lead them away. It succeeded. Observing the swarm of approaching zombies, the two felt a mixture of fear and joy. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, their legs still trembled uncontrollably. Yin climbed onto the back of the snow gun, exhibiting no hesitation as she leaned forward to converse with it. The great cat had already taken notice of the movements across from them. The snow gun perked up its ears, its glassy eyes fixated on the distance between the zombies and itself, seemingly calculating its next move. In the blink of an eye, seizing the opportune moment and adhering to Yin-Yan's earlier instructions, the Xia siblings were once again lifted, securely seated on its back, their hearts still racing. Having steadied themselves, Yin gave a firm pat on the back of the snow gun, which understood her cue and launched forth like an arrow released from its bow. With a resounding thud, it crashed like a watermelon hitting the ground, rolling out with force. A swift flick sent one zombie tumbling away, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the commotion, Li-Chang-Qing and his companions swiftly emerged from a nearby shop. In a seamless display of teamwork, they constructed a makeshift ramp with their hands, sprinting forward, pushing off in a relay to leap through the door. Their training shone through. They were undoubtedly professionals. "You hold the line and attract the vitality. I shall descend for a brief engagement." Yin ensured that the safety harnesses of Xia Yu and Xia Ran were securely fastened. Out of the corner of her eye, she noted their legs firmly anchored to the snow gun. She unfastened the buckle at her waist and loosened the restraints on her legs. With the snow gun's deliberate assistance, she dismounted gracefully. Landing with a single hand, she turned, and the battle axe had already been seamlessly placed into her grasp by the system. With the fish head mask resting around her neck, Yin Yin swung her axe, sparks flying like lightning, as she charged forth like a valiant warrior, cutting her way through the fray. The rationale behind preventing Xia Yu and Xia Ran from engaging was straightforward. The two were on the brink of awakening. As long as they remained unscathed, it was only a matter of time, with the system's support, before their abilities would manifest. Yin Yin harbors a reluctance towards risk, moreover. She momentarily hopes for the two of them to acclimatize, particularly concerning the proximity to the undead. The bald man, peering through his binoculars, observes the curvaceous beauty adorned with a fish head mask, feeling an overwhelming sense of incongruity and absurdity. The fish head does not obstruct Yin Yan's vision, nor does it alter her movements. With the remnants of the zombies splattered aside, she wields two axes with formidable prowess. The fish-headed woman navigates the battlefield with an air of invincibility, executing her strikes with fluidity and precision, leaving no undead within reach. With a swing, an arm of zombie is sent soaring. With a slash, a head is cleaved asunder. In a moment, her gloved fingers deftly maneuver, and the crystalline remnants are absorbed into the system's space. Xiaoyu gazes at the figure amidst the fray, pondering in admiration. When will she possess such grace? Xia Ran watches the relentless onslaught of the fish-headed silhouette, questioning, who says women are inferior to men? Yin Yin was consumed by a singular thought. Oh no, I forgot to count. How many did I take out? The system, ever cheerful, timely announced in her ear, you have currently eliminated 40. There are 10 remaining. 9 remaining. 8 remaining. When it reached the count of 2, Yin Yin paused, calling out to the two individuals who were gazing in awe at the cat's back. Shall we give it a try? After all, true knowledge comes from practice. Zombies, once engaged, become a familiar adversary. If the Zombie King were present, it would undoubtedly utter a reproach. You think you're superior. You think you're remarkable. Is a zombie's life not worth anything? From opposing perspectives, neither side could be deemed virtuous. Yet, considering their respective positions, who among them would not be praised as a hero by their own kind? Chapter 30. A piece of cloth descends from the sky. Obscuring vision, what's wrong with them? Are they all right? As the group gathered downstairs, they beheld the Xia siblings sprawled across the snow gun, bearing expressions that suggested they had just faced death. Their complexions were indeed far from favorable. Who would have anticipated that, at the final juncture, Yin Yin would personally instruct the two on how to eliminate zombies, hand in hand? Each swing of the axe induced a wave of physiological discomfort. At this moment, as they were carried over, they had yet to regain their composure. It's fine. A brief rest will suffice. And you two? Thanks to Yin Yan's meticulous preparations, they had narrowly avoided an ambush. Xia Tian beamed brightly, while Feng Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Ma Hao recalled the zombie that their leader had dispatched with a single blow, a lingering dread still haunting him. Who would imagine that a half-bodied creature would emerge from a trash bin? What do you think? Zhao Kong inquired, scrutinizing the bald man's face after reviewing the report. Initially intending to attack the girl lying atop the cat, he was taken aback when, under the encouragement of the fish-head girl, she seized an axe and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the approaching zombies. They were all formidable foes, despite the multitude of zombies. They could not withstand the group's organized and purposeful assault. As the system's call echoed her mind, upon grasping the content of their conversation, Yin Yin lamented inwardly. Was it the axe that was lost? No, it was the tangible points that slipped away. Are you all right? Li Changqing observed Yin Yin, who was gazing mournfully at the old tool in her hands. Never mind. What was missed before is past. This one could be mine. Yin Yin spoke, and the group turned their gaze. With a swift motion of his right wrist, the proprietor revealed a brand new axe, signaling for Li Changqing to exchange his old one. Li Changqing reluctantly accepted the new implement, casting a wistful glance at his aged tool. While it had served him well in felling zombies, the increasing number of bodies had rendered his axe less effective. Though it was no longer usable, discarding it felt like a wasteful act. Rest assured, this is merely a trade-in. Yin explained, likening it to an exchange of the old for the new, with only a modest price difference to cover. Upon hearing this, the group's reluctance dissipated. They happily exchanged their weapons, appreciating the advantageous deal that was more economical than purchasing new ones outright. Even though the axes from the vending machine were not exorbitantly priced, they opted not to acquire smaller, more convenient weapons like daggers, primarily due to cost considerations. As dusk fell, the group gathered near the staircase, taking a moment to recover their strength. Having just shared a meal, they were not particularly hungry. Yin turned her back to the crowd, retrieving a cushioned lipstick from her bag to touch up her makeup, with Xiaoyu doing the same. Their touch-up was swift. Thus the men did not have to wait long. Shall we proceed? Let us go. A mere exchange of 2 sentences sufficed. Li Changqing took the lead, followed closely by Yin, with the Xia siblings bringing up the rear. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, Feng Yi, and others tidied up, wielding axes as they ascended the stairs in a grand procession. The elevator of the villa halted on the first floor, its doors jammed shut by an obstruction, with one elevator serving 2 households. The wooden door leading from the first floor to the basement was secured with an iron chain, effectively blocking the fire escape route to the underground. Yin and her companions entered through the broken chain at the entrance of the building. The corridor was illuminated, with the doors of 2 units on the first floor wide open, revealing a space that had been tidied. There were footprints and traces of blood. The room, designated as Room 4, had been repurposed as a storage area. The wardrobe, television, tables, chairs, sofa, and bed had all been completely emptied, leaving only the marks of having been moved. The storage room was piled high with bags of various colors, and a foul odor greeted anyone who opened the door. It appeared that someone had deliberately transformed this area into a public lavatory. Both units on the first floor bore such arrangements. Ma Hao and Xia Tian emerged from one room, encountering Li Changqing and Feng Yi, who had exited from the adjacent space. The Xia siblings and Yin leaned against the wall at the doorway, while the others remained vigilant. They were quite clever, using bags to contain their waste. This area was no different. As they concluded their exploration of the first floor and ascended to the second, an unexpected commotion erupted from the third floor, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle. Something was moving downwards from the third floor, as if being driven away. The group heightened their alertness. Li Changqing and Feng Yi exchanged glances and brandished their axes, while Yin and her companions were shielded by Ma Hao and Xia Tian at the entrance to the second floor. It was a zombie, and engaging in close combat posed a significant risk of being splattered, thus increasing the likelihood of infection. Just before the zombie arrived, the system urgently warned, "Get back." Without hesitation, Yin swiftly pulled the 2 individuals blocking the way to the rear. Ignoring the reactions of those around her, she called upon the system for assistance. She quickly purchased a large plastic tarpaulin from the marketplace, which unfurled above their heads, ensuring complete coverage. With her gaze unwavering, Yin raised her axe and stepped forward to confront the enemy. The chilling cries of the zombie echoed in her ears as she bent slightly, swinging her axe forward with both hands. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head rolled away, its body collapsing to the side. There was no time to catch her breath. She ascended the stairs, following the system's prompts, ready for action. Having only one prior experience in close-quarter combat, she understood that the current moment demanded her direct involvement. Engaging in battle in such confined spaces could easily result in splatters of liquid entering one's eyes. Previously, she had no knowledge of how they had managed to avoid such mishaps. However, in this moment, Yin could not afford any mistakes, for they had yet to awaken their powers. If they were to encounter a superhuman, the risks associated with close combat or physical confrontation would be mitigated, as there would be no concern for infection from bodily fluids. Yet, being bitten or meeting death was an entirely different matter. Once bitten without antibodies, the outcome would be akin to death, becoming a supercharged zombie with an insatiable hunger for the brains of former comrades. "Cover up and keep up," she instructed. Yin entrusted his back to the fray, valiantly advancing all the way to the 4th floor. It was not until the last of the zombies on that level fell that the system conducted a swift scan of the surrounding rooms. With the assurance that no lurking creatures lay in wait, Yin exhaled a sigh of relief though his hands trembled slightly. The path ahead was obstructed, allowing passage for only one person at a time. The zombies encountered previously had been deliberately released. It remained uncertain whether more awaited in the shadows. My companion, Brother E, and I had secured the door below with chains, ensuring a temporary sense of safety. It seemed the nearby zombies had been eradicated, yet our focus now shifted to the upper floors. Bossian, what about this? The group was draped with a large piece of cloth, reminiscent of those commonly found in greenhouse vegetable farms from a bygone era. Earlier, when Bossian had pushed them aside and tossed the cloth down from above, curiosity had sparked among them. Subsequently, a few stains from the zombies splattered onto its surface. Chapter 31. The zombies from above this cloth is of no further use. Dispose of it, Yin Yin instructed. Upon hearing this, the Xia siblings, quick and adept, carefully folded the cloth, ensuring that the bloodstains were securely enveloped within. They presented it to Yin only after confirming that they would not come into contact with the gruesome contents. Yin took the item, flipping her wrist as the system prompted her that 2 points had been credited to her account. Well, something is better than nothing. Put these on, she instructed, presenting a collection of whimsical headgear, identical to the one she had unveiled earlier that afternoon. A stack of masks adorned with absurd green fish heads and comical bovine designs, all randomly generated. Produced by the system, each mask featured a thin membrane over the ventilation holes, serving both as a barrier and ensuring unobstructed breathing, a testament to the ingenuity of its designer. While mimicking the amusing masks of the Blue Star inhabitants, there had been an enhancement in material quality, optimizing its utility. The onlookers, gazing at the masks, recalled the moment they encountered Yin, who had donned a similar disguise, and a mutual understanding dawned upon them. Meanwhile, Yin contemplated that should a similar situation arise again, if everyone wore these masks, she would not need to step in. Although she felt secure with the system's assistance, her earlier exertions had drained her energy, and the prospect of further involvement felt burdensome. Yin purchased a bottle of sports drink from the marketplace. Using its accompanying cap, he filled a cup to the brim, consumed it, and then refilled it to hand to the young lady from the Xia family. They all shared the drink, and then prepared to ascend once more. Replenishing electrolytes aids in the recovery of physical strength. Having not had a sip of water all afternoon, he felt parched. Have they arrived? Yes, they have. Time is of the essence for Zhao Kong. Judging by the display of skill earlier in the afternoon and the noise that emanated from the staircase moments ago, Zhao Kong was acutely aware that the strength of the newcomers was formidable. Initially clinging to a glimmer of hope, it was evident that the opposing party had come well prepared. It was as if a traitor had emerged from within their ranks, with the coordinates of all their prey firmly in the hands of their adversaries. Throughout the afternoon, the zombies that had been employed to obscure their vision, both inside and outside the community, had been eradicated. They were situated on the 7th floor, while the group was approaching from the 4th floor. The zombies below the 4th floor were those they had kept under control. In the previous game, one of the surviving humans awakened an ability to simultaneously control 3 zombies. The zombies encountered earlier had been released by him. However, this ability came with a drawback. When the controlled zombies were killed, his own stamina would be depleted, requiring 3 days to fully recuperate. Zhao Kong calculated in his mind. On the 5th floor, there were ordinary individuals they had temporarily sheltered, approximately 12 people, some taken in yesterday and others 2 days prior. Among them, 5 had already been marked as sacrifices, confirmed to be ordinary individuals without the potential for awakening abilities. Once Yin and his group departed, these 12 would be divided into 2 batches. 7 would become game prey, opening ability blind boxes, while 5 would be offered as sacrifices, sent by Lao Su subordinates to make amends with Lao Wang. Currently, the 6th floor housed their younger brethren, totaling 14 individuals. Of these, 10 possessed abilities, and 4 had recently awakened their powers. On the 7th floor, to the left resided Zhao Kong and his 2 brothers, while the right side served as a temporary dwelling for resolving personal matters, accommodating between 3 to 6 individuals at any given time. Given the current circumstances, this group of strangers was likely to encounter ordinary people. It was prudent to allow the ordinary individuals and his subordinates to make initial contact. Who are you? Faced with the sudden intrusion of unfamiliar faces, Su Fuguei and the others were filled with trepidation, especially given the stark contrast in attire and demeanor between themselves and the newcomers. It was no wonder they were on edge. The disparity in the clothing of the women within both groups made it clear that these strangers lived in a manner far more civilized than their own. Su Fuguei, the leader of room 501 among the ordinary residents, heard the commotion but dared not act impulsively. He had stumbled upon the bald man as subordinates 3 days ago and was subsequently brought here, as one at the very bottom of the pecking order. He had no right to ascend to the 7th floor. "And who are you?" Yin did not respond, but instead posed a question in return. Her gaze swiftly swept across the crowd, confirming the absence of any familiar faces. This indicated that the individual had yet to arrive. The two parties remained at an impasse at the entrance, while Li Chongqing and his companions stood behind Yin, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Yin and Su Fuguei exchanged glances, neither harboring any intention of aggression, while I maintained a fade of a forced smile. "Old Su, what's the situation on your end?" As the walkie-talkie crackled to life, the Xia siblings instinctively reached for their waists. As for Feng, Yi, and the others, they clutched their axes firmly, refusing to set them down. Yin gazed at the middle-aged man before him, who cautiously retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket. After a brief glance at Yin, he carefully retreated, allowing others to take their positions and keep watch. A few strangers, both male and female, approached. Su Fuguei succinctly conveyed this information. Meanwhile, the system remained vigilant, rapidly scanning the abilities of these individuals at the behest of Yin, who had exchanged 100 points for this information. His nickname was known solely to Su Fuguei and a select few. Xiaoyang was among the fortunate ones from the last batch of ordinary people who awakened their abilities, with his awakening coinciding with the initiation of the game of prey. His good fortune stood in stark contrast to that of the Xia siblings, Xia Yu and Xia Ran, who had suffered unwarranted misfortune, entirely oblivious to the game as existence. Their location was merely a zone preordained by Zhao Kong. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, the fate of Su Fuguei and the others would unfold a week later. He was only aware that as a newly awakened individual, his sole responsibility for the week was to care for the newcomers. When the week concluded, Su Fuguei's group would no longer benefit from complimentary care and would be required to venture out to gather supplies for the following week's sustenance. Should any of them be fortunate enough to manifest abilities, they would experience the privileges Xiaoyang had enjoyed throughout the week. However, the question of survival during their excursion remained uncertain. Naturally, the bald leader would not permit this group of defenseless ordinary individuals to venture out alone. He would arrange for 7 seasoned individuals with awakened abilities, along with 2 budding talents, to accompany them. Although the difficulty would be mitigated, the sacrifice of ordinary people remained a commonplace occurrence. After all, most zombies would be managed by those with abilities, yet solitary zombies could be elusive and unpredictable. Under such conditions, the task of gathering supplies without engaging in direct conflict with hordes of zombies was indeed a stroke of luck for ordinary individuals. It was unreasonable to expect a high survival rate under these circumstances. Xiaoyang felt deeply moved by the arrangements made by those in charge and eagerly anticipated the forthcoming Sunday. Thus, when he heard Su Fuguei mention the arrival of newcomers, he excitedly dashed over, neglecting to put on his shoes. Su Fuguei, aware that others would take over the subsequent matters, refrained from elaborating further. Soon, with Xiaoyang's arrival, everything would be thoroughly explained. Chapter 32. Old Sun repairs the door, and all praise at Xiaoyang arrived swiftly. Old Su. A loud bang echoed as the door on the 6th floor slammed shut, followed by a figure rushing down the stairs. In his haste, Xiaoyang misstepped, nearly losing his footing on the staircase. Hearing the commotion, Su Fuguei called out to offer a path and hurried to the stairwell to greet him. Yin and his companions stood in perfect unison at the entrance of the 5th floor, precisely at the open space before the elevator. Old Su, you truly are my lucky star. A young man approached, characterized by his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, sporting a close-cropped hairstyle, dressed in long sleeves and trousers, with a pair of flip-flops adorning his feet. Upon noticing Yin and his group, He counted heads discreetly before excitedly patting Su Fugue on the shoulder. Subsequently, he rubbed his hands together, nodding and bowing as he greeted Li Chongqing. "Brother, where do you hail from? With such a large entourage, your gear looks impressive. Are you merely staying over? But do you have other plans? Speak plainly. I sense no defenses here." His outstretched hand hovered in the air. Li Chongqing naturally stepped forward to shake hands with him, then promptly withdrew. "We were just passing through and decided to take a look. My friend, could you enlighten us about the situation here?" Little Yang followed the voice, observing a stout man emerge from the crowd with an honest and hearty smile. "To be frank, we are situated in a fabled land of good fortune. The abundance of zombies makes finding a safe haven quite a challenge. Every Sunday, we organize an excursion to gather supplies. In terms of safety, we have brothers with abilities to protect you. You might seriously consider staying, especially with the presence of young ladies." Little Yang had not overlooked the two young women in their group, who were both attractive and well-groomed. One of them cradling a cat. In this post-apocalyptic world, a cat is no trivial matter. 9 out of 10 animals have mutated, and the sole survivor often meets an untimely demise. Xuechong noticed the stranger's gaze and lifted his head lazily, casting a nonchalant glance before narrowing his eyes, exuding an air of calm. If this cat were to mutate, it could serve as both a steed and a formidable ally. Having journeyed such a distance, it was likely that the cat had indeed undergone transformation. Otherwise, it would not have survived to this day. To be candid, they had not encountered such a creature here. "My friend, may we find a place to sit and converse?" Yin Yin opened his mouth, the fervent desire reflected in the eyes of the other party, when faced with the snow gun, was so intense that it could scorch a person. "Indeed, my dear fellow, we are faring well. Yet the journey thus far has left us somewhat fatigued and parched. As dusk descends, lodging outdoors is inevitable, and having arrived at this juncture, it is only natural that we seek refuge here. Haha, look at me. Come, old Su, you all go inside first. I shall lead them downstairs for a moment's respite." Little Sheep smacked his forehead, turning on his heel in slippers, gesturing for everyone to follow him downstairs. Faced with the back of the other party, leading the way, Yin Yin and his companions harbored no doubts and naturally followed suit. As Little Sheep descended, he glanced down at the zombies in the stairwell, nonchalantly waving his hand. The remnants vanished into thin air. His supernatural ability was mobility, allowing him to relocate objects from their original position to a straight-line distance of 100 meters away. The obstacles on the upper floor had disappeared. At the tail end of the group, Xia Tian quietly relayed this information forward. By the time it reached Yin Yan's ears, he had just expressed confusion over the sudden appearance of obstacles ahead. "This is my ability. I moved the obstacles from upstairs and tidied up a bit. Rest assured, even if some unwitting zombies attempt to enter, they cannot surpass these barriers. It will take them quite a while to move them. Ha ha ha." All along, remnants of destruction remained, and Little Sheep furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it once more. With another wave of his hand, the area was left immaculate, with only traces of blood to attest to the prior events. "However, you all were rather careless just now, bringing the zombies in with you," Little Sheep casually remarked. But to the ears of the group, it sounded like thunder. Did he truly not notice the zombies descending from upstairs? Was it an act, or was he genuinely unaware? "Tonight, you shall endure the discomfort of residing on this first floor. Later, I will inform the boss of your situation. Once I submit my request, food and water will be delivered by Old Su." Little Sheep gazed at the door, cleaved by an axe, somewhat taken aback. Turning his attention to the axes at the waists and in the hands of the group, he quickly matched the traces in his mind before falling into silence. This group carried weapons? As for the door, forget it. I shall seek out Old Sun to handle it. You all rest here for a while. He was a chatterbox, eager to help, yet faced with the violently breached door. Little Sheep chose to change direction, retrieved his keys, unlocked the door, ushering the group inside before ascending the stairs once more. Yin Yin gazed at the door across from her with a hint of astonishment, recalling that there had been no violent breach prior to her departure. The apprehensive Xiaoyu, nervously touching her nose, could not suppress her curiosity despite the assurance of safety. The reaction of the snow cat, which sniffed the door and then cautiously prodded it with its paw, further piqued her interest. The unspoken understanding between the two, a person and a feline, prompted them to quietly investigate while Yin Yin led the way. When the door finally swung open, the interior revealed itself to be rather satisfactory. The living room was modestly furnished with a sofa and a bed. Although the specifics of the DCOR remained a mystery, the space appeared to be in decent condition. Save for a thin layer of dust, the room before them was spacious and well lit, clearly indicative of a generous layout. Upon entering, they were greeted by an indoor balcony, where a bed immediately caught the eye. A turn in direction revealed 3 sizable beds in the living area, followed by 4 additional bedrooms, each equipped with its own large bed. Yin Yin finally comprehended why the previous Su Fugue had been greeted by a swarm of people upon opening the door. It turned out that this abode was indeed brimming to the brim with inhabitants. The much-anticipated Lao San was diligently repairing the door at Su Fugue's entrance. His unique ability lay in restoration and reinforcement, albeit currently limited to inanimate objects such as doors, windows, and weapons. Nevertheless, in the realm of daily life, his skills proved to be invaluable. For instance, in the event of seeking refuge in a house, he could swiftly repair and fortify the doors and windows, thereby buying precious time for subsequent escape. Just as Lao San completed the repairs on Su Fugue's door, he had not yet had the chance to quench his thirst when he was pulled downstairs by Xiao Yang to assist with the aftermath concerning Li Chongqing and his companions. What happened? How is this door damaged as well? Lao San queried, perplexed, as he glanced at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang gestured subtly, indicating that it was the new arrivals in the adjacent room who were responsible. Very well, ignorance is bliss. The fact that those individuals could break down a door attested to their capabilities. With a resigned sigh, Lao San set about repairing it. He pondered whether the axes wielded by that group had sustained damage, should they require his services for restoration. He would not demand much, perhaps merely a bit of water in exchange. Chapter 33. A modest shock for the newcomer's thank you. Ma Hao said as he bid farewell to the departing guests and closed the door. The group remained in the living room, momentarily at a loss as to where to sit. It was then that a silent understanding blossomed between Li Chongqing and Yin Yin. They exchanged glances, and, leading the way, they removed their shoes and settled cross-legged on a nearby bed. The others gathered around in a close-knit circle. Yin Yin instructed Xue Chong to keep watch at the entrance and requested the system to scan the surroundings meticulously, ensuring that no eavesdroppers or prying eyes were present before he spoke. We shall spend the night here. Xiao Yang and Lao San both possess special abilities, while Lao Su does not. At present, Xiao Yang is reporting the situation. What discoveries have you made? Lao Su's living quarters are comparable to ours, with the first and second floors seemingly designated for garbage storage. Xiao Yang mentioned that we inadvertently brought a zombie inside. He likely remains unaware that the creature originated from the upper levels. It is also possible that he feigns ignorance to dispel our suspicions. Indeed, while he appears cordial and easy to converse with, the demeanor of Fu Gue upon encountering him clearly indicated that Xiao Yang holds a superior status. In Fu Gue's room, there are 7 individuals, and our building comprises 7 stories. This afternoon, while we were dealing with the zombies, someone from the rooftop was observing us. This suggests that the emergence of zombies may not be spontaneous, but rather orchestrated. As the group engaged in animated discussion, they consolidated their information. The presence of zombies on the upper floors indicates that there are ordinary residents and those with abilities within the building, some of whom may be unaware of the situation. It is evident that many survivors inhabit this structure, including individuals capable of controlling zombies. While Fu Gue and his companions remain cautious, Xiao Yang and Lao San do not share this apprehension. Upon realizing that these arrangements were orchestrated by Xiao Yang, Lao San's eyes sparkled with envy, accompanied by an unreserved gesture of approval. Although Yin Yin felt a semblance of familiarity with the young lamb and old son, she could not recall who the affluent Geyer was. However, this place undoubtedly belonged to Zhao Kang's domain. The visage of Zhao Kang and his 3 brothers lingered in her mind. As long as one of them appeared, she would be able to confirm her suspicions. Recently, having grown accustomed to the system, it had distinctly informed her that despite many others having made similar wishes, she alone had been chosen in this timeline. One savior suffices. What need is there for a multitude, as if a single butterfly flapping its wings could incite a tempest, inviting chaos. At this juncture, the system had harshly critiqued a colleague from a neighboring team. It was said that this individual, in a bid to simultaneously tackle multiple tasks, inadvertently initiated several savior scenarios, resulting in bugs that remain unresolved, leading to daily lamentations and excessive overtime. There seemed to be no end to the repairs. Concurrently, the system advised Yin that she could attribute everything to her extraordinary abilities, but she must not disclose that her powers were a product of the system. Furthermore, if feasible, it would be prudent to rely on human strength as much as possible in the future. Yin always sensed that there were underlying meanings in the system's words. However, upon reflection, she recognized the validity of the other party's perspective. If one becomes overly reliant on external forces and neglects the cultivation of one's own abilities, there may come a day when those external powers withdraw, leaving the dependent individual in profound agony. This dynamic is akin to romantic relationships, where mutual progress and balanced strength are essential, often requiring each party to support the other. Once the giver adopts a position of superiority, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the receiver to attain equal respect. This mirrors her reluctance to be bound to life.Watch. The reality is simply that their relationship is fundamentally unequal. Yin sensed that, as the decisive figure in the team, life.Watch's inherent masculinity and her own innate femininity would inevitably clash. Both were individualistic and somewhat dictatorial, naturally reluctant to have their authority challenged. A crucial factor contributing to this tension was the prevalent notion among the men. If she and life.Watch were to establish an overt relationship, Yin would likely cease to be the esteemed Yin boss, instead becoming perceived as an appendage to life.Watch. She despised such constraints on her identity. She preferred to be defined as Yin rather than merely as someone else's subordinate. She cherished her identity as Yin boss far more than being referred to as a sister-in-law. "Friends, I have brought the boss along as well as some food," Xiaoyan announced, knocking on the door, his tone now imbued with enthusiasm rather than the previous sycophancy. Summer, being the closest to the door, had not yet reacted when Shuechang swiftly pushed it open with a paw. In an instant, the cat, concealed in modesty, darted through the doorway, bounding joyfully onto Yan's shoulder. When Shuechang settled there, it appeared no larger than a 2-month-old kitten. The little creature affectionately nuzzled the side of Yan's face, a sight that did not escape Xiaoyang's notice. Yan gently patted the cat's head with one hand, then rose and walked towards the entrance alongside the others. "This is your meal, and here is our leader." Upon entering, the bald man surveyed the group of unfamiliar faces, visibly relieved upon not spotting the fish-headed mask. "Greetings." life.Watch instinctively stepped in front of Yin. As a fellow man, he felt a tinge of displeasure at the other's unabashed gaze moments earlier. Yin was acutely aware of the nature of her counterparts, yet she cleverly maintained the persona she had previously established. Upon seeing the two young women's faces, the bald man felt a stir of intrigue. However, once he took in Yin's attire, his interest quickly waned. The woman with the cat turned out to be the infamous fish-head girl. The other girl was likely the one with the special abilities mentioned by the leader. Xiaoyu was thoroughly shielded by Xia Tian. "Do not be alarmed. We are merely here to make your acquaintance. In these trying times, it is rare to meet new faces, and I have brought a small token of goodwill." A box of unopened, slightly dusty instant noodles was placed down by a young lamb, accompanied by a half-consumed, unopened 500 milliliters bottle of green-packaged mineral water from behind, along with a bundle of unused garbage bags that the bald man had just set down. Despite being labeled as a token gift, none were convinced. In this post-apocalyptic era, possessing resources to offer to strangers was a rarity. Even amongst groups, few could boast such capability. The quantity and audacity of these offerings suggested either ill intent or a genuine desire for alliance. The bald man wore a smile that appeared generous, yet his demeanor was nonchalant as he chose to ignore the young man's protective stance. Internally, he was somewhat taken aback by the group's reaction. There was no shock as he had anticipated, nor the fervor he had expected. Rather, it aligned with his brother's prediction. This team not only demonstrated strength, but possibly possessed resourceful abilities as well. Xiaotian glanced at her leader's movements, continuing to shield her. Ma Hao caught a glimpse of Yin Yin, who retrieved 2 small boxes from her coat pocket and handed them to Li Chongqing. The bald man's peripheral vision caught this exchange. We apologize for the intrusion. These small gifts are merely a gesture of respect. Upon recognizing the names of the medications, the bald man was genuinely astonished. One box contained montmorillonite powder, while the other held a multivitamin complex. The former alleviated diarrhea, and the latter was commonly used to address various vitamin deficiencies. In the pre-apocalyptic world, these might have been considered standard supplies, but in the current landscape, their worth was considerable. With food scarce, individuals were often compelled to eat, even when aware of the potential consequences, as diarrhea could be lethal. Vitamin deficiencies led to night blindness, itchy skin, and other seemingly trivial ailments that, when exacerbated, could become fatal in critical moments. Although the bald man was not a physician, he understood that in the apocalypse, the value of medication far outweighed that of the food he had offered. The casual display of pharmaceuticals indicated that this group held significant standing. My nickname is Baldy. If you do not mind, feel free to call me Baldy Brother. May I inquire what your plans are moving forward? His smile remained, yet his tone shifted to a more sincere note. If there had been any ulterior motives earlier, they were now entirely dispelled. Wealth must remain concealed. Should it be revealed, one must possess sufficient strength to back it up. They had witnessed the group's prowess earlier that afternoon and had surmised their abilities. The only course now was to ingratiate themselves while avoiding offense. Chapter 34. It is difficult for a single doctor to bear the burden alone. The assortment of medications in the cabinet is extensive, yet the prices are far from affordable. When it comes to value for money, commonly used fundamental medications are considerably more reasonable. Although antipyretics, analgesics, and certain medications requiring a doctor's guidance are displayed, their points are exceedingly high, seemingly designed to deter the masses from purchasing them. Thus, despite their allure, few dare to make a purchase. The question arises, are these prices excessively steep? Observing the exorbitant costs of pain-relieving, anti-inflammatory, and antipyretic medications, Yin Yin is intrigued by the system's intentions. After all, considering the pricing set to attract customers, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the system often claims to operate on a charitable basis. Prescription medications are not inexpensive. Firstly, they require the guidance of qualified healthcare professionals to administer them. And secondly, for those without a medical background, attempting to self-diagnose and treat can easily lead to complications. The system, unusually serious, notes that Yin Yin seems unaware of this and proceeds to explain earnestly. Are you suggesting that the blood tests, various imaging examinations, and other assessments conducted after entering a hospital are merely to determine whether a patient has the ailment diagnosed by the doctor? Indeed, the system replies. Can a doctor not diagnose based on experience? After all the assorted fees for tests, even with insurance, the total can be quite significant. Only a select few receive substantial discounts. Yin, let me clarify this for you by using a common issue, dental pain. A doctor can ascertain that you are experiencing tooth pain from your description, but they cannot directly determine the underlying cause. Thus, they cannot make hasty judgments. Why is that? If one has a toothache, why not just prescribe a painkiller? Yin, some conditions present symptoms before they fully manifest. You may have heard of this, such as with a myocardial infarction. One of its precursors can indeed be tooth pain. Do not be alarmed. It is merely one symptom among several others. So do not hastily draw conclusions about yourself. Some issues may simply arise from a broken tooth, others from a fever, and some could indicate a heart condition. Until the precise cause of the pain is established, a doctor must exercise caution before prescribing any medication. This is not a straightforward matter where a quick injection can simply slow down your heart rate. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If one miscalculates, administering a shot may indeed slow the heart, but it could also result in dire consequences. In other words, in times of peace, a doctor must endure years of rigorous education and training, and even after completing their residency, they may still consult with superiors when faced with uncertain symptoms. This is not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather a reflection of the caution inherent to the medical profession. The human body is a complex instrument. When problems arise, it is likely that a cascade of errors can occur. Moreover, a single oversight can lead to compounded suffering for the patient. You would not wish to witness your own pain exacerbated by medical error, would you? Thus, when prices are elevated, it may indeed diminish the desire to purchase, which could be perceived as a positive development. Indeed, once we have expanded and fortified our establishment and assembled a dedicated medical team, these prices can gradually decrease. A medical team, you ask? Certainly. One cannot presume that a single physician possesses the capability to treat every ailment of the human body. What? Is that not the case? Consider, my friend, does not your own field of expertise encompass various specializations? If someone were to assert that your study of Chinese language merely entails teaching the language and that you are thus familiar with every character, would you accept that assertion? Of course not. I am not a walking dictionary, and I cannot possibly know every character. Can you now comprehend the nuances of the medical profession? It is not sufficient to merely possess a medical background to treat all diseases. From dermatological issues to the complexities of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the divide between disciplines is profound. Interdisciplinary consultations, where experts from various fields collaboratively research and deliberate, are essential for reliable outcomes. Very well. It is indeed imperative to establish a comprehensive medical team moving forward. Chapter 35. Each one's calculations. The medications distributed by Yin Yin are in everyone's possession. However, rarity enhances value, and the supplies held by Li Chongqing and others are earmarked for specific purposes. Had it not been for Yin Yan's subtle indication to relinquish them, Li Chongqing had intended to exchange alternative resources instead. His bag contains 2 bottles of electrolyte water and half a vial of oral glucose solution, prepared for such an occasion. Though he did not anticipate Yan's intervention, the variety of medications in the cabinet is abundant, yet their prices are far from economical. When it comes to cost-effectiveness, commonly available basic medications prove to be much more reasonable. Prior to their departure, everyone had stocked some essentials in their bags. Although fever-reducing and pain-relieving medications, along with some that require medical guidance, are indeed displayed, their high point value seems to intentionally deter purchases, leaving the group tempted but hesitant to proceed. Brother, I shall not conceal from you the worth of this item. You are well aware. With so many of us here, had it not been for your generous hospitality and the abundance of food today, we would not have brought forth this reserve. Li Chongqing's refusal aligned with the bald man's expectations. The willingness to exchange medications was indeed a result of goodwill. Sensing the opportunity, the bald man chose to withdraw gracefully, especially as twilight approached, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Kong sat with a pen, sketching and revising notes on paper, consolidating reports from his subordinates. 3 months have elapsed since he was rescued by the Zombie King, and his personnel have undergone some changes. Zhao Kong still finds it unnatural to mentally strategize everything. He prefers to commit information to paper. For safety reasons, he often works alone during these moments. Once he finishes and confirms the details, he silently recites them before casting the paper into the fire pit. The collaboration with the Zombie King has proven to be quite beneficial. Despite the human cost incurred, they will receive sufficient rations for 30 individuals for a week as compensation once the ordeal concludes. One must sacrifice to gain, and one cannot monopolize all the benefits. However, last week, the awakening of an individual capable of controlling zombies surprised him significantly. Through this person, they could access information regarding the Zombie King's stored provisions for humanity. Under such circumstances, the terms of their collaboration with the Zombie King could be slightly revised. One must have aspirations, mustn't one? Zhao Kong mentally reviewed the information he had just inscribed, feeling that everything was in place, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Should the bald man prove favorable? In the coming days, he might investigate that group. If it appears fruitful, the agreement with the Zombie King could naturally be nullified. What could be said? The Zombie King has also sensed something amiss. Although transformed into another species, he feels his intellect somewhat diminished. Nonetheless, he possesses a means to hold the other accountable. Zhao Lu, the younger brother of the person with whom he collaborates. Initially, after being betrayed by his own brother, that individual sent Zhao Lu to him. hoping to employ his hands for resolution. He remained cautious, refraining from devouring Zhao Lu. If he can elevate Zhao Kong, he can surely uplift Zhao Lu as well. Although he now holds the title of king and can command the nearby zombies, he has come to realize that with the nourishment of flesh, there exist others beyond himself. To truly ascend as a ruler, he requires a greater supply of sustenance. While the flesh of ordinary humans is indeed nourishing, the enhancement derived from the flesh of the awakened beings he inadvertently consumed last week is far superior. His hesitation to act stems from the fact that, since their collaboration began, Zhao Kong has proven to be a man of his word. However, circumstances have shifted. The agreed-upon quantity of prey has proven inconsistent, resulting in additional losses for him. The underlings may endure, but as a sovereign, he cannot tolerate the disloyalty of his subordinates. Particularly unsettling is the sense of unease that permeates from the horde of zombies, a fear unprecedented in its intensity. It is evident that significant changes have occurred on Zhao Kang's end. Fueled by anger at this realization, the zombie king violently tore off an arm from today's rations and began to chew, finding momentary solace in the anguished cries of humans echoing around him. Boss Yin, was it too reckless to offer the medicine earlier? Xia Ran pondered before finally voicing his thoughts. Although the group refrained from openly criticizing Yin's decision to distribute medicine, they all harbored concerns about the added risks. In their perilous existence, it is prudent to conceal their wealth. They hold the advantage in numbers, but in terms of abilities, only Yin has awakened thus far. Risks are inherent. Yet with risk comes potential reward. Yin produced a box of chocolates, lifting the lid to invite the others to take their share. The rich aroma of cocoa wafted through the air as they unwrapped the treats. Their group, unscathed and well-armed, boldly displayed their resources, accompanied by women and pets. Anyone who has navigated the post-apocalyptic landscape knows that those who survive, be they women, the elderly, or children, are far from innocuous. Moreover, venturing knowingly into danger is the domain of either fools or those with a calculated strategy. Which category do you think we belong to? As Summer meticulously counted and assessed the items sent over by the bald man, ensuring nothing had been tampered with, he prepared to distribute them. Just as Yin was about to speak, Li Changqing halted Summer's actions. He calculated in his mind that aside from Boss Yin, who possessed spatial abilities, the others were laden with supplies acquired before their departure. The instant addition of a packet of instant noodles and half a box of unopened water, while essential in the apocalypse, also posed a burden on their journey. It would be wiser to utilize these resources strategically to foster goodwill with the ordinary people on the 5th floor. Familiar faces often come with requests or benefits. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Although Boss Yin has taken them in, a careful accounting reveals that their relationship is maintained through a transactional exchange involving the zombies as a form of currency. Even the esteemed Mr. Yin exhibits such behavior. One cannot expect much from others. The enthusiasm of the young lamb is not without its ulterior motives. In contrast, the indifference displayed by that wealthy gentleman seems, paradoxically, more trustworthy. In unfamiliar surroundings, encountering wary strangers is often perceived as safer than being greeted by disingenuous smiles. Their provisions could be better utilized elsewhere. For instance, in fostering camaraderie on the 5th floor. The number of inhabitants in their quarters is no fewer than ours, yet their food supply pales in comparison. The crowd nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. Exploring Boundaries. Coexisting peacefully. The task of forging connections with the 5th floor fell upon the shoulders of the Xia siblings. One, Xia Ran, had only recently entered the workforce, radiating the vigor of youth. The other, Xia Yu, was still a student, possessing what Yin described as a naive yet luminous gaze. For the ordinary individuals who have endured countless trials in the realm of human interactions, the goodwill emanating from the two, while met with some caution, would not incite excessive wariness. In the absence of clarity regarding each other's circumstances, friendly overtures would likely not provoke significant resentment. Xia Ran seized the opportunity to borrow a fire starter, needing to brave the chill of nightfall. Xia Yu followed suit, carrying 2 buckets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water, resembling a dutiful younger sister who, though not particularly loquacious, gazed with wide eyes and followed her brother's lead. When Su Fuguei was roused by a knock at his door, he felt somewhat discontented. With the weather growing colder and resources scant, everyone had adapted to a routine of 2 meals a day, retreating to their beds early to stave off hunger. Being older and solitary, he did not receive the same privileges as others. The reason he was the first to answer the door was due to the esteem held by the young lamb. As a survivor from the previous cohort, he had been granted a walkie-talkie with the assistance of the young lamb and was positioned closest to the entrance. The others were either encumbered with families or grouped in pairs. The apparent harmony of the crowd was merely a facade of unity in the presence of new external forces. "Forgive the intrusion," Xia Ran stated directly upon entering. And though Su Fuguei concealed his emotions, a faint smile emerged as he accepted the bucket of instant noodles offered. Relieved, Su Fuguei stepped outside, leaving the door ajar, and began a quiet conversation with the Xia siblings. Following the tactics imparted by Ma Hao before their arrival, Xia Ran and Xia Yu harmoniously collaborated to glean information about the 5th floor. The 5th floor was predominantly inhabited by ordinary people, all under the care of the young lamb, which was more accurately described as management. The lamb's method of oversight was rather straightforward: daily deliveries of food and water, inquiring about the residents' health, and checking for any discomforts. Additionally, they would take strolls around the community, a practice that occurred shortly before dusk. Given the absence of clocks and the long-standing disruptions to water and electricity, they could not deduce the precise timing. While termed as strolls, it was more akin to a form of exercise, regardless of age or gender, as long as one is free from significant ailments. It is imperative to run 1 to 2 kilometers within the community each day. This routine is performed once in the morning and once in the evening. Newcomers undergo a physical fitness assessment before being assigned their tasks. Su Fuguei has been here for 2 weeks and feels a profound sense of gratitude towards the exercise regimen. He recounted that last week, despite being accompanied by empowered individuals who engaged in combat against the zombies, their primary responsibility was to gather supplies. Nonetheless, the level of danger remains a haunting thought. Without the daily running training, survival would have been impossible. At least, when confronted by zombies in the grip of fear, he could run, albeit for only a short distance. He had never ventured above the 5th floor. The only knowledge he possessed was that Little Yang resided on the 6th floor, and he had never interacted with the residents above that level. Beyond eating, sleeping, and exercising, they were also tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of their living quarters. The 1st and 2nd floors were designated for the disposal of waste and refuse. Little Yang mentioned that one could simply discard items there, and once the garbage accumulated to a certain extent, someone would handle it. Living here, safety was relatively assured except on collection days, as zombies never appeared within the buildings. There was no need to fear unusual noises. Little Yang had explained that they originated from the abilities of the team members engaged in simulated training. As long as one remained indoors, safety was guaranteed. On collection days, ordinary individuals and empowered beings would exchange a week's worth of food for supplies, ensuring that the accumulated waste remained undetected, with no risk of zombies infiltrating the buildings. In the ongoing training of the empowered individuals, Yin Yin, upon hearing this, could hardly feign ignorance any longer. Yet she was compelled to maintain her facade of confusion. The system had forcibly muted her the moment she attempted to reveal the truth. She opened her mouth and spoke, but no sound emerged. She had barely uttered "I" before the remaining words were swallowed back. "My dear, you mustn't say that. You may guide them to speculate and deduce. But to directly disclose the harsh reality could spell doom for us both if discovered. Why? I cannot divulge that now. But trust me, I would never betray you. We are in this together." "You mean they provided this for you?" Zhao Kong gazed at the bald man, presenting him with vitamins and antidiarrheal medicine, his mind briefly paralyzed. This group possessed pharmaceuticals? Where was their base? Such abundant supplies? It was fortunate they had not engaged in battle. It appeared the zombie king could be managed. A multitude of thoughts sprang forth, and he needed to reassess the situation. What a delightful surprise. Where were they now? He must meet these benevolent benefactors. The 4th floor. They are likely dining as we just delivered food to them. Oh, they are eating? Then there is no rush. Yang Zai, a clever lad you've met before. Zhao Kong scratched the back of his head, recalling him as perceptive, entrusting the matter to him should yield no complications. However, to avoid any issues, he felt compelled to reiterate, ensure you keep a tight rein on him. Do not offend. Rest assured, brother, at the very least, I have my younger brother keeping an eye on things. Do you think we could leverage these mysterious newcomers to eliminate that individual? After the bare-chested man dealt with the envoy, he returned. Although he had learned the zombie language from Zhao Kong, he feigned ignorance. He had always considered his elder brother's choice to ally with the zombies a perilous gamble. Yet, the alliance had proven somewhat reliable. They had not been deprived of resources, and the rations they provided were met with satisfaction. However, with winter approaching, the number of those seeking refuge was dwindling, which implied that future provisions for the Zombie King would come at the cost of his own men. If they were ordinary people, weighing the pros and cons could justify sacrifice. But these were his subordinates, those he saw daily, who called him brother with respect. To send them away felt exceedingly cruel. Chapter 37. The Midnight Zombie uprising upon receiving the news. The Zombie King swiftly summoned the envoy to his presence. Nourished by fresh rations, he felt a clarity of mind and was eager to discern the developments on Zhao's side. Little did Zhao know that this envoy had been meticulously chosen, having retained human memories after becoming a zombie. Moreover, and of utmost importance, he possesses the ability to discern and comprehend human conversations. The Zombie King commanded him to recount, verbatim, the dialogues he had overheard in recent days. Ignoring the matter would be inconsequential upon listening. He was provoked to the extent of striking the arm of the nearby zombie with a resounding slap. The attendant zombie, being rather astute, recognized that its master was currently in a fit of rage. Although it felt aggrieved about its severed arm, it cautiously observed that the king was oblivious to its presence and quietly proceeded to retrieve it. The zombie's body was quite rigid, compelling it to move its stiff form slowly, employing its other hand to delicately mimic the action of picking up. Whether they were laborers or laboring zombies, one could only say that both had their challenges. The Zombie King was incensed, reflecting on how he had previously been too accommodating. He reserved his patience for Zhao Lu. Just as he could support Zhao Kong, he could equally extend his backing to Zhao Lu. In truth, he was reluctant to terminate the agreement. With everything conveniently delivered to his doorstep, fresh and delectable, suitable for all ages and diverse in variety, he found this collaboration far preferable to the haphazardness of capturing as if unboxing a surprise. Boss Yin did not believe that concealing the truth was a commendable act. Although the current information had been revealed, the fundamental nature of these individuals' bottom lines remained unknown to Li Chongqing and the others. However, she was well aware. Zhao Kong intended to pay a visit the following day to discuss in detail the plan for dealing with the Zombie King with Boss Yin and her team. Thus, in order to conserve his energy, he retired early for the night. After everyone had analyzed the situation, Li Chongqing noticed that Boss Yin had remained silent throughout the discussion. The young woman sat quietly to one side, her head bowed, her gaze fixed on the water bottle on the table. Boss Yin, do you have any suggestions? Suddenly prompted by someone, Yin Yin halted her internal dialogue with the system. She attempted to glean from the system the reasons behind the necessity of withholding the truth. Consequently, she failed to notice that the eyes of the group were all upon her. Boss Yin? Ma Hao waved his hand in front of her. What's wrong? This simple inquiry clearly indicated that she had not engaged in the preceding discussion. If you are contemplating venturing above the 5th floor for a hint, it would be more prudent to consider how to spend the night. At that moment, Yin Yin was unwilling to delve into future concerns, and her remark was merely a diversion to shift the topic. Mr. Yan's words interrupted the thoughts of the gathering. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes wandering towards the bed in the living room. Shouldn't the girls sleep in the bedroom? Xia Tian glanced at Xiaoyu and suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyu gently shook her head. Noticing the interaction between the two, the others refrained from teasing. Only Li Chongqing nodded, while Feng Yi's companions quietly stood up to retrieve the blankets from their bags, beginning to tidy up. As Yin observed, he took Su Yu's hand and rose to select a room with bunk beds. In an unfamiliar environment, Falling asleep proved to be a formidable challenge. Suyu gazed at the bed frame, her mind flooded with the recent images that had surfaced. Although she had accompanied her brother to find Su Fugue, she noted that the room occupied by Su Fugue was co-ed. Clearly, the conditions there were far inferior to those they currently enjoyed. Before succumbing to sleep, Suyu made a silent vow to cling tightly to the benefactor, Mr. Yin. While others worried about basic necessities, she could, with Mr. Yin's assistance, choose among various makeup removers. Should she opt for cleansing oil, micellar water, or perhaps cleansing balm? Any of them would suffice. However, that night was far from tranquil. In the latter hours, disturbances erupted downstairs. Something was breaching the defenses of the first floor. The sound of the front door being forcefully pushed open echoed. A struggle between brute strength and the clanking of chains escalating to a critical point. Yin was awakened by the system. The zombies had begun their assault on the building. Yin turned over and stepped down from the bed using the ladder, casually slapping Xia Yu's face to wake her. Upon exiting the room, she was met with a scene of chaos and disorder. The prolonged period of comfort had lulled everyone into a false sense of security, and now, as danger loomed once more, the need for swift organization became apparent. The group, on high alert, grasped their weapons and engaged in a scattered defense centered around the living room. From upstairs, there were also sounds of commotion and shouts echoing through the air. Yin and his companions fought in a scattered formation. Some focused on the balcony, others on the main entrance, while a few kept their eyes on the windows. The snow guns were also deployed, stationed beside the Xia siblings. Should the zombies truly breach the building, the fourth floor, occupied by people, would be the first to fall. The zombies, with senses sharper than a dog's nose, detected the scent of humans and surged upward in a relentless throng. They were coming. Yin and Li Chongqing spoke simultaneously, their lowered voices sounding an alarm for everyone present. The door was pounded with a resounding bang, and a hand penetrated through the peephole, shaking as it reached inside. With a swift motion, Yin struck it down with a blade. Yin chose not to wield an axe, but instead grasped a large knife with both hands. The Summer siblings behind her could only recall a single phrase. The knife was aimed at the enemy. The splatter of blood did not grace her face. It was concealed beneath a fish head mask. Everyone wore masks, fish, bull, and horse heads. Were it not for their human-like forms, one might easily mistake them for grotesque mutations. Bang, bang, bang. Clearly, Yin actions incited the wrath of those behind the door. Swiftly, even faster than Yin, Li Chongqing charged forward, wielding a firearm designed for rapid fire. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew this weapon, employing bullets engineered specifically for the undead. A barrage ensued, yet the fallen corpses surged forward undeterred. This could not continue. Xia Yu retrieved a bottle of Molotov cocktail from her bag, keenly eyeing her moment before launching it with precision. Upon impact, it ignited, engulfing the area in flames and incinerating the advancing horde. "This way!" shouted Ma Hao from the balcony, tearing open a passage. Behind him loomed the relentless throng of zombies, undaunted by the roaring flames. Adrenaline surged through their veins. Grasping a makeshift rope fashioned from bed sheets, Xia Ran swiftly followed the others as they descended. She felt as though her body raced ahead while her spirit lagged behind, punctuated by the explosive sounds of suppressive fire, reminiscent of a dramatic soundtrack. Damn, such exhilarating chaos hadn't been encountered since the last time. Her lungs felt as if they might burst. Chapter 38. Escape Zhao Kong, wishing to awaken refreshed the following morning, had gone to bed early, deeply immersed in slumber, when he was abruptly roused by urgent knocking at the door. He opened his eyes and grasped the dagger hidden beneath his pillow, stealthily making his way to the bedroom entrance. "Big brother, the zombies are here." Outside stood a bare-armed man, his words rushed. "Xiao Guang has already gone down. The brothers are awake, and they are currently engaged in combat on the 5th floor. Helmets were employed to shield against blood splatter. After the loss of many, they had realized that zombie infection was not solely due to bites. They had already fought their way to the 5th floor, where those escaping were temporarily sheltered on the 6th. What about that group? Zhao Kong recalled that Li Chongqing and his companions had been stationed on the 4th floor. Those individuals were quick to flee, and the fifth-floor survivors claimed they were likely still alive. "Boss, we should. Let us first investigate the seventh floor to ascertain whether only part of the building has been breached or if the lower floors are also besieged." Zhao Kong donned his helmet, and the bare-armed man stepped aside to allow him passage before following him out. All the while, the sounds of conflict echoed from below. Zhao Kong lowered his gaze. The last time he wore a helmet was 2 months prior. Having collaborated with the Zombie King and enjoyed a prolonged respite, he found himself somewhat out of practice. Upon landing, Yin swiftly dispatched the nearby zombies, carving a path for the group. Although they were fleeing for their lives, they encountered little difficulty. This was largely due to the peculiar behavior of the zombies, which seemed to possess a semblance of awareness. They were not drawn to the prey before them, but rather surged towards the upper floors in a frenzied rush. Unfortunately, they had barely settled in for a couple of days before being forced to vacate. Her plans had yet to unfold. After landing, they steered clear of the main group and chose a nearby building that remained untouched by the undead, barricading the doors with various objects. Observing from a distance, they found this strategy preferable. Yin contemplated that once the tide of corpses receded, he would investigate whether any ordinary survivors remained within that building. It was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated ambush. The adversaries not only knew Zhao Kang's whereabouts, but were also acutely aware of his capabilities. Otherwise, such a strategy employing a sea of corpses would not have been adopted. As long as a zombie's head remains intact, they can rise again, provided they still draw breath. The flames on the 4th floor continued to blaze fiercely, threatening to spread further, and the current pace of the conflagration was quite unexpected for Yin. Zombies surged forward relentlessly, while the few humans acquainted with fire suppression found themselves trapped above. The inferno raged unchecked, with fuel ascending in layers alongside the movements of the undead. Even from a distance, one could perceive the billowing smoke emanating from within. Why was there still smoke? And why was the temperature rising? The bald man, stationed at the front line closest to the flames, instinctively sensed something was amiss. "Brother, their SA fire. It has ignited below." The keen-eyed individuals soon spotted the burning corpses meandering through the horde. "Who did this, you wretched scoundrel?" Shaking the charred zombies, one after another, they inadvertently transmitted the flames amongst themselves. Lacking any sensation of pain, they remained oblivious to the fact that they had become a moving mountain of fire and corpses. Originally intending to descend and deal with the zombie horde, the bald man had no choice but to alter his strategy, leading his team upward while fighting off the undead. Earth mages raise a wall. Water mages dampen the earth. Metal mages reinforce it. Little Lamb, ensure you convey the situation clearly to the leaders. Little Lamb, having been called upon, promptly acknowledged and followed the group upward. As Zhao Kong exited the 7th floor, he heard commotion from below and leaned down to glimpse a throng of desperate individuals. A mass of heads swarmed at the junction of the 6th and 7th floors, blocked by the bare-armed man and his subordinates. Standing at the rear, Little Lamb witnessed the obstruction and resorted to relaying information about the bald man's situation through word of mouth. Zhao Kong listened intently, his brow furrowed at the news. That man's team had grown in strength. Just 2 months prior, the Zombie King had not possessed such terrifying power. An ambush tonight? Although their contract was precarious, the man's abrupt betrayal had thrown his own group into disarray, caught unprepared. Fortunately, the Zombie King remained somewhat foolish, merely sending zombies to charge upward from below. Thick smoke billowed from the 4th floor, and upon receiving his subordinate's report, the bare-armed man noticed unrest within the crowd below. People were jostling one another, and a stampede seemed imminent. "Organize them. We must ascend." In light of the crisis, Zhao Kong immediately took the lead, and the bare-armed man issued the command. The crowd began to move slowly upward. The 7th floor had been constructed unlawfully, with 3 solid, thick concrete walls, while only one side remained slightly ajar. The small holes, dug into the robust concrete walls, serve as excellent vantage points for observing the enemy. The duty-bound subordinates peered through the crevice, vigilantly counting the approaching hordes of zombies according to their predetermined assignments. The low wall designated as an escape route was not particularly tall. Upon noticing the arrival of their leaders, The sentinels stationed there greeted them while maintaining a watchful eye on the opposite side. The easily dismantled wall had been prepared as a retreat by the trio of brothers since the inception of the building. The proximity of the nearby structures was a strategic choice, allowing for potential rooftop transitions from one edifice to another when necessary. With a couple of resounding crashes, the wall collapsed, and Zhao Kong gestured for his two empowered companions to advance. Green tendrils swiftly extended, entwined with a chain handed to them, reaching out toward the stone pillar atop the opposite building. The plants coiled around the iron chain, forming two suspended vines that grew densely outward from central line. The crisp sounds of dozens of snaps echoed, confirming the completion of a vine bridge capable of supporting a single person's passage. One of the individuals among the duo bowed to Zhao Kong and took the lead, sprinting across. At that moment, the bald man noticed that the fiery squad had been temporarily isolated, with smoke billowing from the gaps in the earthen wall. He signaled his subordinates to fortify the wall while gradually retreating. The bare-chested man led his team to the rooftop in under 2 minutes, closely followed by the bald man. Zhao Kong stood opposite them, urging them to hasten across the vine bridge while discreetly observing the wood-based ability user constructing the bridge nearby. Just as everyone had traversed the vine bridge, they noticed the smoke from the earthen wall, left behind by the bald man's subordinates, becoming increasingly dense. Quickly, in the blink of an eye, flames erupted, igniting the vine bridge. Under the cover of the fire ability user, everyone turned and ran in an orderly fashion towards another vine bridge. The rooftop chase was far less brutal than before. 5 wood ability users led the charge, followed by Zhao Kong and several subordinates, along with the unawakened ordinary individuals, and then the bare-chested man and the bald man. Each time the zombies threatened to catch up, they were swiftly dealt with by the empowered allies of the bald man, ensuring a close call, but with minimal danger. Chapter 39. The Abandoned Child. This group possesses some skill. Yin Yin and his companions appeared to be mere spectators from a distance. Yet they were keenly observing the movements of the crowd within the building, noticing their efforts to protect the ordinary individuals during the evacuation. The expressions of Li Chongqing and his group softened somewhat. The Xia siblings remained silent throughout, swallowing hard as the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air, undeniably enticing. They had successfully retreated. Yin Yin gazed through the telescope. With the assistance of wood-type abilities, Zhao Kong and his companions slid down the final building using vines, ultimately landing safely and making their escape. What about the newcomers? After confirming that everyone had evaded danger, Zhao Kong observed his subordinates, covered in dirt, counting their numbers, and suddenly recalled Yin Yin and the others. They had long since departed. The bald man, having just quenched his thirst, stepped forward and called out to his elder brother, wiping his face, now smeared with grime. As the group that exerted the most physical energy, the bald team was presently replenishing their fluids with the help of water-type abilities. How much food do we have left? In their hasty retreat, aside from the provisions stored by 2 space-type abilities, they were left with only the resources that the abilities themselves could provide. The situation was slightly better for the ordinary individuals, as their survival experience had cultivated the habit of bringing food along in emergencies. However, after tallying everything, it became apparent that sustaining everyone for the coming week would prove to be quite challenging. Little Sheep reported the figures to the leaders, his mind swirling with concerns. Previously, he had only needed to worry about minor disputes among the ordinary people. Yet now, faced with the losses of the entire group, he could not help but fret about whether, in the quest to ensure the survival of the elite, the ordinary individuals might be forsaken. Su Fuguwei and others shared similar worries, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. Let us take a break. The 6th and 7th will keep watch, Zhao Kong instructed. He called out to 2 individuals who had awakened their heightened senses, and they adeptly stepped forward to replace the outermost guards. Elder brother, the muscular man, approached, and the bald man gestured for the others to step back. It was now time for the 3 brothers to confer. Once their subordinates had departed, the trio settled around the campfire. Their current resting place was on the slope behind the community, separated from another community by a tall wall. Behind that wall was Li Chongqing and his group, who had cleared the nearby zombies before Zhao Kong's arrival. At this moment, A wall and a building separated them from Zhao Kong and his companions. Li Chongqing's group sat gathered on the rooftop, warming themselves by the fire, with a simple stove set up over the flames. Inside the stove, water bubbled and 2 bundles of fine noodles swirled, adorned with slices of luncheon meat, rolling about in the boiling water. Yin lent the telescope to Xia Tian. Climbing to the highest point of the rooftop, Xia Tian, alongside Feng, he positioned themselves back to back, utilizing their tool to survey the surroundings from their elevated vantage point. One focused on Zhao Kong and his companions, while the other monitored the nearby, wandering zombies, occasionally gesturing with a free hand in the air. Ma Hao and another comrade remained vigilant, attentively noting the messages conveyed, periodically translating them for Yin and the Xia siblings. The leader dispatched his subordinates, 3 individuals huddled together, their heads bent as they conferred in hushed tones. Su Fugue's group sat closely together, seemingly uninjured, yet appearing rather grimy and disheveled. 2 individuals patrolled the outer perimeter. One continually cast glances towards the direction of the zombies, while the other crouched on the ground, straining to listen intently. Yin listened intently to the news and realized that the 2 individuals stationed at the periphery were tasked with reconnaissance. After the game between Zhao Kong and the Zombie King concluded, these 2 would be responsible for locating survivors and those with awakened abilities. The first, known as Lao Lu, monitored the direction of the zombies' retreat and the number of survivors in the vicinity. The second, referred to as Lao Qi, utilized sound to ascertain the positions of the zombies and the coordinates of the survivors. Boss Yin, shall we rendezvous with them? Xia Ran inquired while slurping his noodles. Having experienced little, he still harbored a flicker of gratitude for Xiao Yang's previous kindness. At present, the group had already distanced themselves from the range of the zombies' attacks, and both Boss Yin and Li Chongqing showed no inclination to abandon Xiao Yang and the others entirely. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to engage the zombies here while the others made their escape. Yin and Li Chongqing exchanged a glance. Yan's intentions are unequivocal: to repay kindness and to seek vengeance for grievances. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yang and Su Fugue, she realizes that she has diverged from her original fate while they remain ensnared in it. The group led by Li Chongqing, driven by the demands of their mission, is acutely aware of the situation. Zhao Kang's actions have long attracted the attention of the base. Their arrival is not solely to gather supplies, but also to investigate Zhao Kang's conduct. A defector from Zhao Kang's ranks managed to escape and reach the base, reporting the malevolent deeds perpetrated by Zhao Kang to his superiors. The directive from above is clear: ascertain the truth. If the refugees' claims hold merit, then Zhao Kang will be deemed a pawn used by the base to instill fear and discipline. The proliferation of small teams forming their own factions, neglecting the social order, has led to dire consequences. The base must not only reprimand them, but also establish credibility, capturing the attention of the general populace to attract more individuals with extraordinary abilities. Li Chongqing understands the stakes involved, which is why, after evading the zombie onslaught, he remains vigilant regarding Yan's movements. When Yin expresses her unwillingness to abandon the team, he is filled with a sense of joy, realizing that he has not misjudged her character. Yin, however, remained oblivious to his thoughts. Li Chongqing prioritized the mission, believing that once the significant matters were resolved, the minor issues between them could be addressed. Unification was undoubtedly essential, yet a period of observation was required. Yin swallowed the noodles in his mouth and sipped the soup. According to Zhao Kang's consistent perspective, the plight of ordinary individuals would soon become dire. Firstly, in their frantic escape, resources were unlikely to be abundant. Secondly, apart from depleting resources, ordinary people possessed little value. If the agreement were still in place, the worth of ordinary individuals would become apparent in 2 days. However, with the accord having been unilaterally torn apart by the Zombie King, Zhao Kang and his companions had to consider not only their own safety, but also the defenseless ordinary people. Human energy is finite, as are resources. Brother, with so many mouths to feed, we cannot manage. Brother, if it were before, you supported them due to their value. But now, after surveying their own supplies, It was evident that their food was already scarce. They needed to find food while also remaining vigilant, and manpower was insufficient. Zhao Kong remained silent, gazing at his two brothers, the bare-armed and the bald man, who had accompanied him through thick and thin. The bond between the three was forged through countless life and death situations, transcending mere kinship. If we take on this burden, let alone moving to a new location, simply surviving these next 2 days would be a challenge. Indeed, brother, let us abandon them, establish ourselves at a new location, and start new. With the abilities of our team and the current supplies, there is still a chance to survive. The bald man and the bare-armed man's suggestion held merit. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, an elite team without burdens would evidently find it easier to endure. Organize the personnel, discuss privately. Zhao Kong wavered. Chapter 40. I have arrived at an inconvenient time. Su Fuguei and his group awoke in the latter half of the night. Zhao Kong organized the personnel to leave in batches, not leaving a trace of their departure. Even the seemingly inconsequential ability users, like Little Sheep and Old Sun, were included in the evacuation team. When Su Fuguei and the other ordinary individuals awoke, the ability users had vanished, leaving the 7 of them exchanging bewildered glances. Logically, they should not have slept so soundly. Even while asleep, a couple of them should have remained on guard. They must have been hypnotized by the ability users, having interacted with Little Sheep and the others for several days. Su Fuguei had made a mental note of the individuals and matters they mentioned while boasting. The words, once spoken, echoed like water splashing in hot oil, a thunderclap on flat ground. They no longer want us. Wasn't it agreed that we would gather supplies while they protected us? The murmurs of the crowd were laced with complaints, but these grievances were fleeting, quickly fading into silence. Everyone understood that in the apocalypse, having a team willing to shelter ordinary people was a rare and fortunate occurrence. When faced with the harrowing choice between life and death for oneself and others, it is a testament to mercy that most individuals, excluding the virtuous, do not succumb to despair. What follows? This statement, when uttered, falls to the ground, and none dare to respond. We exchange glances, silently counting the meager provisions we possess, contemplating how we might continue to survive. Mother, how much food do we have left? Qian Fong and her daughter, Zhou Qing, huddled together on the left side of the crowd, whispering softly. They were once a trio, but Qian Fong's husband, Zhou Wei, perished during a search operation 2 weeks ago. Now, the two women, devoid of special abilities, rely solely on one another. Zhou Qing, youthful and attractive, had previously caught the attention of a bald man, but she had refused his advances, thereby risking her mother's fate of being compelled to gather supplies. Reluctantly, swayed by the man's sweet talk and considerable incentives, Zhou Qing yielded. Prior to the tumult of the evening, they had enjoyed the bald man's special favors. Even if Zhou Tian did not venture out to gather supplies, he ensured food and a secure place to stay for the two. The bald man had not many women around him. Zhou Qing had initially thought his intentions were sincere, only to discover through the gossip of a younger acquaintance that her assumptions were misguided. Zhou Qing lived with Qian Fong. As expected, merely a week later, the bald man's interest had waned significantly. He would only summon Zhou Qing to the 6th floor for a brief stay when it suited his needs. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of compassion, as he had communicated that until a vacancy arose, the treatment of Zhou Qing and Qian Fong would remain unchanged. 2 days. Qian Fong discreetly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before leaning down to whisper in her daughter's ear. Zhou Qing understood that her mother's reference to 2 days primarily indicated enough rations for herself alone. Following her husband's death, Qian Fong had succumbed to a sense of resignation. Were it not for her daughter's need for emotional support, she would have departed long ago, given her parents' affectionate bond. For her, the concepts of life and death held no terror. She yearned merely to be with her parents. Yet, she wrestled with contradiction. Living a wretched life was preferable to death, and as long as she could endure, she wished to extend her days. Boss Yan, that group, Xiao Ran observed the ordinary people, flailing about like headless flies, filled with pity. From a certain perspective, had it not been for Boss Yan's refuge, their fates would have been strikingly similar. Brother, Xiao Yu cleared her throat, and tugged at Xia Ran's sleeve. "It's fine. I have other arrangements for their concerns." Yin Yin was initially troubled, pondering how to engage in ideological work with this group of wary individuals. However, Zhao Kang's approach offered her an unexpected opportunity. The words of Boss Yin provided Xia Ran with a sense of reassurance. Perhaps it is the nature of those with a martial background to possess a heart that cherishes the weak. "Su Ge, what do you think?" Su Fuguwei found himself surrounded. As one of the veterans, like Zhou Qing, who had been in the group for over 2 weeks, he was now a pillar of support. Su Fuguwei remained silent, casting a glance at Qian Fong and her daughter, who were keeping their distance from the others. He recognized the girl. Little Yang had once teased Su Fuguwei about not having a son or daughter. The bald man favored beautiful women, while the bare-armed one preferred handsome men. If Su Fuguwei had a child, his path would undoubtedly be much smoother. He dismissed such notions, believing that many survive by exploiting their offspring. But he would never be one of them. As a parent, one should strive to create a world for their children. If that is not possible, then one should at least not become a burden to them, ensuring they do not hinder their children's journey through life. This was his resolution. On another note, his past experiences with his ex-wife regarding having children had been fraught with discord. She believed in having children as a means of securing support in old age, while he felt that children should not enter this world as a refuge, nor should they be born as mere possessions. "Sugia, you mentioned those two have been abandoned by the bald man. Should we?" The speaker was a youthful man with delicate features and glasses, exuding an air of gentility. Yet beneath that facade lay a ruthless character. He refrained from mentioning that he too had been forsaken by the bare-armed man, instead pushing Qian Fong and her daughter into the spotlight. That girl had been close to the bald man, and it was possible she possessed more resources than the rest of them combined. His hawk-like gaze fell upon Zhou Qing, completely ignoring their prior encounter in the corridor. He spoke brashly, with a flippant tone, directly proposing an alliance. Accompanied by the sharp sound of a slap, Zhou Qing, filled with rage, demanded that he clean up his language. This scene did not escape the notice of the bald man and the bare-armed man who were descending from the upper floors. The man remained silent, casting a glance at the bare-armed fellow, his face marked with a flush of humiliation. His pride had been thoroughly shattered, yet he dared not act recklessly, especially as the bald man, cigarette in mouth, approached with an air of authority, placing a hand on Zhou Qing's shoulder. "What is the matter?" In full view of the crowd, he pulled Zhou Qing close and planted a kiss on her cheek. The matter had been settled, and the other party made no move to retaliate. Had these two known, the man's life would surely have been forfeit. The bald man, having enjoyed the beauty's affection, cast a sidelong glance at his accomplice, who remained silent yet seemed to have grasped the unfolding situation. Once the bald man escorted Zhou Qing inside and closed the door behind them, the bare-armed man finally descended the staircase to confront his chosen target. In the corridor, only the two remained, their eyes locked. The bare-armed man pushed, causing the other man to collide with the wall and emit a muffled grunt, his chin being lifted by a forceful hand. "Why did she strike you? I shall not inquire further. However, let there be no next time," declared the bare-armed man, vigorously rubbing the imprint of a slap from his face. The initial excitement dissipated like smoke. With his hand withdrawn, his gaze fell upon the door. Even through the barrier, the commotion within was considerable. The man by the wall, standing closer, was acutely aware that the sounds emanating from inside were deliberate. If one wishes to engage in such games, genuine skill is a prerequisite. Having spoken, the bare-armed man disregarded the other's reaction and seized the man's chin, kissing him fiercely. In this building, on this floor, without permission, no one dared to intrude. At this hour on the 4th floor, everyone remained indoors, causing no disturbance. Following that encounter, the man developed a deep-seated animosity toward Zhou Qing, and now, with an opportunity at hand, he would naturally redirect his ire towards her. Zhou Qing, noticing the gazes of those around her, felt no fear. Instead, she fixed her complex emotions upon the man who had made the suggestion. Was her initial thought of avoiding unnecessary trouble a mistake? Alas, my timing appears to be unfortunate. Chapter 41. Has he set his sights on her? When Yin Yin appeared before Su Fuguwei and the others, their gazes were fixated on Qian Fong and her daughter. In truth, The proposal from the pale-skinned man had stirred a sense of intrigue among the crowd. The allure of a young and beautiful woman, possibly possessing some martial prowess, and once favored by the leader, suggested she might hold treasures. As attention shifted towards the unexpected voice, and the newcomer was revealed to be a woman of similar elegance and even greater poise, Zhou Qing felt an involuntary sigh of relief. "Who are you?" the man inquired, clearly displeased by the sudden intrusion that disrupted their plans. "We have met before, Su Leoi." Yin Yin ignored him and extended her hand directly towards Su Fugue. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Yin. Rest assured, I am not here to seize your resources. On the contrary, I come to offer my assistance." Su Fugue was not deceived by her outward appearance. A woman bold enough to confront a gathering alone was undoubtedly formidable. "What do you mean by that, Miss Yin?" Su Fugue queried, recalling her presence the day the door was forcefully opened, where she stood among the crowd. Though she had deliberately concealed herself behind the men, the glances of others frequently drifted towards her, as if acknowledging her as a figure of respect. Furthermore, during a solitary conversation with the Xia siblings who delivered supplies, he had sensed the profound respect in their eyes when they spoke of her, a sentiment that could not be feigned. "Su Leoi, let us speak candidly. There are those among you who have forsaken their comrades, recklessly fleeing without regard for their lives. As for me, I am not here for charity. I propose a transaction, and this is my earnest offer." Yin shook the plastic bag in her hand. "Stop! We don't want to attract the zombies," someone exclaimed. "Rest assured, we have dealt with all the nearby zombies. Tonight is a peaceful night. Once you have made your decision, come to find me." Following Yin Yan's gesture, one could see a half-height wall not far away that had been breached. Li Changqing and his group were roasting a fire and enjoying some noodles. Yin Yin delivered the instant noodles and water that Zhao Kong had previously provided, albeit with the portions intentionally halved. 7 containers of noodles and 4 bottles of water. She confirmed that they could come over to heat the water, remarking that hot noodles with broth are much more delectable. With that, she handed over her pocket and strode purposefully towards Li Changqing and the others. The fluffy feline, Xue Chong, accompanied her closely, exuding an air of regal protection. Chest puffed out and head held high. The night breeze tousled her white fur as she and the cat turned their backs to the crowd. The sky darkened. The moon perched atop the willows, and the distant bonfire appeared particularly inviting. "Let us head over there," Zhou Qing resolved, taking Qian Fong by the hand. They collected their noodles from Su Fugue and, forgoing the water, followed suit, calling out, "Boss Yin, wait for us." The 4 individuals beside Su Fugue glanced hesitantly at the water and noodles, uncertain. The pale-skinned man, realizing the plan had faltered, gritted his teeth in frustration. Pulling a bottle of water from the bag and twisting off the cap, one might mistake him for attempting to twist off the head of an enemy. "Do you have a better place to go?" To be fair, even when the little sheep initially sought to recruit them, she had not distributed the noodles per head. At that time, she had merely offered a half-eaten bun and a bottle of mineral water that was only a third full. This simple act had persuaded Su Fugue, who was weary, thirsty, and anxious after their long journey. He remembered the kindness of the other party. Their response left an impression on the 4 individuals, who trusted Su Fugue because he had gradually revealed the rules to them in this unfamiliar setting. In moments of life and death, it seems only natural to place trust in those who have shown goodwill or pose no malice. Such bonds give rise to hope. Years later, Su Fugue would reflect on this night with immense gratitude for the decision he made. They had finally arrived. Xia Ran observed the mother and daughter supporting each other behind Yin Yin and felt an urge to assist them with food, drink, and the promise of protection. Who would he want to come? Xia Yu felt a bit exasperated by her older brother's concerns about their lack of guests. She pinched her nose to stave off her anxiety. Despite their blood relation, sometimes dealing with her brother's temperament made her feel as though she were the older sibling. Anyone who wishes to survive would naturally be inclined to join. Li Changqing stirred the burning branches in the bonfire to ensure it blazed more fiercely. Once he confirmed that the water in the pot was bubbling vigorously, ready to be added to the noodles, he rose to retrieve a bag of milk that had just been warmed, leaving the flames in the care of Feng, Yi, and the others. He recalled that Yin Yin enjoyed a glass of milk at night to aid her sleep. "Boss Yin, how can we assist?" With a sense of unease, Qianfang glanced at her daughter amidst the group of burly men by the bonfire. Zhou Qing gently patted her mother's hand, inexplicably trusting that Yin Yan was indeed a good person. Yin Yan remained silent, turning to gaze at the 5 men approaching them in silence. The pale-skinned man had initially intended to incite the two to abandon their group and follow him. However, the earlier proposal concerning Zhou Qing had not been openly addressed by the others, leaving a lingering apprehension. If the weak are to be oppressed, then one day, when they themselves are no longer strong, the pale-skinned man might find himself subjected to the same treatment. Moreover, he was a foreigner with his blonde hair and blue eyes. Yet he spoke fluent Chinese. Yin Yin harbored little fondness for this white man. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that he was of a different race, which inevitably reminded her of the atrocities committed by that island nation prior to the apocalypse, not to mention the influence of white nations behind the scenes. Mr. Yin, observing the white man's inability to sway Su Fugue's associates, contemplated a strategy to approach from this side. The first target was none other than the approaching Li Chongqing. There was no particular reason. He was simply the most appealing and the most recent acquaintance. Li Chongqing held a glass of milk, cautious in his stride, fearful of spilling its contents. Out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally glanced down, ensuring Yin Yan's position was still in sight. Yin Yan was taken aback. She observed as the golden-haired, blue-eyed man extended his hand towards her, yet his gaze was fixated behind her, much like a dog eyeing a bone. Curiosity piqued. She crossed her arms and leaned to the side to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama, only to find Li Chongqing. What? Host, is he staring at your man? Boss Yin, is that gentleman single? Greetings, may we be introduced? I am Jace. As Li Chongqing lifted his gaze once more, he noticed a man standing before Yin waving at him. His smile was radiant, revealing a set of striking white teeth, truly eye-catching. Jace possessed ample confidence in his appearance. Even if the other party wasn't inclined that way, he was certain he could sway them. Chapter 42. The struggle between the crane and the clam. Li Chongqing paid no heed to Jace. His focus remained steadfastly on Yin Yan. As he presented her with the milk, Jace's expression morphed into one reminiscent of constipation. Yin was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the drink, lifting it to her lips and finishing it in a hurried gulp. Just as she was about to set it down, Li Chongqing, seemingly from nowhere, produced a tissue, meticulously folding one corner before bowing his head to delicately wipe away the milk stains at the corners of her mouth, as if to assert his claim. Jie's smile appeared somewhat rigid. At their age, such eagerness over a simple drink seemed rather juvenile. He exuded a warmth akin to jade, albeit with a hint of melancholy. Yin recalled how, during their private moments, her companion would often tease her with similar remarks when mischief was afoot. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, being playfully teased like a child in front of others, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she cast a glance at Li Chongqing. It was only then that Li Chongqing seemed to notice the presence of others around him. He neatly tucked away the used tissue. As he searched for a wastebin, he inadvertently collided with Jess. The man scanned Jess from head to toe with his dark eyes, offering no further comment. Boss Yin, who is this? For Jess, receiving a lukewarm reception was hardly an issue. After all, beauty often came with a hint of temperament, which he could easily tolerate. Captain Li, Yin replied succinctly. We could discuss other matters of the camp. Li Chongqing was not entirely satisfied with this introduction. He glanced at the individual standing behind Jess and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Fugue and the others were indifferent to such matters. Gossip was merely for observation. Probing further with inappropriate inquiries would only invite trouble. The group silently proceeded in the direction indicated by Yin, while Jess, unfazed, continued to engage in friendly banter along the way. Yin harbored no fondness for him and largely ignored him. After exchanging greetings with Yin, Qianfang and her daughter eagerly sought hot water at the campsite with their bowl of instant noodles. The sound of slurping noodles rose and fell, occasionally interspersed with the sounds of ravenous chewing. Li Chongqing silently trailed Yin, ensuring that she would catch sight of him at the first glance, as if some subconscious instinct urged him to cherish this fleeting opportunity. The brothers in the group and the Xia siblings discreetly kept their distance, allowing the two to enjoy their moment undisturbed. In stark contrast to the other's leisurely demeanor, the circumstances for Old Wang and Zhao Kong were less than favorable. Boss, are we going to demand an explanation from the Zombie King now? In a dim corner, a group of people rested against the wall, surrounded by earthen walls constructed by Earth-type abilities, while wooden planks and entwined vines provided shelter from the rain. Amidst the biting wind, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi rummaged through their bags for dry instant noodles, breaking them into pieces and stuffing them into their mouths, occasionally washing it down with sips of icy water. Tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance, they stood on the periphery, waiting for dawn to change shifts. At the center, fire-type and wood-type ability users provided flames and firewood, sending warmth radiating outward. Old Sun collaborated with a metal-type ability user to fashion bowls and chopsticks, receiving food from a spatial ability user, while a water-type ability user prepared dinner for everyone. Just the night before, they had indulged in a warm cocoon, with cozy blankets and steaming food, and if they wished, certain services were available to them. At this moment, Zhao Kong and the others were well fed and seated together, reflecting on the day's events. The bald man felt no fear regarding the zombie attack, only simmering anger. In his subconscious, the Zombie King was not seen as an anomaly, but merely an awakened individual with zombie abilities. From a certain perspective, they were akin to business partners, and a unilateral breach of contract from a business associate is never taken lightly. Third brother, there won't be any explanations forthcoming. The bare-armed man finished his last cigarette, crushing the butt underfoot. Let us find a place to rest, regain our strength, and then make our plans. Aware of the gap in strength between them and their adversary, Zhao Kong had no intention of confronting the neighboring adversary head-on. Do we have the time? He mused. We didn't tea before, and it's uncertain now. If they cross paths, the fisherman will reap the benefits. His vague words resonated with the other two, who understood the implications. Previously, it was a matter between them and the neighboring adversary. Now, they could operate from the shadows, unlike those who had come before them. Yin Yin and his group were akin to a blade, poised to inflict pain upon the neighboring camp of Old Wang. Had they not captured anyone? What were they doing? On the rooftop, Old Wang unleashed his ire upon the zombie minions, who were in disarray and utterly disheveled. After the battle, their forms were unrecognizable, with severed limbs and charred bodies. They leaned on one another, having achieved nothing. Though the horde of zombies suffered significant losses, they had failed to apprehend Zhao Kong and his companions. In a fit of rage, Old Wang yanked at the fresh food brought by his subordinates. A cry of agony erupted as a living man's arm was torn off, leading to excessive blood loss and unconsciousness. Old Wang savored the fresh flesh, juices dripping from the corners of his mouth as he chewed vigorously, his eyes gleaming with crimson intensity. His underlings, ravenous for sustenance, gazed longingly but dared not act out of turn. Continue the search, he commanded, acutely aware that he was approaching a bottleneck in his evolution. The blood and flesh consumed in recent days had become integral to his power enhancement. As a being of intellect among zombies, he grappled with his identity, unsure whether to classify himself as human or undead. Yet, in his deluded state, he believed that humans too were merely a component of sustenance. Initially, the act of consuming human flesh had been a considerable shock to him. However, hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. At first, he resisted raw flesh and the idea of devouring the living. Yet at some unknown point, he developed a taste for the fresh and vibrant, precisely as it was now. Each time he beheld the terror-stricken, trembling gaze of his prey, akin to a lamb in fear, he felt a semblance of life coursing through him. Parts of his body had begun to decay, yet as long as he fed promptly, the flesh he consumed would swiftly heal his wounds. He could comprehend the human cries of anguish and curses, finding no sound more melodious. Once he confirmed their arrival, Yin Yin and Li Chongqing trailed at the rear of the group. What are you planning to do with this lot? Though some zombies had been cleared away, no one could predict whether more would emerge from the shadows in the coming days. Yin had no intention of concealing anything from him. For her, this was merely a beginning. Ordinary people, adrift in the apocalypse, faced a bleak chance of finding sustenance and warmth even when heading towards human settlements. Regardless of the motives behind it stood as a prime choice for the living, ordinary souls in the present circumstances. The journey was not lengthy, amidst the night's breeze. Neither party broached the past, instead focusing on the current arrangements while observing the silhouettes of ordinary people. Chapter 43. A nap in the car. These individuals possessed remarkably keen senses. Li Chongqing and his group, armed and vigilant, maintained their position on the periphery. Not far off, the vanguard of Old Wang's team was swiftly approaching, alerted by the commotion. Yin observed the Xia siblings boarding the bus at the end of the line. After issuing instructions to the system, he seized his weapon and positioned himself beside Li Chongqing. The rest of the group took the opportunity to rest on the bus. Yin did not expend points to purchase a tent. Instead, he drove a large bus out from the mall's warehouse. After everyone had their fill, they planned to spend the night in this open space, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their abode. The bus arrived silently and swiftly. Had it not been for Li Chongqing's keen observation of the silhouettes within, the security team might have rushed over in alarm. The group settled inside the bus to rest. As soon as they arrived, Yin opened the door and addressed the gathering crowd. His voice, though soft, was clear in the tranquil atmosphere, allowing all to hear him distinctly. The onlookers scrutinized the bus, unable to discern anything particularly remarkable about it. However, the presence of some cover was preferable to the open ground. Just as Xia Yu and Yin stepped down, a throng of people eagerly followed into the vehicle, pushing and shoving, fearful of missing out on a favorable spot. Jess was the first to leap inside, while Su Fugue and Qian Fong, mother and daughter, brought up the rear. The interior's furnishings left them quite astonished. Considering the limited number of occupants, Yin had only opened the first tier of the bus. Nevertheless, this decision elicited exclamations of wonder. My goodness, this modification is astounding. It is truly a realm within a realm. Although the exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior felt as if it were perhaps a manifestation of that individual's extraordinary abilities. They had never witnessed Yin and Xia Yu in action, and instinctively associated the bus with the powers of the latter. After all, it was Yin who initially drove the vehicle with Xia Yu to gather supplies. Tomorrow, you will set out with us, Yin said, pulling Xia Yu aside and beckoning Xia Ran to a secluded spot to discuss her plans. The bus was equipped with autonomous driving capabilities and had security robots on board. You only need to remain inside. Upon reaching the apartment, there will be personnel to assist you. During this time, certain matters at the apartment will need your attention. However, rest assured, your colleagues will also be present to coordinate with you. To prevent any disturbances, they had temporarily hired a simulated human butler from the system, who would arrive an hour before the bus. A butler at the apartment would take over, allowing her ample time to address the lingering issues left by Zhao Kong. This was her and her brother's first assignment from Boss Yin, and while she felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation regarding the unknown, the task itself seemed manageable, though the challenges they would face were likely to be numerous. Yin recalled the bus regulations and agreements signed previously, prompting the system to succinctly organize them. After omitting certain content, she produced a stack of passenger guidelines and handed them to the Xia siblings. Make sure to circulate this among the passengers on board. Remember, it is of utmost importance. Xia Yu understood that matters emphasized in such a manner should not be taken lightly and promptly acknowledged her request. Upon closing the door and settling in for a nap, Yin chose to activate the vehicle's invisibility and operational shutdown features. The former ensured that the zombies remained oblivious to their presence, while the latter guaranteed that no one could disembark or traverse the passage outside the cabin during her slumber. Jess, who had not yet succumbed to sleep, was the first aboard. His initial intention was to find a comfortable compartment, but he was astonished to discover an unexpectedly enchanting interior. Rather than being merely a compartment, it resembled a meticulously designed suite. He beheld a single bed, a dining table, and a small window, hardly able to believe his eyes. Except for the absence of a restroom, the suite boasted impressive amenities. It was entirely distinct from any bus he had previously encountered. It seemed more a product of supernatural ability than of technology, a peculiarity that could not be easily explained. Qian Fong and Zhou Qing selected a spot and, upon entering their compartment, were greeted by the sight of a carefully arranged double bed. Zhou Qing was the first to notice the papers on the table. 2 sheets. One a passenger notice, and the other a blank card. Following the instructions, she took a marker and inscribed her name along with her mother's on the blank card. While Qian Fong perused the passenger notice, her daughter dutifully placed the card with their names into the designated slot at the door. As Zhou Qing inserted the card, she observed a few others similarly carrying name cards, also depositing them into the slot. Su Fuge, upon boarding, first noticed the word restroom. As he had grown older, the need for such facilities had become increasingly frequent. The restroom was located at the rear of the bus, with separate entrances for men and women. Entering the men's restroom, Su Fugue found it as he had anticipated, not particularly spacious, reminiscent of the facilities aboard high-speed trains from his former life. He surmised the women's restroom would be similarly equipped, addressing a significant physiological necessity. In a post-apocalyptic world, the act of using the restroom could pose considerable complications. The likelihood of encountering zombies while alone was alarmingly high. Moreover, should an encounter with a zombie occur in a larger restroom, the split-second decision to pull up one's trousers and grab a weapon could mean the difference between life and death. Hesitation, or even a moment of indecision, could prove fatal. Jess emerged from his room, curious about the location of Li Chongqing's compartment, only to see Li Chongqing following Yin Yin into one of the compartments. Li Chongqing entered the same compartment as Yin purely to find a private space for a meaningful conversation regarding a particular matter. Yin Yan's approval was tacit. Before addressing Zhao Kong, it was imperative to resolve this matter privately. Both parties needed to maintain a calm demeanor, devoid of anger or agitation. Standing in the center aisle of the carriage, Xiaoyu observed the comings and goings of the crowd. Once the cards at the entrance were nearly filled, she took up the loudspeaker to announce, "Those who need to use the restroom, please do so promptly. For everyone's safety during the night, our carriage will be closed and not open to the outside." The pamphlet within the compartment was a simplified version, while the one Yin Yin provided was a detailed explanation. Chapter 44. Boasting Jess's plans fell through. He had not located Li Chongqing's room. To be precise, he had not yet had the opportunity. While he searched the carriage aisle, Xiaoyu noticed the peculiar behavior of the pale-skinned man. She called out to him, her tone lacking in courtesy. In a world unfamiliar and fraught with peril, excessive politeness could lead to trouble. If mere curiosity were the cause, his gaze should not have been so intense. Xiaoyu understood that the way he furtively glanced at Li Chongqing mirrored Li Chongqing's own glances at Boss Yin. Although she felt a twinge of regret for her brother's unreciprocated feelings for Boss Yin, it did not diminish her enjoyment of the imagined pairing of Boss Yin and Li Chongqing. This was one of the few joys in her otherwise anxious and monotonous journey. The sudden appearance of this man, who regarded Li Chongqing with the predatory gaze of one eyeing both prey and possession, instilled a sense of urgency within her. Did he intend to disrupt her pairing? She would not allow it. "It's nothing. I'm merely observing," she thought. Jess discerned the underlying dissatisfaction in the young girl's tone. Offending someone without fully understanding the dynamics of that group would be detrimental to his subsequent actions. Xiaoyu fell silent, her gaze fixed on him as if to convey a silent message. After all, if no one was around later, he could seek her out then. He had little faith that the girl would remain vigilant. As for Jess's comment about locking the carriage, he dismissed it entirely. He possessed the skills to unlock doors and was confident in his abilities. No matter the type of lock, he would find a way. Inside the carriage, Yin Yin surveyed her surroundings, clearly pleased with the room designated by the system. "Host, I treat you well, don't I?" The system rejoiced in her mind, brimming with pride. "You did well," Yin Yin remarked in agreement. Yin naturally noticed the back door that the system had opened, and secretly added a toilet and shower facilities in her compartment. Li Chongqing also observed this scene. Yin Yin, in the presence of the man, filled 2 cups with water at the dispenser. One cup was steaming hot, while the other was a blend of hot and cold. "What are you following me for?" Yin Yan's words were frosty, her tone tinged with impatience, yet her hands moved with warmth. She deliberately handed one of the heated cups to Li Chongqing. Outside, the temperature was frigid, and he held the milk without even attempting to warm it. If he ended up with frostbite, he would have to bear the consequences. Another reason for offering him hot water was that once they exited this room, it would not be as convenient to procure another cup. That night, Li Changqing took the paper cup, surprised by the warmth that seeped through the thin layer. His eyes brightened momentarily, while Yin averted her gaze, lowering her head to drink. That night, Yin mentally rifled through her memories. Realizing what he intended to convey, she lifted her gaze, only to find the man standing there, cup in hand, seemingly lost in thought. Li Changqing appeared to hesitate, searching for the right words. Oh, that night, in the apocalypse. Seeking warmth from one another was quite normal, wasn't it? Initially taken aback by the girl's straightforwardness, he was further disoriented by her overly casual tone. Reflecting on that time, she had even resorted to using a chainsaw to ensure sleep. What else could she possibly be incapable of now? Perhaps he could ask for an explanation? The thought made him feel a bit embarrassed. An explanation? Yin chuckled softly, setting the empty cup gently on the table, her smile radiant. Are you seeking an explanation for me? As adults, isn't it simply the case that loneliness drives one to seek companionship? It's perfectly natural, so do not take it to heart. Li Changqing was momentarily stunned, as if seeing Yin for the first time. Their eyes met, and in her dark gaze, he found not the clarity and purity he had imagined. Just as she had stated, she was indifferent to their fleeting encounters, whether it was a brief moment of passion or several nights of intimacy. Just like the carefree and reckless girl he remembered from those days. Noticing that Li Changqing remained silent, Yin stood up. Could it be that you are deeply affected by this? In the current situation, I believe it is best to let it go. Yin was earnestly discussing matters with him. However, the other party clearly held a different opinion. Boss Yin, are you treating me as a source of amusement? Li Changqing had just swallowed a mouthful of warm water, attempting to calm his emotions through this means. And upon hearing those words, he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What? It's merely the dance of romance. There's no need for you to feel embarrassed. To be frank, I believe we are quite compatible in that regard. Yin's thoughts have always been rather straightforward. Perhaps it was the intoxication of that night that led him to act impulsively. The notions of liking or loving seem far too exaggerated. He and she were merely fleeting acquaintances, having assisted each other a few times. Boss Yin, matters of this nature should not be taken too seriously. Li Changqing attempted to articulate his perspective. The events have transpired. Boarding first and purchasing tickets later is not uncommon. However, Yin's attitude is truly beyond his capacity for acceptance. If he were to become deeply entangled in this situation, only to later proclaim a profound affection, would that not be utterly absurd? Yin found herself somewhat exasperated by the other party's earnest demeanor. While she could comprehend their pre-apocalyptic mindset, she felt no inclination to intervene. Likewise, she hoped the other party might grasp her perspective. Captain Li, if I were to profess my deep affection for you, as if we were old acquaintances, would you believe it? After all, it merely pertains to matters of the body. What? Has the exchange of genders rendered this unfamiliar to you? Upon uttering these words, both were momentarily taken aback. Yin, in jest, remarked that in this situation, she had nothing to lose. Although Li Changqing concluded his statement with a smile, Yin felt an unexpected pressure. Now that the air had been cleared and a moment of camaraderie shared, they could consider themselves friends. In the future, should you require assistance, I, Yin, shall not hesitate to help. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, Yin made a bold claim. Host, shall we not reconsider before making such a promise? The system was rather skeptical of Yin's hasty decision. What is there to consider? Would Li Changqing truly barter such matters? Surely not, one would think. Yin retorted, dismissing the notion that the other party would use this as leverage. After all, Li Changqing's audacity was not so pronounced in her presence. To put it bluntly, this statement was merely an empty promise. At that moment, she had not anticipated that there would ever be a day when such a promise would be fulfilled, as she had never considered that Li Changqing might indeed bring this matter to light. I shall thank the boss in advance. It's getting late. You should rest. Li Changqing said after gathering his emotions, then turned away, tossing his empty glass into the trash before departing. This individual was adept at both grasping and letting go. Watching his retreating figure, Yin sighed, realizing that truly exceptional individuals readily embrace new ideas. Chapter 45. The commotion. There was a bonfire. Quickly, informed the leader. The wandering zombies discovered remnants by the wall, and the air still bore the scent of human flesh. Were Yin to witness this, she would undoubtedly remark, "Hey, you little rascals, we've been expecting you." The zombies headed in that direction. The mantis led the way while the yellow bird followed. Having concealed themselves to observe the zombies' movements, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi exchanged glances upon receiving the news, confirming that they both felt the same. They promptly swapped positions with others nearby and rushed to Zhao Kang's side. However, Xiao Lu had been trailing the bare-armed man for quite some time. With their intelligence aligning, the truth must have been largely similar. You two have worked hard. Finish your meal and keep watch. Report back once they start fighting, Zhao Kang said, patting Xiao Lu on the shoulder. He then retrieved a box of unopened chocolate from a nearby container. If you're still hungry, make do with this for now. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi expressed their gratitude, devoured their noodles and soup, and departed with the chocolate. Zhao Kang glanced at his two sleeping brothers, gazing at the climbing ivy swaying in the wind before closing his eyes once more. Zhao Kang, the bald man, and the bare-armed man took turns sleeping. The message arrived just as Zhao Kang was still awake. "All right, be vigilant and do not expose yourselves," Zhao Kang advised, giving a thumbs up to the two. He then handed over a freshly prepared bucket of instant noodles for them to share. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi thanked him, accepting the offering without hesitation, and began to ravenously consume the noodles and soup, having been starved. In the vacant lot before the concrete path, wild grass grew wildly as dawn broke. Old Wang, accompanied by his subordinates, gathered around, yet not a single figure was in sight. Where are the people? Upon being questioned, the advance team dared not move, each bowing their heads in silence, feigning quail-like meekness. Not a word was spoken, nor did anyone dare to lift their gaze. Old Wang was furious, his teeth grinding in irritation. One of his slightly more astute subordinates, emboldened, approached and brazenly slapped the leader. "Wang, I'm asking you a question." In response, he received two pitiful grunts and the sight of the slapped subordinate's arm, which fell to the ground with a thud. "It's clearly right here." In a fit of anger, he momentarily lost his composure, only to notice that the other party, emboldened by the presence of Wang beside him, puffed out his chest. Feeling unjustly treated, he closed his mouth in frustration and made an effort to sniff the air with his nose, pondering the inexplicability of the situation. Indeed, a faint trace of humanity lingered in the atmosphere. As his subordinates engaged in their interactions, Old Wang gazed upwards, fixated on the invisible air. The essence of humanity seemed tantalizingly close, yet it eluded his sight. Old Wang found himself musing. Could it be that, just as he comprehended human language, those creatures of sustenance had awakened some latent ability as well? "Boss!" The sound of knocking echoed insistently. "Is boss not coming out? What shall we do now? We are trapped in the vehicle, surrounded by zombies. If you ask me, women are nothing but trouble, always dawdling." Yin finished her breakfast while gazing at the scenery outside the window. A throng of zombies congregated near the vehicle. One zombie, having lost its arm with a sharp snap, wore an expression of silent indignation that made Yin stifle a laugh. "What a pitiful creature. Damn it. This door won't budge." "Same here. It's swarming with zombies. We must devise a plan." The cacophony of voices echoed within the confines of the vehicle, shattering Yin-Yan's moment of amusement. The anxious crowd, trapped and desperate, could only shout hoarsely, exchanging ideas without a clear sense of the leader's intentions. The only ones with an unlocked door, the Xia siblings, had already heard the ruckus. They cautiously opened the door, peering at the zombies outside, while listening to the commotion. Realizing the zombies had not noticed their presence, they breathed a sigh of relief, finding the group's noise utterly unbecoming. Exchanging glances, Xia Ran first knocked on the door of the most boisterous group, calling out to them. He gestured for Xiaoyu to quietly soothe those who had fallen silent. Once the vehicle had quieted a bit, Yin, chewing on bubblegum, opened her door. With the click of the lock disengaging, the sound reverberated through the air. The crowd, having found the previously stubborn door now unlocked, surged forth, shouting at Yin to let them escape. Xia Ran and Xiaoyu stood protectively on either side of her, Wild ruckus. Weren't you the ones causing the most chaos last night? After a good night's sleep, you think you can act like a king now? Huh? Yes, you were the loudest just moments ago. Be careful not to attract the zombies and endanger us all. Are you afraid your voice isn't loud enough? The man, initially ready to retort, found Xia Yu's words resonating with truth. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he shrank back, falling silent. Nevertheless, many still craned their necks, eager for solutions and explanations. Yet, with Xia Yu's admonition, the clamorous discussions were suddenly stifled, as if someone had grasped them by the throat. Yin stepped out of the protective circle formed by the two individuals, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, noting that none dared to be the first to speak. From her pocket, she retrieved 2 steaming meat buns and, under the watchful eyes of many, offered them to the Xia siblings. You too, eat while they're hot. As the buns were opened, the entire carriage filled with a tantalizing aroma. Several individuals swallowed hard, suddenly reminded of their hunger. Li Changqing had not slept well the previous night and had only managed to close his eyes for a brief moment just before dawn, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Feng Yi and the others were aware of what had transpired, but had not seen their leader's figure. They found Yin to be rather difficult to appease, seemingly devoid of any regard for a man's pride. Consequently, a group of them deliberately positioned themselves at the back of the crowd, remaining silent amid the commotion. Xia Yu accepted the buns and leaned in to whisper quickly to Yin about the recent events. Yin was composed. A group of individuals, unsure of who had awakened first, discovered the zombies outside the window. In their frantic attempt to flee the vehicle, they realized the doors were locked, prompting a cacophony of shouts. One person roused another, exchanging words until everyone was jolted awake. Noticing the absence of Li Changqing, she spotted his former companions lingering at the edge of the crowd, which did not surprise Yin. Offering assistance is a matter of sentiment. Withholding it is a matter of principle. Aside from her connection with Li Changqing, the others truly lacked any significant bond, largely existing as a mere interaction between a proprietor and clientele. Who among them truly wished to depart? Yin surveyed the surroundings, noticing that Su Fuguwei and his companions remained silent. Qianfeng and Zhou Qing did not engage with the boisterous crowd either. A corpulent, middle-aged man stepped forward beside Jess. The zombies were drawing near. If they did not depart soon, they would pay with their lives. Very well, you may leave. Yin, in full view of the crowd, opened the car door. Chapter 46. The zombies are running, and they are pursuing. The middle-aged man merely intended to stir the atmosphere, never anticipating that Yin would truly allow him to depart. Aren't you leaving? Hurry, before the zombies arrive. You won't be able to escape then. Xia Yu did not miss the man's pleading glance directed at Jess. It was inappropriate for Jess to respond directly in front of everyone. What might Boss Yin have in store next? The crowd's gaze once again turned towards Yin. What arrangements? Yin smiled, her radiant expression exuding confidence. What if I said the car could fly? Would you believe me? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with Jess. Boss Yin, this is a matter of life and death. Please do not jest. Su Fuguwei and the other onlookers could no longer remain silent. Indeed, Boss Yin, perhaps you should close the car door first. If zombies approach, we shall be in dire trouble. Do I appear to be joking? Yin retorted. Those who wish to leave may do so quickly while the zombies have yet to arrive. Yin cast aside her words, her smile fading. The onlookers gazed at the open car door, then at the zombies nearby, sniffing around. One person, gritting their teeth, picked up their belongings and chose to exit the vehicle. Seeing Yin remain unmoved, it was as if the first act of defiance inspired another. When Jess and the middle-aged man descended from the car, they couldn't resist flashing a provocative grin at Yin. What fools the system used, observing the scene unfold. Boss, what shall we do now? At present, aside from Li Changqing's group and the Xia siblings, only Su Fuguei, Qianfeng, and Zhou Qing remained in the vehicle. Su Fuguei, noticing the familiar faces departing, felt a sense of unease. Yet, seeing the Xia siblings blindly trust Yin, he gritted his teeth and decided to stay. For Zhou Qing, leaving was not necessarily better than staying. After all, that guy Jess had long harbored animosity towards her. As Yin Yin and others were the last to leave the vehicle, he gestured to close the door. There's nothing urgent. Everyone should go and have something to eat. It's not good for your health to be on an empty stomach. Su Fugue was about to jest that there was no dining area in the vehicle when he passed by Qian Fang's compartment and tapped on the door. Though they were inside, any sounds that occurred were audible. Naturally, Qian Fang and her companion emerged, smiles adorning their faces, and followed him to the compartment. What is the situation with Li Chongqing? Yin Yin naturally noticed his absence. However, upon learning from the system that the individual was safe, he chose not to inquire further. Indeed, he soon discovered Zhuke trailing behind. Boss, it's Jess and the others, he remarked. Old Su, take 2 people and stay behind just in case. Zhao Kong remained prepared for both scenarios. After speaking to the bare-armed man, he gestured for his subordinates to gather their belongings and exited alongside him and the bald man. Jess and his companions had just disembarked from the bus and had not yet exchanged whispers. Wang, over there. The assaulted zombie minion caught a whiff of the strong scent of human flesh and began to howl while sprinting forward. They hastily followed. As Jess and his group turned around, they heard the menacing growls approaching from a distance, nearly causing them to break into a sprint. With some ahead and others in pursuit, old Wang and his subordinates exerted every ounce of strength to catch their quarry. Jess and his companions instinctively sought to divert the threat. At his signal, a middle-aged man produced a blood bag of unknown origin and smashed it against the car door with a loud thud. To their astonishment, the bag flew outwards, leaving the door pristine. In the instant it was thrown, the entire vehicle seemed to defy gravity, hovering steadily in midair. Fuck! Jess exclaimed, overwhelmed by disbelief. The blood bag splattered on the ground, logically attracting a horde of zombies. However, under Old Wang's command, the order was given to capture the living. Thus, with their plan thwarted, Jess and his group scurried away like chickens chased by a dog, their feet barely keeping up. The group inside the car, leisurely enjoying breakfast, felt a sudden lightness. With half-chewed buns still in their mouths, they instinctively turned their heads towards the window. Their eyes widened as they witnessed the middle-aged man trailing Jess stumble and be pounced upon by a zombie, pinning him down. He flailed his arms in the air, desperately shouting for Jess to save him. Though the zombie did not bite him, the terror had transformed his face into a mask of fear. Help me! Help me! A resounding thud echoed as a foul stench mixed with a metallic scent of blood erupted, sending one of his teeth flying. Courtesy of the same zombie that had previously lost an arm, the middle-aged man felt a pounding headache, his mouth filled with the acrid taste of blood and decay, rendering him dizzy and disoriented. He comprehended the horror he faced, his eyes struggling to remain open. Jess, preoccupied with his own survival, unleashed his powers. Electricity crackled around him. He crouched low, dodged, and ran, occasionally throwing bolts of lightning. Yet, even his formidable abilities could not withstand the relentless onslaught. For every one he struck down, another emerged. It was as if he had provoked a nest of zombies. Old Wang had not personally engaged in such a relentless chase for a long time, and in this moment, his heart raced with exhilaration as he pursued his prey with fervor. Yin Yan's gaze fell behind the horde of zombies. A bald man, accompanied by a group, maintained a prudent distance from the undead. They were cloaked in layers of vegetation, resembling figures clad in green armor as they moved, thoroughly enveloped. The plants masked their human scent, and with their attention focused ahead, Old Wang and the other zombies remained oblivious to the stir behind them. The bald man deftly managed the spacing among his companions while calculating the distance between the zombies and their group. Flanked on either side, 5 individuals maneuvered, sometimes 3 in front and 2 behind, at other times 2 in front and 3 behind, skillfully avoiding any intersection with the zombie's presence. Like a mantis poised to catch a cicada, with a yellow bird lurking behind. According to their agreed strategy, they only needed to ensure their own safety. Watching from a distance as the chaos unfolded, waiting for the opportune moment to seize an advantage. Should the zombies prevail, they would strike. Should the humans triumph, they would also engage. In either case, their own would not be neglected. They had no intention of pursuing those trapped on the bus. Their interest lay solely with the living. How absurd! Jess felt a breeze at the nape of his neck and instinctively leaned forward, narrowly evading a large hand reaching from behind. He instinctively looked up, his eyes wide with shock. There stood Xiaoyu, perched atop the bus, pulling open a window, smiling down at him as she took a hearty bite of a large meat bun. While he was fleeing for his life, this group was leisurely enjoying their buns. Where was the justice in that? Yin was undoubtedly intentional. She manipulated the system's back-end to alter the bus settings. Consequently, everyone present witnessed a magnificent 3-story bus soaring through the air, yet the zombies remained oblivious. The bald-headed man and his companions could only watch in astonishment as the bus, laden with passengers, glided next to Jess, while the zombies failed to perceive it. A bus can fly? Whose extraordinary ability is this? The bald-headed man recognized the individual who had thrown a rope to Jess, the very same person who had previously provided him with a box of medicine. Chapter 47. Watching the show. Host, what is the purpose of this? The system was perplexed by Yin-Yan's actions. Have you heard of the carrot dangling before a donkey? Jess, noticing the survival rope suddenly extending from a bus, seized it without a moment's hesitation. It felt more reliable than relying solely on himself. He glanced at the zombies, gritted his teeth, and followed the suggestion. Just as he tied the rope, before he could even test its tightness, he felt a powerful tug. Jess found himself suspended in midair like a kite, swaying with the movement of the bus. He looked down at the zombies flailing beneath him and recalled his earlier predicament. Jess raised his middle finger at the horde of zombies. Old Wong, leading the group of zombies, was instantly filled with rage. The other zombies remained clueless, but he remembered. How dare this brat? Truly, it is you, Jess. Yin let out a chuckle. Boss, why is this bus coming towards us? Xiaoyang quickly exchanged glances with the bald-headed man, while the others silently retreated. This, of course, was also Yin-Yan's arrangement. What fun is it to merely watch? They should join in. The zombies pursued Jess relentlessly, yet could not reach him. The bus headed toward the bald-headed man, pulling Jess along in its wake. The bald-headed man felt his teeth grinding in frustration, urging his subordinates to flee. He had initially thought that in the struggle between the crane and the clam, the fisherman would benefit. Little did he know, he had become the clam. The zombies, tireless in their pursuit, were not reliant on manpower. Jess, with his feet dangling in the air, occasionally discharged electricity to deter the particularly tenacious zombies. Old Wong, in his pursuit, noticed the moving green plants ahead. He quickly reacted, voicing a string of zombie language. The bald-headed man sensed he was being targeted and hastened his escape. Why is there still no news from the bald-headed man? Zhao Kong received a steaming cup of instant noodles. It had not even begun to open his chopsticks when he saw Lao Su approaching with a furrowed brow. Brother, Xiao Guang is in trouble. The man briefly recounted the news regarding Lao Lu and Lao Qi, then looked at Zhao Kong, remaining silent. To save or not to save, that was the question. Zhao Kong leisurely slurped his noodles. Lao Su, bare-armed and anxious, dared not urge him. Save? Those who had accompanied Xiao Guang were among the most capable in terms of abilities and physical prowess. The individuals remaining by one side merely represent a numerical advantage. To offer no assistance? If one cannot even extend a hand to their own flesh and blood, let alone the disheartening old Su, it is likely that in the future, one will find it arduous to enlist anyone willing to risk their life for them. In a matter of moments, the bowl of noodles was emptied, and he finished the broth, tossing the empty container aside. Gather the people. We depart in 10 minutes. With succinct clarity, the group sprang into action. Little Lamb cast a glance at Old Sun, who was diligently repairing the salvaged stones. The situation was dire. This venture could easily lead to calamity. He suppressed any inclination to engage in idle chatter and silently began to gather nearby scrap materials. Old Sun remained silent, focusing intently on his task, hastening the pace of his efforts. He aimed to complete 2 shields before their departure. 10 minutes later, a group followed Zhao Kong towards the location of the bald man. Old 6 and Old 7. One listened while the other sniffed the air, leading the way. Jess was consumed by regret. Though he appeared secure, suspended by a rope, the thrashing zombies beneath him showed no signs of ceasing. Should a flying creature appear, it could easily bring him down. Old Wong sensed trouble as well. Capturing a person had become as casual as walking a dog on the street. The bald man felt the situation was exceedingly troublesome. The figure in the vehicle was indistinct. If it were someone familiar, it would be manageable. However, the demeanor of the approaching party was decidedly hostile. Logically, all those he had wronged were already dead. Boss, should he not lend them a hand? The breakfast-finished crowd leaned against the car windows, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Before Yin, a small gap was left in the window, while the other windows were securely shut. Among the crowd, someone with keen eyes recognized the figure of the bald man. After whispering a few words to the person beside him, he hurried over to Yin and spoke up. Yin recognized the person before her. It was none other than Zhou Qing, the first to call her that night. Which one? The one at the forefront. Zhou Qing immediately recognized the bald man. To be fair, although she had submitted herself at the base, he had indeed provided her with a safe environment and sustenance. Zhou Qing did not consider herself to be heartless. Logically, she had no ties with the bald man, yet. Your husband? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qing fell silent for 2 seconds. Yin observed the other person biting their lower lip, their gaze occasionally drifting towards the window, remaining silent. Noticing Yan's reticence, Zhou Qing felt a sense of unease settle within her. Yan's gaze fell upon the individuals surrounding the bald man. Among them were numerous abilities, harmoniously combining the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and vines. These few individuals supported each other while being pursued by the zombies. Though they appeared to be in a desperate situation, they displayed no signs of panic. The sharp crack of a vine, severing a head, echoed in the air. The rush of water surged forth, perfectly aligning with Jess's abilities. The bald man was merely concerned about the depletion of their powers, yet when it came to slaying zombies, he and his comrades had never known fear. Each one of them had crawled through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. None were cowards. Jess was not enjoying his experience. The stark contrast was palpable. He could have comfortably remained seated in the vehicle or been merely an observer of the spectacle. How much longer can that group sustain their abilities? Yin summoned the system, and a series of numerical codes hovered before her eyes. The system engaged in frenetic calculations. Approximately 5 more minutes, she mused. With the system at her disposal, Yin felt a profound sense of reassurance. It was not merely to fulfill Zhou Qing's request, but rather because she perceived greater potential in this group at the Tally apartment. Providing aid in times of need is far more precious than merely enhancing an already flourishing situation. Her intention was to rescue these individuals before their strength waned. The bald man would undoubtedly face repercussions, yet among the remaining individuals, if there were any with good intentions, she was willing to extend her assistance. Captain, Li Changqing emerged from the compartment, still in a state of drowsiness, startled awake by a nightmarish vision. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by the sight of Xiaotian leaning against his doorway. Xiaotian, having grown weary from standing, nearly stumbled as Li Changqing opened the door. A nod served as a greeting, and in an instant, he was handed a few items, a bottle of mineral water and 3 small bread rolls. You're late. Make do with this. I'll go inform them that the captain has risen. Li Changqing murmured a response, glanced at the items in his hands, and retreated indoors as Xiaotian closed the door behind him. He stood idly near the car window, setting the mineral water on the table. With a scenic view outside, he tore open the bread's packaging and began to devour it rapidly. The man who had been suspended earlier sparked a flicker of recognition within him. He had been incessantly seeking a chance to engage in conversation the previous day, buzzing around like a little bee. What was his name again? Jesse, if memory served. As for the group being pursued by zombies, he was quite familiar with them. The bald head, unmistakably, belonged to the individual who had previously acquired medications. The zombies trailing not far behind him appeared strangely familiar. Chapter 48. An encounter with an acquaintance upon finishing his breakfast. Li Changqing stepped outside to see Yin bringing the vehicle to a halt. Yin gauged the passage of time, gently tugging at the rope with his fingers. At once, Justin's eyes widened, turning his head to gaze intently. Li Changqing stepped forward and noticed Feng Yi and others engaged in conversation with Xiaoran. Upon discerning the substance of their dialogue, he took it upon himself to render a decision on their behalf. As he emerged, he proposed, "Let's strike a bargain. When the moment is opportune, you shall retrieve them in your embrace, and I shall grant you the chance to board the vehicle." Yin directed her finger towards Jace, gesturing towards the bald man, and then subtly indicated the rope nearby. She was unperturbed by the prospect of Jace declining, for the very ropes binding him lay within her reach. In truth, Jace felt compelled to acquiesce. The gravity of Yin Yan's threat was undeniably potent, and the presence of the bald man did not bode ill for him. "Very well, I concede to your request." Yin, satisfied, commanded the system to secure the compartment. To avert any unforeseen complications, this group could only face her once they boarded. The common folk, in an effort to prevent collateral damage, wisely refrained from emerging. The distance to the bald-headed individuals diminished rapidly, nearing their very feet. Seizing the opportune moment, Jess unleashed a skill upon the nearest zombie to the bald man. This particular zombie, displaying a modicum of cunning, stealthily inched closer while its companions were engaged in their assault, preparing for a surprise attack. The bald man, having narrowly escaped peril, breathed a sigh of relief. He cast a glance towards Jess, his eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. He had not anticipated assistance from his adversary in such dire circumstances. At that moment, Jess patted the rope on his body. The bald man looked on, perplexed. With only a head's distance between them, the bald man needed merely to leap upward to grasp him and hoist the others up. Yin had no time for cryptic hints. He decisively produced a small horn and shouted. The zombie king heard the call, yet could not discern the precise location of the speaker. To this day, the scene in their eyes depicted Jace tethered in midair by a rope emerging from an unknown source. The only conclusion they could draw was that the voice emanated from above the rope. "Do not let them succeed," Old Wong roared, and the horde of zombies redoubled their efforts. The humans, once striving to survive, now cast aside their concerns. The bald man observed that the pursuing zombies had grown increasingly ferocious. The one farthest from him, merely pausing to catch his breath, was swiftly overwhelmed and consumed by the relentless tide of zombies. In the outermost layer, and then the innermost, a single scream escaped before he vanished from sight. "Stop looking," Jace shouted, unleashing an electric jolt upon the nearest zombie. "Vines, seize the moment, tie the brothers together, and the rest provide cover. Assist me in charging forth." The bald man issued his command in an instant, his eyes aflame with urgency. As he lunged towards Jace's body, a massive vine coiled around them, ensnaring both in a tight embrace. The rope tethering Jace was abruptly pulled upward, prompting Yin to elevate the vehicle to a higher vantage point. Sensing the impending danger, Old Wong hastily urged his comrades to intensify their assault. The bald man and Jace found themselves entwined in the vines. Following his orders, simultaneously, the remaining individuals secured vines around their waists. Like threading candied hawthorn, the plant-based ability user was drenched in sweat. On Yin Yan's side, 4 individuals were straining against the rope, pulling vigorously upwards. Old Wong's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the duck he had nearly captured just slipped away? He had brought so many subordinates along. Attempting to advance, he was repelled in midair by the water and fire ability user-esque skill. Those wretched humans. They had audaciously erected a wall of mixed earth and gold beneath their feet. Under orders, his subordinates scrambled to scale the wall. Yet their speed paled in comparison to the rapidly vanishing rope. The plant-type ability user, fearing a loss of control, had already called out as the gold-type ability user soared into the air. Golden liquid enveloped the vines densely, thoroughly wrapping around those suspended in midair. From a distance, it resembled a string of golden candied haws ascending into the sky. Good. Zhao Kong, who had hurriedly brought his team, felt a significant relief upon witnessing this scene from afar. Lao Su also let out a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance and silently retreated with their team. Old Wong watched helplessly as his prey disappeared along the rope into the void. Frustrated, he struck the approaching zombie with a resounding slap. The latter, feeling wronged, gazed at the arm that had recently been reattached, now fallen once again, and felt a profound sense of grievance. A swarm of zombies flitted about like aimless flies, while Old Wong simmered with anger. "Boss, there's a new scent of humans over there." a previously sycophantic zombie subordinate, emboldened by their earlier flattery, approached and pointed in a direction. It was indeed the path from which Zhao Kong and the others had come. Old Wang sniffed the air and confirmed the lingering scent of humanity. A familiar face. As this thought emerged, the scent aligned with his memories. Instantly, the horde of zombies redirected their course towards that location. Old Wang's rationale was simple. Surely, they could not have vanished into thin air as well. Before Jess and the others were hoisted up, Yin Yin communicated her spontaneously conceived idea to the three individuals in the corridor. The appearance of Li Changqing was unexpected for her. She had presumed he would close the door, much like his brethren. However, an additional person meant an increase in strength, and she had no reason to refuse. Li Changqing nodded in acknowledgement of her verbal gratitude. After hearing her proposal, he offered some suggestions for enhancement. Xia Yu and Xia Ran listened attentively, their expressions reflecting a willingness to follow their boss's directives. Thus, the four reached a consensus, uniting their efforts to rescue the 6 individuals from the clutches of the zombies. Just as the last person was hoisted up, the bald man and his group felt their strength dissipate. They had been holding on by a thread, hoping for survival. Now that they had truly lived to see another day, exhaustion overwhelmed them, leaving them devoid of any semblance of composure. The group slumped down, sprawled in disarray. Jess and the bald man, mustering their last reserves, released each other as soon as they got into the vehicle. "Host, did you see all of that?" Who would have thought that at this moment, 2 individuals would still be embracing each other with fervent kisses? Jess swore he was truly disgusted. The bald man inwardly roared as well, lamenting the unfortunate timing of their accidental kiss. The two quickly pulled apart, immediately spitting in revulsion. Summer Yu kindly offered a roll of trash bags, which the bald man accepted, only to realize that it was the very same bag he had previously given away. Initially, he felt a sense of familiarity with the speaker, but as he regained composure and looked up, he was met with a rather unfortunate sight: familiar faces all around. The only source of awkwardness was that they had intended to take advantage of Yin Yin and her group's misfortunes, only to find themselves saved by the very individuals they sought to exploit. Long time no see, bald brother. Care for a drink? Chapter 49. Encountering the bald man again upon lifting his gaze, the bald man saw Yin offering a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you, young lady." If he remembered correctly, it was this very person who had called him again in the vehicle just moments ago. The Summer siblings, following Yin Yan's instructions, distributed the food from the car to the fleeing individuals. Jess, the bald man, and 4 other supernatural beings made a total of 6 people. Host, one among them, is infected. Her gaze sharpened as she began to scrutinize the 6 individuals. What is wrong? Li Changqing sensed something amiss and followed her gaze, examining the 6 people as well. The bald man had just taken a sip of water when he sensed the tension. His peripheral vision fell upon his companions. Jess remained unperturbed, munching on bread, while the metal, water, and fire elementalists, although unaware of the situation, were also drinking and eating to replenish their energy. Only the wood elemental, who had kept his head down since boarding the vehicle, remained silent. Summer Yu had noticed that this individual, after accepting the water and bread, placed the food beside his legs and remained motionless. He was drenched in sweat, his exposed skin flushed as if he had just rolled in tomato sauce. Congratulations, host, for identifying the target. Please select whether to manage this person individually. What has happened to Amu? The bald man had already sensed something was off. Among the elementalists of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the wood elemental, Amu, known for his voracious appetite, was typically the one with the largest appetite and the most enthusiasm for food. He was either eating or searching for food. Now, however, he sat in silence, which was not characteristic of his usual voracity. Earlier, he had mentioned feeling unwell. The metal elementalist had found it peculiar when Amu had asked him to take over his powers. After all, Amu had always been known for consuming more due to his rapid energy expenditure. In his own words, if he didn't exert himself, it would be an affront to his appetite. When did this happen? The water and fire elementalists shook their heads, too preoccupied on the battlefield to notice. Perhaps it occurred earlier when he was providing cover and was suddenly tackled. Amu might just become the first subject for experimentation. However, the unspoken words lingered in the air, understood by all. AMU could no longer be retained. Yet, to cast his brother, who had just escaped death, back into the jaws of peril, or to abandon him to his fate, was too cruel. The bald man, with a deft flick of his wrist, produced a motorcycle helmet. A glance exchanged among the brothers revealed their unspoken agreement. With the support of several comrades, the bald man gently placed the helmet upon AMU's head. All eyes then turned to Yin Yin. It was a temporary measure, as he was a wood element abilities user. Li Changqing harshly pointed out the grim reality. Even if the helmet secured the unconscious AMU, it might not restrain him once he regained consciousness. He stepped forward, grasping the collar of AMU's shirt, intending to drag him from vehicle. AMU, in a haze of confusion, was pulled along. The bald man turned away, unable to bear the sight, while the others averted their gazes to the ground. He could not gamble AMU's life against the safety of the group. Yin halted Li Changqing, their gazes locking for a brief moment before Li Changqing extended his hand, signaling to guide him this way. If the system merely intended to provide a simple alert, it could have easily informed Yin while still at the vehicle. The carriage still held numerous vacant compartments, and Yin's intention was to confine him within one of those chambers. Once she resolved matters concerning Zhao Kong, she intended to seek out an individual renowned for his medical expertise in her past life. It was rumored that with sufficient mutated specimens for his research, the development of an antidote could be expedited. Place it here, Yin instructed, opening a door as Li Changqing ushered AMU inside. In stark contrast to their previous accommodations, this room was brightly lit, with walls surrounding it on all sides. A large expanse of glass partitioned the space into two distinct areas. Yin activated the mechanism, and Li Changqing placed AMU into the space behind the glass. After sealing the mechanism, AMU began to gasp for breath behind the glass. His vines surged wildly from his fingertips, no longer a vibrant green, but a thick, inky black. The vines struck the glass with a series of sharp sounds. Yet the glass remained impervious, showing no sign of response. Let him remain there. Yin led the group out of the house, while Xia Ran, walking at the end, twisted his hand as instructed. The bald man, after witnessing the scene, was left in a state of shock tinged with trepidation. Were your plans moving forward? Facing this inquiry, the bald man felt a pang of anxiety. Typically, strategic matters were the domain of Lao Su and Zhao Kong. Initially, he had intended to rendezvous with Zhao Kong and the others. Given the current circumstances, bringing these individuals along filled him with uncertainty, not knowing whether it would bring fortune or misfortune. Do not feel pressure, my friend. In this world, our meeting is a matter of fate, he reassured. To be frank, our group intends to clear the zombies and then proceed. Clearing zombies, indeed, aligned perfectly with their intentions. However, as you can see, our numbers are limited. Yin appeared somewhat troubled. If you have any friends nearby, it would be wise to enlist their help. After all, our goals are the same. We are united in the pursuit of eliminating these undead. Yin's remarks were indeed quite pertinent. Zhao Kong had long harbored discontent towards the zombie Old Wong. However, the bald man recalled that during their last encounter with Yin and her group, their numbers had doubled compared to the present. What had become of those people? Had they all perished? Little sister, are you jesting with your elder brother? The last time you visited, wasn't it a bustling crowd? Have they merely concealed themselves? Are they hidden within this vehicle? Or have they split up and ventured elsewhere? As he inquired, he swayed within the vehicle. Prior to their boarding, Yin had instructed Xia Yu to memorize the locations of the door cards and subsequently remove and conceal them in a pile. She also coordinated with the system to create a concealment, obscuring the entrance of the compartment in use. Li Changqing relayed messages to the individuals behind the door, advising them to remain indoors for 2 days. The elder brother wondered why they should engage in an unending conflict with this group of zombies. After all, you have yet to see them, and soon you will have no opportunity to do so. The bald man fell into silence for a moment. Little sister, is this vehicle imbued with extraordinary abilities? Yin did not conceal the truth. Instead, he pushed Xia Ran forward. It is his. Indeed, it is mine, he chuckled heartily. Xia Ran stood a head taller than the bald man, who gave him an approving thumbs up, impressed. Xia Ran graciously accepted the compliment. The bold young woman's openness prompted the bald man to reciprocate, exchanging glances with the remaining few. In terms of numbers, they held the advantage. Jace silently observed Yin Yin and the others spinning tales, not daring to utter a word. The bald man remained unaware of the truth. Yet he was cognizant of the underlying reality. Chapter 50. Coercion. Jace watched as the group reveled in camaraderie, feeling a bitter frustration he could not voice. After a brief exchange, the bald man agreed to lead Yin Yin and his party to Zhao Kang's location. However, Zhao Kang was not as fortunate. The zombie leader, Old Wang, was rallying his forces and advancing toward him. "Boss, they're hot on our heels," reported Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, one clearing the path while the other held the rear. Xiao Yang and Old Sun trailed behind Xiao Qi. Zhao Kang mentally mapped their escape route as Old Su and his team secure a vantage point, occasionally using their abilities to fend off the oncoming horde. The zombies at the forefront fell swiftly. Old Wang remained undeterred. In the past, he had intentionally allowed some to escape, but now he was resolute in his pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned nearby zombies to report their positions, akin to a strategic game. "Brother, if this continues, our abilities will be exhausted." "How much farther?" 1 mile. Zhao Kang chose to evade toward an abandoned old garage. The garage connected 2 areas, one leading to the mountains, the other to a residential complex. They entered through the latter, employing their powers to erect walls and lay cement, constructing makeshift barriers to seal off their retreat. Subsequently, the group fought off zombies while ascending the mountain. Even with the zombies' keen senses, they were unable to keep pace. Those unfamiliar with the mountains could never comprehend their depth and terror. The reason Zhao Kang and his companions felt no fear was simple. They had evaded capture in those mountains for 2 years. They were well acquainted with the terrain. Zhao Kang recalled a small building atop the mountain, ideal for habitation. They had previously stored considerable provisions there. Had he not been forced into such a predicament, he would not wish to expose this advantageous hideaway. Old Wang, watching the group retreat while engaging in a guerrilla-like battle, found it quite vexing. He was accustomed to dominance and had not trained any capable subordinates in advance. Despite having a multitude of zombies at his disposal, few could stand alone and fight independently. Once this brutal confrontation concluded, he would need to train 2 reliable fighters. "Bring that person over," he commanded, convinced that familial ties would compel Zhao Kang to witness the demise of his own kin, Xiao Lu, who was brought forth trembling. Despite spending considerable time in the zombie den, he remained unaccustomed to the horror of the undead. Similar to the bustling meat market, he was subjected to scrutiny, inducing within him a disconcerting illusion that he was not a human, but rather a pig awaiting slaughter. Each day, he engaged in fervent prayers. Though favored as a prisoner and granted a reprieve from the specter of death due to his kinship with Zhao Kang, witnessing the demise of his peers instilled in him a profound sense of melancholy. His value was merely slightly elevated compared to others, rendering him somewhat precious. "Zhao Kang, do you see who this is? Brother, save me. It's me, Lu." The middle-aged man bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Kang, as if he were carved from the same mold. The distinction lay in one being contemplative, while the other was tormented by inner turmoil. The attention of Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, Xiao Yang, and Old Sun was suddenly riveted upon Zhao Kang. Old Su gestured for his subordinates to remain still. "Has your brother forgotten you?" The zombie king spoke with human-like articulation, his breath wafting onto Xiao Lu's face, suffused with a foul stench. Xiao Lu nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the noxious odor. He swallowed hard, suppressing the wave of nausea, and shouted with urgency. "Brother, I am your own brother, Xiao Lu. Please save me." The zombie king reveled in the cries of his prey, yet the cacophony failed to yield the anticipated response, much to his dissatisfaction. "If your brother does not arrive soon, I shall dismember an arm, and if he still does not come, I shall feast upon a leg. Do you know how bears consume their prey?" The zombie king's threats intensified, and Zhao Lu's pleas grew increasingly desperate, tinged with the onset of tears. Zhao Kang sighed, crouching behind a thick wall, peering through a small gap like a glass bead, observing the scene before him. A chilling scream pierced the air, and Zhao Lu's complexion drained of color as one of his legs was forcibly wrenched away, blood gushing forth. The pungent aroma of blood permeated the atmosphere, stirring the ravenous zombies. Their appetites awakened, gazing with envy and yearning at the commanding zombie king. The zombie king took a few bites, finding the flesh fresh yet dry, leaving him unsatisfied. He passed the severed leg to his most perceptive subordinate, who expressed gratitude in a series of guttural sounds before voraciously devouring it. The sight too gruesome to behold. Zhao Lu trembled, unable to articulate a word. The pain was unbearable. He had never endured such torment. The zombie king leaned in, his milky white eyes darting, mouth agape as if to bite into his shoulder. Brother, save me, brother. You made a pact with the zombie king. You cannot abandon me like this. You promised I would live well here. You vowed to cooperate with him. Zhao Lu, overwhelmed with fear and confusion, spoke without thought. Zhao Kong was taken aback. Did he truly comprehend what he was exclaiming? Springing to his feet, Zhao Kong's figure was obscured by the earthen wall. Yet old Su understood the urgency. Zhao Lu could not continue his cries. If their subordinates uncovered the truth, they would be doomed. All would be lost. Brother. He cast a stone at Zhao Kang's feet, who lifted his gaze, bloodshot eyes revealing his distress. Zhao Kong considered himself no saint, yet he had never wronged his younger brother in the slightest. Lao Su felt a tightening in his chest, aware of Zhao Kang's deep affection for Zhao Lu. Their fateful meeting in prison was entirely due to Zhao Lu's misdeeds, for which Zhao Kong had taken the blame. Zhao Lu's placement among the zombies stemmed from his past transgressions, having caused irreparable harm to many of his brothers. Zhao Lu continued to scream, tears and blood streaming down his face. If he dared to cease his cries, Lao Wang's threats would resurface. His fingers were mercilessly twisted, one by one. The zombies closing in on Lao Wang each took their share, voraciously chewing on the hard-won flesh as though it were mere biscuits or chicken feet. The sounds of their gnawing were incessant, while the wounds throbbed with fiery pain. Lao Wang, without a hint of restraint, scrutinized his internal organs, discussing with the nearby zombies which parts were most delectable. Zhao Kang's eyes widened with fury. It was too difficult for him to turn against his own brother. Although Xiao Yang, Lao Sun, and the others were unaware of Zhao Lu's identity, they sensed underlying secrets from the fragmented conversation. They recalled the ordinary individuals left behind that day, along with the previous mention of trials, and an unsettling suspicion began to form in their minds. Those who had promised to accompany them in gathering supplies, the ability users, returned unscathed, while the ordinary people sent to collect resources faced dire consequences, with 10 perishing for every one who survived. When questioned about their experiences, they remained silent, their faces pale with fear. Chapter 51. Advancing toward the horde of zombies, Zhao Lu hesitated, yet Lao Su noticed the growing unease among the group. He could not allow Zhao Lu to continue his cries any longer. Acting decisively, Lao Su gestured, and his loyal subordinate shot an arrow. Brother, the younger brother's aim was true, piercing through Zhao Lu's mouth, blood gushing forth, rendering him momentarily speechless. A portion of his tongue fell to the ground as tears and mucus streamed down his face, his expression contorted in agony. Zhao Kong, how ruthless you are! Could you truly harm your own flesh and blood? The unsuspecting Lao Wang was taken aback, witnessing the hostage's loss of voice. Lao Su subtly transferred control to his subordinate and approached Zhao Kang's side. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Kong turned to Lao Su, his eyes ablaze with anger. Brother, decisive action is necessary. If he reveals everything, how will we manage our people? Lao Su imlot ao sestili. Zhao Kong understood that his intentions were for his own benefit. Zhao Kong, given your brother's state, our agreement is rendered null. I don't comprehend why you would give me someone only to receive a crystal core in return, with your brother as a witness. Everything was progressing favorably. Why must you act thus? Lao Wang had no intention of letting Zhao Kong off the hook so easily. The moment the truth was unveiled, the countenance of everyone present darkened. They gazed at Zhao Kong and old Su, their expressions more repulsive than if they had swallowed a fly. Little Yang looked at old Sun, yearning for an answer, unable to believe what was unfolding. In contrast, Old Sun remained remarkably composed, exhaling a sigh as he continued to mend the crack in the wall. "Don't listen to his nonsense," Old Su bellowed. "Indeed, he is spouting absurdities," declared the two subordinates who had previously enjoyed the spoils. Arrows rained down like a storm. Had they been ordinary folk, they would have been pierced like hedgehogs. But who was the zombie king? As long as the crystal core remained intact and the head unsevered, their mobility was undiminished. With a rallying cry, Old Wang summoned a subordinate to step forward. The Crimson Bead glanced at Zhao Lu, who was still calling out, his voice growing weaker by the moment. A devious thought crossed Old Wang's mind. If he could assimilate him, retaining his memories, he would relish seeing whether Zhao Kong would still have the heart to act against him. With a malicious grin, he bit down on Zhao Lu's neck. The pain surged from the wound, inciting Zhao Lu to thrash wildly, but he could only emit muffled cries. Flailing his remaining arm, Zhao Kang's eyes filled with rage as he turned away, while Old Su remained fixated. What was the zombie king planning? The undead, previously feasting on arms, was struck down by Old Wang's hand. Observing Zhao Lu, who was succumbing to unconsciousness as his blood turned from red to black, Old Wang felt a sense of satisfaction. He squatted down, extracting a glimmering crystal core from the zombie's head and forcefully inserting it into Zhao Lu's mouth. The foul-smelling crystal core filled his mouth, overwhelming him with the urge to expel it, but Old Wang held him firm, compelling him to swallow. Once Zhao Lu was released and lowered, he swayed unsteadily, flesh gradually regrowing from the severed edges, lacking skin and appearing grotesque. "Zhao Lu, I have granted you a chance at rebirth. You must repay me well." What spectacle could rival the drama of brothers turning against one another? The zombie king reveled in his nefarious whims. Zhao Lu felt as though the memories of his former life flashed before him, leaving behind only the emotion of boundless rage. Zhao Kong, who professed to be his brother and vowed to protect him for life, was this truly how he intended to safeguard him? If there had been a glimmer of hope for Zhao Lu before, now he was condemned to a grim fate. Horror, anger, guilt, and regret crashed over him like tumultuous waves. His heart felt as if it were chopped into pieces and frying in a pan, causing him excruciating pain. Gasping for breath in agony. "Just do it," he uttered, and with those 3 words his body seemed to age a decade in an instant. Old Su lent him support, nearly carrying him, exchanging glances with a few trusted confidants. Though an escape route existed, Old Wang's earlier words had already reached ears far and wide, scattering the hearts of his followers. He could not gamble on a mere 2 cries for justification to sway these individuals. "Brother Xia, how long has it been since your powers awakened?" Taking into account the driving issues, Yin discreetly instructed the system to modify the interior structure of the vehicle. Consequently, the first floor was transformed into a hard seat design. The people confined within the carriage automatically relocated to the second level. The price for this alteration was a deduction of points from Yin's account. Since Jess had returned, it was only natural that the points were advanced from his account. However, Yin chose not to disclose any of this to him. The bald man's inquiry came as a surprise, leaving Xia Ran completely unprepared. Yin casually handed a flyer to the bald man. Li Chongqing, in turn, engaged in light banter with the other abilities users. The bald man was uncertain of its meaning, but accepted the flyer nonetheless. The content detailed information regarding the passengers and the vehicle in question. While the vehicle was indeed safe, the stipulations it imposed were rather excessive. "My friend, to be frank, we have also spent a considerable amount of time exploring this matter." Yan's lies flowed effortlessly from his lips, requiring no prior contemplation. The bald man had not perused written text for quite some time, particularly not such densely packed, minuscule print neatly arranged on an A4 sheet. To the uninformed, it might have appeared to be a contract. Although labeled a flyer, it was in truth a mere sheet of black ink on white paper, devoid of substance. The companions of the bald man, also scrutinizing the small script, scratched their heads in confusion, feeling a dull ache. It seemed that this young man's extraordinary abilities were, indeed, not without limitations. However, as a mobile sanctuary, he proved to be exceedingly convenient. While the bald man grumbled, he resolved to maintain amicable relations with this circle of individuals. Once the matter of the Zombie King was resolved, he would assess whether he could entice them over. Surely, if the boss were to discover such a treasure of abilities, he would be elated. The vehicle sped along the road as if traversing a deserted realm. Xiaoyu's thoughts were not engaged in the conversations around her. Her peripheral vision remained fixed outside the window. The vehicle's pace was not particularly rapid, yet it was steady and secure. As the scenery shifted from streets to alleys to residential complexes, and as she observed the zombies wandering along the way, her brow gradually furrowed. Boss, something's amiss. Sensing an increasing number of zombies ahead, Xiaoyu decisively rose from her seat near the driver's area. Yin felt a pang of thirst as he took the bottle of mineral water that Xia Ran had opened and took a sip. When he heard Xiaoyu utter a remark, the bald man's gaze had long since shifted from the flyer to the outside of the window. Beyond the car's glass lay a dense horde of zombies. It was a mystery how this vehicle managed to weave through the tide of the undead, carving out a path amidst the chaos. Yet, there was no trace of joy on the bald man's face, especially when the large vehicle soared above the forefront of the zombie mass, revealing a figure strikingly reminiscent of Zhao Kong. A sharp pang pierced his heart, akin to a fishbone lodged deep within. How could Zhao Lu possibly be here? Chapter 52. The traitor among the horde. Yin Yan's gaze lingered upon the bald man, inevitably noticing his peculiar demeanor. Zhao Kong and Old Su had narrowly escaped death, under the protection of their subordinates with special abilities. They abandoned the others and made their way up the mountain ahead of them. Yin Yan instantly recognized the individual engaged in battle ahead. It was the spatial manipulator from that day. Little Sheep and Old Sun employed their abilities of spatial movement and restoration to hurl clods of earth at the zombies. With his hands pressed together, Old Sun released an invisible force from his palms, drawing the surrounding soil towards him. Little Sheep followed closely, moving with agility, each step placing him precisely behind the nearest zombie. With a thrust of his hands, Old Sun sent the clods raining down upon the horde. Meanwhile, Little Sheep skillfully utilized spatial movement to accurately launch spike clods towards the heads of each zombie. Beside them, Plant and Metal Elementalist provided cover. The Plant Elementalist crafted a cage of vines, injecting venom deep into the bodies of the ensnared zombies. The Metal Elementalist adeptly embedded sharp spikes into the clods. In no time, the zombie horde was left in disarray, stumbling and falling. Zombie Old Wong observed Zhao Kong and Old Su fleeing in the distance, feeling impotent yet frustrated. He commanded Zhao Lu to swiftly clear the obstacles before them. Yin Yan rolled down the car window, and the cold wind howled in. She cast a glance at the Xia siblings inside the vehicle and then at the bald man, gently stroking the head of the snow gun before leaping out of the window. With one swift motion, she crushed the head of the zombie before her. The system, in accordance with her wishes, gleefully assisted in extracting the crystal core. With the system's aid, she navigated through challenges effortlessly. The zombies posed no threat to her. As she descended like a divine reaper, adorned with a fish head mask, dispatching her foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Li Changqing exchanged greetings with the Xia siblings, signaling them to keep an eye on the bald man and emulating Yin Yan's actions. Donned a mask and plunged into the fray. The bald man, aware of his safety within the vehicle, nevertheless witnessed his elder brothers fleeing into the mountains. Let's go. With his commanding shout, the recovering ability users promptly complied. With the young girl already in battle, they had no reason to cower behind a woman. One after another, they leaped down, utilizing the rapport they had cultivated over time, precisely landing on the heads or bodies of the zombies as they joined the fray. The blade in Yin Yan's hand traced elegant arcs amidst the horde of zombies, each swing accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. The young maiden's lithe form darted through the throng of the undead like a bolt of lightning, causing them to fall in her wake. She carved out a circle of emptiness, surrounded by the bodies of the prostrate zombies. Like a valiant warrior standing against 1,000 foes, she was an unstoppable force. The surrounding battle grew increasingly fierce, with the flawless coordination of the Little Sheep and Old Sun weaving a dense net of assault formed from dirt clods, vines, and golden spikes. Yin Yan and Li Changqing navigated through the gaps, their movements within the web akin to a dance, each strike executed with the force of thunder, methodically dispatching the zombies. On the rare occasion when they missed, the bald man and his companions swiftly followed up with lethal precision. Kill, kill, kill. The intensity of the battle left their hands numb, yet no one dared to cease their relentless assault. Xia ran, and Xia Yu were filled with fervor. But under Yin Yan's orders, they remained in the vehicle. Old Wang, witnessing his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered in waves, cried out in anguish. Zhao Lu's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Kong, consumed by a singular thought: catch him, kill him. Thus he evaded the main group, fortuitously escaping Yin Yan and the others' cleansing efforts. Brother, the tides have turned. Old Su, who had been covering Zhao Kang's retreat, instinctively glanced back. Zhao Kong, undeterred, also cast a look over his shoulder. What they beheld was a bizarre scene unfolding downhill. Despite the human side being comprised of only a handful of individuals, they exuded an aura of overwhelming might, as if they were single-handedly laying waste to the city. Following instructions, Xia ran and Xia Yu leaned against the securely closed car window, searching for traces of Zhao Kong. They had never encountered Zhao Kong, but Yin Yan had informed them that the zombie indistinguishable from friend or foe bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Zhao Lu was in a frenzy. He had not evolved into a zombie through his own energy, but had undergone a transformation that even Old Wang could not control. Initially, during his awakening, Old Wang could still issue commands. However, as he consumed flesh, Old Wang soon realized the peculiarities of his transformation. Deprived of fresh sustenance, Old Wang had fed him corpses that had already been stripped of their vital essence. Zhao Lu had mutated, yet his nourishment consisted of his own kind. Now, Old Wang was tormented by the knowledge that, despite Zhao Lu's unwavering intent to slaughter Zhao Kong, he first harbored the will to eliminate his fellow zombies. Zhao Lu, even as a human, was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Zhao Kong. After becoming a zombie, his hatred morphed into a fervent belief. The gnawing hunger compelled him to accept the food Old Wang provided, a choice he would have vehemently rejected prior. Yet, upon consuming it, his perspective shifted. For with it came power, an unending surge of strength. The moment he witnessed the abilities of the other supernatural beings in combat, he resolved that rather than engage in a difficult fight, it would be wiser to target the weaker adversaries. Zhao Lu's cruelty rivaled Old Wang's when it came to consuming humans. Though he appeared to evade human attacks, he was, in fact, seeking opportunities to deliver fatal blows to the zombies around him. Each of his strikes was merciless, as if he intended to unleash all his pent-up hatred upon these undead foes. His figure flickered in and out among the horde, each appearance heralded by a chorus of terrified screams. He resembled a cunning fox, skillfully maneuvering through his prey with unparalleled speed and agility, ever in search of a weakness. A cruel glint sparkled in his eyes, as if he yearned to obliterate everything in this world. His method of attack was extraordinarily devious, striking unexpectedly and leaving his kin defenseless. With a swift motion, he tore off half the face of a nearby zombie, savoring each bite. The putrid flesh and writhing maggots melded together in his mouth, a grotesque delicacy that most would find revolting. Yet for him, it was a rare gourmet delight. Those zombies who fell under his gaze were doomed, unable to escape his grasp, collapsing amidst their agonizing wails. His very presence became a unique spectacle on the battlefield, evoking both dread and admiration in equal measure. My goodness, this fellow is ruthless enough to feast upon his own kind. Yin watched the actions of the other party, feeling a chill run down his spine. However, the onlookers perceived Zhao Lu as assisting in the dismantling of their adversaries, and thus found him less repugnant. After all, in a certain sense, they were engaged in the same endeavor, albeit through different methods. A ruthless individual, indeed. No, rather a merciless corpse. Could the zombie Old Wang tolerate such treachery? Certainly not. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Zhao Lu. Yet, Zhao Lu, like an eel, deftly maneuvered through the throng of corpses. Chapter 53. The demise of Zombie Old Wang. Zombie Old Wang's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he neared Zhao Lu time and again, only to have the latter slip away at the last moment. Yin Yan, while wielding his weapon, observed the unfolding drama, occasionally exchanging remarks with the system in his mind. The zombies possess an astonishing prowess in dodging. I wonder from whom they have acquired such expertise. Host, do take care and avoid slipping. In a moment of distraction, Yan almost stumbled, nearly tripping over her own left foot and falling. However, using the large blade in her hand for support, she narrowly evaded the grasp of a zombie lunging towards her. My word, the young girl possesses remarkable reflexes. The bald man, catching sight of this scene, couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, when it comes to taking action, the more diligent one is, the better. The task of extermination seems endless, an insatiable endeavor. With the addition of Yin and the bald man to their ranks, Xiao Yang and the others finally found a moment to catch their breath and rest. Yin dispatched the zombie before him, only to turn and witness a zombie leaping from behind Little Lamb. Be careful. The bald man's warning was barely uttered when the fire elemental adept hurled a fireball. Little Lamb instinctively shut his eyes and covered his mouth and nose. His body instinctively ducked, feeling a wave of scorching heat flash past his neck. Following this was a nauseating stench of burning flesh that assaulted his senses. Summoning his courage, he opened his eyes to behold a blazing inferno consuming the zombie. The creature writhed in agony, emitting piercing howls as its emaciated form was swiftly reduced to ash amidst the flames. Little Lamb and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing for the first time the formidable power of a fire elemental adept. The adept, bashfully scratching the back of his head in response to the praise, was promptly chastised by the water elemental adept, who doused him with a small orb of water. The battle raged on, increasingly favoring humanity. Zombie Old Wang's eyes glinted with menace as he suddenly lunged, gripping Zhao Lu's arm tightly. Zhao Lu grimaced in pain, yet dared not relent, clenching the zombie's neck with all his might. The two zombies engaged in a fierce struggle, stirring up dust from the ground, obscuring the view of onlookers. Zhao Kong's heart raced as he watched Zhao Lu's strength wane. Zhao Lu, he shouted, sending forth tendrils from his hands. However, just as he moved, a massive shadow lunged toward him, one of Old Wang's guard zombies, ever vigilant under its command, seeking an opportunity to strike. Zhao Lu's mutation was no mere coincidence. The guard zombie was the first instance. Caught off guard as his tendrils ensnared Old Wang, Zhao Kong was suddenly yanked down by the looming shadow. His pupils contracted in alarm as he instinctively swung his fist at the guard zombie's face. In the next moment, his fist was clamped in a vice-like grip, sharp teeth piercing through yet failing to breach his vine defenses. Despite this, a sharp pain shot through Zhao Kong, causing him to gasp. Fearful of provoking the zombie further, he remained still, watching as the guard zombie regarded him, wrapped like a silkworm. The guard zombie, puzzled, opened its mouth, chewing a couple of times before spitting out the outer layer of vines with a disdainful paw. The fleshless morsel proved difficult to swallow. The guard zombie's expression was one of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why Zhao Kang's body did not present a palatable taste. The expelled remnants formed a greenish mush. It pressed down hard on Zhao Kong, only to be met with a fierce rebound from the cocoon form of Zhao Kong, sending the entire zombie flying. It was a warning of sorts. Zhao Kong sprang to his feet, his gaze once again fixed upon the zombie, Old Wang. Zhao Lu was on the brink of death, when his eyes fell upon a shadow not far away. An overwhelming instinct for survival erupted within him. Brother, Zhao Kong whispered softly. Old Su struck, shattering half of the guard zombie's skull, blood and brain matter splattering across him. He could even feel the sticky remnants adhering to his face. Yet he paid it no mind. His focus remained steadfastly on Zhao Kong, fearful of missing anything. Zhao Kong, however, was concerned only with Zhao Lu. He observed the tattered clothing draping Zhao Lu's form, taking in a filthy visage obscured by blood and mud. From a distance, he witnessed Old Wang, the zombie, mercilessly pummeling Zhao Lu's face. Blood dripped from his fists, but Old Su remained unfazed. The guard zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud, its skull hollowed out, revealing the crystal core within. Old Su grasped the core, feeling an utter lack of interest. No matter his actions, They could never outweigh Zhao Lu's significance in his brother's heart. Old Su watched as the tendrils around Zhao Kong receded, exposing the chaotic turmoil within without reservation. Zhao Kong stared intently at Zhao Lu, his mouth agape. "Aren't you here to kill me?" He provoked Zhao Lu. "Brother," Old Su called softly. That was his brother, his kin, his family. What was the point of this tragic performance? Old Wang, the zombie, was thoroughly disgusted. His fists grew ever more forceful, beating Zhao Lu into a bloody pulp. Zhao Kong watched in horror as Zhao Lu's fingers twitched. Those hands, torn apart and later mended by the crystal core, now mangled and bloodied, slowly waved toward the air, somehow dislodging a fragment of broken rebar. Zhao Lu hurled it with all his might, the metal slicing through the air and piercing Old Wang's eye socket. The zombie howled in pain, enraged as he reached to extract the rebar. But Zhao Lu suddenly surged upward, his fists crashing into Old Wang's eye socket. In the next moment, he forcefully yanked out the rebar and tossed it aside. The entirety of Old Wang's eyeball fell out, yet he remained oblivious, furiously attempting to strangle Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he advanced. He opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into Old Wang's throat. With fierce determination, he tore, creating a gaping wound in the zombie's neck. Blood gushed forth, some splattering onto Zhao Lu's face, some onto Old Wang's body. Zhao Kong stood there, dumbfounded by the scene. Old Su silently shielded him, dispatching every zombie that attempted to attack. Old Wang let out a howl of agony, reaching to pull Zhao Lu from him. However, Zhao Lu's teeth remained clamped firmly around his windpipe. Old Wang could only manage a pitiful scream before, in the next instant, his voice was silenced. Zhao Lu inhaled deeply, and a warm liquid flowed down his throat. It was the trachea and esophagus of the zombie, Old Wang. Zhao Kong watched as Zhao Lu consumed Old Wang, reminiscent of a bear devouring a human. With the demise of Old Wang, the once orderly and organized zombies finally realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Brother." Zhao Kong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes betraying a madness that could not be concealed. Chapter 54. Brothers settle accounts. Clearly, such cruelty. Even the system, despite its vast knowledge, had never before confronted such a blood-soaked scene. Yin Yin was unaware of what the system had perceived. Her attention was focused on the young lamb and old Sunday. The prolonged battle had left these two utterly exhausted. At this moment, the zombies, lacking leadership, even displayed signs of retreat. It was an opportune time for a respite. Yin Yin cleared the zombies before him and approached Old Sunday, leaning against the corner. Old Sun was panting, his complexion pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening his collar. Little Yang had just been escorted over by the bald man. He curled up near Old Sun, eyes closed, clearly exhausted. Yin Yin crouched down, producing an injectable glucose solution suitable for oral consumption, and twisted open the cap. "You've worked hard. Drink half of this first." The little lamb opened its eyes, accepted the solution, and tilted its head back to consume half of the tube. "Thank you." After downing the half tube, it finally felt a slight resurgence of strength. Yin raised his head to look at Old Sunday. "How are you? Do you need to take a break?" Old Sun, utterly exhausted, still mustered the strength to carry on. Yin silently observed his actions. Old Sun's skin appeared ashen, with prominent veins resembling serpentine trails. He trudged forward with heavy steps, approaching a heap of discarded stones. Old Sun extended his hand, picking up one stone, followed by a second, then a third. His breathing became rapid, as though each inhalation tugged at the very nerves of his being. Before long, several stones were stacked together, forming a rudimentary earthen wall. Though modest in construction, this wall was sufficient to deter the majority of the zombies. "Keep an eye on it," he murmured before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Yin felt fatigued. Despite having undergone rigorous training before, her hands still throbbed painfully at the seams. Nevertheless, she summoned her spirit and engaged in a conversation with Xiaoyang. "What are your plans moving forward?" she inquired softly, her tone laced with concern. After a brief silence, Xiaoyang lifted his gaze to meet Yin Yan's, determination glimmering in his eyes. "I shall continue to fight." His voice, though weary, resonated with unwavering resolve. At least for my own sake and for old Sunday, Yin Yin gazed into the resolute eyes of the little lamb, and a flicker of comfort stirred within his heart. Although they had awakened extraordinary abilities, they were not the most prevalent combat-oriented powers in this apocalyptic world. In a realm steeped in despair, those who, rather than clinging to others, chose self-rescue in times of crisis, commanded greater admiration. But what awaits after the battle? Yin deliberately lowered his voice, as Lao San had fallen into a deep slumber. By the time Li Changqing arrived, Yin had just concluded a leisurely conversation with Xiaoyang. "Is he well?" Li Changqing inquired, noticing Lao San alone in the corner, leaning against the wall, snoring thunderously. "He is simply exhausted," Xiaoyang remarked, scrutinizing Li Changqing with a keen eye. When Li Changqing engaged in combat, it was face-to-face with the zombies. Unlike Yin, he wielded a fire axe, which was currently secured at his waist. Under the sunlight, the axe gleamed ominously, its blade stained with remnants of flesh, a testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. Xiaoyang had carefully observed Yin Yan's group. When the bald men and others took action in succession, alleviating the pressure, he and Lao San intentionally began to take a break. They did not squander this respite. Each selected a target within the crowd for study. Xiaoyang chose Li Changqing, primarily because with each swing of his axe, he summoned a spray of blood. One strike, one down foe, precise and efficient, aimed directly at the vital points. Xiaoyang recalled this vividly. Yin wielded his large blade recklessly, slaying numerous zombies. However, in comparison, Li Changqing's method of targeting vital points was undoubtedly more efficient. With an axe in hand, Li Changqing faced the undead with remarkable ease. "Where did you hone your skills?" Little Sheep inquired, brimming with curiosity. Li Changqing regarded him with a hint of admiration. "I once served in a team," he replied, his voice imbued with a subtle pride. Little Sheep was taken aback, surprised to discover that this man before him possessed such a distinguished background. "And what happened afterward?" Little Sheep pressed on, still intrigued. Li Changqing raised an eyebrow. "After that, I retired." He paused, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing, "Of course, close-quarters combat is also a personal hobby." Little Sheep fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Li Changqing, his eyes glimmering with determination. "What are your plans moving forward?" he asked, his voice tinged with respect. Yin stood silently to the side, refraining from interjecting. She was also overwhelmed by the revelations around her, her mind struggling to process the influx of information. Was there a figure named Zhao Lu in her memories from her past life? Furthermore, why did Lao Su's gaze towards Zhao Kong seem so laden with complexity? Who could have anticipated that Zhao Kong had a younger brother, a sibling he held in such high regard? It was absurd, utterly preposterous. Lao Su, she recalled, was notorious among ordinary individuals for his penchant for handsome men, much like a bald man's attraction to beautiful women. Yet, who could have guessed that Zhao Kong was the object of Lao Su's unrequited affection? Who would have imagined that this seemingly rugged and robust man was, in fact, the apple of Lao Su's eye? In this apocalyptic world, where humanity struggled in dire circumstances, offering mutual support, care, and solace to one another was commonplace. However, the dynamics of their relationships, where one held affection for another, who in turn bore animosity towards him, created a perplexing triangle of male emotions. Yin vowed that this was indeed the first time in her lifetime she had tasted such a melon. Over on the other side, the bald man had nearly vanquished the zombies when he was informed that old Su had been injured. The bald man was immediately taken aback, his hands still working swiftly as he and his comrades eliminated the remaining threats. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but he could not find old Su, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Old Su was injured. Where was he? As long as he was alive, that was a relief, but where was he hurt? He needed to check on him urgently. With a sense of urgency, the bald man accelerated his efforts, delivering a decisive blow that sent a zombie's head soaring. He failed to notice that the decapitated zombie bore a ring of dark bruises around its neck. Old Su watched as Zhao Kong and Zhao Lu fought fiercely, his heart ablaze with anxiety. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, his eyes flickered with both rage and helplessness. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhao Lu. for betraying them and harming Zhao Kong. Yet, he could also recognize Zhao Lu's formidable strength, perceiving him as an exceedingly perilous foe. Although Zhao Kong was shielded by vines, it remained uncertain whether he could triumph against his own brother, Zhao Lu. Old Su's heart was heavy with worry, yet he found himself unable to intervene. He attempted to assist, only to be rebuffed by Zhao Kong. He fixed his gaze on the battlefield, ever prepared to face any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Chapter 55. A familiar scene. I shall go take a look. Yin organized the thoughts in her mind and gently patted Li Changqing's shoulder. She uttered those words while facing Xiao Yang, who responded with a subtle nod. Yin departed. Xiao Yang, how did you come know Lao-san? Li Changqing inquired. During the apocalypse, I, along with others, sought refuge in an underground shelter within the city. One day, the power in the shelter faltered, necessitating someone to venture out to the generator room for repairs. They pushed me outside. It was then that Lao's son stepped forward. He aided me and ultimately saved my life. Since that moment, I have lived alongside Lao's son until now. As Li Changqing listened to Xiao Yang's account, he envisioned a series of thrilling yet tender scenes from the world of the apocalypse. In such dire times, finding someone to trust with one's life is indeed rare. Who could argue otherwise? The two exchanged knowing smiles. What Xiao Yang did not share was that Lao's son awakened his extraordinary abilities for the purpose of protecting him. On a tempestuous night, the power failure plunged the entire underground space into darkness. As an outsider, Xiao Yang was thrust out to repair the generator, with Lao's son quietly following him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed from afar. A colossal, mutated zombie was on the verge of breaching the shelter's defenses, charging towards the unsuspecting Xiao Yang. In a moment of dire urgency, Lao's son stepped forward, his hands emitting a blinding radiance. The mutated zombie became ensnared in the repaired protective net, allowing Xiao Yang to swiftly rush over and activate the power switch. After a crackling sound, the zombie was left grotesquely charred. Amidst the creature's agonized wails, Xiao Yang beheld Lao's son's trembling hands and clenched jaw. Xiao Yang, are you all right? In that instant, Xiao Yang truly comprehended the underlying reason for Lao's son's awakened abilities. As Li Changqing fell into silence, his thoughts drifted to Hu Jun. On that chaotic night of upheaval, Hu Jun had fiercely protected Li Changqing, guiding him through the besieged city. Behind them, the growls of zombies grew ever closer. Fallen figures continuously rose again. Wailing and crying for help echoed in their ears. "Boss, you must run," Hu Jun shouted, forcefully pushing Li Changqing out of the window. There, Hu Jun wielded his powers, dispatching zombies within the room. Several zombies roared defiantly, collapsing to the ground. Their foul claws were mere inches away from Hu Jun. Li Changqing cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by another zombie. Helplessly, he watched as Hu Jun resolutely closed the window, turning his back to face the encroaching zombies in battle. A tempest of rage and sorrow surged within Li Changqing. In that moment, the room held only him and Hu Jun. Their final farewell would come 3 hours later. "Ego, shall we merely sit here and watch?" Ma Hao observed the scene outside, feeling his blood boil. Feng Yi gazed at the sea of corpses, sensing an eerie familiarity. Feng Yi vividly recalls that the highway was a crucial thoroughfare in the vicinity, teeming with people. As ordinary citizens hastily abandoned the city to drive onto the freeway, the road became hopelessly congested. A multitude of zombies was drawn in by the incessant blaring of horns, and a number of regular individuals suddenly transformed within their vehicles. Those without awakened abilities were advised to keep their distance. At that time, the leader was not Li Changqing, but rather an elder known simply as Lao Zhang. Feng Yi did not even know his full name, only following the others and referring to him as Lao Zhang. The first command from Lao Zhang was to maintain a safe distance from a horde. He then patted Feng Yi on the shoulder and, accompanied by 4 companions, charged into the heart of the zombie throng. They coordinated their efforts, employing both their abilities and weapons to staunch the advancing tide of the undead. Lao Zhang was a robust figure, a towering man from the northeast, with an exceptionally large right hand. With a gentle grip, he could twist a steel rebar into a pretzel shape. The remaining team members were equipped with an array of peculiar abilities and weaponry, while Feng Yi remained inconspicuous among them. As a junior without awakened powers, he was well guarded. Unfortunately, the number of fighters was far too few, and against the overwhelming swarm of zombies, their efforts seemed futile. With a fierce roar, Lao Zhang lunged toward a truck, yanking the mutated driver from the cab. The altered driver had lost all reason, lunging at Lao Zhang with wild abandon. Unfazed, Lao Zhang seized him by the neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground, the sickening crack of the zombie's neck echoing in the air. Yet, in the next instant, several more zombies surged from all directions. A glint of determination flashed in Lao Zhang's eyes as he twisted his hands, instantly contorting the rebar into a circular iron ring. With a mighty shout, the ring whirled forth, impaling several zombies in its path. Among the team was a woman, seemingly called Sister Chong, who wielded ice-based powers. With her hands clasped together, she murmured softly as water conjured by a water manipulator coalesced behind her. A wall of ice, as clear as glass, erupted from the ground, separating the abilities team from Feng Yi. The goddess stood resolutely before the final icy barrier, having reached a mutual understanding with her comrades. The water manipulator positioned herself strategically, directing the flow of water toward the horde of zombies. Thunderous rumbles echoed as arcs of electricity danced through the water. The zombies struck by the electric arcs convulsed violently. Those that survived the watery onslaught faced colossal fireballs and Lao Zhang's relentless assault. The aftermath was a scene of charred remains and dismembered limbs. From a distance, Feng Yi felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Young man, stop staring and run for your life, he was urged, pulled away from the chaos unfolding before him. In front of him, Lao Zhang and the others gritted their teeth, their struggle far from easy. The last image Feng Yi beheld was of Lao Zhang and his companions fiercely devouring blue crystals, their silhouettes reminiscent of mountains as they chewed on the crystal cores, their facial muscles contorting in a ghastly display. The other team members were similarly engaged, replenishing their strength while staunchly blocking the horde of zombies. Lao Zhang and his companions consumed crystal nuclei, which Feng Yi would later learn emerged in the apocalypse as products of zombie brains, imbued with energy. Crystal nuclei come in various colors, each representing a different level, ranging from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. It is said that there exists an even rarer red crystal nucleus, though no one has yet laid eyes upon it. The crystal nuclei consumed by Lao Zhang and his group were at least of blue level or higher. In this post-apocalyptic world, crystal nuclei serve both as a source of energy and a shortcut for rapid enhancement of abilities. Just before Feng Yi's arrival, Lao Zhang and his companions had recently cleared a large public hospital near the highway of zombies. They had fought for an extended period, depleting their stamina significantly. Without replenishment, they would soon become fodder for the undead. Even for Lao Zhang and his group, consuming crystal nuclei posed immense risks. The extraction method at that time was crude and brutal, essentially involving a quick scoop, a rinse, and then stuffing it into their mouths to chew. Despite their already formidable powers and awakened abilities, there remained a constant risk of being reinfected while absorbing the crystal nuclei. The vast energy contained within could replenish their powers, but might also lead to the transformation of the ability users into zombies. This risk was not cumulative, but rather akin to the flip of a coin. Either they retained their abilities or succumbed to infection. When Feng Yi grasped this knowledge, he understood why Sister Chong would leave no retreat, erecting a spiked ice wall behind her. They were prepared for a one-way journey, ready to gamble their lives. Chapter 56. A great grievance avenged under the cover of his subordinates. The bald man stealthily approached Lao Su. He noticed blood dripping from Lao Su's palm, and deep claw marks marred his face, as if he had been savaged by a ferocious beast. Endless pain and despair were reflected in Lao Su's eyes, the bloodshot whites revealing his fierce struggle against the zombie virus. Ege? The bald man's heart was profoundly shaken. What he beheld was not merely a zombie undergoing assimilation, but a once battle-hardened comrade, gritting his teeth and resisting the virus with sheer willpower. I cannot die yet. Lao Zhao's battle is not over. This singular thought occupied Lao Tzu's mind, sustaining him against complete transformation by the zombie virus. The bald man could not fathom the agony Lao Tzu currently endured. Lao Tzu's hands, once robust and powerful, trembled now, continuously oozing blood. He observed the once determined gaze on Lao Tzu's face, now filled with unending pain and despair. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the struggle between Zhao Kong and Zhao Lu. The bloodshot eyes were a clear indication of the virus wreaking havoc within him. He strove to endure the excruciating pain, suppressing any cries that might escape his throat. He could not allow Zhao Kong to be distracted by his plight. Perhaps the other party is utterly indifferent to his current state. Upon reflecting on this, he can't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Every cell within his body is being eroded by the virus, as if countless minuscule insects are gnawing at him from within. The blood dripping from his palm has ceased to be a vivid crimson. Instead, it has gradually darkened and thickened, resembling the depths of night. Deep claw marks mar his skin, stained with crimson. In his gaze, the once unwavering determination has been supplanted by an endless sea of pain and despair, akin to the fading twilight of a setting sun. The traces of blood upon his face are weaving into a black spider's web, engulfing the formerly pristine visage along the veins. Yet, he still clings to a breath of life. At the very least, there remains a flicker of humanity in his eyes. In the battle against Zhao Lu, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, Zhao Kong holds back due to lingering apprehensions, finding himself at a disadvantage. The two figures intertwine in the air, with Zhao Lu roaring, each claw strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Zhao Kong, employing vines as a shield, strives to fend off Zhao Lu's relentless onslaught. However, after the previous skirmish with the zombies has drained much of his stamina, he now appears somewhat overwhelmed. His movements begin to slow, and he bears several deep gashes from Zhao Lu's razor-sharp claws. She observes the bald man struggling, hesitating to strike the bare-armed opponent, silently brandishing her large blade, waiting for the opportune moment. Zhao Lu's fury intensifies. He cannot fathom why he cannot breach the barrier posed by this human, and he finds himself in dire need of assistance. The surrounding zombies, drawn by Zhao Lu's roar, surge forth in waves. Yin wielded her great sword, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as the blade cleaved through the ranks of the undead, sending them tumbling to the ground. Her figure darted through the throng, delivering a powerful kick that sent one zombie flying, only to swiftly turn and behead another with a single stroke. With another foe felled, she pivoted gracefully, sweeping her blade horizontally to bring down two more. The horde surrounding her grew increasingly formidable, though she remained unscathed. The ache in her hands was becoming palpable. She understood that to conclude this grand spectacle, not a single zombie could be allowed to interfere. In Yin Yan's mind, Zhao Lu's fate was already more tragic than she had anticipated. As she observed Zhao Lu and Zhao Kong embroiled in a fierce struggle, a smile began to form on her lips. The vengeance for the grievances of her past life was finally at hand. The bitter fruits of Zhao Kang's actions, sown amidst the lives of ordinary people, had now returned to haunt him. She felt no sympathy, nor would she show any mercy. All of this was merely his just retribution. At that moment, Old Su finally sprang into action. Zhao Kong and Zhao Lu, drained of both stamina and abilities, found themselves locked in a stalemate. In this critical moment, Old Su suddenly appeared, his eyes now a menacing crimson, clearly indicating a loss of lucidity. Seizing the opportunity, as Zhao Lu turned his back, he swiftly and mercilessly snapped Zhao Lu's neck, leaving him in utter bewilderment about the betrayal from one of his own kind. A torrent of thick, foul blood erupted, staining Old Su's visage. "Brother, I'm Sully." Old Su's voice grew increasingly feeble, yet his actions accelerated. He forcefully thrust the freshly extracted crystal core into Zhao Kang's mouth with his last ounce of strength. Apologizing with a hoarse voice laced with profound regret, he beheld the blood that splattered across Zhao Kang's face, mingling with the melting crystal core within his mouth, eliciting a smile from him that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Despair surged within Zhao Kang. He yearned to voice his thoughts, yet found his throat constricted as if silenced. The bald man rushed forward, yanking old Su away, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Just as he turned to assist Zhao Kong, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a black claw piercing through his torso. In his peripheral vision, old Su was no longer the person they once knew. No, Yin set down the great blade, its edge marred by several fissures, leaving the zombies in a state of disarray, devoid of leadership. Under the protection of the system, as long as she refrained from making a move, the undead remained oblivious to her presence. The zombified Lao Su, emboldened by a successful ambush, swiftly withdrew his hand and lunged with an open maw. The bald man barely had time to utter a gasp before he was brought down atop Zhao Kong. His final gaze was met by the blood-soaked visage of an enlarged Zhao Kong. The sound of chewing emanated from his back, plunging Zhao Kong into utter despair. The air around them felt as though it had solidified, with only the dreadful crunching of Lao Su's consumption and Zhao Kang's labored breaths piercing the silence. Desperation and resentment filled Zhao Kang's eyes. He could not comprehend how the trio had come to such a tragic end. The bald man's body succumbed, crumpling lifelessly. Lao Su's claws raked across the bald man's form as he devoured him voraciously, akin to feasting upon a lavish banquet. The scene was harrowing. Zhao Kong clutched his power tightly, his final vestige of strength. He felt the crystal core lodged in his mouth, yet it did not transform into power. The pain from his wounds gnawed at his reason. Seizing the moment, Zhao Kong concentrated his abilities and delivered a fatal blow to Lao Su's brain. Lao Su's head burst forth like a ball, flying away with a resounding thud. In an instant, his body stiffened, devoid of life. Zhao Kong realized his own time was limited. A chilling sensation surged within him, heralding his impending zombification. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to remain conscious. He gazed at the bodies of Lao Su and the bald man, his heart heavy with sorrow. They had once fought side by side, bravely resisting the onslaught of zombies. Now, they were gone, leaving him to confront the harsh realities of this cruel world in solitude. Yin observed that the once indomitable Iron Man now lay on the brink of death, as spiderweb-like black lines began to emerge around his wounds. Zhao Kong lifted his gaze towards the girl resting not far away, his eyes filled with desperation. He spoke with great difficulty, imploring, "Grant me a swift end." Yin had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. She grasped the formidable blade and approached Zhao Kong. Zhao Kong closed his eyes, memories of their sworn brotherhood flooding his mind. In those days, they were young and fervent, vowing to survive together to establish their own dominion, relishing the privileges enjoyed by the elite. Yet, the harshness of reality proved merciless. One by one, they departed from him, leaving him to confront the abyss of solitude. Just before the blade descended, Yin heard Zhao Kong utter a word of gratitude. Could it be that he would express thanks? "Host, why are you crying?" Chapter 57. Parting with Li Chongqing, Zhao Kong and his companions had once been her harbingers of nightmares. They were devoid of virtue, ruling with an iron fist, indulging in a life of unrestrained luxury, surrounded by beauty and devoid of want. In truth, they were the victors of this apocalyptic realm. At that time, Zhao Kong occupied a lofty position, his face adorned with arrogance and pride. Each cruel game he orchestrated seemed to herald his triumph. His raucous laughter had often jolted Yin from her slumber on countless nights. Now, witnessing their dismal fate, her heart was entangled with a mix of satisfaction and the desire for vengeance. Yet more often, it was filled with an ineffable sense of reflection. Their former glory, the carefree days they once enjoyed, had now dissipated into mere memories along with the 3 corpses before her. After Old Sun awakened, he noticed Li Chongqing quietly waiting nearby. He distinctly recalled a girl from before. Rubbing his bleary eyes and stifling a yawn, he inquired of Little Sheep, "What's the situation?" Little Sheep smiled and gestured towards Li Chongqing, saying, "This is Li Chongqing. The girl you saw earlier was not him." Having partnered for a long time, Little Sheep could easily discern the confusion masked by Old Sun's yawn. "Captain Li." A bus approached from a distance, and a girl at the window was energetically waving at them. "Over here." Little Sheep stood up as well. Only then did Old Sun realize that the bus was levitating. The Xia siblings smiled and nodded elegantly in acknowledgement. Observing little sheep's nonchalance, Old Sun couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly the younger generation adapted. Yin Yin had just returned from the battlefield and witnessed this scene unfold before her eyes. Regarding the system's mention of tears, she merely brushed it off as a fleeting moment of sentimentality, acknowledging the unpredictability of life. Subsequently, everyone gathered together and boarded the bus. Li Changqing followed closely behind Yin Yin, bringing along Xiao Yang and Old Sun as they entered the bus, which was already populated by a considerable number of passengers. As Yin Yin entered the vehicle, he discreetly instructed the system to unlock the compartment. Upon seeing Li Changqing and his companions, the individuals within the carriage recognized Xiao Yang and Old Sun, and they greeted one another amicably. "Changqing, have you finished your task?" Xia Tian inquired, handing over a bottle of water. "Yes, we dealt with a wave of zombies," Li Changqing replied, accepting the water and passing it to Old Sunday Baldy. Zhou Qing gazed at Xiao Yang and interjected, to which the latter shook his head. Zhou Qing felt a deep understanding within her, her eyes glistening yet holding back tears. "Fortunately, you are all safe," Old Su remarked, looking at Old Sun, his eyes slightly misty. They were of similar age and often gathered to chat together. "All right, everyone, let them choose where to stay for the night," Ma Hao suggested, maintaining his usual demeanor. Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the atmosphere considerably. However, at that moment, Yin Yin discreetly withdrew from the crowd to converse privately with the Xia siblings. After listening, they did not inquire further and readily agreed. The following morning, Li Changqing and his companions disembarked and returned to the battlefield they had encountered the day before. The once chaotic area was now littered with corpses, enveloped in a haunting silence. A group began to clear the battlefield, tallying the fallen zombies and extracting their crystal cores. Feng Yi and his brothers meticulously documented the situations of Zhao Kong and others, recognizing the invaluable nature of this information for the base. Li Changqing surveyed the desolation before him, a tumult of emotions swirling within. He recalled Zhao Kang's resolute final moments, the loss of humanity in those mutated zombies, and the almost divine presence of Yin Yin on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Yin Yin, as she ruthlessly wielded her blade, Li Changqing's gaze fell upon her. They fought valiantly on this battlefield for the sake of their loved ones and comrades awaiting their return in the base. With Zhao Kang's demise and the mission accomplished, they were destined to part ways. Li Changqing's eyes reflected a sense of reluctance as he looked at Yin Yin, who remained oblivious, immersed in the incessant chatter of the system, akin to a heartless tool of extraction. Yin Yin was venting to the system in her mind. "Why don't you have another conversation with your superior?" The cleanup was nearly complete. Feng Yi sighed as he observed Li Changqing, who was lost in thought while gazing at Yin Yin's silhouette, and approached him. When Li Changqing received the data from his teammate, he felt a weight on his shoulder. It was Feng Yi giving him a gentle pat. "If you have something to say, it would be best to express it to her now." Li Changqing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Feng Yi's kind intentions. Yin Yin stood at the entrance of the bus, gazing vacantly at the distant sky. She was aware that once Li Changqing finished his preparations, the moment would arrive. Li Changqing approached her slowly, and upon observing the girl's dark, contemplative eyes, he composed himself, ensuring his tone remained gentle. Yin Yin slowly turned her head to look at Li Changqing. "I apologize." Li Changqing, however, did not appear surprised. He quietly removed a small nameplate from around his neck and handed it to Yin Yin. "Please accept this. Surely you wouldn't reject me a second time?" He did not allow her the option of refusal, instead personally fastening the small nameplate around her neck. Yin Yin lowered her gaze to the delicate plaque in her hand, intricately inscribed with the name Li Changqing. She could feel its warmth, reminiscent of his very soul. This time, Li Changqing did not seek her consent. Instead, he pulled her into his embrace, offering a gentle hug. "I respect your decision." Yet, before Yin Yin could utter a word, he released her. Li Changqing turned to depart, leaving without even a word of farewell. He understood that Yin needed time to ponder and to feel, and he, in turn, would await her response. "Li Changqing, you must take care of yourself." Yin gazed at the resolute figure retreating into the distance, silently pondering. "Leader, Does Yin still refuse to join us? Before Li Changqing could approach, Ma Hao had already pouted in discontent. Summer stepped forward and promptly delivered a gentle grip to Ma Hao's throat. Yet his gaze lingered longingly on the immobile bus in the distance. Inside the bus, a graceful silhouette stood still, waving with a smile, silently bidding him farewell. Isn't this a question you already know the answer to? Hu Jun remarked, patting Summer's arm. If you don't loosen your grip, the little chubby one will turn into a little eggplant. Realizing his oversight, Summer suddenly released Ma Hao, who immediately bent over to cough. The group engaged in playful antics, lacking any semblance of decorum, which caused Feng Yi's temples to throb in irritation. Ultimately, it was Li Changqing who could no longer bear the spectacle, intervening to restore some semblance of military discipline as they resumed their journey. Chapter 58. Each on their own path, host. This time you've made a modest profit in points. The system cheerfully recounted the number of crystal cores, rolling about in delight within Yin Yan's mind. Host, are you still watching the man? If you feel reluctant, why not chase after him? Considering Li Changqing's impressive skills in dispatching zombies, the system believed that Yin could afford to delay his departure to City C. Yin remained silent, quietly watching the figures of the group fade into the distance under the setting sun. Once the silhouettes of Li Changqing and his companions disappeared entirely, she gently touched the small plaque nestled in her bosom before returning to the car. The situation in City C could not be delayed. Although Zhao Kong's matter had been resolved, numerous changes had occurred in the interim. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, she harbored deep concerns that transformations were taking place unbeknownst to her. Boss Yin, they have departed. What shall we do next? Xia Ran and Xia Yu, having taken a night to recuperate, began to grasp the significance of the tasks entrusted to them by Yin the previous day. Xia Yu felt a twinge of reluctance. Witnessing the separation of her beloved pairing had already left her heart heavy, and now the jovial boys who had shared laughter alongside them were also leaving. More importantly, Yin was set to depart as well. Everything will proceed as planned. Rest assured, there will be someone to receive you upon your arrival. Yin gently patted the little girl on the shoulder, offering her encouragement, while reminding the system in his mind to remember to allocate points for arranging the intelligent steward in the apartment. It was not that he doubted the Xia siblings, but rather that the current situation was exceedingly challenging for these two ordinary individuals devoid of extraordinary abilities. Rest assured, Boss Yin, we will certainly make you proud, Xia Ran declared, puffing out his chest with great confidence. Yin smiled, alighted from the vehicle, and summoned her snow gun as the two stood upon the road. The bus door closed once more, while the Xia siblings waved her farewell. Yin watched as the bus, carrying the Xia siblings and others, gradually disappeared from her sight. As the vehicle receded into the distance, her anxiety remained unabated. Yet, deep within her heart, she understood that this was the only assistance she could offer them. Once they arrived at the Tally apartment, they would come to realize the splendid environment the host had provided for them. The system, however, was oblivious to the intricate machinations of human relationships and the camaraderie formed within small groups for mutual support. In its perspective, the Xia siblings had already been treated generously by Yin, and their journey thus far had been devoid of danger, allowing them to reach their destination safely without any cause for concern. The bus jolted along the winding road, with the desolate world outside, its windows occasionally inhabited by a few wandering zombies. The Xia siblings operated on a rotational system, with one resting while the other stood guard on the pathway, adhering to their prior agreement. When confronted by inquiries from the likes of Little Lamb regarding the whereabouts of Boss Yin, their gazes remained resolute and their words unified. Boss Yin has merely stepped away for a moment. We remain in the bus, and when we arrive at our destination, the doors will open, and there will be someone to assist us. Rest assured, we will follow the instructions given. While they harbored fears regarding the unknown destination, a greater sense of hope prevailed, for they believed that Boss Yin would not deceive them. All eyes were steadfastly fixed ahead, embodying their anticipation for the future and their yearning for survival. Yin took a deep breath and turned to walk her own path. She must forge ahead, driven by the desire for retribution and gratitude for the many versions of herself that existed in the past. Mother, we shall surely live on well. Zhou Qing, having found her answer, embraced her mother, filled with hope for the unknown destination that lay ahead for the very first time. Yin Yin rode her snow lance, accompanied by her feline companion, following the system's guidance towards City.She. Along the way, she occasionally wielded her weapon, clearing the zombies that obstructed her path. Having accumulated a considerable amount of points, she exchanged them for a newly developed firearm from the system, specifically engineered for delivering headshots to the undead. The wandering zombies seemed endless. However, the ammunition for this handgun was relatively inexpensive. Initially, her marksmanship left much to be desired. Yet, through countless attempts and relentless practice, she discerned the patterns of shooting. What once required 5 or 6 shots to achieve a headshot now only necessitated a single bullet. Though her accuracy still wavered, it marked a significant improvement. Yin Yan's gaze was resolute. After acclimating to the recoil of the pistol, striking the zombies became the singular task at hand. From a distance, upon spotting a target, he would take aim and wait for it to collapse in agony. As he approached, safeguarded by the system and the snow gun, he would extract the crystal core with a dagger. This ritual became the most pleasurable pastime for Yin Yin along his journey. As Yin excavated the zombie crystal cores, Xuechong occasionally felt a twinge of boredom. After obtaining Yin Yan's consent, he meandered nearby. Upon encountering a solitary zombie, he would nimbly leap and seize the opportunity to rend the creature with his sharp claws. The bus arrived safely at the Taoli apartment 2 days later. The group, with ample provisions of food, drink, and water aboard, found the journey far from arduous. Each individual disembarked with renewed vigor and radiant smiles. The Xia siblings were the first to alight, standing at the entrance of the Taoli apartment as they awaited the rest of the passengers. Once everyone had exited, a sophisticated robotic butler emerged from the apartment, warmly greeting them. "Welcome to the Taoli apartment." Meanwhile, the bus that had been parked behind them had mysteriously vanished. "Host, they have arrived at the apartment." Upon hearing this, Yin Yin accessed the operating system panel and discovered that the bus was currently in the warehouse. Although she had been mentally assuring herself that enduring hardship was essential for success, the prospect of getting back on the bus was undeniably preferable to enduring the elements. Yin Yin promptly summoned the bus, confirmed the destination, and entrusted the vehicle's operations to the system. She intended to wash her hair and bathe, then delightfully nestle into her cozy bed for a refreshing slumber. After listening to Li Changqing's report, the leaders collectively fell into silence. The concepts of abilities, points, apartments with water and electricity, and mobile buses. Each of these elements alone was a considerable shock to the survivors of the apocalypse. To gain their trust, Li Changqing presented the supplies he had prepared for the journey. Among them was an axe, a box of unopened fever-reducing medicine, a bottle of alcohol, a pack of gauze, a separately packaged used mask, along with some biscuits, bread, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a pack of toilet paper. On the way back, Hu Jun awakened his spatial ability, and after deliberation, the group decided to store most of the supplies in his space. What Li Changqing produced was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was not that Li Changqing was being untrustworthy, but from the moment they re-entered the base, he and his companions sensed something amiss. What used to require reporting to just one person now required addressing a crowd. The leaders began discussing strategies right in front of Li Changqing, whereas previously, such matters had been beyond his ears. Chapter 59. Captivating her after the meeting. Li Changqing's direct superior visited the dormitory, dismissed Feng, Yi, and the others, and privately conveyed the outcome of the conference. "But I hope you will do everything in your power to protect her." The former statement resonated with weight, while the latter was spoken so softly it was nearly inaudible. Once everything was deemed safe, Li Changqing lifted his gaze, only to find the once vibrant leader now appeared significantly aged after the meeting. The leader wished for Yin Yin to join the base, becoming a pivotal force in the aftermath of the apocalypse, but not at this moment. The earlier mention of needing them indicated that it was not just him alone. Li Changqing rode his motorcycle along the desolate highway towards City.She, acutely aware of the mission's significance. In the wasteland of the apocalypse, Yin Yan's abilities might offer the base a glimmer of hope. Yet the leader's insinuation was unmistakable. In areas unknown to him, others were also mobilizing due to Yin Yin. A young man with wolf-tail green hair appeared, no older than 20. Clad in loose-fitting green dinosaur pajamas, reclining in an esports chair with his back to the newcomer. From the visitor's perspective, one could faintly glimpse a vibrant wolf head tattoo adorning the fair skin of the young man's neck. Zhongyu, donning white headphones, was engrossed in a hero character immersed in a team battle on the computer screen, his handsome features betraying a hint of impatience. I hope you will listen to me completely. I am listening. It seems you are hardly paying attention. Zhongyu paid no heed, his focus entirely consumed by the computer screen before him. His long, elegant fingers danced swiftly across the black keyboard, producing a rhythmic series of clicks. The man's wrist deftly flicked the mouse, orchestrating his character to deliver strike after strike of dazzling critical hits. Ever since his supernatural abilities were discovered, Zhongyu had been confined within this dimly lit room, passing the time by playing video games. A careful examination of this document reveals the key to the freedom he so desperately desires. Damn it, if you keep this up, I'll drag my teammates down with me. Upon hearing the sound of defeat echoing through his headphones, Zhongyu released the mouse, rising in exasperation to shout at the man beside him. The man, unfazed, maintained a stoic expression, though a flicker of flame began to emerge from above his head. Realizing belatedly whom he had shouted at, Zhongyu quickly adopted a more respectful demeanor, lowering his head like a quail and hastily diverting his gaze from the man's face to the persistent household information sheet before him. The man calmed his emotions and tapped the 1-inch blue background photograph of a girl in the form. Don't mistake her identity. Pay attention and memorize it if you must. Zhongyu nodded earnestly, not daring to be dismissive, as he carefully perused the information. The individual on the form, of the same age as him, was named Yin Yen, a 20-year-old female from City J. In addition to the usual personal details, there was a 1-inch blue background photo taken during her high school years. With long black hair, straight bangs, a round face, and fair skin, she appeared neither overweight nor underweight. At first glance, she seemed to be an ordinary yet graceful individual, dressed in a black and white school uniform, looking somewhat shy in front of the camera, embodying the image of a well-behaved girl. Her facial features conformed to the standard of proportionate beauty, yet in comparison to the girls he had encountered in previous missions, she fell short, as if they were not even competing in the same league. With a bit of grooming, she could barely be regarded as one of the more attractive individuals among the ordinary. Zhongyu, being someone who appreciated beauty, could not help but sigh at the thought of such a person becoming his target for conquest. Upon scrutinizing the photograph, what captivated him the most were her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, strikingly clear and vividly defined. The basic information was briefly covered, but the details that followed were of utmost significance. The awakening of her abilities remained somewhat ambiguous, yet it was evident that she possessed an apartment capable of providing safety to many, a bus that could carry passengers while being ignored by zombies, and a tent that could offer temporary shelter. She harbored a pronounced hostility towards zombies, favored solitary combat, and her pastime involved exterminating them. Her understanding of zombie-related information surpassed that of others. She was aware of the transmission pathways of the zombie virus and wore a mask during close-quarters engagements. Her hands wielded weapons specifically designed to exploit zombies' weaknesses, including an axe and a large blade, both of which could inflict significant damage akin to the effects of her abilities on the undead. Her preference in partners leaned towards males, with no evident inclination towards same-sex relationships, though the possibility of bisexuality remained open. She also cared for a mutated cat. Both she and her feline companion were immune to zombie attacks, and during confrontations with the undead, it appeared more as a one-sided massacre of zombies on her part. There was a preliminary suspicion that this could also be one of her abilities. Where on earth did you unearth such a treasure? Zhongyu was increasingly captivated, awestruck by such a remarkable presence. In this context, physical appearance became inconsequential. We implore you to pursue her relentlessly, even if it requires the use of extraordinary abilities, to make her fall for you, to the point of devotion and desperation. Even if it entails manipulation? Zhongyu fell silent. What is it? Have you begun to doubt yourself after playing this game for so long? Prior to awakening his powers, he was already a renowned playboy at Bay. enjoying privileges while others struggled for survival, thanks to his elder brother. However, after his abilities emerged, he was confined, prohibited from any contact with others, especially the opposite sex, due to the dangerously alluring nature of his powers. Those who approached him would inevitably lose themselves in infatuation. With his striking looks and tall stature, he possessed a distinct advantage in any crowd. Coupled with his own obsession with beauty, he meticulously managed his physique, attire, and grooming. Majoring in psychology and minoring in the arts, he amassed considerable experience in romantic pursuits, thriving on ambiguity without ever declaring his intentions. Under the alias Zhongyu, he was nearly invincible in the realm of love. He reveled in the training of a platonic romance, maintaining a detached demeanor while relishing the sight of others yearning for him, willing to go to extremes for his affection. He was aware that this was a flaw, yet he found joy in it, unwilling to seek a cure. As long as he remained emotionally uninvolved, he could play his role flawlessly, without emotional investment. There would be no love. He was the quintessential boyfriend impersonator, yet an inadequate partner, especially after his powers manifested. Had he not angered the wrong woman, his carefree existence could have continued unabated. Afraid? Observing Zhong Yu's silence, the man contemplated whether to consider another candidate. Zhong Yu rose, retrieving a mirror from his pajama pocket. Casually fixing his hair, he was acutely aware of his advantages, beauty, intellect, and extraordinary abilities. Wasn't it merely a matter of charming a girl? In the ensuing days, he sequestered himself in his room, dedicating his time to exercise and memorization, while practicing his smile and gestures in front of the mirror. He understood that to win over this particular target, he needed to embody the ideal romantic partner. And in this game, he had never known defeat. Chapter 60. I come to find my brother. Yin remained oblivious to the events that transpired at Base A. At this moment, she had just arrived in City C. The conditions in City C were far worse than she had envisioned, and the whereabouts of her life-saving benefactor from her previous life remained a mystery. The streets were littered with the remnants of fallen zombies, and the air was permeated with the nauseating stench of decaying flesh and blood. Piles of garbage were scattered everywhere, while vehicles were haphazardly parked, congesting the roads. A zombie driver, ensnared by a seatbelt in the front seat, emitted excited howls upon catching sight of a living person approaching. Without hesitation, Yin approached each zombie in turn, swiftly delivering a decisive blow to shatter the skull of one. The mask obscured any scent, and with gloved hands, she deftly maneuvered within the crevices, striving to disregard the unsettling reality of her actions inside the zombie's head. With alacrity and determination, she extracted the crystal core from the brain matter and transferred it to the system. Host, someone is probing into your information. The system's voice gently resonated in Yin-Yan's ear. Yin-Yan's heart tightened, and her hand hesitated. The momentary stillness of her movement, even through her gloves, allowed her to sense a palpable discomfort. She understood the implications. In this perilous apocalypse, even the slightest rustle could summon a multitude of troubles. The system, seemingly attuned to her anxiety, gently reassured her, "Do not worry. To ensure your safety, I have securely concealed your family. They are safe for now, and you will reunite with them only upon your arrival in Province S." Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet her mind was ensnared by the notion of family, swirling in endless circles. She had grown accustomed to navigating the apocalyptic landscape alone. In her previous life, she had been tossed about, enduring hunger and cold, tirelessly striving for survival, leaving no room in her thoughts for her family, who were thousands of miles away. When the system suddenly informed her of the existence of family and friends, it struck her profoundly. Even if they were alive, separated by the chasm of a lifetime, how could she possibly rekindle the intimacy they once shared? Her silhouette appeared particularly solitary in the twilight's fading glow. The buildings lining the street lay in ruins, their remnants swaying in the wind, as if recounting tales of past calamities. Just like her increasingly blurred memories, she could no longer recall the faces of her family or the smiles of her friends. All she knew was that this world had become alien and merciless. Reflecting on this, Yin felt a flicker of gratitude towards the system, the assurance that they were safely hidden away and had forgotten her. was not entirely a misfortune in her eyes. Suddenly, a solitary zombie staggered toward her. Just as the two were about to collide, a hand abruptly emerged from a nearby shop, grasping her arm firmly and yanking her inside. In an instant, someone lowered the curtain and secured the door. The zombie's growls echoed outside, causing Yin Yan's heart to leap violently in her chest. Yin Yan turned to see a tall figure standing near the entrance, a baseball bat glinting ominously in his hand. What a coincidence! It was the companion of the man he had encountered at the edge of the base. After the zombies had dispersed, a stern-looking woman with short hair approached, brandishing the bat and quietly inquiring, "Who are you? Are you injured? What brings you here?" "I am Yin Yan," he replied. "I am unharmed and merely seeking some food." When Yin Yan spoke these words, her face remained unflushed and her breath unlabored. Fortunately, she had exerted considerable effort while retrieving the crystal remains earlier, leaving her somewhat soiled. "Such perilous circumstances, and you ventured here alone?" "I have come in search of my brother. He resides in this vicinity, and I have heard it said that this area is quite secure." Yin Yin endeavored to present herself as innocuous, her tone softened, resembling that of a naive and innocent child. Zhao Zhao remained silent for a couple of seconds, her baseball bat still firmly in hand. "What is your ability?" Despite the girl before her speaking softly and appearing harmless, the stains on her clothing were anything but trivial. Zhao Zhao had encountered zombies on several occasions, and her attire bore similar marks of battle. This inquiry left Yin momentarily speechless, caught off guard, and unable to respond. Yin noticed the other person's gaze fixated on the stains of zombie ichor splattered upon her garment. "My extraordinary ability ensures that zombies will not attack me." "Remarkable." Zhao Zhao's pupils briefly widened in astonishment. Does the awakening of such powers also correlate with one's European or African lineage? Just look at her. Truly, comparisons evoke envy. Moments ago, she had been fretting over the possibility of the young girl being decimated by a zombie. Yet, the reality was that the girl was 100 times safer than herself. "Are you planning to head to the base?" Zhao Zhao sought to divert the conversation from its previous course. "Yes, my brother is there," Yin Yin replied instinctively. "He is responsible for receiving ordinary individuals. In her past life, when she encountered that person, he was indeed at the base, tasked with counting ordinary people at the entrance to ensure their safe passage into the compound." "Sister, have you met him?" "He is 5 years my senior. With a small black mole beneath his left eye, slightly darker skin, tall stature, and a robust build. Everyone calls him Brother Hu." Yin Yin, relying on the memories within her mind, sketched the man's height and began describing him to Zhao Zhao. "Is he the one known as Tiger Brother? A man with a slightly protruding smile?" Listening to Yin Yan's description, Zhao Zhao recalled a person who fit that description. He was extroverted, often cheerful, and enjoyed chatting with everyone. It was said that he had a younger brother who specialized in chemistry and worked at a research institute. However, there was no mention of a sister. Nonetheless, if he was indeed the person from her memories, it would bode ill. Contemplating this, Zhao Zhao's gaze towards Yin Yin grew tinged with sympathy. Sea City once had a secure stronghold, but a group of people arrived from elsewhere a few days ago. Having awakened their own abilities, they forcefully invaded the base, seizing control of the safe houses. Zhao Zhao had awakened her own ability, though it was somewhat trivial, allowing her to change her gender. The invaders not only compelled the original residents to gather food, eliminate zombies, and repair the base's defenses, but they also plundered the native inhabitant supplies and forcibly abducted young women, coercing them into servitude. Being solitary, upon hearing disturbances from next door and sensing the impending danger, Zhao Zhao immediately utilized her ability to transform her gender. In the next moment, someone burst through the door, capturing her and taking her along with other young natives to the entrance of the base, where they were expelled. In the previous stronghold, she could have ensured the collection of resources for her sustenance while securing her safety. However, now, when she encountered Yin Yin, her abilities had just been completely depleted. As her gender reverted, she could only hide there, waiting for her powers to return before venturing out as a man to gather supplies. To be honest, when she first saw Yin Yin, she had no desire to engage. But then she caught sight of a swaying zombie through the curtain. Chapter 61. The cannibal sea city no longer had a stronghold. After much hesitation, Zhao Zhao quickly recounted the incident of the sea city base being attacked and the changes in leadership within the safe zone. Now, it was Yin Yan's turn to fall silent. The turn of events had unfolded more swiftly than she had anticipated. In her past life, the incident at the sea city base occurred 2 months after she had been rescued by a kind-hearted stranger. On that day, the sky was overcast. Thick dust obscured the sun, and the entire base seemed to be plunged into eternal night. Yin Yin, disguised as a man, wandered through the desolate streets in search of sustenance, as was her routine. That day, fortune favored her, for she stumbled upon a sack of rice beside a lifeless body. Just as she was about to return to the city, a low growl, laced with curses, echoed ominously from the direction of the base. YN concealed herself in the shadows, cautiously peeking out to observe a horde of zombies marching inexorably towards the base. Their forms were grotesquely contorted, faces twisted in a malevolent grimace, drool oozing from their mouths as they advanced in an eerie, synchronized manner. The once bustling passageway for refugees was now choked, impeding any escape. To her astonishment, the man who had once aided her stood resolutely at the forefront. Ultimately, as the city fell and lives were extinguished, the entrance to the base transformed into a fortress of the undead. Hiding in her corner, YN meticulously smeared herself with the blood of the deceased, ensuring her disguise was convincing. Once satisfied with the safety of her environment, she reverently offered silent prayers of gratitude to the corpses. My friends, once peace is restored, I shall surely honor you with incense and offerings. For now, in this desperate time, I hope you do not hold it against me. With that, she deftly secured the windows and locked the doors, barricading the entrance with heavy objects. In the confines of her sealed underground sanctuary, YN transformed into a merciless butcher, methodically inspecting the bodies she had collected. One by one, she severed their heads, skillfully peeled off their skin, and amputated their arms and legs. She draped the skin over her thick coat, knotting the flesh of her hands across her chest, and bound the severed limbs with the intestines she had extracted, suspending them from her body. Yin ensured that she was thoroughly masked in the scent of the undead before blending into the horde, making her way to the base entrance, where she began to search for the corpse of that individual with her gaze. Perhaps fortune did not favor her, for she had failed to locate the body over the course of 2 consecutive nights. Ultimately, as her disguise began to deteriorate, Yin was compelled to depart. Before she left, City C had succumbed entirely to the onslaught of zombies. Noticing Yin Yan's prolonged silence, Zhao Zhao understood that the truth was far too cruel for the young girl to bear. Perhaps he was still alive. In this timeline, logically, City C should not have fallen yet. Zhao Zhao speculated that she was stubbornly clinging to hope, and after some contemplation, he began to explain the terrain of the surrounding area to Yin, while also indicating a route. You might want to check that warehouse. If brother who is still alive, there is a high probability he is there. Thank you. And what about you, sister? Yin felt immense gratitude for Zhao Zhao's assistance and resolved to illuminate a path for her in return. She recalled the Tally apartment. Although it was not in close proximity to City C, if Zhao Zhao were to travel from her direction, the risks would be minimal. The most significant threats, posed by Zhao Kong and his associates, had already been eradicated. Moreover, the zombies along the route had been largely dealt with by Yin and Shuechong. Furthermore, when considering the safest refuge, where could one find an environment more secure than that provided by the system? Thus, she meticulously described the route to the Tally apartment for Zhao Zhao and utilized her points to procure a map from the system.S marketplace. Sister, if you trust me, you may follow this map to reach your destination. Yin pointed out the coordinates of the Tally apartment. I have come to fetch my brother, intending to take him there. If you wish, we could journey together. Zhao Zhao was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a decisive proposal for companionship. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as she had initially extended goodwill towards the other party. Indeed, traveling together would significantly enhance their safety. Zhao Zhao was confident in her ability to protect herself, and this young sister had claimed that as long as she refrained from provoking the zombies, they would remain oblivious to her presence. In a world devoid of competitive interests, their collaboration amidst the apocalypse would undoubtedly improve their chances of survival over solitary endeavors. As they traveled together, Zhao Zhao witnessed Yan Yan's remarkable skills, finally understanding why this young girl dared to venture alone into City C, relying solely on her undetectable abilities to rescue others. Yan Yan refrained from revealing her snow gun, for she believed the moment was not yet ripe. As they traversed the path, one relied on a fade of supernatural abilities while the other exercised utmost caution, successfully evading numerous wandering zombies and dispatching several that obstructed their way. With Yan Yan's assistance, Zhao Zhao discovered for the first time that navigating this apocalyptic world could indeed be relatively safe. The duo meandered along a narrow trail, eventually arriving at the entrance of a partially destroyed building. The system had already processed scanning data, presenting it before Yan Yan's eyes. Within this ravaged structure, a considerable number of survivors existed. Yet the awakened with special abilities were few. Both the living conditions and the scarcity of resources imparted to Yan a sense of stark reality. This was reminiscent of scenes from her previous life. The dilapidated walls bore the marks of time, silently narrating the building's history. Occasionally, faded slogans lingered on the walls, now indecipherable due to the passage of years. The emaciated figures seated on the ground bore expressions of numb despair, as if their faces were frozen in a perpetual state of agony. They sat on the cold floor, their gazes vacant, having long since lost sensitivity to their wounds and pain. Their garments were tattered, with some lacking even shoes, their feet rendered purple by the cold. Devoid of electricity and water, the living conditions were dire, with no sanitation facilities. Excrement lay in the corners, not far from the crowd. The flickering flames of their fire pit provided the only source of warmth, yet it too seemed on the verge of extinguishment. Upon noticing newcomers at the entrance, the sentinel's expression shifted slightly. He cautiously stepped back, attempting to alert the others without making a sound. His movements drew the attention of the onlookers, who lifted their gazes toward the door. Living beings, healthy beings, their hungry, predatory stares fixated upon the two. Zhao Zhao had activated her abilities before entering the building. Now, in her male guise, her robust physique exuded an intimidating presence, a stark deterrent reminiscent of a formidable warrior from the days before the apocalypse. Alas, this was a world transformed, where the desperation for survival had led to the unspeakable act of cannibalism. The fervor and greed reflected in the eyes of the crowd sent chills down both Yan Yan's and Zhao Zhao's spines. Zhao Zhao exaggeratedly widened her eyes and assumed a ferocious demeanor. However, to the onlookers, her ample figure resembled nothing more than a walking larder. These individuals are no longer considered normal humans. Host, you appear as two-legged sheep in their eyes. The system's alarm blared at its highest volume. What they roast over their fire is not mere firewood, but it offered Yan a boon, rendering her nearly invincible among the zombies. Yet confronted with these humans, brothers, what are you waiting for? With so many of us, a blade for each, we could feast today. They had been consumed by the despair of the apocalypse, becoming akin to the undead, existing solely for the sake of survival. What of cannibalism among kindred? As long as one could endure, that was all that mattered. They surged forward, vanquishing the intruder, disassembling their form, skewering it, and roasting it anew for yet another feast. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, a tempest of fury igniting within her. She was aware that many who had fled to this place were mere commoners. Yet she was taken aback to find that few ordinary souls remained. Instead, they were all endowed with extraordinary abilities. Zhao Zhao clenched her fists tightly, her entire physique taut with tension, bracing herself to confront any potential assault. Yan also sensed the tense atmosphere surrounding her, quickly surveying her environment in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a piercing voice shattered the silence. A gaunt man emerged from the crowd, his complexion pale, yet his gaze was distinctly cunning. He fixed his eyes on Zhao Zhao and Yan, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Chapter 62. I give you a pair of panda's eyes. No need for thanks. Guests are welcome. Let us not forget our manners. the emaciated man spoke, his inky black eyes darting around. The individuals who had initially stirred up trouble instantly lower their heads. Clearly, someone capable of speaking in this circle was not to be underestimated. Yin Yin and Zhao Zhao exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they awaited further words. The frail man, known as Zhu Jun, had fled to this desolate land with a group of supernatural beings after the Sea City base suffered devastating losses. They roamed like a band of wanderers, homeless, struggling to survive in this barren expanse. Zhu Jun's abilities were not particularly remarkable. He possessed neither formidable offensive power nor awe-inspiring effects. However, his uniqueness lay in his capacity to foresee risks. In other words, when confronted with formidable adversaries, he could evade them in advance. During the escape from the new forces at the Sea City base, he resembled a cunning fox, keenly sensing the encroaching danger. He swiftly directed his companions to retreat, thus establishing himself as a leader among them. By the time the new forces arrived, Zhu Jun and his group had long since vanished, leaving behind the unsuspecting supernatural beings and ordinary individuals clinging to the camp. The new force's successful occupation of the base was also facilitated by Zhu Jun's covert assistance. Presently, his emergence was prompted by Yin Yan's arrival, which had awakened the dormant supernatural presence within him, providing an alert. Zhu Jun's gaze was fixed intently on Yin Yan, his dark irises seemingly concealing an abyssal night sky. The slender man leaned slightly forward, appearing delicate, yet he instilled in Yin Yan a sense of unease. His eyes resembled those of a leopard lying in wait within the grass, fixated on its prey, biding its time for the opportune moment to strike. Your abilities are formidable, yet perilous. Zhu Jun's voice was somewhat hoarse, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism, an illusion he had cultivated while utilizing his powers. Zhao Zhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She sensed her abilities igniting within her like a roaring flame. She felt an urge to kneel in submission, yearning to reveal that her powers were those of a woman disguised as a man. Not only Zhao Zhao, but also those who caught Zhu Jun's peripheral glance found themselves harboring thoughts of recognizing him as their sovereign. Do not gaze into his eyes. The system, anticipating Zhu Jun's impending action, automatically adjusted the marketplace interface, showcasing a pair of daily disposable contact lenses that danced before Yin Yan. These specially designed lenses could shield the wearer from mental attacks emanating from another's gaze. Disposable, with a usage duration of 24 hours. Would you like to confirm your purchase? Yin Yan promptly placed an order. Following the previous events, she no longer rejected the system's goodwill. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude for its foresight. Perhaps the two of them wish to join us. If that is the case, I would like to extend a warm welcome on behalf of everyone here. Dear friends, amplify your extraordinary abilities. Through the recent cannibalistic initiative, his powers have experienced significant enhancement. As long as the other party consents, he would have the opportunity to utilize them to his advantage. Unfortunately, the calculations went awry and the beads scattered across the ground. Zhao Zhao was taken aback, and those around her stood frozen. Submit to him. Regardless of the circumstances, comply with his demands. Like the whispers of a devil, the words echoed in everyone's ears. Zhao Zhao found herself nodding instinctively, her powers nearly extinguished. Just as she was about to voice her agreement, Yin Yin swiftly shielded her behind him. Retreat, retreat, retreat. With a pointed finger and a stomp of his foot, Yin Yin delivered a stunning triple blow to everyone present. All were momentarily thrown off balance. Host, your method is rather unique. The group was bewildered by the actions of the other party, and Zhao Zhao gradually regained her composure, casting a grateful glance at the person shielding her. That was close. What on earth? Two completely distinct voices emerged in the minds of Zhao Zhao and the others. Those surrounding them also reacted to Yin Yan's sudden maneuver, catching it out of the corner of their eyes. Covering her left eye, which had been unexpectedly struck, Zhu Jun internally cried out, "It hurts." Hit her. Contrary to her expectations, no one responded. Yin Yan fixed her gaze intently on Zhu Jun, her peripheral vision scanning the surroundings, revealing no trace of fear in her eyes. The adversary's assault could not inflict harm upon her. Thus, it was only fitting that she retaliate in kind. Had it not been for the system's timely warning, she might have succumbed to Zhu Jun's control, just as Zhao Zhao had. System, henceforth, any mental assailants should not be preemptively notified, simply deduct points and arrange accordingly. Is that truly the case? Shouldn't we deliberate a bit? No need, I have faith in you. Zhu Jun withdrew momentarily, only for another individual to emerge. An elderly man approached, exuding an air of civility. How could you resort to violence when we extend our courtesy? Bah, utterly shameless. Your abilities are out in the open, yet you demand polite treatment? Have some dignity, will you? Zhao Zhao glared at the elderly figure before her anger igniting like a wildfire. She understood that this was Zhu Jun's ploy. First, they suppressed the crowd with overwhelming powers, and then they sent forth the elderly man to wage a psychological assault. Attempting to morally bind them? They ought to reconsider their own worthiness. The frail elder bore a slender frame, deep-set wrinkles etched into his face, and his hawk-like eyes pierced sharply at Yin Yin and Zhao Zhao. He smiled faintly, yet that smile did not reach his eyes. His words dripped with derision, akin to an invisible blade. Under the weight of his gaze, Zhao Zhao initially responded with defiance, only to find herself engulfed in self-doubt as their eyes locked. Perhaps there was some truth to his words. The gaunt man had merely regarded them with his eyes, and he had intervened to prevent the crowd from unleashing violence upon them. Furthermore, seizing the moment of distraction, Yin Yin delivered a powerful punch, striking the eye without holding back. Although Zhu Jun had momentarily regained composure, his left eye was now shrouded in darkness, sporting a purplish hue that made him resemble a little panda. Shameless old fool. Yin Yin immediately discerned that Zhao Zhao was affected by the gaze of the opponent. Realizing the urgency, she knew she must act swiftly to disrupt this psychic assault. Without hesitation, she charged towards the elderly man and delivered a punch even more ferocious than before, striking him squarely on the right eye. The elder's triumphant smile instantly faded, his lips contorting into a grimace, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. His previously sunken eye socket now appeared even more hollow, with only the eyeball faintly shifting. The yellowed teeth, laid bare by Yin Yan's onslaught, stood out in stark relief. The onlookers, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, unable to intervene. Taking advantage of the moment, Yin Yin seized the elder's collar and forcefully pushed him away, distancing him from Zhao Zhao. This series of movements was executed with such fluidity and swiftness that it left onlookers momentarily stunned. A pair of panda eyes for you. No need for thanks. Chapter 63. To save or not to save. Who else dares to make a move? The two individuals, shielding their eyes and cowering to the side, felt a sense of resentment, yet found themselves powerless against Yin Yin. Yin Yin surveyed the surroundings, but was unable to locate Brother Tiger, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It appeared he was not present here. Li Chongqing halted before the entrance of a tunnel, where the flickering lights within created an eerie and enigmatic ambience. As he traversed the path, he noted that the number of zombies encountered was fewer than anticipated, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Li Chongqing abandoned his powerless motorcycle and retrieved a prepared iron rod from behind it. Clad in a helmet, he gripped his weapon tightly, cautiously placing each foot on the solid ground. The remainder of the journey would necessitate traveling on foot. At that moment, although Yin Yin did not specify a destination, Li Chongqing diligently analyzed potential paths based on the remnants of their parting point and the traces nearby. As he walked, he endeavored to visualize Yin Yan's trajectory in his mind, contemplating the various scenarios they might encounter. "Are you not leaving yet?" The girl's languid complaint echoed in the tranquil morning that followed, her fingers playfully poking the man's face beside her. "What's the rush?" Zhong Yu turned his face away from her prodding fingers, capturing her delicate wrist instead, his deep voice brushing against her petite earlobe. The two nestled together under the covers of a double bed, engaged in casual conversation. The curtains were drawn tightly, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to seep through. Zhong Yu took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her soft cheek. The girl shyly lowered her head, leaning against his chest. "Oh, feeling bashful?" He feigned flirtation, yet his expression remained stoic. Noticing her desire to punch him, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words, which predictably elicited a cascade of giggles from her. How annoying. Really annoying? It was merely a case of saying one thing while meaning another. Having explored the final steps sufficiently, Zhongyu gestured for the girl to release him. He rose, dressed himself, slipped on his slippers, and abruptly drew back the curtains. The sunlight rushed in, illuminating his azure wolf tail, while his wolfish head loomed above, with piercing eyes seemingly fixed on her. You may leave now. His handsome brows were edged with a golden hue, and his striking profile regarded her with a customary indifference, as though another persona governed his body when exposed to the light. TSK, just yesterday you were begging your sister to teach you some tricks. The girl swiftly sat up, the covers sliding down to reveal her fitted camisole, one strap askew, yet she remained unconcerned. Zhongyu cast her a glance, but chose silence. His deliberate avoidance of eye contact, however, only provoked a series of melodic laughs from her. Quite fitting of your brother's assessment of you. She leaned over, pulling a pack of cigarettes from the nightstand, opening it to retrieve one. With a flick, she lit it, taking a delicate puff. Her gaze sultry as it danced with the smoke. She gazed out at the sunlight, while he watched the rays filter through the curtain's gap, casting a dappled glow upon her fair skin, starkly contrasting with the cigarette held between her fingers. The smoke swirled around her, amplifying her enchanting smile. Lazily resting against the headboard, she held the cigarette in one hand while the other playfully tapped her shoulder, completely unbothered by the exposure. It's time. You can showcase your talents now, she teased, echoing his earlier words. Zhongyu's unwillingness to concede sparked laughter that bent her over. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Xiaoyu opened it to find her brother, Xia Ran, making comical faces at her. Behind him, a throng of excited individuals chattered incessantly, eagerly surrounding her with questions. Xiaoyu winked at Xia Ran, signaling him not to worry, for everything was well within her grasp. She spread her hands and addressed the crowd, urging them to remain calm. Raising her voice, she beckoned to the robotic butler. Kindly come over here. The individuals behind Xia Ran immediately fell silent, their gazes shifting towards the intelligent steward. How may I assist you? The intelligent butler inquired politely. No. It is they who have needs, Xiaoyu responded, prompting the crowd to scatter like startled birds. They merely sought to affirm their presence, especially since the Xia siblings had garnered Yin Yan's favor. If they were to approach the intelligent butler for inquiries, each question would cost them 10 points. Currently, their points were depleting rapidly, leaving them with a desperate need to stretch what little they had, with no excess to squander. Are we truly leaving just like this? Zhao Zhao gazed at Yin Yin in disbelief, noting how the latter, after having dealt a couple of blows, suddenly lost interest and turned to leave with her. She could hear the collective sighs of relief from the crowd behind her, as if they had just sent away a plague. Do you not intend to continue reprimanding them? Zhao Zhao asked, a hint of apprehension creeping in her voice. Yin Yin smiled gently. Sister, we are pressed for time. There are more important matters awaiting our attention. Yin Yin is merely disinclined to squander her time on these inconsequential individuals. She shall not extend a helping hand to them. Their subsequent fates are left to the whims of destiny. Are you aware of any nearby locations that might harbor traces of Tiger Brother? It appears that she is more concerned about this matter than initially perceived. Upon realizing that it pertains to Tiger Brother, Zhao Zhao instantly comprehended. At present, with the zombies occupying the base, that group has claimed this space, leaving scant refuge available. Previously, there had been whispers of an abandoned warehouse to the east, where local ruffians occasionally congregate. Zhao Zhao's words carried a hint of uncertainty, as those were mere hearsay and from a long time ago. The people at the base are aware of that place, yet they deem it too distant and seldom venture there, considering it dilapidated and devoid of any valuable resources. Yin Yin squinted slightly, gazing towards the east, as if through Zhao Zhao's description he could envision the dilapidated warehouse. Then, let us proceed. Yin Yin took a step forward, heading in that direction, with Zhao Zhao closely following. The eastern area was rather desolate, its buildings relatively dilapidated. The zombies seemed to have gained a semblance of sentience, flocking towards the bustling districts, leaving this place devoid of life. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the two finally arrived before a rundown warehouse. The door was shut tight, and the windows had been boarded up from the inside, with only a few narrow gaps allowing a faint light to seep through. The system adeptly assisted Yin in scanning the interior structure and the presence of individuals through the crevices. Host, 2 individuals detected inside. One is on the brink of death, while the other is in a state of confusion. Shall we attempt a rescue? Chapter 64. The blade strikes the zombie sister. Could you please keep an eye on the surroundings? Zhao Zhao was momentarily taken aback by Yin Yan's sudden request, struggling to comprehend the situation. Before she could inquire further, Yin Yan swiftly twisted her right wrist, revealing a chainsaw. The buzzing sound emanating from outside startled Fu Hu, sending a shiver down his spine. The noise was overwhelmingly loud. Even his brother, Fu Jiang, who was in a foggy state of mind, trembled at the sound. Surely, it must be a human, right? Could zombies wield chainsaws to break down doors? The persistent buzzing resonated like a heavy hammer, repeatedly striking at the hearts of the Fu brothers. This sound was all too familiar. It was the sound of chainsaw, a symbol of human strength, a glimmer of hope for life. Yet it could also herald doom. Though Fu Jiang's consciousness was hazy, his senses were remarkably acute. He could sense his brother Fu Hu's tremors. The chilling sound of the chainsaw sent shivers down his spine, mingling with a pervasive atmosphere of fear and despair. He glanced up at Fu Hu, who was gripping Fu Jiang's hand tightly, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. He could not allow his brother to fall into peril once more. Fu Hu swallowed hard, suppressing the metallic taste of blood at the back of his throat, battling the turmoil within him. A grievous wound pierced through his abdomen. Although the blood had congealed, it was not a good sign. The black web-like tendrils spreading from the wound were advancing along his veins towards his limbs. Outside, the incessant buzzing had attracted the attention of some zombies, who were now shambling towards them, calling out to others. A horde of zombies staggered closer, their unhurried steps exuding an unsettling, undeniable sense of pressure. As they approached, the system began to relay alerts to Yin Yan. The nauseating stench of decay drew nearer, intertwining with the cacophony of the chainsaw, creating a suffocating tableau. Fu had already risen to his feet, half of his face now discolored. The black specks on the left side had turned a ghastly shade of white. Once the virus completely overtook his body, and the web devoured his consciousness. Fu would become the very thing he dreaded most, especially in front of his brother whom he had painstakingly rescued. Fu could not bear to accept such a tragic fate. He clung to his resolve with sheer willpower. The door opened, and light flooded in for but a fleeting moment, only to be extinguished just as swiftly. Yin Yin swiftly grasped the iron chain, pulling Zhao Zhao inside, and then deftly retrieved a rope, securing it through the doorway with a knot. Anticipating the system prompt, she was well prepared. With a flick of her right hand, she produced a wolf defense electric baton, locking eyes with Fu Hu. The baton crackled with electric energy, and Fu Hu, maneuvering his somewhat cumbersome body, approached Yin Yan. Zhao Zhao, delayed by a mere 2 seconds, finally discerned the situation within the room through the faint light filtering in from the window. Her gaze fell upon the approaching figure, disbelief washing over her, prompting her to tentatively call out, "Brother Hu?" The unfamiliar tone and visage made her wonder how he seemed so familiar. Fu puzzled, attempted to shake his head, striving to regain clarity. He felt his breath becoming labored, yet the greater anguish stemmed from his head, as if it were filled with a thick paste. Yin Yin seized the opportunity, striding forward with purpose. Taking advantage of Fu Hu's unguarded moment, he thrust a defensive wolf stick directly into Fu Hu's waist. With a thud, Fu Jiang struggled to open his eyes, only to behold the trembling figure of his brother, collapsing to the ground. He'd been infected. Truly, it was Brother Hu. Zhao Zhao murmured softly. "Sister, look outside." The zombies, drawn by the scent of humanity, approached the vicinity, exchanging puzzled glances as they gazed at the closed warehouse door before them. The iron chain had fallen to the ground, and the spot where it had been secured was now bound by a hemp rope. Curiosity compelled one of them to step forward and sniff the air, immediately conveying to his companions in silent gestures that it was unmistakably the scent of a human. "He is currently running a fever," the host can apply an antipyretic first, and once his condition improves, seek medical attention. Fu Jiang kept his eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth, lying on the ground with only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicating that he still clung to life. Yin affixed a fever-reducing sticker to him and gestured toward the window. Zhao Zhao nodded gently. Yin stealthily approached the window and through the narrow gap. She observed 15 zombies congregating at the doorway. While the number was not overwhelming, it was manageable. With this thought in mind, she gestured towards the window and indicated the number 5 to Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao exhaled in relief and responded with an okay sign. However, in the next moment, Yin pointed towards the door and signaled the number 10. Zhao Zhao, unable to believe her eyes, sought confirmation once more. Realizing that Yin was not jesting, Zhao Zhao immediately rescinded her approval. Yin deftly turned her wrist, revealing 2 masks and 2 large blades, as she strode towards Zhao Zhao's direction. Understanding her intent, Zhao Zhao cautiously approached her as well. Yin requested the system to monitor the Fujiang brothers closely. Should any issues arise, she wished to be notified immediately for resolution. Zhao Zhao took up the weapon and donned a mask, as did Yin. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved the snow gun, positioning it to guard by Fujiang's side. Although not entirely transformed into a corpse, Fu would not attract the attention of the zombies. As long as he remained still in his current position, this turmoil would not extend its reach. The zombies pressed their noses against the door, sniffing for human scent through the cracks. The aroma of the rope was faint, yet the scent within the room was potent. There were companions inside, who among them was indulging in solitary feasting. A chorus of disgruntled growls erupted from the horde, reminiscent of beasts urging one another during a hunt. Yet, it bore more resemblance to the unwillingness of prey to be monopolized by that one selfish individual. Stealing is shameful. Traitors stepped forward. Yin and Zhao Zhao, armed and vigilant, concealed themselves behind the door, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. She could not gamble with Zhao Zhao's life. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao held his breath, continuously fortifying his resolve, his peripheral vision ever watchful of Yin. The air was thick with the scent of rust. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated through the space as the zombies outside emitted a furious roar, crashing against the door one after another. The knots began to loosen. The door, under the relentless assault, trembled slightly, producing a deep, resonant sound. Yin and Zhao Zhao exchanged a knowing glance, seizing the moment to forcefully push open the grand door, brandishing their weapons as they charged into the horde of zombies. In her assault against the undead, Zhao Zhao exhibited no finesse, relying solely on brute strength, resembling a whirlwind as she swung her blade. Rather than wielding a knife, it was more akin to wielding a heavy sword. With a sweeping motion, she severed the head of the zombie before her, the momentum propelling her forward as the blade plunged into the chest of another zombie, piercing through the ribcage and emerging from its back. The zombie, oblivious to the pain, continued to lunge at her with ferocity. Yin specializes in severing the necks of zombies. With each decisive stroke of her blade, she either sends their heads flying or cleaves through their necks. Her speed is remarkable, yet every strike is meticulously calculated, ensuring she neither injures herself nor fails to deliver a fatal blow to the undead. Observing Zhao Zhao wielding a large knife with formidable prowess, Yin could not help but reflect how reckless I once was. Chapter 65. Reunion with Li Chongqing. I truly appreciate it. You're too polite, host. In response to Yan's gratitude, the system joyfully continued to roll amidst the pile of crystal cores. The two lay on the concrete floor, eyes closed, their faces pale, as if enveloped in a profound stupor. Zhao Zhao crouched down and gently nudged Fu Jiang, attempting to rouse him. However, Fu Jiang merely furrowed his brow slightly, remaining unresponsive. Yin silently observed the situation of Fu Hu from the side, his gaze lingering on Fu Hu's face for a brief moment. After Fu Hu collapsed, his wounds continued to deteriorate, a vast expanse of black spiderwebs spreading from the injury and creeping across his visage. Yin recalled the bus parked in the system warehouse. Sister, Are you certain you can carry him? Zhao Zhao glanced at Fu Jiang and nodded. She had thoroughly examined Fu Hu and found no injuries. Yin Yin meticulously selected a towel imbued with anesthetic properties from the system, covering Fu Jiang's face with it. With a swift embrace and a firm resistance, the two of them escorted the Fu brothers out of the warehouse. When did this occur? Throughout the journey, the surprises Yin Yin bestowed upon Zhao Zhao were ceaseless. A pristine bus stood steadily at the entrance, starkly contrasting with the disarray of zombies sprawled haphazardly around it. Yin Yin took the lead and approached the front door of the vehicle. As the door swung open, the facial recognition system emitted a cheerful welcome. In accordance with Yin Yan's request, the system had previously established an apartment resident profile for Zhao Zhao. The initial complimentary points had already been linked to Zhao Zhao's account. Thus, Zhao Zhao boarded the vehicle without hindrance. Once the two were inside, the door closed behind them. After Yin entered the vehicle, she placed Fu Hu on the hard seat, fastened the seatbelt, and removed the anesthetic towel. Although Fu Hu's breathing was faint, the menacing black web that had just emerged was hindered by the towel's numbing effects, remaining positioned before his face. Given the urgency of the situation and the limited number of individuals present, there was no need to expend resources for enhanced comfort. Speed was of greater essence than points. Without hesitation, she covered him again with the towel and tied a small knot to ensure it would not slip off. Only then did Yin move aside to check on Fu Zhang's condition. Upon seeing Yin approach, Zhao Zhao vacated her spot and settled into an adjacent seat. Lacking medical knowledge, she perceived that Yin was more reliable than herself. The vehicle gradually set off, gliding along the meticulously planned route on the map, soaring through the sky toward the Taoli base. Inside the cabin, Yin draped a blanket over Fu Jiang and raised the air conditioning temperature. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from beneath the table in front, twisted off the cap, and offered it to Fu Jiang's lips. She noticed his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Host, his fever has subsided, but he has not yet fully regained consciousness. Yin tore off the fever-reducing plaster, revealing a patch of pristine white skin that starkly contrasted with the surrounding complexion. Yin, filled with curiosity, retrieved a damp towel to gently wipe the face of the person before her, instantly revealing a delicate, slender visage. The features, reminiscent of Fu Hu, appeared even more striking than those of his elder brother, with a subtle blush gracing the cheeks. Water, Fu Jiang unconsciously called out, his lips slightly parted. Yin cooperated with him, using a bottle cap to offer him a sip of water. His parched lips began to regain a semblance of moisture. Remarkably, he ceased to call out again. Yin retrieved some food from the bag, including biscuits, chocolate, and a small pack of beef jerky. She tore open the packaging and indulged herself, piece by piece. Fu Jiang had drifted back to sleep. In the last row, in the solitary restroom, Zhao Zhao was meticulously examining the crystal core she had just extracted from a zombie. She had witnessed others enhance their abilities by absorbing such cores. Although she was uncertain of the specifics of the base Yin mentioned, it was evident that in this apocalyptic world, crystal cores would surely serve as valuable currency. The bus departed from the ruins and sped towards the Tally apartments. Near the Sea City Expressway, a broadcast suddenly emitted a prompt. It inquired whether past passengers should stop to disembark. Zhao Zhao frowned. She had just been on a killing spree in her dreams, followed by a sumptuous hot pot feast. Yin instinctively glanced out of the car window, where she spotted a man sprinting towards them, pursued relentlessly by a horde of zombies. Without hesitation, she commanded the driver to halt the bus. The vehicle slowed to a stop at a distance of 100 meters from Lichangqing. Positioned by the window, Yin drew her handgun and shouted, "Get on the bus." Lichangqing, while evading the relentless chase of the zombies, had suddenly noticed the approaching bus not far overhead. Just then, a zombie lunged at him with a ferocious roar, its gaping maw ready to bite. Bang! With a sense of relief, Lichangqing narrowly escaped as Yin shot the zombie, obliterating its head. Recognizing her as the shooter brought a surge of joy to his heart, prompting him to dash fervently towards the bus. Hearing her call, he quickened his pace. They were reunited once more. Behind him, a considerable number of zombies, at least a dozen, were in pursuit. Yin Yin aimed her gun, executing precise headshots, causing one after another to collapse. As the bus drew nearer, the cacophony of groans began to diminish under the gunfire. Li Chongqing swiftly pivoted, drawing his dagger to assist Yin Yin in dispatching the remaining foes. With all the zombies down, the bus temporarily halted at the roadside. Yin Yin observed as Li Chongqing wielded his knife, expertly extracting the crystal cores from each fallen zombie. His intent was straightforward. The Tally apartment required points in exchange for zombies, and this moment was opportune for accumulating them. Yin Yin admired the fluidity of her companion's movements, knowing that this batch of crystal cores would soon fall into her possession. Their convergence was remarkably swift. Upon hearing the message transmitted through his earpiece, Zhongyu could not help but accelerate the speed of his all-terrain vehicle. In the rear seat sat a female, mutated zombie, her gaze toward Zhongyu imbued with a deep, lingering affection. Shifting her attention to the wandering zombies around them, her expression turned icy, exuding an eerie power as she unleashed sonic attacks upon the surrounding undead. Zhongyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, maneuvering the vehicle through the ruins with remarkable speed. He sensed the presence of the female, mutated zombie in the back, growing increasingly potent, as if an unsettling chill were creeping up his spine. Rather than fear, he felt a surge of excitement. With the assistance of this creature, his abilities had undergone a transformative evolution, proving effective against both other power users and female zombies. The zombie in his rear seat had been a fortuitous find on his journey. She not only refrained from attacking him, but also sought ways to alleviate his burdens. As the all-terrain vehicle barreled through a field of debris, it burst into a wide-open space. Under the influence of her enhanced abilities, the female mutated zombie was consumed by competitive instincts, particularly targeting female power users whose abilities were notably stronger. Chapter 66. Let us cultivate the land. Young man, Yin Yin rested her head against the car window while Li Chongqing meticulously cleared the final crystal core before boarding the vehicle. He took his seat beside Yin Yin, and the compartment fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of the wheels rolling along the road. Yin Yin gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. The reunion stirred many words within Li Chongqing, who was poised to express his emotions when he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Zhao's exclamation of surprise. Zhao Zhao widened her eyes in astonishment, staring at Li Chongqing, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! When did he appear?" Having just awakened, Zhao Zhao was unaware of Li Chongqing's arrival. The sudden appearance of another person instilled in her a sense of unease. "It's nothing, sis. He's my friend." When did Yin acquire an elder sister? Why are they merely friends? When did Yin acquire friends? The glances exchanged between the two complete strangers revealed a hint of unfriendly wariness. Could she be coercing him? Or was he deceiving her? Each silently judged the other, pondering if one was indeed virtuous. In the next moment, an unspoken understanding emerged, prompting them to rise and engage in a face-to-face conversation akin to a census check in the adjacent hard seat. Zhao Zhao and Li Chongqing sat in a row, separated by an empty seat, inquiring about each other's backgrounds and origins. Zhao Zhao's gaze fell upon the other's buzz-cut and eclectic style, leading her to suspect he had just emerged from some hidden place. With this thought, she decided to employ her extraordinary abilities. If a confrontation were to arise, she must not be outmatched in stature or presence. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, observed the unusual figure before him, who bore the physique of both a man and a woman, his expression fraught with caution. What kind of creature was this, embodying both genders? The atmosphere between them was taut yet infused with a peculiar understanding. Listening to the butler's announcements, the Xia siblings felt a wave of relief wash over them. The mood among the others swiftly lightened as they gathered together, chattering animatedly. Indeed, this journey had felt interminable. The weight had nearly driven them to despair. Everyone lamented, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Zhou Qing and Liang Fong embraced excitedly, while Xiao Yang patted Lao Sun on the shoulder, beaming with delight. Lao Sun turned to Lao Su, and they mutually resolved to enhance their lunch with an extra dish to celebrate appropriately. The return journey felt as though it had accelerated. Zhongyu's vehicle had also run out of fuel, Gazing at the Sea City base gate, tantalizingly close yet seemingly distant, he sighed. Unbeknownst to him, he had missed Yin Yin and the others. The female zombie in the back seat, upon witnessing the scattered remains of her kind behind them, had long since closed her mouth. The energy fluctuations she had sensed earlier had originated from this source. Her opponent was formidable. She was no match for them. Yet, Zhong Yu felt a thrill at the sight of the zombie remains encountered along the way. The thought of such a powerful prey becoming a captive beneath his extraordinary abilities filled him with anticipation. Yin Yin, could you refrain from invoking my disappointment? Yin Yin sneezed. Perhaps she had caught a chill. She glanced at the route suggested by the system, as well as at Li Chongqing and Zhao Zhao, who were still engaged in conversation. Silently, she poured herself a bottle of milk. She couldn't help but wonder how that group was faring in the apartment. The points generously bestowed by the system must have been considerably depleted. She hoped they were all in robust health, for that would facilitate her completion of the task at hand. Detection of the host's desire for expansion has prompted a new mission. Please lead the group into a self-sustaining agricultural lifestyle. What? Faced with the newly issued task, Yin Yin was utterly bewildered. Yin Yin furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat taken aback by the task at hand. She lifted her gaze towards the window, where the entrance of the old Towley apartment stood before her, and behind the solitary building lay an expanse of endless farmland and desolate vacant lots. Yin Yin took a deep breath, set down her milk, and retrieved her phone to consult the map. The system thoughtfully annotated the territory within the app. As the territory unfolded in her mind, she began to formulate a preliminary plan. Li Shangqing, Zhou Zhou. Yin Yan's voice held a note of seriousness. I have matters to discuss with you both. Yin Yan's words brought Zhao Zhao and Li Chongqing's conversation to a halt, as both pairs of eyes turned towards her with keen interest. At that moment, Fu Jiang, who had been in a deep slumber, awoke feeling ravenously hungry. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the girl with her back to him in the corridor, passionately proclaiming something about cultivating land and self-sufficiency. Cultivating land, a subject in which he was quite proficient. Sister, I am awake, he declared. Zhao Zhao's interruption cut through Yin Yan's spirited discourse. Fu Jiang felt a jolt of realization as all eyes converged upon him. With his social anxiety, he wondered if it were still possible to feign ignorance. Hey, you're awake. Yin Yin, with his familiar demeanor, turned around and placed a hand on Fu Jiang's forehead, then touched his own forehead. Your temperature is normal. The fever has subsided. Huh? Fu Jiang, in a daze, noticed that the bald man across from him regarded him with an unfriendly gaze, particularly fixated on the skin of his forehead, as if he intended to bore a hole through it. It was a fleeting moment, almost as if it were merely a figment of Fu Jiang's imagination. Yin Yin, however, remained unfazed. When Li Chongqing returned, she experienced a fleeting moment of excitement, but soon regained her composure. Feng Yi and the others had not accompanied him, which indicated that they were left behind at the base. After all, based on her professional understanding of him, his reports would undoubtedly be thorough and meticulous, leaving no detail overlooked. The intention behind his dispatch was also quite clear. They were aware of his interest in her and recognized that she harbored feelings for him as well. Yin intended to take a step back for the time being. She had no intention of indulging in a solitary sip from the vast sea of opportunities. Having experienced a resurgence of desire, she embraced the philosophy of seizing the moment and living in the present. The constraints of moral coercion and the notion of monogamy seemed to fade into the background. You are awake. How much of our recent discussion did you hear? Would you be interested in joining us? By the way, your brother is currently facing some difficulties. We have arranged a private meeting. I hope you don't mind. Yin recalled that Hu Ge had experience in farming, and it seemed reasonable to assume that this man, being his own brother, would also possess such expertise. Yin succinctly articulated her brother's situation to alleviate any concerns, patiently awaiting Fu Jiang's response. Fu Jiang gazed at the girl before him, his expression a blend of serenity and sincerity, with unmasked anticipation in his eyes. He recalled the moment before his fainting spell, when it seemed she emerged from the light. Outside the window lay distant farmlands and open fields, While the echo of Yin Yan's earlier words about expanding territories and self-sufficiency lingered in his ears, memories of his brother's past words surfaced. Let us cultivate the land and raise some chickens, living off our own means. Indeed, the inhabitants of this land once thrived through agriculture. I possess the experience. Fu Jiang nodded, his gaze resolute, affirming, I can cultivate the land. Chapter 67. Return to the Peach and Plum apartment. The bus came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Peach and Plum apartment. Upon receiving the system notification, the intelligent butler promptly exited the building, standing at the entrance in anticipation. Before the apartment's doors stretched a vast open space. Sunlight pouring down and reflecting off the butler's metallic mask, casting a soft gleam. As the bus doors slowly opened, Yin Yin was the first to step out, her stride confident and powerful, exuding an untamed spirit. Yin Yin smiled faintly and nodded, expressing her gratitude for the recent efforts. The intelligent butler's display screen promptly illuminated with cheerful characters. As Yin Yin alighted from the vehicle, the bus doors swung open fully, allowing the remaining passengers to descend in succession. Li Chongqing stood nearby, quietly surveying his surroundings, his gaze tinged with a hint of vigilance. Let us proceed to the registration first, he suggested. Yin Yin patted the metallic shoulder of the intelligent steward and smiled at Li Chongqing, who was closely following behind. Zhao Zhao was elaborating on the events that had transpired in the warehouse to Fu Jiang when an electronic female voice called out to them as they had just stepped out of the vehicle. The voice gestured with a hand, signaling them to wait a moment. Boss Yin has instructed me to escort you for registration. Zhao Zhao nodded and, alongside Fu Jiang, followed the intelligent steward to the reception desk. As Yin stepped inside the apartment with a swipe of her face, the Xia siblings had already received word and were waiting in the lobby. Li Chongqing had just exchanged his points at the front desk. The lobby was airy, with windows wide open, allowing sunlight to gently caress their faces while a soft breeze danced around them. Relishing the long-awaited freshness, Yin Yin couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful it felt to be home. The Xia siblings were seated on the sofa, and upon seeing a familiar face, Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, arms outstretched, rushing towards Yin Yin. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they last met. Yin Yin wore a faint smile. After Li Chongqing completed his exchange of points, he approached and was greeted by a friendly smile from Xiaoran. The hall's windows stood wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to flutter the curtains, while sunlight poured onto the sofa, illuminating the Xia siblings and Li Chongqing. Xiaoyu was engaged in an animated discussion with Yin Yin, while Li Chongqing listened with a warm smile beside them. Xiaoran, on the other hand, wore an expression of awkwardness as he glanced at him, clearly pulled into the conversation by Xiaoyu. Yin Yin maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he occasionally nodded and interjected a few remarks. In contrast, Xiaoran's expression appeared somewhat rigid. He evidently struggled to cope with Xiaoyu's enthusiastic cues. He forced awkward smiles, striving to keep the atmosphere lively and prevent his side from seeming too desolate. Xiaoyu flitted about like a little sparrow, chattering away with Yin Yin, who listened patiently. Zhao Zhao and Fu Jiang followed closely behind, guided by the intelligent butler to view the rooms. Zhao Zhao took the lead, with Fu Jiang trailing closely, both appearing outwardly composed, yet inwardly exuberant. Zhao Zhao's face radiated excitement as her gaze flitted around, offering spontaneous compliments while scrutinizing every corner of the apartment. Fu Jiang, however, furrowed his brow, unimpressed by the accommodation. His mind was preoccupied with how to broach the subject of his brother with Yin Yin. The intelligent butler led them to a sunlit corridor, unveiling two adjacent single rooms. The spaces were spacious and bright, adorned in a simple yet elegant manner. Standard single suites featuring windows, wardrobes, beds, air conditioning, televisions, and washrooms. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as she drew back the curtains, gazing out at the blue skies and fluffy clouds, exclaiming, "This room is truly magnificent." Fu Jiang, momentarily blinded by the sunlight, glanced up and nodded in agreement. The view outside, perhaps an elaborate technological illusion, was nonetheless a welcome sight after a long absence. The intelligent butler offered a slight smile, elaborating, "This has been specially prepared by Mr. Yin for you, with hopes that you can work and live here in peace." Li Changqing appeared to listen attentively, yet his peripheral vision often darted toward Yin Yin. After a long separation, he noticed that Yin Yin had lost weight. Yin Yin's journey to City-C was indeed arduous. Traveling through the night, pressed for time, left little opportunity for proper rest. Upon arriving at the apartment, Yin Yin was eager to indulge in a soothing bath to unwind. However, Summer Yu's exuberance was overwhelming, and she did not wish to dampen the mood. Primarily, she intended to pass the management of the bus service to the Summer siblings, entrusting them with the responsibility of attracting new guests to the base. As Yin Yin contemplated this, she stifled a yawn. Observing this, Xiaoran promptly suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we have lunch together?" At that moment, Xiaoyu also felt a pang of hunger. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changqing rose to take his leave and followed Yin Yin. Xiaoran attempted to reach out and catch Li Changqing, but Xiaoyu swiftly intercepted her. Watching as Li Changqing, with his long strides, quickly caught up with Yin Yin, the two engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter. Although she felt somewhat bewildered, after a moment's reflection, she realized that they had all been candid with one another, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Yin Yin removed his shoes and, exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa, resembling a large pancake. Upon witnessing this, Li Changqing's lips curled slightly as he remarked softly, "It seems you have lost some weight." Yin Yin smiled upon hearing this, a hint of weariness evident in his eyes. Indeed, there have been too many matters lately, and one cannot help but feel worn down. Yin aspires to be a towering tree beneath the heavens. How could he be concerned with such trivial matters? Indeed, the sentiments of family and love are merely embellishments upon the grandeur of life. A pang of sorrow welled within him, and he spoke gently, "You must take proper rest and not overexert yourself." Yin turned his head to glance at him. After some time apart, the man had grown rather unkempt, with new stubble sprouting on his chin. "Sister, have you noticed Captain Li's feelings towards Boss Yin?" Xiaoran, realizing it belatedly, responded, "Brother, you only just figured that out?" Xiaoyu was taken aback by this revelation. After Zhao Zhao and Fu Jiang completed the room inspection and checked in at the front desk, Zhao Zhao began to excitedly explore her surroundings. She was thoroughly pleased with the apartment. Yin Yan's words rang true. The place was indeed far superior to that in City-C. Particularly striking were the numerous communal refrigerators in the dining hall. Upon opening one, she discovered it brimming with a variety of ingredients, and one refrigerator was entirely filled with fresh fruits. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a few apples, ready to peel and enjoy. Fu Jiang, however, was preoccupied with concerns regarding Fu Hu, which dampened his spirits. He had intended to find a moment to privately inquire about Fu Hu with Yin Yin. During lunchtime, he emerged from his room to find Zhao Zhao already mingling with the locals. She was animatedly recounting her acquaintance with Yin Yin to Xiaoyu, while a group gathered around, indulging in their meals and conversation. Zhao Zhao spoke with fervor, her hands gesturing wildly as she vividly described the events, transporting everyone back to that thrilling moment. Xiaoyu listened, wide-eyed and captivated, alternating between astonishment and admiration, completely engrossed in Zhao Zhao's narrative. That day, when Sister Yin took action, she was unstoppable. Each swing of her weapon was accompanied by the anguished cries of zombies. With a swift strike, they fell. Her movements were rapid and precise, fierce and decisive. Let me tell you, she was like a flash of lightning. I barely had time to react. Sister Yin single-handedly surrounded the zombies, a true force of nature. I've never seen anyone so fierce, dispatching them with such ease. Zhao Zhao's description was so vivid that it felt as though Yin stood before them. Xiaoyu was entranced, her mind filled with images of Yin valiantly battling amidst the horde. The thought of Li Changqing surfaced, and she eagerly began to advocate for this budding pair. No one is immune to gossip, especially regarding the beloved confidant of a hero and the intricate web of love and rivalry surrounding them. The earlier appearance of that handsome young man, who happened to be under the sway of the Yin family, added to the intrigue. The men listened with furrowed brows. and upon hearing the more exaggerated parts, Xia Ran couldn't help but defend Li Chongqing's honor as a fellow man. Captain Li's combat prowess is no less impressive. Indeed, another chimed in. That day, he and Boss Yin worked seamlessly together. If you ask me, they are not merely subordinate and superior. Rather, they are a match made in heaven. Yet, when it comes to the art of rhetoric, Xia Ran is no match for Xia Yu. Moreover, the crowd seems to favor Yin Yan. The young girl chattered incessantly, provoking him to the point that he could only respond with a moment of indignation before burying his head in his meal. Fu Jiang, however, remained indifferent to these trivialities. His primary concern was his brother's safety. Fu, who had fought valiantly through the horde of zombies to rescue him. And Fu Jiang bore witness to the wounds Fu who sustained during the ordeal. Zhao Zhao mentioned that Fu, who was also on the bus, yet before disembarking, he had searched every seat thoroughly. Not only was there no sign of Fu Hu, but he hadn't even heard a sound. As he served food and settled into an empty seat, his gaze wandered anxiously through the crowd, desperately seeking Yin Yan's figure. The unease within Fu Jiang lingered, as his thoughts remained fixated on Fu Hu's situation, leaving him devoid of interest in his surroundings. Aren't you going to eat? Li Shangqing remarca. Noticing the wall clock, its hands pointing to 12 and 5, Yin Yan rested her head upon the plush toy on the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Convinced that the system's decision to drape a layer of soft fleece across the couch was indeed a stroke of genius. Is there anything you would like to eat? She murmured, nuzzling the plush creature before rising to assume a more languid position, casting a glance towards Li Chongqing. If only she were wearing a dress. A sudden thought flitted through Li Chongqing's mind, startling him like a drenched cat shaking off water as he endeavored to dispel the thought. His absurd reaction piqued Yin Yan's curiosity, swiftly followed by a peal of hearty laughter. Realizing what he had just done, Li Chongqing's ears flushed crimson, extending to his cheeks. He beheld Yin Yan laughing with such abandon. Was it truly that amusing? No, it was not. Yin Yan certainly did not overlook the other's flushed ears. She even contemplated what lay beneath their attire. At that moment, it was not merely the ears that were crimson. Li Chongqing, perceptive as ever, surmised her thoughts, but chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he cleared his throat and deftly shifted the conversation, a hint of delight glimmering in his demeanor. As tears threatened to spill from Yin Yan's eyes, the chain around his neck became visible, and he instantly recognized it as his own. Would you like something to eat? You hardly touched your food in the car, Li Chongqing remarked, hitting the nail on the head. How do you know I didn't? Have you been keeping an eye on me? Yin Yan's voice trailed off, tugging at his heartstrings like a delicate brush. Meanwhile, Xia Yu had just finished her meal and was in the lobby with Zhao Zhao, captivated by shared interests and their mutual admiration for the same couple. Thus, she did not miss the commotion at the entrance. Zhongyu had scoured sea base, only to find a sea of zombie corpses, their crystal cores hollowed out. Yet he could not locate Yin Yan. A female zombie led him to a gathering of people, communicating through the language of the dead that only 2 locations remained unsearched. One was here, but upon seeing the emaciated crowd, he was taken aback as the 2 leaders attempted to use their powers against him. Zhongyu felt a mix of anger and amusement. Young people should respect their elders and care for the young. Kid, leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude, they warned. Having learned from Yin Yan's prior experience, they approached the lone stranger with caution. They initially tried to reason with him, while secretly attempting to exert mental control. If successful, he would be kept as a food reserve. If not, they would resort to moral coercion to release him. A surge of fury welled up within Zhongyu. Before he could act, this group dared to target him? Did they think he was oblivious to what was being roasted in the fire? Enraged, he kicked an elderly man, sending him flying. The remaining ability users prepared to charge, but were halted by a commanding shout from the female zombie accompanying Zhongyu. Though she was unaware of the situation, she sensed her beloved's wrath. With a decisive command, she summoned a few zombies nearby to surround them. Another young man was kicked away, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground with a piercing scream. The zombies rushed in, eager to feast on the fresh flesh. Zhongyu turned a blind eye to the chaos, his anger intensifying. Suddenly, his earpiece crackled to life with news from a base. His heart leaped with joy. Where had they gone? After receiving the specific location, he tapped into his powers and hurried along, calculating his physical limits, ultimately collapsing at the entrance of the Tally apartment. When Xiaoyu and Zhao Zhao spotted Zhongyu, he lay on the ground, bloodied, his clothes tattered and covered in wounds, looking utterly wretched. What happened to him? Zhao Zhao inquired. Xiaoyu shook her head, unsure, but it appeared he had endured something terrifying. Zhongyu lay there, his consciousness fading. As he heard Xiaoyu and Zhao Zhao's voices drifting around him, he yearned to struggle to his feet, yet discovered he had been utterly drained of strength. "Help me," he whispered. "Assistance is on the way," replied Xiaoyu, exchanging a glance with Zhao Zhao. Their intentions were sincere, yet they awaited the arrival of the intelligent steward. It remained uncertain whether Xia Ran had located the steward. A flicker of despair crossed Zhongyu's eyes. He could not discern his objective. The depletion of his stamina ultimately proved insurmountable. His eyelids fluttered, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 69. Suspicious individuals should not be admitted to the apartment indeed. "I have been keeping a close watch on you," Li Chongqing said with striking ease. His demeanor was open and candid, his clear black eyes reflecting yin-yang. Such forthrightness indeed warranted a fresh perspective. As they say, a soldier's absence for 3 days should be met with renewed respect. Yin-Yin smiled. The conversation between Yin-Yin and Li Chongqing was brief. The atmosphere grew intimate, and it was unclear who initiated the gesture. However, at the moment the door was knocked upon, they had just released each other, their breaths nearly mingling. As their gazes locked, Yin-Yin gently patted Li Chongqing's back, prompting him to reluctantly let go of her. Li Chongqing's eyes flickered with a hint of displeasure as he took in her disheveled attire. Yin-Yin felt a tinge of displeasure, yet more so a sense of relief. After a few days apart, this man had indeed taken a turn for the worse. He nearly caught her off guard, and she wondered where he had acquired such new skills. "You tidy up your clothes? I shall answer the door," he said, his voice still somewhat husky. Yin obediently responded. Seeing Li Chongqing turn around to open the door, she quickly lowered her head to tidy up the already disheveled hem of her clothing. Yin adjusted her loose clothing and slowly fastened all the buttons. The artificial intelligence steward detected a non-resident and refused entry. She pondered a solution. After all, this was a matter of life and death. This was the first moment Xiaoyu found herself doubting whether the AI steward was truly intelligent or merely an artificial fool. She and Zhao Zhao had thoroughly examined the individual before them, noting there were no signs of fever or bites from zombies. While uncertain if he possessed any special abilities, she was at least assured he belonged to the human faction and was a safe and healthy individual. How could this stubborn contraption fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? If he had collapsed elsewhere, Xiaoyu might have chosen to ignore him for the sake of public safety. However, he lay at the entrance of the base, and everyone was safe. He posed no immediate threat. The steward insisted that no suspicious individuals could be admitted into the apartment and urged residents to respect its judgment. The AI maintained that just because the man exhibited no aggression at present did not guarantee he would remain non-threatening in the future. For the sake of the residents' safety, it lacked the authority to allow him entry. As tensions escalated, Zhao Zhao intercepted Xiaoyu, who was ready to strike, shaking her head. After all, this was the property of Boss Yan. We can consult Boss Yan. If Boss Yan had been absent earlier, Xiaoyu would have had no choice but to relent. Though angered, she understood that acting violently toward the robot would not only provoke Boss Yan's ire, but also violate the apartment's regulations, which clearly stated that any aggression toward the AI would result in expulsion. Thankfully, Boss Yan was currently present in the apartment. Yet, at this hour, she and Captain Li. Never mind, saving a life took precedence. Zhao Jia, you stay here and keep an eye on him. I will fetch Boss Yan. It was not a viable solution to leave the man lying there indefinitely. There would be other opportunities for her and Captain Li to be alone. Their time together was ample, and a moment's delay would not matter. After just 2 seconds of contemplation, Xiaoyu shared her plan with Zhao Zhao, who nodded in agreement. That's a practical approach. You go ahead. I will watch over them. In fact, if Zhao Zhao were absent for even a moment, the AI steward could unceremoniously expel Zhongyu from the premises. This open space fell under the jurisdiction of the apartment, and technically, an intruder's presence constituted a breach of security. However, as long as residents did not forcibly bring this suspicious stranger inside, the steward was inclined to honor their wishes. After all, the unity and friendliness of the residents were beneficial for the long-term development and maintenance of the apartment. When she saw Li Chongqing open the door, a flicker of joy crossed her face, but remembering the pressing matter at hand, she suppressed her curiosity about her own ship. There would be time for that later. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, fully aware that she was the villain in a good deed, and she resolutely greeted him with a smile. Li Chongqing's expression remained indifferent, though a hint of crimson adorned his ears. Yin Yin sat on the sofa, smiling as she beckoned to her and inquired, "What's happened?" Xiaoyu succinctly recounted the situation. Upon learning that someone had collapsed at the entrance of the apartment and that the intelligent concierge had refused to grant access, Yin Yin expressed her surprise. She swiftly rose and donned her shoes, then followed Zhao Zhao outside the apartment. It was the afternoon, and many people had just emerged from the cafeteria after their meal. Upon noticing the commotion at the apartment entrance, they gathered curiously, forming a crowd. Zhao Zhao engaged in light conversation with them while crouching down to assess Zhongyu's condition. Upon spotting Xiaoyu arriving with others, she promptly stood up and made way. Yin Yin called out in his mind, yet he thought to himself that it would be splendid if there were a doctor in the apartment. The system swiftly conducted a check and confirmed that the individual had not been infected by the zombie virus, subsequently relaying the information back to Yin Yin. Yin Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoyu, who understood the unspoken message. "Everyone, please attend to your own matters for now. We have Mr. Yin here." The group dispersed obediently. Yin Yin crouched down, scrutinizing the individual before him with keen interest. "He is merely exhausted. The host need not worry." Covered in dirt and looking disheveled, a closer examination of his features reveals a striking beauty that surpasses that of ordinary folk. His handsome visage does not exude an overwhelming sense of aggression. Rather, it evokes a tender urge to nurture and care for him. The man lay on the ground with closed eyes, resembling a docile, sleeping beauty. His charcoal blue wolf tail cascaded around his face, accentuating his delicate, cool, and frail countenance. His skin was porcelain white, starkly contrasting with the dust around him. One could not deny that even in disarray, this beauty emanated an aura of poignant fragility that was deeply moving. Upon recognizing the face before him, Li Chongqing felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the wolf head tattoo adorning the man's neck, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him, though he could not pinpoint where he had encountered it before. Saving him was of utmost importance. Yin Yin made a swift decision, consulting with the system in his mind to create a temporary account for the individual. The observant electronic steward, having received authorization from the system, extended its mechanical arm to lift Zhongyu and relocate him to the sofa in the communal hall on the first floor. "I will take care of him." Exercising caution, Li Chongqing naturally accepted the cloth that Xiaoyu handed over. Xiaoran placed the basin on a coffee table. The onlookers observed as Li Chongqing gently cleaned Zhongyu's face, wiping away the dust from his neck and arms. Fortunately, there were no visible wounds. He was indeed quite lucky. The young man bore tattoos on his neck, suggesting he was neither a military personnel nor a bureaucrat. Could he be a student or perhaps a tattoo artist? He certainly emanated an artistic aura. It was uncertain, yet he seemed to be a person of means, not lacking in resources before the impending apocalypse. Chapter 70. Relaxed routine with Li Chongqing's attentive care. The others lingered for a while before dispersing. Zhongyu, a light sleeper, sent someone gently wiping his face with cloth. Unsure of his next course of action, he opted to indulge in a bit more rest, feeling thoroughly exhausted from the recent journey. After attending to Zhongyu, Li Chongqing heard his stomach rumble, realizing that Yin Yin must also be hungry. He rose and, after a brief word with Xiaoran, decided to head to the cafeteria to fetch some food for Yin Yin. Initially, he felt a hint of shyness in her presence, albeit just a touch, as it had been quite some time since they had spent time together. A quick shower was in order, and fortunately, with his short hair, washing it wouldn't take long. System, you're truly considerate. The air conditioning was running in the room, and the electric blanket on the bed was also turned on, creating a perfectly comfortable temperature with warm air blowing over his hair. He pulled the blanket over himself, applied a face mask, and reminded the system to wake him at the designated time. Yin closed her eyes, feeling that the world had become beautiful. Eating now, will there be more later? Where does that man's voice come from? It sounds so familiar. Li Shangqing. Isn't he taking care of that person he found? As Yin abruptly opened her eyes, she was greeted by the enlarged visage of Li Changqing. Startled, she swiftly sat up, the blanket cascading to the floor, and the facial mask fell away. When did this person enter? She was utterly oblivious. Observing Yin Yan's reaction, Li Changqing chuckled. Oh no, I've inadvertently caused a mishap, sighed the system, overwhelmed with regret. It had merely overheard humans chatting about the notion that a brief separation could rekindle the flames of intimacy. It pondered that perhaps this individual's presence at such a moment could provide the host with some relaxation. Let this one slide, but remember to lock the door next time. If you intend to let someone in, do inform me in advance, it admonished. Artificial intelligence, at times, truly exhibits a lack of wisdom. I'm so sorry. I want tea dare again. Please don't be angry, host, it whimpered. What was he thinking? Li Changqing leaned closer, catching a whiff of the delightful aroma of shower gel and shampoo enveloping the girl. Instinctively, he reached out, brushing his fingers through Yin Yan's hair, which was still damp. He noticed the discarded facial mask on the bed, the standing hairdryer gently blowing warm air, and the blanket strewn across the floor. Li Changqing furrowed his brow. He lifted Yin effortlessly and positioned her in front of the hairdryer, adjusting her into a pose that would dry her hair effectively while ensuring her comfort. He laid her down gently. Although their bodies inevitably made contact, Yin opted to feign innocence. The man picked up the blanket and patted it down before tossing the fallen mask into the trash. Returning to the vanity, Li Changqing retrieved a new facial mask from the drawer and applied it to Yin Yan's face. Close your eyes. First, let us dry your hair. A soft pillow was gently tucked under her neck for added comfort. Yin cooperatively lifted his head slightly, pressing down on the pillow and closed his eyes. Yin obediently closed her eyes and felt the mattress beside her sink. Li Changqing naturally settled onto the bed, his hands beginning to massage her head. His gaze lingered on the slightly open collar of Yin Yan's attire. He inhaled deeply before reopening his eyes, now fully concentrated. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from memory, his fingers adeptly pressed against Yin Yan's temples. Noticing her slight discomfort, he promptly adjusted his pressure. Beneath the soft glow of the indoor lighting, a gentle breeze flowed as the woman lay with her eyes closed, while the man, with a serious demeanor, tenderly massaged her. His eyes remained fixed on her face, observing her subtle expressions to modify his technique, either intensifying or softening his touch. After attending to her head, he moved to her shoulders and neck, then proceeded to her arms, followed by her calves and thighs. His pressure was just right, and his movements gentle, as if he were handling a precious treasure. Once he completed a section, he would softly call out Yin Yan's name, guiding her to turn, raise her arms, and adjust her position. Yin felt as though she were a fish, delicately massaged and patted, only to be eventually placed into a warm oven for steaming and roasting. The warmth enveloped her, bringing immense comfort, relaxation, and sheer bliss. Li Changqing gently removed her facial mask, followed by the application of essence and skincare cream. His movements were careful, tender, and meticulous, not overlooking the eye cream and lip balm. Even her hands received his attentive care. Li Changqing wiped the moisture from her hands and, noticing the newly formed calluses, couldn't resist brushing his face against them. Just days prior, her hands had been smooth and delicate, yet now they bore the marks of her arduous battles against the zombies. These were the scars of her relentless struggle. Li Changqing skillfully retrieved hand cream from the vanity, generously applying a thick layer of nourishing cream to Yin Yan's hands. Listening to her soft breaths, it seemed she had drifted into slumber. He quietly gazed at her, his eyes moving inch by inch, filled only with compassion. During the massage, he had noticed how tense her muscles were, a testament to the hard work she had undertaken in his absence. She had grown into a strong tree while he was away. She had endured much, Meanwhile, after her afternoon rest, Xiaoyu discovered that the person guarding Zhongyu had transformed into Xiaoran. The captain mentioned that Yin, the boss, had yet to eat, so he had gone to the cafeteria to pack some meals for her. Did he visit Boss Yan's room? Indeed, he had 2 hours prior. Xiaoran's expression was one of incredulity, eliciting a playful punch from Xiaoyu. He had grown accustomed to his sister's contrasting nature. She appeared gentle, yet possessed an underlying streak of violence. 2 hours ago, yet he still has not emerged. Xiaoyu's face was a canvas of curiosity, fixating on Xiaoran. Eating takes time, not to mention chatting. After all, they hadn't seen each other in quite a while. Xiaoran, puzzled, found nothing particularly strange about it. Based on his understanding of Captain Li, he was a gentleman, a paragon of virtue. He had conversed with Xia Tian multiple times, who held Captain Li in high regard. Captain Li was indeed an honorable man, albeit not loquacious, and he treated women with utmost respect. Your expression suggests a rather sordid imagination. Xiaoyu evidently disbelieved him, asserting that they were all adults, and that was her preferred ship. Quickly banish those impure thoughts. Have you finished your book? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. TSK, 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 it's clear you've never been in love. Hey, why the personal attack? Passers-by had grown accustomed to their banter, finding it unremarkable. As long as the two siblings weren't at odds, it was all in good fun. Xiaoyu occasionally glanced at Zhongyu, but her attention was predominantly directed toward Yin Yan's room. Speaking of which, she has yet to visit Boss Yan's room. The only occasion she knocked on the door was just moments ago. The appearance of Boss Yan's room went unnoticed by her. At that moment, her attention was entirely captivated by the individual before her, with a minor portion of her focus also directed towards Captain Li and Boss Yan's reactions. It remained uncertain when this person in front of her had awakened. Chapter 71. Afternoon tea. The room was dimly lit, and upon awakening from her slumber, Yin Yin felt remarkably refreshed, though she did experience a slight hunger. As she turned her head, she noticed that there was someone lying beside her. Yin Yin instinctively reached out to touch, only to find the other party clad in nothing, her fingers meeting a taut muscle. Host. The system was continuously reflecting on its mistakes. What time is it? As Yin Yin was about to lift the blanket, Li Chongqing awoke. What would you like to eat? He inquired, clearing his throat as he sat up. Is there anything you desire? Yin had just awoken, although hunger gnawed at him. He was uncertain of what to eat. Li Chongqing reached out and gently ruffled Yin Yan's hair. Why don't you open a blind box while I prepare something? He suggested. Li Chongqing then lifted the covers, got out of bed, casually dressed, and slipped on his slippers before stepping out the door. Yin, belatedly realizing, was he not wearing any clothes? As dusk enveloped the sky, there remained inactive TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiaoyu stood beside Zhongyu, pondering the door of Yan's dormitory with a sense of wonder. Xiaoran had already chosen to give up, for it was futile to reason with this girl. Yet, one must admit, she could certainly sleep. It was astonishing that she had not yet awakened. How many trials had she endured on this journey? As the day faded, one could not help but wonder if she would end up sleeping on the sofa tonight. Zhongyu, who had been mentioned, was not asleep. He was merely feigning slumber. Half an hour prior, he had been roused by the sound of their quarrel. Lying motionless on the sofa with his eyes closed, he sought to gauge his current predicament through their conversation. Presently, he had formed a rough assessment of his situation. First, he had not gone astray. He had indeed arrived at the place where Yin Yin resided. Second, from the girl's description, it appeared that Yin Yin shared a close relationship with someone surnamed Li, and they were currently together. Third, he found himself on the living room sofa, amidst a considerable flow of people, occasionally hearing greetings exchanged. How's Boss Yin doing, Captain Li? Li Chongqing contemplated and then decided to venture to the cafeteria to procure some fresh food for Yin Yin, who had been sleeping for so long and was surely famished. However, Li Chongqing did not anticipate that just as he resolved to leave his room, he would encounter the Xia girl, her eyes sparkling as they fixed upon him. She had previously dozed off, but was now awake. Oh, by the way, what is good to eat at this hour? I want to get. I understand, Xiaoyu replied, glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, which read 1700 hours. Captain Li, you might want to ask Sister Zhao in the cafeteria. She is busy preparing something delicious. Sister Zhao? Li Chongqing quickly sifted through his memories and soon realized that the person she referred to must be Zhao Zhao, who had traveled with him and mistakenly thought he was a villain. He was surprised that Xiaoyu had become so familiar with her so quickly, even addressing her as sister. Thank you. By the way, is he still not awake? Li Chongqing glanced at the man on the sofa. Indeed, he is still asleep. The housekeeper checked and mentioned that 3 hours of sleep should suffice. But it's all right. We are here. Captain Li, you go ahead and attend to your matters. Boss Yan is still waiting. Li Chongqing nodded and headed toward the cafeteria. Zhao Zhao was showcasing her culinary skills in the kitchen. An aficionado of gastronomy, she had, just before the apocalypse, saved enough money to open a dessert shop. She had just washed and prepared some apples and was about to indulge when she chanced upon Xiao Ran, who was searching for food. After exchanging a few words, Zhao Zhao decided to let her take a plate of rabbit apples upstairs for the younger Xia sister to taste. At this moment, it was still too early for dinner. The kitchen was fully equipped, yet devoid of people. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Zhao felt a surge of enthusiasm and decisively entered the kitchen to craft some delightful pastries for herself. Zhao felt awkward calling her sister by that name, so she opted for her name instead. Zhao Zhao, what delectable treat are you preparing? As she stepped into the restaurant, an enticing aroma of freshly baked wheat enveloped her senses, soft and sweet, promising a delightful experience. Standing before the stove, Zhao Zhao wielded a wooden spoon in one hand while skillfully mixing the batter with the other. Once the mixture was well prepared, she set it aside to rest. With practiced ease, she retrieved a bundle of oil-absorbent paper from the overhead cabinet, carefully placing a sheet onto the baking tray before pouring the batter into it. Ensuring that the batter covered the tray completely, Zhao Zhao gently shook the tray a couple of times. Subsequently, she placed it into the oven, adjusting the temperature and timer, and busied herself with other tasks. Under the heat, the spread of white batter slowly expanded and transformed into a golden yellow rectangular form. The edges of the bread became crisp, exuding an alluring fragrance that wafted towards Li Chongqing. Hearing movements behind her, Zhao Zhao remained focused, slicing strawberries into small pieces in preparation for her homemade stir-fried yogurt. Just wait, you'll soon discover what a delicious treat this is, she said. The entire kitchen was infused with a sweet aroma that made one's mouth water. Zhao Zhao's movements were fluid and graceful, resembling a captivating performance. As the final dessert emerged from the oven, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and exited the kitchen. Carrying a large platter, the steaming golden brown bread was cut into small square pieces, arranged in the center of a wooden round platter. The small cubes of bread, with their crisp golden edges, were hollowed out. Surrounding them were heart-shaped strawberries, split in half, and adorned with mint leaves for decoration. The hollowed white centers were cut into neat cubes, stacked high, brimming with potential. Would you like a try? Zhao Zhao had prepared enough for 4 servings. Li Chongqing took the platter and placed it on the table, picking up a portion. As he pierced a piece with his knife and fork, he was astonished by the delightful flavors. The freshly baked bread, exuding warmth and the essence of wheat, was soft and inviting. Nestled within were scoops of ice cream, cool and sweet, creating a juxtaposition of temperatures in his mouth. The contrasting sensations of warmth and chill delighted his palate. The sweetness of the ice cream tempered the heat of the bread. With each bite, he also detected the taste of the diced strawberries and cranberries, subtly sweetened with a hint of honey, preventing any tartness. The golden brown crust encased soft white bread cubes, filled with chilled, pale pink ice cream yogurt. Upon closer inspection, the yogurt cubes were adorned with red cream strawberry pieces and cranberries, offering a gentle sweetness complemented by the honey. Zhao Zhao had thoughtfully prepared a beverage to accompany the dish, steaming black sugar milk. Chapter 72. Doubt. After witnessing Yin Yan's contentment from a hearty meal, Li Chongqing felt a sense of fulfillment as well. As for the packed lunch, it ultimately found its way into Zhong Yu's stomach. Originally intended to be served to Yin Yan, Li Chongqing was about to turn away to address his own lunch. Yin Yan stopped him and invited him to join in the pursuit of culinary delights. Yin Yan was unaware of the lunch arrangements. Observing Li Chongqing bustling about, she recalled his previous efforts and felt that sharing this meal together was only fitting. Yin Yan noticed that Li Chongqing was still tidying up and took the initiative to slip on his slippers to open the door. The Xia siblings were in the dining room, savoring desserts and praising Zhao Zhao's culinary skills. Zhao Zhao, in turn, was delighted and encouraged them to take their time. Once the surroundings fell silent, Zhongyu cautiously squinted to observe, finding no one around. He took a few deep breaths, contemplating that he was about to meet his objective and wished to present himself in a refined manner. However, given the current circumstances, making a grand entrance would only arouse suspicion among the onlookers. Clearing his throat, he knocked on the door. "What's going on?" As Yin opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of the previously slumbering beauty standing before her. The sudden onslaught of such striking beauty nearly caused her heart to falter. In terms of allure, she had never encountered a more formidable visage than this. Had it been before the apocalypse, this individual could have effortlessly navigated the entertainment industry, wielding that captivating face as her shield. "Hello, you are the one who saved me, right? Thank you." Yet, she does not photograph well. This person truly lacks photogenic qualities. Zhongyu was mentally prepared. In his eyes, this girl ought to possess a delicate charm. The men she had encountered, he presumed, could not possibly compare to his own exceptional qualities. His own face bore significant impact, as this was indeed a society that prized beauty. However, the moment Yin opened the door and their gazes locked, his initial reaction was one of surprise. Hearing the man's voice at the door, Li Chongqing immediately set down his belongings and moved to stand behind Yin, staking his claim. Zhongyu observed as an individual, strikingly different from him, yet equally remarkable in appearance, approached upon hearing the sound and positioned themselves behind Yin. It is indeed a fact that Yin does not photograph well. However, the impact her appearance has had on Zhongyu is entirely attributable to the numerous enhancements she has received with the assistance of the system since her rebirth. A fair complexion can conceal many imperfections. Despite Yin arduous journey through storms and rain, her skin, once sun-kissed, has gradually become fairer due to her diligent efforts to protect against the zombie virus. Her features are classically proportioned, embodying an aesthetic that is pleasing to the eye. Coupled with the grace acquired through rigorous exercise, along with a structured routine and a balanced diet, she has undoubtedly transformed into a more attractive version of herself compared to her pre-apocalyptic days. The primary change lies in her aura. With an improved mindset and enhanced charisma, she radiates a captivating brilliance. "You are awake. Is there something you need?" Li Chongqing spoke naturally, casually resting his hand on Yin's shoulder. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was fixed on Zhongyu, clearly serving as a warning. He harbored an aversion towards this individual, particularly disapproving of the way Zhongyu scrutinized Yin, as if she were merely a commodity. Yin turned her head, gazing at Li Chongqing with a hint of confusion. "Master, he has always been rather ostentatious. You simply failed to notice it before." Though unaccustomed to the sudden weight upon her, Yin did not struggle. She merely adjusted her posture slightly for greater comfort. "Look at me," Zhongyu said, an apologetic smile gracing his face. "I would like to inquire how I might remain here." "You ought to genuinely feel apologetic," she replied. "Oh, it's simple. Just go to the front desk and register with the intelligent butler." Yin spoke with brisk clarity. "We have matters to attend to." In Zhongyu's presence, he naturally and casually rested his chin on Yin's head, rubbing against her. "Apologies for the disturbance." "Not at all," she retorted. "Thank you. Whether for saving me or for now, there will be ample time to cultivate goodwill." The two watched as Zhongyu departed. He appeared disheveled, yet was not truly so. His hair seemed meticulously styled, evidently just dyed, in a post-apocalyptic world who still finds leisure to indulge in such vanity, unless he is free from want. With a decent quality of life, his clothing bore no inner tags, yet the fabric was of good quality, and both cuffs and collar remained pristine. Garments devoid of labels, yet of fine material, are typically custom-made. If he had genuinely suffered through hardship to escape, he should not be so clean in the areas most prone to perspiration. At the very least, those spots, typically stained by sweat, should exhibit some discoloration. His shoes, though somewhat soiled on the surface, had clean edges without any signs of wear. The edges are usually the most susceptible to dirt, After such a prolonged apocalypse, how could he maintain such cleanliness? If he truly had journeyed a long distance, there should be considerable wear on the edges. Unlike her previous pair, which had become disgracefully dirty, mixed with remnants of zombies, currently soaking in the wash basin, uncertain if they would ever be clean again. This individual, upon regaining consciousness, did not immediately inquire about sustenance or shelter. He displayed no wariness or caution, but rather seized the opportunity when alone to express his gratitude. Such a person is either well-prepared or, indeed, well-prepared. One who genuinely lacks defenses could not have arrived here unscathed, even with formidable abilities. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is the human heart. He even offered her a fortuitous chance for a heroic rescue. This person was remarkably handsome, fitting her ideal type perfectly. She felt a genuine flutter. How often does one's ideal partner descend from the heavens, seemingly harboring an affinity for oneself? How many could immediately refuse or feel guarded? Had it not been for Li Changqing's sudden interjection and approach, she might have. Host, this cannot be entirely blamed on you. The 36 stratagems. The beauty stratagem. Moreover, he has employed his supernatural abilities against you. The system's words struck Yin Yin like thunder on a clear day, leaving her stunned. That individual had used his powers against her? What audacity! No, that only deepens the mystery. Is this truly his ability? Upon closing the door, the smiles of Yin Yin and Li Changqing vanished instantly. You find him suspicious as well, do you not? Li Changqing seized on the essence of Yin Yan's words, confirming her rational analysis rather than being swayed by allure. Ayan, I have come not only for myself, but also on behalf of others from the base who care for you. Li Changqing shared his deductions formed during the journey with Yin Yin, though uncertainty lingered regarding whether he was among them. Chapter 73. The reusable lunch, how delightful. You are awake, Xiaoyu exclaimed, holding Zhao Zhao's hand as they approached. Thank you. Zhong Yu recognized them and responded with a hearty smile. No need for thanks. You haven't checked in yet, have you? Allow me to assist you. Xiaoyu released Zhao Zhao's hand and winked at her. In the next moment, she enthusiastically tugged Zhong Yu's sleeve, leading him towards the front desk. Is that my sister? Xiao Ran queried, casting a puzzled glance at Zhao Zhao. You are not mistaken. After finishing dessert, Xiao Ran had gone to tidy up, leaving Xiaoyu and Zhao Zhao to chat. Through their conversation, Zhao Zhao learned an intriguing little secret about Xiaoyu. She had checked into the apartment ahead of their group, and, aside from an initial flurry of activity, she had found herself rather idle afterward. She lamented that it would be splendid if a man appeared to help pass the time. This remark struck Zhao Zhao as particularly novel. During times of boredom, one truly wishes for a companion to share moments with. What kind of man do you seek? Certainly, someone amusing, with a touch of contrast, and most importantly, he must be handsome. Zhao Zhao recalled the man who had previously collapsed on the ground. She could not deny that he was indeed quite attractive. Why is that? Wouldn't you feel a sense of insecurity around someone so good-looking? Attractive individuals, regardless of gender, are often surrounded by admirers. However, they're also subjected to temptations far more than the average person. Zhao Zhao thought of the celebrities before the apocalypse, recalling the chaotic environment of the entertainment industry. Well, dear sister with a handsome face, one might as well enjoy a few extra bowls of rice. Xiaoyu lightly patted Zhao Zhao's shoulder. Moreover, in this day and age, casual encounters are quite commonplace. We should focus on savoring the present rather than being entangled in notions of permanence. As long as you find happiness in it. Zhao Zhao felt her worldview shaken. Though she did not fully grasp the concept of such fleeting romances, she was willing to respect it. What are you two discussing? Xiao Ran approached after finishing her tidying. Noticing Zhao Zhao's astonished expression. Oh, nothing. It concerns the individual mentioned earlier. One cannot ascertain whether he has regained consciousness. Xiaoyu, with a light-hearted laugh, deftly shifted the topic. The duo's perspectives on relationships represented a clash between conservatism and progressivism. After all, Xiao Ran had previously broached the subject of emotional attitudes during private moments with his sister. In his view, while Boss Yin and Captain Li have not explicitly defined their relationship, their intimate interactions are, in fact, quite precarious for Boss Yin. Naturally, As an outsider, he cannot intervene. However, were the girl his own sister, he would not only intervene, but would also ensure that the young man received a stern admonition. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Ran fervently shared his views with Xia Yu, emphasizing the importance of self-respect and self-love for young women. A man who is reluctant to clarify the relationship, enjoying ambiguity without taking responsibility, is utterly undesirable. Although he was previously unaware of Xia Yu's familial connection, he now recognizes it. Should any young man engage in such behavior with Xia Yu, regardless of who shirks responsibility, he would not hesitate to break the boy's legs. Have you ever killed zombies? In response to Xia Yu's smiling inquiry, Zhong Yu was not dismissive. He took a moment to thoughtfully reflect before responding. He had indeed dispatched a few on his way here. He always exhibited a greater measure of patience and gentleness towards girls, even when interrupted mid-task. This was a habit cultivated over time. Not to mention, facing an aloof girl, he was reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm. Perhaps he could glean more information from her words, just as he had when feigning sleep previously. As Zhong Yu filled out the information, he silently marveled at the environment and its configuration. Why were these details not noted on the forms before? Xia Yu observed the speed with which he completed the information, unable to resist peering over to catch a glimpse of his name. Zhong Yu, with the character for wealth. Remarkably, it bore a resemblance to her own pronunciation, both sharing the sound U. After Li Changqing finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to Yin Yan. Their proximity was intimate, and with an innocent blink, Yin Yan crouched down. Askuping Li Shangqing's Ansirklamin. Are you reporting every little detail? She teased. What? Li Changqing's thoughts lingered on the base. How would you describe our relationship? Between us? How do you wish for me to explain it? Li Changqing stood face to face with her, realizing the implications of her words, and took a couple of steps forward. In response to her question, he countered, You've certainly learned to be mischievous. Yin Yin possessed a modicum of curiosity, yet it was not abundant. Upon witnessing Li Changqing's demeanor, which suggested he intended to tantalize her sense of intrigue, she resolutely turned away and chose to depart. Li Changqing let out a resigned sigh and followed in pursuit. He had initially hoped to probe Yin Yan's thoughts further, but his plan had backfired. Aren't you even the slightest bit curious? He called after her, attempting to salvage the situation. Not at all. Curiosity killed the cat, she retorted. Yin Yin turned her back to him, waved her hand, and stepped into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Li Changqing touched his nose, which had nearly been smashed. Then I shall wait for you outside, he remarked, as if he possessed the prowess to enter. Yin Yin, though somewhat begrudging, did not allow herself a moment's respite. Instead, she swiftly attended to her personal grooming. After washing up and changing her attire, she decided to forego the elaborate styling of her hair and makeup. Meanwhile, Li Changqing retrieved his now-cold lunch and placed it in the microwave to reheat. It seemed that the individual from earlier had just awakened without having eaten, making it fortuitous to salvage the meal. Wastefulness was not a virtue he endorsed. Had it been anyone else, he would have never considered offering the lunch. However, with that particular individual, he felt entirely justified and bore no guilt. Rather, he regarded it as a stroke of good fortune for the young man. With a beep, the meal was heated. I will step out for a moment. He knocked on the door to inform Yin Yin, then carried the steaming food outside. Have you eaten? If not, I can take you to. Xia Yu glanced at Zhong Yu, who was finishing up his information, then cast a look at the electronic clock nearby. Hey, brother, have you not had a meal yet? I just so happen to have a portion prepared specifically for you. As Li Changqing emerged, he spotted Xia Yu conversing with a man at the front desk, while a smart assistant discreetly monitored the man's every move, still harboring doubts about this enigmatic figure. It's Captain Li, Xia Yu introduced briefly, then enthusiastically waved to Li Changqing. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, Li Changqing acknowledged he was indeed a bit hungry. After all, they were in a public space, and he had no fear of any shenanigans from the other. Perfect timing, as I have tea eaten. Thank you. Not at all, he replied courteously. Chapter 74, Brother, you've crossed me. As Yin Yin emerged after organizing everything, he spotted Xia Yu and Li Changqing comfortably seated on the sofa. At the center of their gathering, the man who had expressed his gratitude earlier was indulging in his meal with great gusto. It was evident that he was quite famished, devouring his food with a speed reminiscent of a whirlwind. Xiaoyu was the first to notice Yin Yan's gaze. She looked up and waved enthusiastically at him. "You've arrived." Her voice was bright and filled with joy. "Mr. Yin, this is Zhongyu. We just completed the check-in procedures, and Captain Li brought him some food." Yin Yin gazed at Li Chongqing, perplexed. At this hour, there are still steaming dishes? How is it that just moments ago, she was served only desserts and milk? Yin Yin refrained from disclosing the matter. Yet Li Chongqing exhibited a hint of guilt akin to that of a thief. Our paths crossed once more. Zhongyu set down his utensils and wiped the grease from his mouth with a napkin before turning to Yin Yin with a smile. "Ah." Xiaoyu let out a small gasp. In her recollection, when Yin Yin encountered Zhongyu, he had already lost consciousness. "Indeed, we meet again. In the future, our encounters will multiply." Li Chongqing effortlessly draped his hand over Zhongyu's shoulder. Zhongyu attempted to extricate himself, but Li Chongqing, with a radiant smile, discreetly increased his grip. He subtly restrained Zhongyu's arm, preventing him from reaching out. Does his elder brother realize what he is doing? The character has become inconsistent. It was not only Yin Yin who was taken aback by Li Chongqing's actions. Xiaoyu had sensed that Captain Li was behaving unusually since earlier. When had Captain Li ever been so cordial toward strangers? First delivering meals, then engaging in such familiar gestures? Xiaoyu posed a question to Yin Yin, who was equally perplexed. Zhongyu was genuinely surprised that this man would take such liberties. He had intended to greet Yin Yin with a handshake. After all, one could discern the traces of training through the touch of another's hand. "Brother, we're not that familiar yet, are we?" Zhongyu turned to Li Chongqing, his smile appearing somewhat forced. He did not oppose physical contact, but that did not imply a willingness to engage in such intimate gestures with an unfamiliar male. "Look at you, already calling me brother, yet claiming we are not close. How mischievous. Chongqing, you have changed for the worse." Yin Yin could not comprehend the reason behind Li Chongqing's character collapse. However, in light of their previous discussions, it became evident that Li Chongqing's actions had inadvertently severed the possibility of physical contact between Zhongyu and herself. She had indeed noticed the other party's gesture, a desire to extend a hand, upon concluding their greetings. Zhongyu was momentarily taken aback by the remark. "Well, what year were you born? What if I'm older than you? With a girl present, I cannot engage in direct confrontation with you." "Cough, that's not the case. Upon our first meeting, who wouldn't he say that I am a tad older than you?" As Li Chongqing concluded her words, she cast a playful glance at Yin Yin. "Wouldn't you agree?" Yin Yin? When Yin Yin was called out by him, her hair nearly stood on end. Wait, did she just hear something? Yin Yin? Xiaoyu was thoroughly entertained. The couple she had been shipping was indeed real. Look, the main character has declared her sovereignty. It would be wise to bring her brother out to witness this. It's just that they haven't made an official announcement yet. Yin Yin? So your name is Yin Yin. Such a lovely name. I am Zhongyu. Our names together truly signify a connection. As the saying goes, in books, there exists beauty like that of jade. Yin Yin wore a perplexed expression. Beauty like jade felt quite awkward. Please refrain. Li Chongqing immediately released her arm and instead reached out to guide Zhongyu's head towards himself. Once he ensured they were facing each other, his expression turned serious and his tone grave. Little brother, it is inappropriate for you to call her Yin Yin. You are my brother, and she is my cherished one. It is more fitting for you to refer to her as sister-in-law. Do you understand? Come, let me teach you. Sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself, laughing so hard that she bent over, her laughter echoing throughout the hall. Yin Yin covered her face, unable to bear the sight, and turned to stride out the door. She sought to slay a few zombies to regain her composure. She hoped that once the zombies were dispatched, Li Chongqing would return to his normal self. Zhongyu caught a glimpse of his target disappearing from view, causing his composure to shatter. He reminded himself to remain calm, yet the tension within his mind felt as if it were about to snap. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing's voice echoed in his ear like a devil's whisper. Don't look. Your sister-in-law is embarrassed. I've tolerated you for long enough. Who gave you permission to call me that? Brother, sister-in-law, who do you think you are? Zhongyu abruptly rose to his feet, only to belatedly realize the implications of his actions. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, discovering that only the three of them remained in the hall. Yin stepped out of the apartment door. Xiaoyu was taken aback, frozen in place, her large eyes gazing at him with glistening tears of laughter. She had not anticipated such a reaction from Zhongyu, and her laughter was interrupted by an untimely hiccup. As their gazes locked, Zhongyu employed his abilities on her. Xiaoyu lowered her head, falling silent. Li Chongqing noticed Xiaoyu's unusual demeanor and looked up at Zhongyu, thinking to himself that now that everyone had left, there was no need for pretense. They had met before. He must have recognized it by now. From the very beginning, Zhongyu sensed something was amiss. More precisely, he recognized Li Chongqing. Naturally, Li Chongqing was also familiar with him. The base had sent him to lure Yin away, ostensibly to compete with Li Chongqing for her. But in reality, there were likely ulterior motives at play. He was merely an appetizer. His dear brother had gone to great lengths to secure his freedom. Li Chongqing did not recognize Zhongyu. In Zhongyu's memory, they had indeed crossed paths, but that was before the apocalypse, and it had only been a fleeting encounter. Li Chongqing could not recall him, but since Zhongyu claimed to know him, he had no reason to dismiss the information. Well then, compared to the greasy demeanor you exhibited earlier, this version of you appears to be the genuine article. There must have been quite a bit of interaction between you and her. The equipment and facilities, as well as the data in the base, are unrecorded. You are quite self-serving. Zhongyu was unperturbed by his opponent's silence. Please continue. Li Chongqing was frantically sifting through the personnel information of the base in his mind. The information he reported was classified, and only a select few were privy to it. If the person before him spoke of documents, they were likely hard copies, which would have originated from the upper echelons. Those who met the criteria to know such information and would send someone out were likely rivals of his superiors. This person was probably associated with the Zhong family. Within the Zhong family, only two young individuals possessed the ability to awaken powers, particularly of the psychic variety. One managed the base S information, while the other was imprisoned. The one who managed the base S data was said to be quite low-key and mild-mannered, whereas the individual before him. What more can I say? To be honest, I am simply striving for freedom. Of course, I had no intention of taking what belongs to another, but, dear brother, you have provoked me. Chapter 75. A temporary rescue. Yin exited the apartment and wandered aimlessly along the open space. After circumventing the bamboo grove, she arrived at a straight thoroughfare lined with majestic trees, their roots blanketed by a golden carpet of ginkgo leaves. Autumn had arrived. As she tread upon the fallen foliage, her gaze drifted into the distance, noting that the quaint shops along the street had all shuttered their doors. In this vast world, she found herself utterly alone. The zombies that once roamed nearby had been thoroughly eradicated. Though she possessed considerable strength, there was no one upon whom to impose her might. Host, there's a temporary mission. Will you accept? Just as weariness began to envelop her, the system presented an opportunity, and upon hearing its inquiry, she felt a sudden surge of vitality. Accepted. Send me the coordinates. Snowgun, we have work to do. Yin took the snow gun out of the warehouse, and the white cat shook its fur, sleek and glossy, appearing to have been well cared for. Yin turned over and grasped the fur near the neck of the snow gun, and without needing to shout, the snow gun sprang forth with agility. The task coordinates were situated near a gas station 10 kilometers away, where the target was currently besieged by a horde of zombies. Master, here are the detailed particulars of that individual for your perusal. Wow, this lady possesses some impressive qualities. The target was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her long hair was tied up in a ponytail, with sleek black braids cascading down. Her bright eyes sparkled with a cold elegance, suggesting she was of a similar age as Yin. Clad in a pristine white training outfit adorned with embroidered green bamboo and golden threads. Her figure appeared poised, and her movements were both swift and graceful. In her right hand, she wielded a long spear that gleamed with a chilling light, resembling a sword that pierced through the darkness. Unfazed by the relentless onslaught of zombies, she embodied a harmonious unity of mind and body, skillfully wielding her spear. One by one, the zombies, pierced through the throat, collapsed to the ground, yet she paid them no heed, single-handedly obliterating the mindless horde with unwavering resolve. Her serene visage and steadfast gaze made her resemble a war goddess standing resolutely on the battlefield. Her merciless approach towards the zombies was solely to protect those inside the vehicle. Indeed, she stood before a private car, exuding an aura that suggested she would not yield unless she fell, preventing the zombies from advancing. In the footage transmitted by the system, Yin clearly observed that within the car, there was an injured woman and a slumbering large dog. Master, our target is the owner of that dog. The dog has already mutated, but it has yet to awaken. Snow Gun, let us proceed. As Lu Zhu was fiercely engaged in combat, he suddenly heard shouts from the distance. A large cat, exuding an imposing aura, charged forth and deftly swatted down the approaching zombies with a single paw. With a sickening thud, the zombie succumbed, its head flying off and rolling on the ground. Be careful, the warning rang out, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of gunfire. It was Yin, brandishing a Gatling gun, beginning to physically exorcise the zombies from afar. Her figure was agile, her gaze piercing. With each pull of the trigger, zombies were torn apart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yin, wielding a Gatling gun, stood before the swift Snow Gun, resembling a deity of war descending from the heavens. As he and his feline companion dispatched the encroaching zombies with relentless precision. Mind your own business, Lu Zhu remarked, though his vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, betraying the tremor in his gun-wielding hand. Yin was oblivious to her own murmurs, her entire focus fixated on the zombie looming before her. Accompanied by her piercing shouts and the thunderous roar of the Gatling gun, the very ground seemed to tremble beneath the cacophony. Under Yin-Yan's relentless barrage, the horde of zombies disintegrated in an instant, scattering in all directions. Despite the assurance of safety, Lu Zhu wore no smile. Her expression remained vigilant and guarded. Casting a sidelong glance at the occupants of the vehicle and the dog, she brandished her gun in a standoff with the Snow Gun, while simultaneously tossing two items from the back of the car over. With a splash, they landed. Yin focused her gaze and saw two buckets of instant noodles. This was a token of gratitude. She took them and prepared to leave swiftly. The dismissal was executed with a refreshing decisiveness. Yin muttered under her breath, but did not bend down to retrieve them. What? Is it insufficient? Lu Zhu bit her lip and inquired coldly. Do not misunderstand. Yin felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet upon receiving information from the system, she began to comprehend the other's guarded demeanor. Lu Zhu, wielding a gun, had awakened her ice-based abilities and opted to transform her power into a weapon. This decision stemmed from the relatively low level of her newly acquired abilities, which allowed her to create only limited amounts of ice. Thus, she fashioned it into a weapon, complementing it with the traditional martial arts she had practiced since childhood. The woman injured in the car, behind her, was her childhood friend and girlfriend, Feng Shui. They were originally from Base C, but after turmoil erupted there. Feng Shui sustained a stab wound to her abdomen while bravely protecting Lu Zhu from malevolent individuals within the base. She had endured thus far solely through sheer will and the occasional ice blocks provided by Lu Zhu. According to the system, Feng Shui had a cousin who was a crucial figure, indeed, the owner of this dog. To uncover the whereabouts of that cousin, Feng Shui needed to be saved. However, earning Lu Zhu's trust was paramount to achieving that goal. The current situation was tense, yet it was critical that Feng Shui's deteriorating condition did not worsen. If Feng Shui were to be placed on the bus, at the very least, her situation could be temporarily stabilized. Sister, hurry and go. Feng Shui's consciousness was fading as she burned with fever. Hearing her incoherent murmurs, Lu Zhu felt her heart ache like a knife, but at present, they were obstructed by unfamiliar individuals who were not there for food. First, administer this to her. Yin flipped her right wrist. Observing her movement, Lu Zhu swiftly turned her own wrist, aiming the ice gun directly at Yin, prompting the Snow Gun to lower its head in a muted warning. Snow Gun, Yin called, and reluctantly, the Snow Gun approached her, retrieving the items she had purchased from the system's marketplace. The large cat dropped the items in front of Lu Zhu's gun, and upon inspection, Lu Zhu found hydrogen peroxide, Yunnan Baiyao, gauze, and bandages within. Though she felt a surge of joy, her confusion deepened, and she remained on guard. You should treat her wound first. Lu Zhu glanced at the woman, turned away from her, listening to Feng Shui's unconscious murmurs, ultimately allowing her emotions to outweigh her rationality. She placed the ice gun against the side of the vehicle, picked up the medical supplies, quickly checked the production dates and expiration dates, then unscrewed the cap of the hydrogen peroxide bottle to wash Feng Shui's wound. "Ah Shui, bear with me. I will clean your wound and then apply the medicine," Lu Zhu whispered softly, carefully pulling back the fabric near Feng Shui's injury. The hydrogen peroxide poured forth, washing away the surface blood. She hastened her efforts, sprinkling Yunnan Bai Yao on the wound to staunch the bleeding, then applied a layer of gauze, securing it with bandages. Chapter 76. You hold the girl. I slay the zombies. They truly are a pair. Yin Yin was quite taken aback. After all, in the environment she had inhabited before the end of days, she was aware of such couples, but had never encountered them in person. Indeed, it has been many years, the system remarked, showing no signs of fatigue as it discussed the situation. The snow gun felt rather bored, yet was unbothered, for it had now been assigned the task of cleansing the zombie crystal cores. "Thank you," Lu Zhu expressed her gratitude, prompting Yin Yin to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "May I turn around now?" "Yes," Lu Zhu replied, her gaze soft as she looked at Feng Shui. After administering the medication, she gently pressed the back of her hand against Feng Shui's forehead, relieved to find that her temperature was no longer excessively high. Yin Yin turned around and beheld a coolly composed woman, one arm cradling an injured individual while the other hovered perilously close to a firearm. "Rest assured, if I were a villain, would I extend my assistance?" The individual exhibited an excessive degree of caution. "Pray tell, what is it that you wish for us to do?" Initially, she could rationalize the other party's actions in eliminating the zombies as mere coincidence, yet the emergence of medicinal supplies unmistakably signified premeditation. "Lu Zhu, it is commendable that you maintain a sense of vigilance. However, in your current state, are you truly seeking to negotiate with me? Or is it?" Lu Zhu was taken aback. How did she know her name? Could it be that she was also dispatched by that formidable faction, offering a date while preparing to deliver a slap? Before Yin Yin could finish speaking, distant howls and roars reached their ears from afar, unmistakably signaling the gathering of a multitude of zombies. "Master, the undead are approaching once more. Is this never-ending? They are coming for us. You may leave." Lu Zhu glanced at the slumbering Feng Shui in her arms, her gaze filled with affection and tenderness. She was already prepared. "Are they trying to thwart my plans?" Yin Yin, upon hearing Lu Zhu's words, had no intention of leaving. She and the system had jointly assessed that the current situation was not as dire as it might seem. After all, the zombies could not approach Yin Yin. In their presence, they were destined to be struck and defeated. According to Lu Zhu, this group of zombies was likely orchestrated by human hands. In such circumstances, as long as the opposing side felt enough pain, the crisis could naturally be resolved. After all, pursuing someone also entails considering the costs, does it not? However, the challenge of this plan lay in Lu Zhu's level of trust in her. Yin Yin could discern that this individual was exceptionally guarded, far more so than Li Changqing had been upon their first meeting. She wondered what experiences Lu Zhu and Feng Shui had faced to lead them to this point. "Have your wife and dog get on the bus." Lu Zhu looked up to see a large bus descending from the sky. Yin Yin opened the door and turned to call out to her. "No need." Feng Shui's injury was a result of encountering such individuals. When Feng Shui was still lucid, Lu Zhu had promised her, if they could not escape together, then they would perish together. When the system conveyed this matter to Yin Yin, she had already prepared herself for the difficulty of persuading this person. Yet, when faced with rejection, a slight pang of hurt still resonated within her. "Host, are you all right?" "Not well. I'm preparing to slay a few more zombies to vent my frustration. Since you insist on staying here, then take good care of your wife. The injured should not be on the front lines. She needs your support." Yin changed her mind. She decided to have the bus go to the base to pick up people. Isn't it just a matter of gathering support? Who is afraid of whom? Yin purchased paper and pen from a mall to jot down notes, then confidently placed them in the most conspicuous spot in the vehicle. "When we arrive at the base, honk the horn at the entrance until someone boards," she instructed. "You cannot possibly fend off so many zombies alone." Lu Zhu's demeanor finally softened a bit. "Let us not dwell on that. Your lips are parched, be sure to moisturize them. Also, take this and heat it up to eat. Do not hastily decline my offer. We can discuss the trade once I have dealt with the zombies. And it is not without cost. Yin Yin completed his briefing with the system and then tossed a bucket of self-heating porridge, a bag of cotton swabs, and a bottle of mineral water to Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu accepted the food and water in silence. She had to concede that her companion was perceptive. Throughout their arduous journey, she and Feng Shui had indeed found no opportunity to hydrate or nourish themselves, as the relentless horde of zombies pursued them tirelessly, forcing her to fight alongside Feng Shui. It was only when Feng Shui could no longer endure that she collapsed. The large dog, who had escaped midway and was uninjured, had initially been a burden. Yet, upon Feng Shui's fall, it nestled closely against her, providing warmth with its body heat, leaving Lu Zhu with no choice but to accept the situation. The bus had already traveled a considerable distance while Yin Yin was speaking. Yin Yin instructed Shui Chang to hold their previous positions steadfastly, while she handed her Gatling gun to Lu Zhu. At the moment Lu Zhu received the weapon, a torrent of mixed emotions surged within her. Mere surprise could not encapsulate her feelings, for she was profoundly shaken, grappling with the intricate emotions that arose from this unexpected gesture of goodwill. The other party was fully aware of her persistent doubts and defenses, yet chose to extend an unreserved offer of trust. Regardless of whether it stemmed from genuine affection, the instant the lethal instrument was placed in her hands, Lu Zhu's heart wavered. Could she truly trust her? With that ambiguous thought lingering, Yin Yin donned her mask, seized the axe that had been resting at her waist, and charged toward the nearest zombie. Come forth, and let me grasp the essence of your undead warfare tactics. Is it not merely a war of attrition? After several rounds of training, Yin Yin was confident in her ability to withstand this horde of zombies. Yin Yin charged into the throng of corpses, swinging her axe decisively at the zombies before her. With a single, powerful blow, she felled one, scarcely withdrawing the weapon before delivering a second strike that brought another creature crashing to the ground. Shui Chang stood ready, steadfastly guarding the agreed-upon perimeter with Yin Yin, showing no mercy to any that dared to breach their defenses. Get back, you wretches! Yin Yin resembled a tempest, toppling zombies in her wake. The axe in her grasp danced with an impenetrable rhythm, sweeping horizontally and piercing vertically. Each strike was both precise and powerful. The assaults of the zombies were utterly ineffectual. They gnawed their teeth and emitted guttural sounds, yet they failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Yin Yin. Come on! Such actions would only serve to further incite her wrath. The zombies gradually closed in, encircling her with layers upon layers of relentless determination. Lu Zhu was not one to entirely relinquish responsibility to others. Following Yin Yan's instructions, she offered a sip of water to Feng Shui, moistening her lips. And while the self-heating porridge warmed, she brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage into the distance. To the left and right, the horde of zombies surrounded Yin Yin, collapsing like blossoms under the force of her fire. Her movements were akin to a graceful ballet, yet they bore the grim finality of death harvesting lives. Accompanied by the staccato of gunfire, the zombies fell one after another, unable to rise again. In that moment, Yin Yan's image in Lu Zhu's heart underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 77. The Rescue Arrives. Yin Yin paid no heed, or rather, was indifferent to Lu Zhu's thoughts. Her singular notion was straightforward. The individuals behind the zombies were cowardly. With the aid of medication, Feng Shui felt a semblance of relief. She bit her lip, her thirst somewhat alleviated. Suddenly, an alarming sound pierced the air. Xia Yu's voice rang out, instructing Xia Ran to separate the two. After reading the stark black and white text on the white paper in the girl's hands, the crowd exchanged glances. Li Changqing donned his coat and was the first to rush onto the bus. What happened? Zhao Zhao was at the counter exchanging points when she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Li Changqing led the charge, weapons at the ready, with the Xia siblings closely following. Zhong Yu borrowed an axe from Xia Yu and joined in haste. Although Zhao Zhao was unaware of the unfolding situation, she instinctively touched the dagger at her waist. She glanced at the few individuals swiftly exiting and promptly patted the butler's shoulder. The bus doors closed, and it departed from the apartment. What transpired? In the command room of Base C, a middle-aged man in a scarred suit opened the door to find a group seated in a sealed conference room. All eyes fixed on the images being transmitted on the screen, their expressions grave. Upon hearing the man's inquiry, the nearest crew cut, glasses wearer sighed heavily. A blonde woman in a cheap house stood and delivered a stack of freshly printed photographs. The scar man took them, glanced, and inhaled sharply. The first photograph depicted a short-haired girl in black, wielding dual axes, reminiscent of Chung Yao Jin, mercilessly cleaving zombies, causing them to wail and fall. The second photograph showed Lu Zhu, the little white mouse, with her ability gun transformed into a Gatling gun, its barrel coldly aimed at the encircling zombies surrounding the short-haired girl. The third image featured a large, mutated silver tabby cat guarding the space between the black-clad girl and Lu Zhu, swatting at the approaching zombies. With such a strike, the heads of any isolated zombies would likely not survive. Uncle Fong, what sort of companions have you assigned to the little white mouse? Noticing the man's smile fading into a grim expression, a young man seated opposite leaned back, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. The others exchanged uncertain glances, wondering if they had misjudged the situation. An elite woman in a white shirt removed her gold-rimmed glasses, reclining languidly in her gaming chair. Her gaze flicked to the gun in Lu Zhu's hands, her tone low and seemingly indifferent. The Gatling gun-esque bullets unleashed a torrent, causing zombies to fall in droves. After patting the small child resembling a little white mouse beside her, she jumped off the chair and approached Uncle Fong, standing on tiptoe with a beaming smile. And this big cat, so robust and fierce, after its mutation, it has grown large and strong. Before the zombies could even approach, they were dealt with. Noticing Uncle Fong was examining the third photograph, she seized the opportunity to add her commentary. Uncle Fong felt a throbbing headache, his mind buzzing. The girl in black seemed eerily familiar, stirring a sense of déjà vu within him. Moreover, the batch of two-legged sheep we released has perished. The experimental results are now indiscernible. As I sift through the remnants of memory, my gaze falls upon this man. A woman with golden hair and azure eyes reveals the last photograph. In the image, a man with azure-hued, wolf-like hair stands leisurely to one side, observing as a female zombie strangles an elderly man with panda eyes. His visage is astonishingly handsome. If only I could capture this young man. The woman's eyes glimmer with determination. What is the current situation? The man swiftly peruses a stack of photographs, then directs his attention to the large screen. There, he witnesses a man with a buzz cut in a white t-shirt descending from above, accompanied by 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. The golden-haired woman instantly recognizes that one of the men among them is indeed the azure-haired wolf-like figure from the photograph. All 4 are adorned with N95 masks and disposable goggles, medical protective gear hastily procured by Xiaoyu from the cabinet. The mask that Yin previously produced was not available for sale in the cabinet. However, it should suffice as a simple emergency precaution. Yin. Li Chongqing emerged from the vehicle and immediately spotted Yin, surrounded by zombies. Host, your reinforcements have arrived. Yinzheng fought with great vigor, and suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in her mind. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure not far away. It was the Xia siblings Li Chongqing and that suspicious man. Forgive her for not recalling the man's name. Noticing that Yin had spotted him, Li Chongqing smirked slightly, drawing an axe from his waist and charging forward. In an effort to earn Yan's favor, Zhongyu naturally followed suit. He surveyed the zombies beneath the vehicle, pinpointing a target before unleashing his abilities. The chosen zombie, facing away from him and pushing into the horde, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. With a fierce howl, the zombie broke from the ranks, instantly entering a frenzied state of tearing apart its comrades. Her actions incited considerable chaos within the horde. Unfazed, Zhongyu slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly approached the edge of the zombie mass, launching a mental attack on the surrounding undead. The nearby zombies, affected by his influence, transformed into werewolves, turning their blades upon their former allies. Yin felt a considerable reduction in her stress after Li Chongqing and the suspicious man joined their ranks. The Xia siblings, despite their lack of combat experience, were reluctant to remain mere spectators. Following the discussions held in the vehicle, the two of them boarded the bus and approached Lu Zhu. With a cold gaze directed at the bus, Lu Zhu recognized it as Yin Yan's belonging. Although she refrained from taking action, she aimed her firearm at the two individuals inside. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu instructed her brother to halt the bus. She then disembarked, carrying her acupuncture kit and student ID. Zhao Zhao, having activated her abilities, exited the bus as well, heading straight for the snow gun. The synergy between the girl and her feline companion was not unfamiliar, given their past partnership. During their time at the base, Xiaoyu's ability to bond with others was greatly attributed to her studies in traditional Chinese medicine. Upon arriving at the apartment, although they had not faced a zombie onslaught, they had encountered various minor mishaps along the way. Several girls were physically unwell and, upon reaching the base, could no longer endure, collapsing onto the sofa. Xiaoyu had resolved to pursue medicine since junior high, and after the college entrance examination, she enrolled in a traditional Chinese medicine university to draw closer to her lifelong dream. Her journey into medicine did not commence in her freshman year. Instead, she first delved into acupoints and acupuncture. By a stroke of fortune in high school, she had the opportunity to learn from a master. While she was incapable of prescribing medicine, she could alleviate pain through acupuncture. Let me take a look. This is my student ID. A healer's compassion was evident as, upon reading the note left by Yin Yin, she understood that someone was injured and the situation was dire. This was also the reason she insisted on bringing her acupuncture kit. Human acupoints are remarkably intricate. Although Yunnan Baiyao could stop bleeding, combining it with acupuncture should be more beneficial in controlling the condition. Lu Zhu accepted the ID, she tossed her way, and quickly glanced at it. Chapter 78. The retreat of the zombies. Lu Zhu cast a glance at Yin Yan's figure and chose to place her trust in Xiaoyu to handle the treatment. After receiving Lu Zhu's approval, Xiaoyu promptly began emergency acupuncture on Feng Shui. Subsequently, Lu Zhu called out to Xiao Ran, who was observing from the bus, prompting him to momentarily pause in surprise as he caught the weapon she tossed him. Lu Zhu joined the fray in eliminating the zombies, noting Zhao Zhao's waning strength. Take a break. We will alternate. Zhao Zhao nodded without hesitation and retreated. With no concerns on her mind, Lu Zhu transformed ice back into her powers. This time, she did not utilize the ice gun for martial prowess, but rather combined it with the snow gun to unleash her abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Zhu had long since recognized the snow gun's habits. Retaining its feline instincts, it savored tormenting its prey without rushing to deliver a fatal blow. Such a strategy posed no harm for a few targets. However, with the increasing number of zombies, this approach would not bode well for the snow gun in the long run. The snow gun bore no resentment towards the zombies being dispatched by its own hand. In the midst of the fierce collaboration with Zhao Zhao, he became acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Boss Yin, we meet again. As Li Changqing withdrew the axe from the zombie's skull, he heard Zhongyu's flirtatious voice addressing Yin Yin. Yin Yin feigned ignorance, while Li Changqing's lips curled upwards in delight. Zhongyu, however, was not disheartened. He realized that the other party was simply too engrossed in the slaughter of the zombies to notice him, and the excitement in his eyes became increasingly difficult to conceal. Host, that person has returned. As Yin Yin was engrossed in his battle, he heard the system's voice and cast a sidelong glance at a wolf's head tattoo. During their ride, Zhongyu refrained from engaging in their discussions, instead seizing the opportunity to adjust his appearance in the mirror. In his close-quarters combat with Li Changqing, he primarily shielded his body, preserving his handsome visage unscathed. However, his hairstyle and attire bore the brunt of the encounter, particularly his clothing, which bore the imprint of Li Changqing's kick. Unwilling to present himself in soiled garments, he rummaged through his bag in the vehicle for a change of clothes. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, aside from a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, he appeared remarkably composed, almost as if he were on a leisurely holiday. Indeed, this face is quite appealing. Whether intentional or not, the wide-open collar subtly revealed his well-defined muscles. Unlike the bulkiness resulting from Li Changqing's rigorous training, his physique was perfectly balanced, just enough to attract admiration from his male peers, yet not so much as to appear overly fragile. Clad in a green top, black trousers, and a white undershirt, he tied his hair into a small bun, exuding an air of elegant nonchalance. His bright eyes sparkled, and a smile danced at the corners of his lips as he regarded Yin Yin, as if savoring the intricate dance of combat in the arena. With his hands tucked in his pockets, a circle of zombies encircled him, fiercely battling his adversaries without mercy. Yin Yin gazed at the surrounding zombies, extracting their hearts, lungs, and eyeballs, engaging in a fierce battle with great fervor. With a tinge of envy, he remarked, "How splendid! It feels just like watching a play. Host, you too can partake." "Never mind. Each person has their fate. I am destined to toil." Yin admired Gu Xian, yet deep down, she relished the sensation of wielding a blade and an axe, as it bestowed upon her a profound sense of accomplishment akin to daily exercise that fortified her body. Yin, would you like to take a break?" Li Changqing inquired as he deliberately tore open a gap in the encirclement and approached Yin. Upon seeing her drenched back, he felt a pang of sympathy. Although the zombies could not approach her nor inflict harm, the toll on her stamina was undeniably real. "No need, there are only a few left." Yin sensed that the puppeteer behind the zombies had begun to relent before the arrival of Li Changqing and his companions. She felt an overwhelming desire to sprout multiple arms and legs in the face of the encroaching horde. However, as the number of fallen zombies increased, she could distinctly perceive a slowing in the reinforcements from the opposing side. Initially, they had surged forth in the thousands, akin to rivers converging. But now they approached in cautious clusters of 3 or 5, probing carefully. If this continued, the new batch would not emerge in time, and our zombies would be annihilated. Finally, the previously silent middle-aged woman could no longer contain herself. Her ability to command the zombies in a battle was her unique power, yet she felt an overwhelming fatigue as if her strength was being drained. As she spoke, the discussions abruptly ceased. Among them, no other individual possessed the ability to gather the zombies, and now that she had voiced her concerns, all eyes turned to Uncle Fong, the initiator and leader of this assembly. The escape route for the White Mouse had been his conjecture. The plan of releasing some while capturing others was also his design, meant to ensure Lu Zhu's compliance and to make Feng Shui willingly serve him. Unexpectedly, this unforeseen complication had arisen. Though his blunder was inconsequential, the losses incurred among the zombies were a significant detriment to the entire base. The middle-aged woman felt her heart ache. "Uncle Fong, if this continues, our base will be left with scarcely any living zombies. How can we proceed with the experiment?" "Uncle Fong, Sister Li is right," a young man remarked, squinting at the situation before closing his eyes once more. "We can seek another opportunity with the White Mouse, but if B City gets wind of this, we'll be in dire straits." "Uncle, perhaps we could let my friends have a go next time," a young boy suggested, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket, tearing open the wrapper, and chewing contentedly. The middle-aged man softened his stance, bending down to ruffle the hair of the boy named Tao Tao. Upon hearing this, Sister Li sighed in relief, and the blonde woman gracefully offered a tissue, which Sister Li gratefully accepted, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "You all keep watch. I will check on the situation over there," the middle-aged man declared before turning to leave. As his attendant shut the door behind him, the young man opened his eyes, sincerely remarking, "Our Uncle Fong truly has patience." Uncle Fong had not departed. He heard the young man's words through the door, grinding his teeth slightly before addressing his subordinate. "What of that person?" "Still the same. He claims he won't cooperate unless he sees Feng Shui," came the response. "Let us go take another look," Uncle Fong replied, knowing the answer without flinching. The sound of polished shoes echoed through the empty corridor, the dim yellow lights reminiscent of a street corner after sunset. The attendant led the way, while Uncle Fong remained silent, his mind consumed by the image of the short-haired woman in black. Where had he encountered her before? Chapter 79. He mentioned he had some ideas and then wrapped up. Yin tossed the tools to the system, clapped her hands, and turned to gaze in Lu Zhu's direction. Lu Zhu set down the gun, casting a gentle glance towards Feng Shui. While Xiaoyu was in the process of removing the needle, Xiao Ran retrieved a tissue from her bag, wiping the sweat from her sister's forehead. Li Changqing extracted a crystal core from the zombie's brain and cast a glance at Zhongyu. The latter, aware of the betrayal, manipulated the last batch of zombies guarding him to turn against one another. The zombies fell to the ground with thuds, and Zhongyu paid them no mind as he stepped towards Yin Yan. The system was assessing the battlefield, converting the number of zombies each individual had slain into points and depositing them into their accounts. Feeling bored, Yin Yan wandered around the abandoned gas station with Shuechong. The small supermarket was in disarray, with food and water completely cleared away. Boss Yin, Zhongyu approached Yin Yan with a friendly smile. Yin Yan found a spot and seated herself on the ground, her trousers and athletic shoes proving quite convenient. Beside her, the snow gun nestled into a small ball. Its eyes closed in slumber, while Yin Yan gently stroked its fur. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, lifting her gaze and casting a fleeting glance around. In order to facilitate their conversation, Zhongyu bent slightly, revealing his attractive collarbone in full view. "Indeed," he replied, noticing that Yin Yan was willing to engage with him. As he settled down beside her on the opposite side, "Miss Yin, would you mind having multiple boyfriends?" Yin Yan's hand halted, taken aback by the other's candidness. "Why such a sudden inquiry?" Yin Yan smiled faintly. Just then a gust of wind swept by, and Zhongyu casually tucked the strands of hair falling over his face behind his ear, revealing his profile to Yin Yan. "I must confess, I have developed feelings for you. Are you frightened by this revelation?" Yin remained silent, merely gazing at him. He had deliberately applied perfume, a subtle scent of sandalwood. One would have expected that, given his nature, it would be particularly sharp and unforgettable, leaving a profound impression. To one's surprise, the contrast was quite striking. Were they on a mission? Yin smiled gently, revealing a small dimple on her left cheek. I suppose that is one reason," Zhongyu readily admitted. "You are quite candid," Shuechong noted, feeling a weight near her ears that made her uncomfortable. She lightly shook her head and settled back down to sleep. "There's no helping it," Zhongyu said with an open-handed smile. "Boss Yin prefers straightforwardness. I am merely catering to your tastes." Upon hearing this, Yin couldn't help but laugh lightly, turning her head with a scoff. When she met the earnest gaze of those dark eyes, she could not deny the sincerity behind them. "Have you said such things to your sisters?" Perhaps Yin Yan's perspective was clouded. Had Li Chongqing uttered similar words, she might have believed in his genuine intent. However, with the person before her, she found it all too disingenuous. The persona of sincerity did not suit him. "Just you." Zhongyu perceived the mockery hidden in her eyes, yet it mattered little, so long as he remained steadfast in denial. After all, Yin was blissfully unaware of his past. As long as he maintained his narrative, no one would pry for the truth, leaving her little choice but to trust him. "She? What were we discussing?" Li Chongqing did not rush to join their conversation. After dispatching the zombie, his first task was to extract its crystal core. Aside from Lu Zhu, who was wholly focused on feng shui, the others remained unperturbed. Following Xia Yu's extraction of a needle, Xia Ran trailed behind Li Chongqing, using a dagger to pry out the zombie's crystal core. They had already grasped that earning points for their apartment would require two methods: directly slaying zombies or exchanging the zombie crystal cores at the front desk. They were not bold enough to dive headfirst into the fray like Yin. However, after the main force cleared the zombies, scavenging for crystal cores on the battlefield was certainly a viable option. "Here you go," Li Chongqing said with a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He stood before them, deftly unwrapping a package and using a simple cloth to wipe his face and hands before turning to clean his weapon. However, the corner of his eye occasionally flicked toward Zhongyu. "Does Boss Yin have any wet wipes? I would like to clean up as well." Li Chongqing clenched his jaw, casting a glance at Yin without speaking, while internally he scoffed. He hasn't lifted a finger the entire time. What is there to clean? Ignore him. Yin did not attain his desires. You utilize your abilities to vanquish zombies, do you not? Mental manipulation, perhaps? Zhongyu nodded, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Did you witness that?" he exclaimed. "You wouldn't employ mental manipulation on me, would you?" Zhongyu shook his head in denial. "How could I? I could never bring myself to do that. He is lying. He was just using it moments ago, but I managed to counteract it. Host, do not place your trust in him. A man's words are the deceit of a ghost." The system, upon hearing Zhongyu's unflinching lies, felt a pang of disillusionment. Had it not been for its immediate vigilance, Yin Yin would have already fallen victim to mental manipulation. He desires to make the host fall in love with him, to bend him to his will. His intentions are far from pure. The system chattered incessantly, inciting a soft chuckle from Yin Yin. Boss Yin, do not laugh. I speak earnestly. Did a great man not once say that one should treat enemies with the ruthlessness of autumn leaves being swept away and with the indifference of winter? Yet, with allies, one should be as warm as spring, enveloping them in a gentle breeze. Zhong Yu, seemingly anxious about her disbelief, furrowed his attractive brows, as if feeling misunderstood. I was merely jesting. I do trust you. How absurd. Yin Yin left her thought unfinished. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing felt a sharp pang in his heart, akin to a thorn. He averted his gaze, focusing intently on cleaning his weapon, unaware of his increasingly forceful grip. A thin, damp tissue had been rendered utterly unusable. Host, do not be deceived by him. True affection does not manifest in such a manner. His intentions are anything but genuine. There lies a magnificent forest ahead. Do not let flowery words cloud your vision. The system, sensing impending danger, halted its tasks and earnestly urged caution. Who would have thought, dear system, that you are a true romantic at heart? Yin Yin sensed the system's anxiety and offered a comforting word. Upon introspection, she realized that her willingness to engage in conversation with Zhong Yu was merely due to his attractive appearance. In the moments of respite when her energy was depleted, conversing with a handsome individual proved to be quite therapeutic. However, regarding the current words spoken by him, she would not believe a single word. Yin Yin found the incessant chatter of the system rather endearing. Perhaps the system itself remained oblivious to the fact that its original aloof demeanor had long since vanished. Chapter 80. The man confined in the nutritional chamber. Wait for me here. The middle-aged man paused, glancing back at his subordinate who followed closely behind, head bowed. They had arrived at the basement, merely a turn away from their destination. At the dimly lit end of the corridor, turning downwards led to a purgatory constructed by modern civilization. Feng Shui's brother, the most successful subject of this experiment, was confined at the terminus of this hellish place. Subjects were meant to obey commands, rather than awaken with their own thoughts. The man descended the steps, arriving at the entrance where he completed facial recognition, followed by verification of his pupil and fingerprint data. Upon hearing the gentle, feminine electronic voice, the middle-aged man's brow relaxed slightly, and he nodded. With a click, the sound of mechanisms reassembling echoed from behind the door. The steel gears shifted, and the heavy door slowly creaked open, revealing a transparent mirror that enveloped the man. Scanning him from head to toe, AI Fong extended his hand and touched the smooth surface of the mirror. Where his fingers made contact, ripples undulated, and then the mirror vanished, unveiling a door. Placing his hand on the doorknob, AI Fong gently twisted it. With another click, the door swung open. Inside lay a frigid corridor composed of steel and concrete, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. AI Fong navigated the path with ease, the sound of his polished shoes echoing against the marble floor as he progressed toward the end of the passage. On either side of the corridor were countless glass doors, behind which resided various experimental subjects. Men, women, children, the elderly, cats, dogs, mice, rabbits, monkeys, all were uniformly asleep, eyes shut, submerged in chambers filled with nutrient solution. Their bodies adorned with an array of tubes. These conduits connected to different circuits, processed by the system, ultimately culminating in experimental data. How mad could a delusional researcher become? AI Fong had no answer. If pleasantries were in order, it would be better to forego them. At the end of the corridor, separated by glass, a young man opened his eyes, his gray-white pupils fixated on AI Fong. A living being, entirely naked and immersed in nutrient solution, yet his consciousness remained alert. His body was so pale it appeared almost translucent, like an immaculate canvas. Alas, canvases are meant for art, and below his face, a vast expanse of ink blotted the scene. Upon closer inspection, those were not mere ink stains, but a vibrant, breathing web of life, an intricate tapestry of dark green threads, rising and falling in rhythm with his breath. Rather than a web, it resembled dark green flowers, layered and more resplendent than the finest embroidery. due to the experimental substances. His hair had turned completely white, cascading chaotically within the nutrient chamber. Because of his awareness, he was treated with particular care, as other substances were periodically introduced into the nutrient solution. The nutrient chamber and the glass are 2 layers, with the label of the experimental subject RA001 affixed to the lower right corner of the glass. AI Fong gazes at it, as though admiring an exquisite masterpiece. Eternity? What is eternity? It can be perceived within you. Everything has its limits, and all things rely on balance. Who could have imagined that a mutated virus would willingly coexist peacefully with humanity? AI Fong's eyes blaze with fervor, akin to that of a zealous devotee. How beautiful! What a magnificent creation! His emotions surge, and no matter how many times he witnesses this marvel, he is always left in awe. The vitality radiates with such vigor. Alas, the chosen one is not he. The mere thought of this fills his eyes with regret. He kneels, enraptured by the dark green spider silk flowers. His expression becomes increasingly devout, and through the glass, he cannot help but reach out to touch them, murmuring softly to himself. The individual within the nutrient chamber remains silent. The zombie virus has left its mark upon him, while those outside the glass door reflect on the mission bestowed upon him by the Creator. They only know that AI Bo emerged amidst peril, yet they are unaware that the battle between humanity and zombies originates from this man named Uncle Fong, who conducts this experiment in pursuit of immortality. He believed he could wield his cousin as a threat. Yet little did he know that the world views this unconventional cousin as one of his role models. The suffering should fall solely upon him. Why must it be inflicted upon humanity? He is a child raised under the red flag, though he has not achieved the defense of his homeland. He is unwilling to ruin a prosperous era. Initially, his life hung in the balance, and he traveled to country solely to participate in drug development for the sake of prolonging life. However, he did not anticipate that AI Fong, for his own selfish desires, would strike a deal with the forces of country A to conduct genetic experiments upon him. From the moment AI Fong discovered his awakened consciousness, he became flustered, for he realized that as long as he refused to cooperate, AI Fong could not obtain the desired data. Their relationship is one of symbiosis. They rely on him, and thus they must also yield to him. AI Fong remains unaware that the dark green spider silk not only breathes, but, from a certain moment onward, he is also able to communicate with them. Has Uncle Fong gone to see that individual again? After the meeting adjourns, the middle-aged woman controlling the zombies is taken away, sent to the emergency room for rescue. Tao Tao sets aside his lollipop, glancing at the young man with squinted eyes, while others gather to watch the spectacle. Now that Uncle Fong is absent, can you share your true thoughts? The blonde, blue-eyed beauty in a Chong Sam speaks first. Sister, look at what you're saying. When have I not expressed my true thoughts? The man is unfazed. What manner of person is Uncle Fong? Suspicious, paranoid, and possessing a strong desire for control. Even in his absence, who would dare to apply modern technology to experiment on subjects confined in a basement? They would not expend effort in their current environment, as there could very well be listening devices should anyone inadvertently expose the situation. He certainly does not wish to become a stepping stone for someone else's ascent. It is clear that you are as cunning as a fox, overthinking everything. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty in a chi-pao reached her hand towards his chest, her seductive gaze like a delicate hook, smiling as she leaned in closer. No, dear sister. Beautiful lady, could you kindly spare me a chance at life? The man pleaded, retreating repeatedly, which elicited a laugh from a nearby elite female colleague, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, who set her coffee cup down. Fei, you have truly amused Xiao Mo. If you keep this up, he might just kneel before you. The blonde beauty, known as Fei, couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Meng's unexpected intervention. Meng, your words are quite flattering. Who would have thought our icy beauty could show such tenderness? Fei teased, while Bai Meng sighed and picked up her cup, no longer daring to speak. Since Meng is silent, dear brother, you are doomed. Tao Tao, savoring his candy, found amusement in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Tao Tao's father, noticing the sharp glance Bai Meng cast his way, swiftly approached and gave Tao Tao a light smack on the head. "What are you doing, little one? Just enjoy your candy and stop meddling." After receiving a playful tap, Tao Tao pouted, suddenly finding his lollipop less appealing. Chapter 81. Returning to the apartment, thank you. Boss Yin. Yin Yanzheng was engaged in a mental dialogue with the system when a sudden voice caught her off guard. Raising her gaze, she noticed Lu Zhu approaching alone. Zhong Yu also turned his attention in her direction, his demeanor icy, and his figure elegant, truly a high-cold, expressionless beauty of superior quality. However, as their eyes met, he sensed an undercurrent of displeasure in her gaze directed towards him. Zhong Yu touched his nose, believing that he had not provoked someone of her stature. Polite, he inquired, "Have you recovered?" Yin was not surprised by how the other party addressed her. In her view, wherever Zhao Zhao and Xia Yu were present, her identity was no secret. Shuer was feeling much better. "I heard Xia Yu mention that you could provide us with a safe accommodation." Getting straight to the point was Lu Zhu's usual habit, laying everything bare, regardless of good or bad. "Yes, but with conditions." Yin nodded. "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Upon hearing Yin Yan's words, Lu Zhu felt a sense of relief. It was only at that moment that her vigilance towards Yin temporarily subsided. Zhong Yu looked at Yin, confusion etched on his face. "Isn't it free?" "Free? I'm not running a charity." Yin playfully tapped Zhong Yu's forehead. "You aren't feverish, so why would you entertain such thoughts? It's fine. You may state your conditions. As long as they do not violate common decency or involve heinous acts, we can negotiate." "That would be too far." Li Changqing was slightly taken aback by Lu Zhu's inquiry. In this apocalyptic era, it was rare for someone to maintain a sense of morality regarding acts of violence. "Let Xia Yu explain it to you." Zhong Yu glanced at Li Changqing, unwilling to relent, and shot a defiant look. "Let go." Yin, feeling irritated as her left hand remained trapped, warned him, "Don't force me to slap you." Her warning went unheeded. "You wouldn't dare?" The response was a sharp sound. Zhong Yu, caught off guard, turned his face away from the unexpected slap. Li Changqing clenched his fist against his lips, unable to contain his laughter. "Wait, are you serious?" Zhong Yu, covering his face, stood up angrily, looking down at her. "Do you think Boss Yin is someone who jokes around?" "Clearly not." Li Changqing and Lu Zhu chimed in unison, infuriating Zhong Yu further as he glared at the two of them. "I advise you not to unleash your powers on them." Realizing that Yin was aware of his abilities, Zhong Yu regained his composure. This woman was not to be trifled with. It was the first time he acknowledged this fact. Numerous subsequent events would further prove that Yin was not someone he could afford to provoke alone, just like the secrets layered upon her. "Yin Jia, that person has awoken." Xia Ran dashed over from Xia Yu's side, calling out to the crowd sheltering under the gas station supermarket. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang to their feet, with Lu Zhu leading the charge. "She has finally awakened." "Who are you? What have you done to me?" Feng Shue's first action upon waking was to discreetly ignite her powers. Her ability was of the fire attribute. As the fierce flames erupted, fortunately, Xia Yu managed to evade them just in time, narrowly escaping the threatening blaze. Nevertheless, a few strands of her hair were singed in the process. Xia Yu glared at the damage done to her hair, seething with indignation. "I extended a helping hand, and you have the audacity to ruin my hair. What manner of person are you?" Her displeasure lingered until Yin arrived, bringing a slight alleviation to her mood. Lu Zhu hastily approached Feng Shui, quietly recounting the recent events before swiftly inquiring about what had transpired, realizing she had inadvertently harmed her savior. Feng Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she resolutely stepped forward. "Em Trudisore." The three words resonated powerfully, silencing Xia Yu's grievances. Xia Yu observed as Feng Shui approached from Lu Zhu's side, her gaze sincere and her demeanor earnest. "It's all right. It's quite all right. You didn't mean to do it. After all, you had just awakened." I can understand Xia Yu's voice dwindle to a whisper. "Shall we find another place?" Yin spoke at the appropriate moment, and this time Lu Zhu did not decline. The time spent in the car passed swiftly, filled with laughter and cheerful chatter, until they arrived at the entrance of the apartment. Xia had already grown familiar with Feng Shui. Throughout the journey, Lu Zhu refrained from participating in the conversation, as she was engaged in a lively chat with Zhao Zhao. Yin Yan took a brief nap in the car. Li Changqing fixed his gaze on Zhongyu. And upon noticing Yin Yan's fatigue, Zhongyu remained silent. What would you like to eat tonight? After alighting from the vehicle, Li Changqing chose not to follow the crowd inside, but rather waited for Yin Yan. His mention of holding a grudge was but a minor factor. His deeper motivation lay in his curiosity about Yin Yan's next course of action. Let us see what the cafeteria has in store. Yin Yan is not particularly finicky or obsessed with food. In her perception, the meals produced by the system are quite delectable, and over time, she has simply grown accustomed to them. Now, when she goes to the cafeteria, she adopts a laid-back attitude, consuming whatever is available without complaint. However, that is a matter for another time. Boss Yin, how you plan to handle those two? Zhongyu shifted the topic, not engaging in the previous discussion. Upon realizing who the two individuals were that he mentioned, Yin Yan pinched her nose and walked side by side with Li Changqing towards the apartment. She had little desire to engage with the man. Despite his appealing appearance, she could discern that his actions and words were merely intended to provoke Li Changqing. She had no intention of playing along with such antics. Noticing Yin Yan's demeanor, Li Changqing also chose to disregard the unnecessary commentary trailing behind. He continued to engage her in casual conversation, attempting to build rapport by recommending several dishes he had recently found enjoyable. Lu Zhu observed as Xia Yu chattered animatedly with Feng Shui, puzzled by her apparent lack of thirst despite her incessant talking. Out of a sense of obligation, Feng Shui patiently listened, offering Xia Yu verbal feedback from time to time. She found the young girl quite pleasant, as she enthusiastically introduced her to all aspects of the apartment. Sensing the helplessness of her beloved, she gently squeezed Lu Zhu's hand, their gazes locking. She quickly flashed a smile at Lu Zhu, silently inquiring if everything was all right. Chapter 82. I have a younger brother. After registering their information and arranging accommodations, the butler would take them to see their new residence once they finished their meal. Xia Yu felt considerably more at ease since arriving at the apartment. Without the pressures of survival, she found herself more inclined to extend kindness to the world. Perhaps the lifestyle here was so utopian, as everyone cherished their hard-won peace and health, resulting in greater patience and tolerance, and a calmer demeanor when faced with challenges. Their group had been busily engaged in farming, toiling from dawn till dusk, and were not particularly saddened by the recent events in the apartment. Seizing the rare opportunity to encounter Boss Yin, Fu Jiang instructed Xiao Yang and Lao Sun to finish serving the food before finding a place to sit, while he approached to greet her. Yin Yin gazed with a hint of perplexity at the refreshing young man who had suddenly appeared before him. He stood at a height comparable to Li Changqing, his skin displaying a distinct demarcation between a sun-kissed tan and a fair complexion, adorned with a radiant smile. At that moment, he donned a sleeveless vest and trousers, his feet clad in straw sandals, a straw hat draped around his neck, and traces of earth still clinging to his soles. The young man's visage seemed oddly familiar. It was not until Yin Yin heard the well-known voice that recognition dawned upon him. Boss Yin, it has been a few days since we last met. Yin Yin, belatedly aware of the situation, finally recognized it was Fu Jiang. Li Changqing and Zhongyu, one present in Yin Yan's room and the other just arriving, were unfamiliar with this individual. Fu Jiang cast a cold glance at the two unfamiliar men, assuming they were mere chance acquaintances of Boss Yin. Regarding his brother's circumstances, Fu Jiang had always struggled to find the right moment. Now it was an opportune time. Boss Yin, the land has been cleared. In a couple of days, we will prepare for the trial planting. Fu Jiang reported on the progress, which alleviated the tension in Li Changqing and Zhongyu slightly. It turned out to be merely a matter of work. Yin Yin nodded, indicating his understanding. Thank you for your hard work. Fu Jiang did not depart. Instead, he gazed at Yin Yin, hesitating to speak. Noticing Fu Jiang lingering in place, the system interjected, Master, he wishes to inquire about his brother's condition. Yin Yin, after a moment of realization, came to understand that these past few days have been overwhelming. The crisis on Lu Zhu's side has been resolved, yet the situation remains unresolved. Your brother now requires a private room. His condition is not particularly favorable, but there is no need for excessive worry. There is hope for healing, though it will require some additional time. Yin Yin cannot divulge too much information, yet these few sentences suffice to reassure Fu Jiang. Recently, although he has been occupied with agricultural endeavors alongside the young laborers in the apartment, during their leisure moments, they often engage in casual conversations. During these intervals, he has formed a general understanding of Yin Yan's standing in the eyes of the others. A chosen savior? Perhaps it resembles more of a self-organized group dedicated to combating zombies. He cannot discern the individuals or forces behind Yin Yan, but he can sense that it is a team endowed with formidable capabilities, not to mention the assembly of the equipment within the apartment. Even the settings of that intelligent robotic steward are not the product of ordinary ingenuity. With her promise, there is no fear of what lies ahead. Reflecting on these thoughts, Fu Zhang's smile grew increasingly amicable, which in turn aroused the vigilance of the other two individuals. Yin Yan is particularly fond of men who exude a robust masculinity, a sentiment that Li Changqing has come to deeply understand. Although he is currently oblivious to the particulars of their intimate conversation, the sudden spark of light in the man's eyes instills in him a palpable sense of unease. Both Zhong Yu and Li Changqing are acutely aware of the situation. The information merely indicates that Yin Yan is attracted to boys, yet it fails to disclose her specific preferences. Personal inclinations can evolve due to various factors, such as time and environment, and at present, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Particularly, he can distinctly sense that Yin Yan does not regard him highly. The challenge is not merely to endure unreciprocated affections. The true struggle lies in altering the perceptions of those who do not favor him. Zhongyu believes that past romantic experiences do not confer any advantage. After all, prior to the apocalypse, the throngs of admirers were drawn to him for his status and power. Conversely, in the aftermath, they gravitate towards his brother at base A. There are many eager to win his brother's favor, and the most obvious leverage his brother wields is that of being his sibling. One could only say that his brother is exceptionally adept at concealing his true intentions. Yin Yan was unaware of the thoughts of the two individuals behind her. After soothing Fu Zhang's emotions, she encouraged him and cheerfully made a promise. If you need anything, just let me know. Seeds and fertilizers are easily arranged. Fu Zhang naturally nodded in agreement. After expressing his gratitude, he departed to join the group of Xiao Yang, Lao Sun, and others. These individuals would become allies in his endeavors at the base. He had begun to sense that Yin Yan was not particularly invested in the matters of influence and the support of the crowd. This was due to the current task assigned by the system, which was to assist Feng Shui in fulfilling her wishes. Zhu, I have inquired about the living conditions, and they are quite satisfactory, primarily earned through points exchanged for eliminating zombies. As for us, aside from the new resident benefits of the apartment, we have some surplus to spare. Once you have fully recovered, Lu Zhu brought over a bowl of porridge and a plate of light dishes. Zhao Zhao and the Xia siblings were seated together for a meal. Xia Yu had initially wanted to chat with Feng Shui a bit longer, but was gently pulled back by Zhao Zhao, who advised her otherwise. After contemplating for a moment, she realized that she had indeed monopolized Feng Shui's time throughout the journey. And now it was time to allow the two of them to spend some quality time together without being an unwelcome third wheel. Yin Yan, however, was devoid of such thoughts as she carried the dishes towards Feng Shui and Lu Zhu. A conversation ensued. With one summer's departure, another had arrived. A hint of displeasure flickered between Lu Zhu's brows, yet she suppressed her emotions, reflecting on how everything unfolding now was a consequence of the person before her. It is in the best interest of Boss Yin to indeed have matters to attend to. Li Changqing and Zhong Yu followed behind, carrying their meals, and upon witnessing the scene, exchanged silent glances before opting to take a seat at a distance. After all, it was merely a couple. There was no need for apprehension. Do you wish to save your brother? With a resounding clatter, Feng Shui's spoon fell to the ground, and Lu Zhu's chopsticks froze in midair. The two exchanged looks, confirming that neither had divulged the information to anyone. The gentle breeze caressed the clouds as Yin exhaled a breath of soup. Do not be alarmed. I am here to join you. Feng Shui lightly shook her head at Lu Zhu, encouraging her to let Yin continue. The others in the cafeteria remarked, Boss Yin has frightened the newcomers again. Rescuing someone is not an arduous task, but you must elucidate what transpired. Feng Shui swallowed the porridge in her mouth, glanced at Lu Zhu, and nodded at her. The entire incident, while not lengthy, revolved around a deeply rooted sibling bond formed in their childhood. The younger brother fell ill and sought treatment in Country A, only to be taken advantage of. Chapter 83. The first truth: his illness emerged abruptly, difficult to treat domestically, coinciding with an event in Country A. Thus, with family consent, Feng Shui took the initiative, accompanied by Lu Zhu, and the three of them journeyed to Country A. As the plane traversed through the clouds, the sky outside appeared profound and enigmatic. Feng Shui's heart brimmed with anxiety and anticipation, aware that this journey was pivotal for her relative's life and the uncertainties that lay ahead. Lu Zhu sat beside her, his gaze resolute, hands clasped tightly on his lap. Upon their arrival in Country A, Dr. Ai's team warmly welcomed them. Feng Shui observed their professionalism and meticulousness, as well as their genuine concern for the patients, providing her with a modicum of solace. However, everything seemed normal until a viral outbreak occurred back home. Upon witnessing the chaos online, Feng Shui promptly reached out to her family while waiting for international roaming to connect. Her heart raced as she recalled Cheng Yi, her cousin still awaiting treatment in their homeland. She immediately dialed home, only to learn that Cheng Yi had been quarantined, with all visitation prohibited. It felt as though her heart had been struck by a hammer. She could not fathom Cheng Yi's current predicament. Dr. Ai's team appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, their demeanor shifting to one of tension. They began to communicate frequently with contacts back home, their expressions frantic as they spoke, deliberately avoiding Feng Shui and Lu Zhu. A palpable sense of pressure enveloped Feng Shui and Lu Zhu, prompting them to investigate discreetly, hoping to uncover the truth. Seizing the moment when Dr. Ai and his colleagues were absent, they stealthily examined their computers. The data and charts displayed on the screens left them astounded. It turned out that Dr. Ai's team had been researching a virus capable of altering human genetics, endowing individuals with superhuman abilities. Astonishingly, Cheng Yi was one of their experimental subjects. As Dr. Ai spoke these words, Cheng Yi had just been wheeled out of the operating room. They exchanged a glance before he followed the doctors and nurses to the ward. Although Cheng Yi had yet to awaken, the monitors indicated that his heartbeat had stabilized significantly compared to earlier. Lu Zhu stayed by his side, his heart heavy with concern for Feng Shui, who was currently negotiating with Dr. Ai. "Aibwa, I am truly grateful to you and your team for your assistance with my brother's situation, but our home has become chaotic and my aunt has gone missing. It is disheartening to note that my brother was closest to my aunt and uncle. Without them, Xiao, you would not have been willing to come here for treatment." Feng Shui spoke with heartfelt sincerity, portraying the role of a helpless sister with remarkable authenticity. "Aibwa, you are aware that as soon as Xiao Yi regained consciousness, he immediately wished to hear from my aunt. He has just undergone surgery, and ideally, he should not experience excessive emotional turmoil. If he were to discover the circumstances at home." At this point, Feng Shui was overcome with emotion. She stood helplessly in the hospital corridor, her eyes swollen, gazing at Dr. Ai. Dr. Ai remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Feng Shui to believe her efforts had been in vain, until the man finally nodded in acquiescence. "I will communicate with the leadership, but I cannot make any promises. You know that the expenses for our team's drug development and your brother's treatment come from above." He sighed as he spoke, his gaze resting on Feng Shui's face, seemingly unable to bear it, as he retrieved a box of tissues from his bag. Feng Shui gratefully dabbed her nose. "I truly appreciate your help. I am at my wit's end. If my uncle continues to be unreachable, I genuinely do not know how to explain this to him." Once Dr. Ai stepped out of Feng Shui's sight, she continued to silently wipe away her tears, moving along until she vanished from the surveillance view. Dr. Ai and his colleagues believed their plan had gone unnoticed, and under the pretense of observing Cheng Yi's recovery, they successfully entered the hospital. Upon arriving at Cheng Yi's ward, they discovered that he had already awakened. His face was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. Feng Shui had briefly communicated with Lu Zhu regarding the earlier events in the corridor. Dr. Ai approached the bedside with a smile. Although Cheng Yi had regained consciousness, he feigned sleep, keeping his eyes shut. Dr. AI felt a twinge of awkwardness and turned to Feng Shui and Lu Zhu, stating, Cheng Yi's recovery is better than we anticipated. We will conduct more in-depth observations and studies on him. Feng Shui and Lu Zhu exchanged glances, both understanding that this was merely a facade. At that moment, City C had already undergone a transformation. As Lu Zhu and her companions disembarked from the plane, they were knocked unconscious, and when they regained awareness, they found themselves within the confines of a base in City C. Lu Zhu was the first to awaken, also the first to awaken her abilities. After freezing her captors, she spotted Feng Shui in the adjacent ward. Feng Shui also had an observer by her side, someone with whom she shared a good rapport. Within the base, Feng Shui and Lu Zhu discovered a multitude of newly awakened individuals. These new faces either became fresh awakeners of abilities or transformed into the wandering undead outside. This was their first experience of freedom from supervision. It was also the first time they truly comprehended the nature of Dr. AI. Rather than a savior, he resembled a demon pushing them into the abyss of despair. Dr. AI was exceedingly cordial towards those with awakened abilities, granting them the right to move freely. However, the price they must pay is that either those around them or the cherished objects become mere pawns, or their awakened abilities fall under the unified control of Dr. AI. Indeed, Lu Zhu and Feng Shui uncovered the first secret of the base. Everyone had been injected with a certain substance designed to activate their extraordinary abilities. Moreover, these substances were intermingled with items that allowed Dr. AI to dominate their powers. As the scene shifted, Dr. AI reappeared within the confines of the base. Confronting Feng Shui and Lu Zhu, he seemed to have transformed into a different persona. Lu Zhu and Feng Shui exchanged glances, yet Dr. AI smiled at the entrance of their dormitory, proclaiming, Welcome to my laboratory. You shall all become my subjects. I will study your abilities, just as I did with Cheng Yi. Fear not the disappearance of your powers. As long as I am here, your abilities shall endure. Feng Shui and Lu Zhu gazed at Dr. AI in shock, realizing they had fallen into a vast conspiracy. Chapter 84. The Second Truth Doctor. AI was in no rush to compel their allegiance. He benevolently announced, In light of Cheng Yi, you have a week to ponder your decision. For the ensuing week, as Dr. AI had stated, they relished ample freedom, the cost being their separation from Cheng Yi. He had been isolated, confined deep within the base, subjected to layers of restraints. Uncle Feng, why are you so lenient with them? Cheng Yi sat alone in the corner of his room, his hands bound by coarse ropes, his gaze vacant and profound. At that moment, he had just been injected with a new experimental drug. Outside the window lay an endless darkness, seemingly foreshadowing his impending fate. He thought of Lu Zhu and Feng Shui. In the hospital bed in Country A, he had faintly heard their hushed conversations. He had long suspected the machinations of Dr. AI, yet he was unaware that this return was also orchestrated by Dr. AI. Were they awake now? Were they, like him, searching for one another? He hoped they would soon find him and escape this terrifying place together. However, he acutely realized that he lacked the means to resist Dr. AI. Meanwhile, Lu Zhu and Feng Shui quietly scoured the base in search of Cheng Yi. It was the fourth day of their quest. With a week nearly gone, they had thoroughly searched the premises without any news, which they deemed the best news. Do you think Cheng Yi is searching for us right now? In their moments of despair, they often encouraged one another. Lu Zhu had already made a silent resolution. She had noticed a shift in Dr. AI's demeanor towards her since the awakening of her abilities. She also sensed Feng Shui's gradual awakening of her powers. Once Dr. AI discovered Feng Shui's abilities had awakened, it would be even less likely for them to escape. Lu Zhu has uncovered a wealth of information through her recent inquiries, with the most crucial revelation being that no extraordinary abilities holder under Dr. AI has ever left Base C alive. Once one awakens their powers, they are regarded as part of Dr. AI's domain. Within the confines of the base, those with abilities are both coveted and complicit in malevolence. They scour for the living, seeking out fresh, ordinary individuals, only to watch them ensnared in their pasts, reliving their harrowing experiences. The transformation into either a zombie or an extraordinary being is a chasm bridged by the choice of vibrant lives. If by the seventh day, The whereabouts of Cheng-Yi remain elusive. You should depart, and I shall remain here. Lu Zhu has long contemplated this. When the countdown concludes, she is prepared to stain her hands with blood for her sake. Those who have glimpsed the light harbor only two thoughts regarding its future: to restore it to its source, or to allow it to be consumed by darkness. The bespectacled man with a crew cut, after reviewing the surveillance from the past few days, expressed his reflections. He noted that while Lu Zhu and Feng Shui had failed to locate Cheng-Yi, they had become consciously adept at evading observation. As the countdown approached its end, the likelihood of them being under scrutiny diminished significantly. Their importance pales in comparison to those they leave behind. Quietly watching the footage, AI Feng remained unfazed. His demeanor was cold as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. As the smoke curled around him, his thoughts drifted far until the ember burned his fingertips. The man referred to as Uncle Feng is none other than the doctor. AI spoken of by Lu Zhu and Feng Shui. Dr. AI is not necessarily a benevolent figure, and Uncle Feng is not inherently malevolent. The bespectacled man pondered slowly after hearing his words. He had known Uncle Feng for many years, witnessing his plans unfold, a blend of surprise and inevitability. Their arrival at the base was dictated by an environment more conducive to the virus's proliferation. The individual supplying the virus, if memory serves him correctly, is Cheng-Yi, who shares a bloodline with Feng Shui. Indeed, Cheng-Yi, the goodwill of Uncle Feng and the assistance of Dr. AI come at a price. Regardless of how much turmoil these two young women may stir, as long as this young man remains deep within the base, they shall not stray far. Similarly, Cheng-Yi's existence binds them both. Uncle, what is it that you truly desire? The bespectacled man's unspoken inquiry lingered in the air. Some matters he dared to question, while others were too perilous to voice. Zhu, I thank you, but abandoning you is not in my nature as a friend. Feng Shui was deeply touched by Lu Zhu's declaration, yet resolutely declined. She recognized Lu Zhu's kindness, but sometimes felt overwhelmed by it. I understand your concerns, but we must leave this place together. Feng Shui's tone was unwavering. She did not wish for Lu Zhu to gamble her life on a reckless venture for her sake. Shui, you must comprehend the gravity of this situation. We cannot both perish here. Feng Shui pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes slightly reddening. Zhu, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot agree. We are good friends who have faced life and death together. I will not abandon you. Lu Zhu, observing Feng Shui's resolute demeanor, took a deep breath. She understood Feng Shui as character and knew she was not one to easily accept the sacrifice of others. During their time in Country A, they had been the ones who understood each other best. From the moment she accompanied Feng Shui, leaving her homeland to be with Cheng-Yi for treatment, their bond had grown to resemble that of family. They had endured Cheng-Yi's illness together, relying on each other in a foreign land, and shared experiences of life and death. Lu Zhu would forever remember the first day they searched for Cheng-Yi at the base when they encountered a zombie. They were truly at their wits' end. When a zombie detected them, it quickened its pace, and in that instant, Feng Shui pushed Lu Zhu aside, placing her frail body in front of the approaching threat. It was then that Lu Zhu awakened her powers. Ice materialized from nothing and forcefully struck the zombie before them, shattering it into pieces. This marked Lu Zhu's first use of her abilities, a moment captured under the watchful eye of Dr. AI. After the zombie collapsed, Lu Zhu, drained of energy, fell to the ground unconscious. The commotion attracted the attention of other zombies, and before Feng Shui could assist Lu Zhu, she heard the growls of zombies nearby. With trembling legs, she managed to hide Lu Zhu, facing the threat alone. Her own powers had awakened in the face of life and death alongside her dear friend. Feng Shui would always remember how Lu Zhu had shielded her from harm. Shui, I will protect you, Lu Zhu reassured, gently patting Feng Shui's back, fully aware of her stubbornness. Feng Shui nodded softly, wiping away her tears, and stood up. Let us continue our search for Cheng-Yi. Chapter 85. Drinking, did you find him? Xiaoyu listened as Feng Shui casually recounted the past, while Yin Yan's focus rested on the outcome. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, and the soft moonlight bathed the room in a warm glow. The post-dinner conversation passed swiftly. Lu Zhu thoughtfully placed a steaming cup of milk beside Feng Shui, with a straw already inserted. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry regarding the outcome, Feng Shui hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. If it had been that easy to find him, perhaps the subsequent events would never have transpired. And what happened next? How did you end up being pursued by a horde of zombies? Feng Shui and Lu Zhu exchanged glances, then shared a bittersweet smile. By the 7th day, we still had not located my brother, and Dr. AI had taken notice of our situation. According to Feng Shui, their movements were under surveillance, and despite not finding her brother, both had awakened their powers. Aibo was reluctant to grant them freedom. The combination of fire and ice abilities, when paired with others in the base, could unleash a formidable strength. How did you manage to come out? A gentle breeze caressed her face as Yin Yin tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chongqing, whose concerned visage was reflected in her bright eyes. And you? What brings you out here? The girl retorted without answering, prompting Li Chongqing to affectionately ruffle her hair. Misfortune often binds people together. The presence of a listening ear can alleviate one's burdens. Yet, despite our attentiveness, we cannot alter the events of the past. TSK, you were asked how you got out, and here you are, preaching. Zhong Yu cast a disdainful glance at the man before turning to Yin Yin, his face breaking into a sincere smile as he waved the small pot in his hand. Care for a drink? Yin Yin nodded, and Zhong Yu promptly poured a drink. She was not particularly interested in the past of Lu Zhu and the others. If anything truly captured her attention, it was likely the brother mentioned by Feng Shui. The information released by the system always came as a surprise, yet it explicitly required her intervention to rescue that brother. Although going to the base to save someone was not an arduous task, judging by what she had heard, if they truly eliminated the group at the base, it would be the aftermath that posed the real challenge, not to mention the numerous test subjects and a multitude of awakened individuals. While the power of Tally Apartment and the system could easily accommodate these people, devising a reasonable plan for their tasks was far from straightforward. Look at you, frowning over a drink. Why not voice your concerns and allow me to assist you in finding a solution? Yin merely felt a light poke on her forehead, prompting Li Chongqing to immediately step forward and withdraw Zhong Yu's hand. She lifted her gaze. Are you all right? I'm fine. Speaking of it would not resolve the underlying issues. The secrets of her system and the base, including her rebirth, were matters that could not be disclosed. Li Chongqing's concern was genuine, yet the motivations behind it were equally real. As for Zhong Yu, she harbored mistrust. Let us drink. Do not dwell on those thoughts. Let us indulge in the present. To ponder excessively will not remedy our troubles. Yin Yin nodded, the clinking of wine glasses resonating with a crisp sound. Still no news from Zhong Yu? The man set down his teacup, responding with a cold nod. And what your side? Has Li Chongqing joined you? Within the conference room, a diverse assembly gathered after the meal, comprising individuals of all ages, including men, women, and children. Were Li Chongqing present, he would recognize them as the awakened leaders from base. The elderly man with white whiskers, seated in the prime position, turned his gaze from the young man on his left to the middle-aged man on his right. The latter, having just sipped his tea, comfortably squinted his eyes and languidly set down his cup, directing his attention towards the young man. It should be about time, provided that individual hasn't altered his schedule. Lao Xiao, what do you mean by that? A middle-aged woman beside the man set down her teacup, speaking leisurely. After all our understanding of that person derives solely from Chongqing. His reports have also indicated that Yin Yin holds no interest in us. She has declined our invitations on multiple occasions. 3 sentences, casually delivered, bore significant implications for the assembly. What sort of person dares to reject an official invitation? Disinterested in us? Is the honor of such recognition insufficient? Or is the invitation itself lacking? Haha, could it be that Captain Li's invitation was not sincere enough? The speaker, a short-haired young woman beside the young man, chuckled as she finished her remark. She squeezed out a dollop of hand lotion, but finding it excessive, cleverly applied the surplus onto the back of the young man's hand. Anna, Captain Li is certainly not an impolite individual. It is rare to find a woman who can explicitly decline a lover's request. The teacup was lifted, and he gently blew across the surface. sipping the green tea while his gaze flitted between the hand lotion on the young woman and the man. Huh. That only suggests the man lacks sufficient charm to earn her agreement. Anna. The man slightly shook his head at her, signaling disapproval, and the young woman lowered her head, pouting in displeasure. Once he confirmed she had fallen silent, he turned his attention back to the elder. We have also sent Zhongyu into the fray. That lad. In terms of looks, he is indeed favored by fortune, and coupled with his abilities, everyone is aware of the implications. To have him dispatched as well shows considerable resolve. The gazes of the assembly deepened towards the young man. The young woman proudly lifted her head again, but then recalled that individual. His abilities could indeed be. If his powers encounter an ordinary person, they might prove useful. However, this opponent is far from those he has previously faced. The lady here remained skeptical, having watched Li Changqing grow alongside Lao Xia, and regarding Zhongyu. Since they shared the same locale, they had engaged with him often before his abilities awakened. In terms of her understanding of the youth, Zhongyu, a Na'vi young girl, may suffice. However, it would indeed be a challenge for her to engage with someone like Li Changqing. Unlike the proud expressions of young women, she held a more favorable view of Li Changqing. After all, if they could manage to bring Yin Yanqing here, it would be a significant gain for them. Setting aside her own secrets, the resources she currently possesses are sufficient for many to survive. At the very least, ordinary people could harbor hope for their continued existence. As the elder spoke, he cast his gaze upon the map affixed to the wall. Though each person harbored their own ulterior motives, they could not deny that their primary objective at present was indeed to see Yin Yanqing arrive swiftly. Yin Yin was completely unaware that she was being watched. All she felt was the aftereffect of the alcohol. Though it was fruit wine with a relatively low alcohol content, the quantity they had consumed was undeniably excessive. Chapter 86. Waiting for rescue, Lu Zhu. Yin Yin rubbed her throbbing head, instinctively tugging at her side, only to find the blanket unmoved. On the bed lay three individuals. To her left was Zhongyu, to her right was Li Changqing, and the heaviness in her head was compounded by a fluffy cat nestled beside her. When had she let the cat out? Surely, it must have been a mistake on her part. It was indeed a rare sight to see her in such a state. The corners of Li Changqing's lips curled slightly as he closed his eyes once more. How had he ended up here as well? Shortly thereafter, Li Changqing heard Zhongyu's soft mumbling, while Yin Yin's breathing was steady and gentle. Realizing that Yin Yin had drifted into slumber, Li Changqing opened his eyes to find Zhongyu cautiously attempting to extricate his arm from Yin Yan's body. Damn, what did you wake up? Zhongyu exclaimed, nearly startled into a shout. Upon realizing his actions, he glanced at Yin Yin, who remained undisturbed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, he noticed Li Changqing frowning as he deftly withdrew his arm, then meticulously adjusted the blanket over Yin Yin, ensuring she was comfortably covered. Only after completing this task did he seem to acknowledge Zhongyu's presence. Try to stir any trouble, and I'll deal with you, Li Changqing declared before drifting back to sleep. Zhongyu, bewildered, pondered the absurdity of the situation. They slept soundly until the sun rose high in the sky, feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. As Yin Yin opened her eyes, she found herself alone, with both Li Changqing and Zhongyu having vanished. She let out a sigh of relief, pulled down the covers, and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Drawing back the curtains and opening the window, she gazed upon the verdant bamboo grove outside, inhaling the fresh air, which made her feel invigorated once more. The blue sky, white clouds, and bamboo forest were enchanting, though regrettably devoid of the cheerful chirping of birds. Having swiftly completed her morning routine and changed into fresh attire, she opened the door, only to find a figure standing outside. How did you sleep? Would you care for some freshly prepared seafood porridge? Due to her late rising, the kitchen had been deserted, prompting him to prepare the meal himself. Fearing that Yin Yin would awaken hungry, he was racing against time, determined to finish before she stirred. You made this? Yin Yin asked, a hint of surprise in her voice as she observed Li Changqing, who presented her with the steaming porridge, its aroma subtly infused with the fragrance of bamboo leaves. Had this man donned cologne? Was the porridge truly made fresh? Li Changqing noticed the girl's bewilderment and chuckled softly in affirmation. He lowered his gaze, placing the neatly packaged porridge in her hands, then stepped closer to tame the two rebellious strands of hair that had sprung up on her head. What about mine? The tranquility of their moment was disrupted by Zhongyu, who had awakened drawn by the enticing aroma. He vaguely recalled being propped on the sofa by Li Chongqing, but had been too drowsy to engage in any rivalry. None for you, Li Chongqing replied, dismissing Zhongyu, and took Yin Yan's hand, guiding her toward a nearby vacant table. Dining in a cafeteria was pleasant, yet enjoying a meal amidst this exquisite scenery was even more delightful. It was unclear how Xia Ran had managed to persuade Fu Jiang and others to cultivate crops in the central space of the hall and the dormitory on the first floor. What had once merely served as decorative windows now offered a genuine view of a changing landscape, a quaint family vegetable garden. Though devoid of flowers, the lush green produce was still a sight to behold. Let us give this a try. Li Chongqing pulled out a chair to facilitate Yin Yan's seating. At the wooden round table, he unwrapped the food packaging, retrieving a bowl filled with a single serving of seafood porridge. Lifting the lid, he scattered green and white chopped scallions along with a small portion of pink diced pickled radish. Within the white porridge lay shrimp, and as he stirred, the colors, pink, green, white, and red, mingled beautifully, releasing an enticing aroma that promised both visual delight and culinary satisfaction. Yin accepted the spoon he handed over and scooped a mouthful into her mouth. How delightful! What about the others? With each bite, her internal organs felt a sense of comfort. Fu Jiang took them to the fields, and the Xia siblings, curious, joined in the merriment. Fu Jiang, as Yin savored her porridge, she searched her mind for information about him. Was he not the twin brother she had rescued before? An agriculturalist, perhaps? That would be splendid. Taking that group to engage in infrastructure work would not only pass the time, but also help everyone become acquainted and forge bonds. Fu Jiang also mentioned that the growth cycle of crops here was faster than he had anticipated. Rest assured, the growth cycle of our crops is remarkably swift. The system chimed in, and Yin couldn't help but chuckle at its long-awaited appearance. Stuck with rice, Li Chongqing, unaware of Yin Yan's inner musings, pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the grains from her mouth, only to be intercepted by a suddenly emerging hand. Use this, it won't harm your skin. Realizing it belatedly, Yin saw Zhongyu already holding baby wipes to clean the rice from her mouth. He was unembarrassed. After finishing, he placed the wipes on Li Chongqing's hand, set down the meal he had packed from the cafeteria, and pulled out a chair to sit. You? What do you mean by you? Don't mind him, Boss Yin. Let us eat quickly. We still need to go to the base to rescue people. Zhongyu did not give Li Chongqing a chance to interject, and, without lifting his head, efficiently continued his meal. He couldn't find the seafood porridge, but that was of little consequence. A few steamed buns paired with a cup of instant soy milk made for a decent breakfast. Rescue people? Li Chongqing inquired puzzled. Indeed, Lu Zhu and Feng Shui are waiting at the door. We must get to work after our meal. When did we agree to this? Yes, when did this happen? When did she promise to rescue anyone? And the time is so pressing? Zhongyu quickly chewed the last piece of bun and swallowed the final sip of soy milk. After burping, he turned to Yin and explained, Last night, we were drinking, and when we had nearly finished, Lu Zhu came with Feng Shui. You must have been quite tipsy then. Li Chongqing added, You went to the restroom. Feng Shui, thank you, but you asked her about her brother. One thing led to another, and perhaps under the influence of alcohol, you confidently promised to help her, to honor her trust. You said you would set out first thing in the morning. Seeing Yin's bewildered expression, Zhongyu quickly gestured for her to look toward the door. They glanced over, and indeed, Feng Shui and Lu Zhu were standing outside, engaged in conversation, occasionally glancing in their direction. Chapter 87. Token of trust. Yin remained silent, quietly consuming his food and processing its contents. Is what he said true? Indeed. Host, you were quite inebriated yesterday. What constitutes a scene of social demise? It is when the individual in question has lost their memory, yet there exists a high-definition video record of the events. Lu Zhu and the other individual did not approach to inquire, but their gazes were continually drawn in this direction. Li Chongqing, reflecting on Yin's rare opportunity to enjoy a good meal without interruption, cast a reproachful glance at Zhongyu. Indeed, drinking had delayed matters. Perhaps abstaining next time would be prudent. What is the situation with Chang-E? Host, are you considering? It is possible to defer. There is no necessity to set out immediately. The system's suggestions stem from concern for her well-being. Having just dined, embarking on a journey would be taxing, especially after a night of considerable drinking. Darling, we must first assess Chang-Yi's condition. According to Lu Zhu and Feng Shui, a significant amount of time had elapsed since their abilities had awakened. The current state of the base and Chang-Yi's condition remained an enigma. Observing Yin Yan's resolute thoughts, the system, in deference to friendship, promptly commenced information retrieval. While the data from the base was not readily accessible, there remained potential to uncover details regarding Chang-E. As the system gathered and organized the information, it pondered, how peculiar. When did it begin to regard the host as a friend? Is that not an emotion exclusive to humans? Curious. Host, Chang-Yi's current condition is indeed quite dire. His entire body was ensnared in a web as dark as ink, reminiscent of a green water body enveloped by plankton, with only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicating that he still drew breath. The web pulsated with shallow breaths. Tubes were inserted at 5 locations: his neck, wrists, and ankles, one channeling thick, dark red blood outward, while another delivered a subtly blackened liquid inward. His eyelashes trembled faintly, and his eyes were tightly shut, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Yin Yan's heart raced. This is still a drug experiment. Despite her prior mental preparation, she never anticipated witnessing such a scene. He is subjected to human experimentation. He is currently the only surviving subject retaining human consciousness. However, his awareness is indeed continually diminishing. The system's explanations kept pouring in, each sentence laden with significance. Human experimentation, the sole survivor, preserving human consciousness. Yet that consciousness is fading away. Host, I have just calculated that the protective security system surrounding him is quite formidable. Given the current situation, I do not recommend proceeding with multiple individuals. They would merely become an encumbrance and a hindrance to you. If it is essential to bring someone, it is advised to take no more than one. The system nearly articulated that bringing more individuals would be an overt liability. Yet, even bringing one poses a high risk. Yin Yan's gaze shifted from Li Changqing's face to Zhong Yu's. The essence of the system was rather straightforward. During this journey, her safety was assured by the system's protection. However, when it came to others aside from herself, Lu Zhu and Feng Shui, without even mentioning the state of their injuries, were undoubtedly unable to accompany them. Changqing, this time you shall remain. Zhongyu, you will accompany me. Upon hearing this arrangement, Li Changqing felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. They complemented each other far better, and could she truly trust her back to that rascal Zhongyu? The latter, with a smug demeanor etched upon his face, raised an eyebrow at Li Changqing as if to say, see, I am more reliable than you. His words were merely a feeble excuse. After a moment of silence, Li Changqing nodded in agreement, noticing that Yin Yan appeared relieved by her response. If this journey were indeed one that could cost lives, Yin Yan secretly hoped for Li Changqing's survival. As for Zhongyu, well, apologies were in order. As Yin Yan approached, both Feng Shui and Lu Zhu's faces lit up with joy, with Feng Shui being the first to step forward. Boss Yin, we are prepared. Lu Zhu, with a backpack filled with supplies prepared since the previous night, held Feng Shui's hand with one and kept her other hand tucked in her pocket. Feng Shui carried no bag, as her abilities could easily ignite nearby objects when in use. They were fully equipped and had consulted the Xia siblings specifically for this outing, as they were not familiar with Li Changqing. Otherwise, they could have obtained more specialized information. Very well, but for this journey, we shall proceed alone. Your injuries have not yet healed. It is best to prioritize your recovery. Yin Yan has always abhorred beating around the bush, particularly when it comes to relaying unfavorable news. As soon as the words were spoken, they struck Feng Shui with considerable force. She glanced behind Yin Yan, noticing only a seemingly delicate young man dressed in an artistic manner. Lu Zhu, without uttering a word, scrutinized Zhongyu and felt a jolt of surprise in her pupils. Is this for real? Yin Yan's expression remained calm and unchanging. Of course, when it comes to saving lives, it has never been about quantity, has it? He remarked. Certainly, If you do not wish to go, we can still take something for your brother to see, as his cooperation is indeed of great significance, Zhongyu added. Yin nodded in agreement. Would Cheng-Yi recklessly consent to accompany a stranger without any token? Certainly not. Shui, Lu Zhu called out, realizing the situation. Feng Shui removed a pendant from around her neck. It was a gold ornament shaped like a longevity lock, about the size of a fingernail, intricately crafted and delicate. This is his belonging, taken from him before entering the operating room. If you show it to him, he will recognize it. His birthday is engraved here. Feng Shui took off the longevity lock pendant, deliberately revealing the side inscribed with numbers for Yin to see, who nodded in acknowledgement. Boss Yin, I entrust this to you. Having witnessed Yan's prowess, Lu Zhu, though only briefly acquainted with Zhongyu, was aware of his extraordinary abilities. All right, let us proceed. Zhongyu, unable to bear the sight, urged Yin towards the door. Chapter 88. Departure. Are you serious? Zhongyu gazed at the large cat before him, running a hand through his hair, surprised by how quickly things had escalated. Otherwise, do you wish to walk? Yin wasted no words. She swiftly mounted the snow gun, perching herself atop its back. For this journey, she had no intention of taking the bus, as that would be too ostentatious. With two individuals and a cat, traversing on foot would undoubtedly prolong their arrival. The snow gun, well fed and having rested for a while, was now eager to run. She steadied herself. After Yin and Zhongyu ascended, she instructed him to secure the ropes and adjust the position accordingly. She then bent down, gently caressing the tip of the snow gun's ear, prompting it to commence its movements. Zhongyu found the experience surreal. Who could have imagined that in this apocalyptic world, he would one day sit atop a majestic feline alongside a girl? Yet, it was undeniably exhilarating and stylish. Especially when the cat sprinted forward, the wind swept past, allowing him to catch a whiff of the girl's perfume and the subtle scent of her hair. Zhongyu rested his hands on his thighs, refraining from the audacity of wrapping his arms around Yan's waist. Yin smiled slightly at the gentleman behind her, yet her gaze was fixed upon the scenery along the way. A place devoid of industrial traces. How beautiful it is! Yin nodded, the lush green forest resembling a masterful oil painting, as the sky transformed into a brilliant azure and the clouds gathered in pristine white clusters. This base lay hidden in a remote area, seldom trodden by human feet. Zhongyu possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate zombies, particularly the female ones. As they traversed this desolate path, it felt as though they were leisurely perched atop a great feline, enjoying a scenic holiday. The only caution required was regarding the occasional small creatures that would dart out to greet them. However, with the snow gun at hand, they dared not act recklessly, merely gazing curiously from a distance. After a long-awaited clearing of the sky, sunlight cascaded down, filtering through the verdant canopy, where, despite the brevity of humanity's absence, the flora flourished abundantly, freely intertwining with the urban jungle of concrete and steel. Ascending to a midpoint on the hillside, they gazed downwards, taking in the expansive cityscape in the distance. The snow gun rested on the ground as Yin and Zhongyu dismounted, stretching languidly before standing before the snow gun. Peering below, the industrial high-rises were adorned with verdant plants, as the untended flowers and grasses thrived vibrantly in the aftermath of the apocalypse, launching a verdant assault on the streets, windows, and shop fronts, encroaching upon the concrete wilderness. From their elevated vantage point, the scene was replete with greenery, revealing nature's artistry, which outshone the meticulous designs of human landscaping. The wandering zombies and mutated creatures coexisted in a peculiar harmony, their dietary targets monotonous yet unmistakable. As they roamed amidst the riot of blossoms and verdant landscapes, resembling carefree clouds and wild cranes, exuding an oddly comfortable strangeness. The surviving humans had become the sole sustenance. The zombies encountered along the way were under Zhongyu's control, meandering towards the forest's edge, their minds consumed by a singular thought, the annihilation of their kin. Indeed, you have orchestrated their self-destruction. Yin expressed admiration for the other's peculiar sense of humor. Of course, this appreciation was predicated upon an adversarial foundation. As representatives of humanity, It is only natural to wish for the swift disappearance of zombies from this planet. Zhong Yu graciously accepted the compliment, even playfully quipping, I am merely providing them with a feast. After all, it is exhausting to admire the scenery on an empty stomach. So it is only fitting that they dine upon their own kind. Indeed, indeed. Yin Yin chuckled, revealing a faint dimple. I thought you only smiled like that at Captain Li. Zhong Yu had witnessed such smiles on several occasions, yet the reasons behind those smiles had never involved him. Captain Li, have you collaborated with him before? Yin naturally took the cue, yet his mind was questioning the system. Darling, how is the situation on Cheng Yi's side? He has just concluded today's experiment and has endured. According to the data, he could last for another 5 or 6 trials. This individual's willpower is truly formidable. Despite the bodily metrics suggesting he should not have persevered today, he has endured once more? I knew it. I knew it. The elation that surged through Fong upon discovering this outcome nearly overwhelmed his rationality. Since the inception of the virus, he had been leading his team in the quest for an antidote, embarking on repeated trials until encountering Cheng Yi as the experimental subject. If he could harness the power within Cheng Yi without being consumed, the fate of humanity could undergo a profound transformation. His name would be etched in the annals of human history, and she could awaken once more. The sacrifices and contributions of those who fell before dawn would not be in vain. Fong meticulously documented the findings from today's experiment, and as he departed the laboratory, his demeanor had grown considerably lighter. Despite being at an age where one understands the will of heaven, his steps were as lively as a child's. At this pace of experimentation, he anticipated achieving the desired results within a month. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi found himself ensnared in a deep nightmare, unable to awaken. He felt as if he were adrift in a vast, white expanse, devoid of sound. The surroundings of blinding white, floating in midair, utterly alone. He perceived waves of darkness enveloping him, akin to drowning. A suffocating sensation accompanied the encroaching shadows. As the darkness receded, he gasped for air like a fish on the brink of death. But as it returned, his senses were stripped away, leaving him breathless. His heart raced as if driven by an instinctual mission to survive, a desperate sense of purpose. In the intervals between the surging shadows, he could hear the rhythmic thuds of his heartbeat, reminiscent of someone carelessly renovating above him while he slept deeply. The cacophony of buzzing, rumbling, and clanging, various noises abruptly alternating with silence, forced him into a cycle of collapse and awakening, with no salvation in sight. Gradually, he heard a sharp tugging sound, a piercing shriek he should have grown accustomed to, one he could grit his teeth and endure. Yet, why must he endure? For whom was he persevering? Or rather, who was he? Surrender now. Just take a rest. The whispers of a demon intertwined with the soothing tones of an angel, and for the last time, as the shadows enveloped him, he heard such words. To give up is not to flee. It is not shameful. Why must you bear this burden alone? No one knows. No one pays attention. No one sees. Yet you continue to endure for them. All of this is not worth it. Why persist? It is so painful. Who am I? Why are they saying this to me? The man sleeping within the nutrient chamber strained to open his eyes, yet his eyelids remained shut. Thick strands of dark spiderwebs encroaching upon his body. They resemble vibrant tattoos, greedily consuming the pallid skin, each breath akin to a vividly animated flower. The blossoms sway gently, undulating in the slowly clarifying liquid, embodying a beauty that disregards the host's plight. Chapter 89. Dialogue. Has Boss Yin stepped out again? With the stars as his cloak and the moon as his hat, he rises with the sun and rests with its descent, seemingly perpetually deprived of the opportunity to meet her. Li Chongqing discerned the other's despondency and patted his shoulder. Brother Fu, my apologies. The Xia siblings had grown familiar with Fu Jiang, who, since consenting to guide them in cultivation, had immersed himself entirely in the fields. Production, cultivation, and planting have never been trifles. There is no time for accumulation, theoretical construction, or personal experimentation. The transition from nothing to something is fraught with challenges. Despite his prior experience in underground farming and possessing theoretical knowledge, Teaching numerous novices often left him physically and mentally exhausted. It is no exaggeration to say that while he once lost sleep in pursuit of survival, he now often collapses into slumber, snoring thunderously, impervious to disturbances. His skin has darkened considerably, yet his well-being has undeniably improved, though he has lost a fair amount of hair. This prompted Zhao Zhao, unable to bear the sight any longer, to take the initiative and daily arrange black bean and black sesame, soy milk for him, to the extent that he now flinches at the sight of black food. As for today's soy milk, missing him in the morning did not imply she would relent in the evening. For instance, at this moment, Zhao Zhao had caught Fu Jiang engaged in conversation with Li Changqing. "Spare me, sister." Fu Jiang sensed trouble and bolted, prompting Zhao Zhao to flash an apologetic smile at Li Changqing before dashing after him. "Stop. You didn't drink it yesterday. Don't think I'm unaware. We finally see results. You'd better stand still." The Xia siblings gathered around, observing Li Changqing holding the soy milk, while also watching the two chase each other in a chaotic flurry. "I didn't expect Sister Zhao to have such stamina. Indeed, I must say, Brother Fu is quite impressive as well. After a whole day of labor, he still appears so spirited. Youth truly is a blessing." Uncle Fuguei and others, having set down their hoes, couldn't help but express their admiration. They were so fatigued they could barely move, while the duo continued to dash up and down the dormitory stairs. "At this rate, we shall reach the base by nightfall." "Thank you." Zhong Yu accepted the bottle of mineral water handed to him by Yin Yin without hesitation, deftly twisting off the cap and naturally exchanging it for the unopened one in Yin Yan's hand. Yin Yin was not one to feign delicacy. With assistance to open the lid, she conserved her strength. "Boss Yin, I now comprehend why Li Changqing is so protective of you." Zhong Yu twisted off the cap and downed half the bottle in one go. The unopened mineral water seemed to materialize from thin air, despite the absence of a backpack. Could it be that Boss Yin possesses spatial abilities? Truly, a remarkable talent for moving and storing goods. Yin Yin did not refute. "Your extraordinary ability is quite remarkable, allowing you to command zombies as if they were your own, and effortlessly garnering affection from the female ones is indeed a treasure. In critical moments, the power to turn foes into allies is rather formidable." Boss Yin jested. "If it were truly effective, why have I pursued for so long without securing the affections of the beauty? Instead, that ice block managed to swoop in and seize the opportunity. It is evident that you are overly concerned about Captain Li. Could it be that your intentions toward him are—" "Stop right there. Boss Yin, while you may question my fondness for you, casting doubt on my sexual orientation is another matter entirely. I have no interest in males. Not in any form, absolutely none." After a brief conversation with Xia Yu, I inadvertently overheard Zhao Zhao and Xia Yu's imaginative banter, where the unwaveringly masculine Zhong Yu asserted, "Boss Yin must not be allowed to question his own orientation. Otherwise, a careless slip might lead Boss Yin to mentally categorize him as merely a close friend, thus jeopardizing his plans. What precisely is your aim regarding me?" Taking advantage of the moment, Yin Yin decided to clarify the topic at hand, primarily to facilitate their forthcoming collaboration and also because the absence of others allowed for a more candid discussion between the two. Although she believed there was little to be genuinely open about with this individual, she couldn't deny her attraction to Zhong Yu's exterior. However, when it came to enduring companionship, she remained skeptical. Perhaps, after a good night's sleep, clarity would emerge. It seemed that Yin Yan's choice to bring him instead of Li Changqing had already spoken volumes to him. He certainly did not believe it was an acknowledgement of his capabilities, though his skills were commendable. The more significant reason lay in the inherent risks. If faced with life-threatening danger, her preference would undoubtedly be for Li Changqing to survive. Regrettably, the fool had not initially considered this aspect. Very well, surviving could indeed be an experiment worth undertaking. Yin Yin indeed felt a twinge of offense at the jest, deeming it rather frivolous. However, should this journey result in Zhong Yu's demise, the incident would scarcely hold significance. After all, she must concede that this individual possesses remarkable attractiveness. Who does not have an affinity for the beautiful? She has nothing to lose. The thoughts of Li Changqing are of little consequence. She has articulated her stance quite clearly. From another perspective, she harbors no objections to the other party forming connections with others. Those who are steadfast will remain so. Many vows and promises, when uttered, stem from genuine emotion, yet whether they can be fulfilled is a gamble. The tragedy of a gambler lies in staking their future before the outcome is revealed. She does not harbor an overly optimistic view of human nature, nor does she of herself. Hence, she cannot impose stringent expectations on others, especially when she herself may falter. Are you not concerned that Captain Lee might be hurt upon hearing such words? She inquired. It seemed that, when posing this question, she had not contemplated Captain Lee's feelings. Upon hearing such remarks, Zhongyu began to waver, pondering, is this person truly worth the trouble? Is Li Chongqing not the one at a greater loss? We are all adults, responsible for our own decisions. In this life, amidst such an environment, do you not find it exhausting to constantly worry about this and that? My actions are primarily aimed at pleasing myself. Are you not afraid of being labeled as too selfish? Zhongyu tentatively asked. And so what? Should one fear the opinions of others to the extent that a mere handful of words could unravel one's existence? If one is so inclined to meddle in the affairs of others, why do these others not simply live their own lives instead of intertwining their destinies with those of others? As we pass through the century, we are all but small figures, lost in the annals of history. Whether or not others remember you is another matter entirely. Do you still recall your kindergarten classmates? Are you even aware of the past loves and grievances of your grandparents' generation? Yin Yan's inner monologue surged with a torrent of complaints, feeling discomfort by the rumors that plague her. Thus, she resolved to seek a change of scenery. Observe those shameless individuals, those who evade responsibility yet thrive unabashedly. One should not allow oneself to be confined by a trivial environment. A shift in surroundings can work wonders. Trust in the passage of time, and all shall improve. Chapter 90. No problem. Let's embark. Yin Yin had a plethora of grievances to express, yet in the end, he swallowed them all, for no one relishes being lectured. Alas, one must take responsibility for their own life. Upon hearing this, Zhongyu pondered deeply. The two rode upon the snow gun, the scenery whirling past them, and as they drew closer to their destination, Zhongyu found himself devoid of irritation. Cheng-Yi opened his eyes. He had endured another day. Indeed, the relentless torment continued day after day, and he was unsure when he might succumb. He remained oblivious to the circumstances of his sisters, the outside world, or the well-being of his parents. Thoughts surged in his mind like wild grass. In this confinement, the only contact he had was with the cold instruments and the occasional exuberance of AI Fong due to advancements in the experiments. No news was, after all, the best news. Cheng-Yi continually reassured himself as footsteps approached, and suddenly, the incandescent lights above the glass door illuminated his view. Caught off guard, he instinctively shut his eyes against the piercing brightness. Upon reopening them, he beheld AI Fong wheeling someone towards him. Who was she? What was her purpose? What was their connection? The person in the wheelchair was clad in a pink hospital gown, her legs bound by straps secured to the chair. She leaned limply against the wheelchair, her long hair casually tied in a low ponytail, her complexion devoid of color, eyes closed. Yet a dark red liquid flowed from the fore into her body. Her consciousness was hazy, her pallor reminiscent of death. Observing closely, he noticed that something had been inserted into her mouth to prevent her from biting. The liquid seeped through the tubing from the fore, slowly entering her body. It was a sedative. AI Fong did not shy away from him. Cheng-Yi discerned from her voice that perhaps today's experiment had yielded new progress. For AI Fong unexpectedly wore a smile that felt foreign, as if it should not be forced. Ignoring his grumbling, AI Fong bent down to tuck a stray strand of hair behind the girl's ear. Isn't she obedient? AI Fong's gaze was tender and benevolent. Yet Cheng-Yi felt an unsettling chill. It was as if she were showcasing a precious treasure to him, and she began to chatter on. She is my daughter, the same age as you. You must be curious as to why I brought her to meet you, right? The experiment is nearing success. She watched her father's busy figure from behind the glass door, unable to resist pulling out the documents in her hand for another glance. Upon hearing his daughter's call, AI Fong set down the experimental instruments, carefully restored the workstation to its original state, sanitized it, and then stepped out of the room. The girl beamed with joy, triumphantly presenting her admission letter. Upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, AI Fong felt a chill run through him. Yet he maintained his smile for his daughter. Gently, he stroked her head and asked, "What would you like to eat tonight?" That was the moment when he was first approached. The essence of humanity lies in emotions. They bestow strength upon individuals, yet simultaneously expose vulnerabilities. AI Fong's research was niche and avant-garde, attracting the attention of various forces long ago. At that time, his wife was still by his side, and his daughter was in good health. His experimental results were on the verge of fruition. Everything was progressing favorably, as long as he remained within the country. The safety of him and his family was assured. Those lurking forces, eager to obtain his research results, would need to devise alternative methods. "I will not allow you to take away the fruits of his labor." In the surveillance footage, his wife stood defiantly against the sudden invasion of strangers. In the study, the girl resolutely swallowed the liquid, methodically returning everything to its original state. As his wife collapsed, the girl hastily emerged from the laboratory. The intruders split into two factions. One stormed in to ransack the place like a swarm of locusts, while the other guarded the two. The girl clung to her mother-esque body, burying her head deep in her mother-esque neck. Had it not been for her greed, they would never have discovered her father's whereabouts, nor would her mother have lost her life. A child raised in a sheltered environment remains oblivious to the darker facets of the world. The carefully laid traps of a hunter always aim for the flawless capture of their prey. Chung-yi had heard of AI Fong's past. The first time AI Fong saw him after his surgery, tears welled in his eyes. He inadvertently learned that the other had a beloved daughter who had first fallen gravely ill and then mysteriously vanished. The young girl was of a similar age to him. It turned out she had been hidden away by her own father, leading to such a tragic outcome. Rest assured, although Eileen can only meet you in this manner soon, the strength you have imparted to her will enable her to rise again. The desire for eternal fame and a place in history was merely a fade. His true motive was to save his loved ones. His wife departed this world with lingering resentment, and if he were to lose his daughter as well, he would loathe himself for eternity. Fortunately, fate granted him a chance for redemption, presenting him with Chung-yi, a rare experimental subject. The research conducted years prior finally revealed a turning point during the experimentation with this subject. The alarm sounded throughout the base, as the zombies, once guardians, were now being manipulated by external forces. The personnel responsible for security and combat readiness were already in position, unaware of the impending danger they faced. AI Fong's expression changed as he hurriedly shut the door and left with Eileen. The time had not yet come. He could not allow others to discover Eileen's existence, nor could he let anyone catch wind of his presence here. Chung-yi closed his eyes, waiting for the footsteps and the sound of the wheelchair to fade away, longing for the world to revert to silence. Yet, in that moment, a subtle sound resonated in the darkness. For the first time, the flawless glass bore its first crack, the web-like fissures expanding ever wider, as someone approached to clear away the perilous shards. Yin remained silent, repeatedly confirming within her mind that she would not succumb to infection before she held her breath and carefully draped the pendant around her neck. "Verify it. If all is well, I shall take you away." Chung-yi opened his eyes, and in the darkness, he beheld the young girl clad entirely in black, who was relentlessly extracting test tubes and other equipment, disregarding his safety. The blaring alarm echoed, yet in the chaos of the base, it hardly stood out. "Changyi, your sister sent me to fetch you." Her words were soft, requiring his utmost effort to comprehend, while her movements were swift by the time he processed her statement. A warm, dry robe enveloped him completely. "Are you ready?" "No problem. Let us board the vehicle." Chapter 91. A new hope. Had he truly escaped from that base? Would she genuinely remain uninfected by him? From where had she conjured this vehicle? And would it not attract undue attention as it careened through the base? Chung-yi sat on the bus, struggling to regain his composure. The temperature inside was deliberately raised, a stark contrast to the cold, clammy liquid. Yin not only draped him in the robe, but also procured a clean towel, currently tending to his hair. The bus operated autonomously, yet its route was meticulously planned. Under the light, Yin gazed at the young man, who was caught between boyhood and manhood, obediently resembling a little puppy, allowing himself to be touched without hesitation, which was indeed somewhat surprising. He was too compliant. His eyes sparkled brightly, his skin cool to the touch, a pale hue that had seldom seen the light, exuding an air of fragmented beauty. Yin was on the verge of an overwhelming maternal instinct. Meanwhile, Zhongyu found himself in a state of utter disarray. They had agreed to face challenges together, yet he was left to navigate the base in a frenzied manner, led by the energetic cat. The rapid depletion of his abilities left him weary, and the thought of the mastermind behind it all ignited a surge of anger within him. I need to visit the restroom. He wondered what Yin was thinking, using a bathroom break as an excuse to abandon him with the cat. Really? Such behavior in the midst of battle could only be deemed cowardly. He vowed that when they reunited, he would certainly give her a sound thrashing, if he managed to escape alive, that is. He had never encountered such a cunning creature. The cat, once grand and imposing, had now transformed into a miniature and delicate version of itself. It weaved through the crowd, evading the zombies with finesse, whether friend or foe. None could catch up, resembling its slippery master in both agility and cunning. At that moment, AI Fong sat in the conference room, alongside others fixated on the surveillance footage. Most of the attendees had been roused from their slumber, and the imprint of a kiss remained on the bald man's face, bare-chested except for his shorts. He held a woman snugly in his arms, her figure wrapped securely in his coat, with red marks adorning her neck, evidence of the tumultuous events they had just endured. An elderly man donned a fluffy pink bunny pajama set, complete with fuzzy bunny ears atop his head. The young man fared slightly better. He was a night owl, still dressed in the attire from the day prior, which, under normal circumstances, would seem perfectly acceptable, yet now rendered him the most conspicuous among the group. A young female office worker was enveloped in a silk nightgown, her hands encased in disposable gloves, a white sleep mask covering her face, and her hair treated with a hair mask, as she indulged in rare moments of self-care. The younger ones, however, were struggling, yawning incessantly and rubbing their eyes. Was this the cause of their disturbance in the dead of night? Was it truly just this one individual that set off the base alarm with such fervor? Voices rose in a cacophony, their tempers flaring, particularly that of the bald man, who, were it not for the circumstances, would have been eager to confront the man responsible. His ability was quite intriguing, as it seemed to prevent him from being approached. The girl paused her hairdryer and remarked, "You could blow your hair elsewhere," before resuming her task, as if the sound was not merely drying her hair, but rather tormenting their very brains. Pouting, she unplugged the dryer and moved to a corner of the conference room to continue her grooming. AI Fong felt a spark of interest in the man's peculiar ability and wondered if it could be put to use. At that moment, a guard rushed in from the basement. Shortly after Yan had taken Cheng-Yi to the vehicle, the alarms from the basement finally caught the attention of the guards. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. If it were merely an exterior breach, it would not be so dire, but if that target managed to escape, the situation would become exceedingly grave. 2 minutes for a brief respite. Everyone mobilize, the elder decisively commanded. They had 2 minutes to restore their appearances, and with the remaining time, the entire team was to search. The base was vast, and he was resolute in believing that the individual, without even a map, could manage to escape. Yin silently observed the absurd scene from the car with Cheng-Yi, who was notably astonished by the reactions of those around them that seemed to go unnoticed. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, before fully grasping Yan's true capabilities. Feigning innocence seemed to be a more prudent strategy for ensuring his own safety. Meanwhile, during Yan's time of contemplation, Cheng-Yi lowered his head to meticulously examine the pendant around his neck. Yet, what truly perplexed him was the peculiar object he bore. Without the regulation of nutrient solutions and sedatives, it surprisingly lay dormant. It was crucial to remember that previously, it had fiercely aided him in devouring a significant portion of the base, which explained why he was subjected to individual supervision. Let us depart. The spectacle has reached its conclusion, and it is time for us to retrieve the individuals we seek. Yin was quite unexpected. Logically, the defenses of this base should have been formidable, and its combat capabilities should not have been so feeble. I initially believed that the individuals she brought along would face dire consequences, perhaps even fatal ones. However, it now appears that the losses on the base's side are evidently more severe. Yet, Zhongyu does not perceive himself as fortunate. Although the situation seems to be under his control, the excessive release of his abilities has resulted in a headache that feels akin to being pierced by needles, a backlash from overexertion. He wonders how that woman, Yin, is faring now. If she does not emerge soon, she cannot blame him for abandoning the situation in self-preservation. The horde of zombies, which had dispersed around Zhongyu, is gradually converging towards him. The ability users who had been bitten by the relentless zombies are slowly rising from the ground. In the past, mindless zombies were relatively easy to deal with. As long as their numerical advantage was countered, they became mere lambs to the slaughter. However, under Zhongyu's command today, the remaining ability users are filled with dread. If zombies have acquired human-like consciousness and tactical planning, their losses today could easily double. Snowgun, over here. Yin seized the opportunity, calling out to her beloved pet. Hearing her voice, Snowgun swiftly maneuvered its body towards the car window, its form shifting in size as it ran, skillfully adjusting until it accurately gauged the distance and stepped onto a person's shoulder. "What are you doing, you beast?" "No. Brother Snow, take me with you." Zhongyu, amidst his pain, witnessed this scene through the perspective of a zombie and felt a heavy sensation in his chest, questioning the fairness of it all. Chapter 92. The biochemical mother body. Stay in the car. Be good. Like a parent advising a child, Yin said to Cheng-Yi before turning to whisper a few words in Snowgun's ear. In the exchange between the cat and the human, her eyes occasionally darted toward Cheng-Yi. Cheng-Yi, puzzled, chose to sleep instead. Perhaps a brief slumber would remedy everything. Even now, he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. When faced with uncertainty, he opted to sleep it off. Yin discerned that something was amiss with Zhongyu. If he were truly in control, a triumphant smile would surely grace his face. She could not bring herself to take a life so recklessly. The blade was intended for the zombies. Yet, at this very moment, Yin acted decisively. She drew her handgun, loading it with tranquilizer bullets acquired from the system, and aimed precisely at the back of a target's head, firing shot after shot. The system quipped, "Does this count as a sneak attack?" Meanwhile, Zhongyu remained oblivious to the shifting tides of battle. His head throbbed increasingly, and his vision began to blur under the weight of pain. By the time Yin reached his side, he was on the verge of collapse. The man, now drenched in blood, appeared disheveled, with one hand bracing himself against the zombie's shoulder while the other clutched his head. Had he truly abandoned his usual fastidiousness? Yin stepped forward, just as a zombie lunged to protect its master, only to be restrained by Zhongyu. "I thought you had fallen into the toilet," he remarked. "Apologies. I ate something too spicy and needed to linger a bit longer." Hearing this, Zhongyu chuckled and commanded the surrounding zombies to disregard Yin, charging ahead to engage the ability users in combat. He felt the tension in his body dissipate, but sensing the impending danger, Yin hurriedly moved to support him, instinctively bracing him. As he felt the weight on his shoulder, Yin swallowed the thoughts that surged in his mind. The ability users present sensed an abrupt increase in pressure. At the far end, amidst the encroaching zombies, a woman disregarded them entirely, lifting a man in a princess carry. She then stepped into the air, vanishing into the void with him. Is this some kind of magic trick? Are you kidding me? A ceramic cup struck the ability user who had come to report, and AI Fong's anger intensified. What report? This is absurd. You expect me to believe that such a large living being vanished in a thin air? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, hesitant to speak. If this situation were to escalate, given AI Fong's temperament, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. The reporting ability user knelt on the ground, unable to raise his head, blood streaming from his forehead as he trembled uncontrollably. In his heart, he cursed those who had pushed him to deliver the report. The atmosphere was bleak, but at least they were not the ones in the spotlight. Yin was in high spirits. Cheng-Yi, caught between dreams and reality, opened his eyes to see a young man with green hair sleeping in the seat to his left. He appeared to be tormented by immense suffering, soft murmurs escaping his lips from time to time. A girl approached with a basin of water filled with ice cubes. She deftly soaked a towel, wrung it out, and then began to wipe the man's body. The tightly fastened seatbelt served as a makeshift restraint for him. His clothing had long been violently torn apart, unable to shield him from the chill of the damp towel. Yin meticulously wiped his neck and chest, both to cleanse and to cool him down. To the unaware Cheng-Yi, it seemed as though the girl was humming a little tune, her lips curving into a smile as she tended to the man. Cheng-Yi could not bear to look away. He did not wish to become a part of this play. How many points did this journey earn? Yin pondered within her mind, receiving an unexpectedly gratifying figure. Zhong Yu's performance truly exceeded her expectations. She had braced herself for a torrent of abuse from him, or perhaps for him to abandon her altogether. Should he choose to do so, she would certainly understand. It was no laughing matter, was it? The accumulating debts could become quite troublesome. Nevertheless, with an abundance of lice, one tends not to feel the itch. Thus, the situation remained manageable. As for the fellow feigning slumber nearby, his condition was considerably worse than any she had previously encountered. Following a system diagnosis, a lamentation regarding the biochemical mother body escaped her lips. Presently, the absence of any outbreak was attributed to the bus produced by the system. Had it been any other item, it would have devoured everyone aboard without leaving a trace, not even a single strand of hair. Even the system could not help but murmur in disbelief. How insatiable could that thing be? It consumed everything without distinction. Before contemplating a solution, this individual would need to seek alternative accommodations. The necessity for isolation from others bore a curious resemblance to Yin Yan's hidden affections. Water. Yin, upon hearing Zhong Yu's words, instinctively offered him a spoonful of electrolyte water. With careful consideration to avoid any risk of choking, she administered a small amount of the liquid, which would not only aid in his energy recovery, but also facilitate her efforts. His physical exertion had been considerable, and the journey back to the base was not swift. Once she had attended to all immediate matters, Yin retrieved a clean set of clothing for Zhong Yu to change into, though she regrettably could do little about the trousers. After all, the onlookers nearby seemed to have misconstrued the situation, their ears flushed with embarrassment. With a swift motion, she pulled out a blanket to cover Zhong Yu before shifting her attention to Cheng-Yi. She had numerous intrigues she wished to explore, and it was likely that he harbored many questions himself. Of course, should he remain reticent, she would not hesitate to take the initiative. As for the web-like entities clinging to him, the system indicated that they could be exchanged for a substantial amount of points. Yin was restless, and Cheng-Yi caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. After she extracted a few drops of floral water to mix with water, using it to simply wash Zhong Yu's hands and face, the scent naturally clung to her own hands. Wake up, let's converse. She chose not to expose his pretense of sleeping. Cheng-Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Their eyes had briefly met when he had been stealing glances at her. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. It was merely a favor. The ice-breaking endeavor was not as effortless as he had envisioned, yet it mattered little. The awkwardness fell upon either him or her. Are you aware of your current physical condition? She asked directly. Being alone together was not so bad, was it? The system, listening to Yan's words, felt as though it could unearth an entire fortress. You know my situation? No one is indifferent to the events that transpire within their own lives, especially Cheng-Yi. He was aware that AI Fong had conducted experiments on him, though the specific objectives of those experiments remained unclear. Initially, he assumed it was to develop new medication, but after meeting that girl, he suspected it was to save her. The system's scan medical report could not be directly shown to Cheng-Yi, yet it did not hinder Yin from processing and conveying the conclusions to him. When did you become unable to touch others? About a month ago. Your sister also began her flight around that time. It seemed that the alterations from Cheng-Yi's experiments led AI Fong to realize he could not engage with others, which resulted in her refusal to meet with her brother. How could a sister confront and accept the cruel truth that her brother had become a being capable of consuming humanity during these experiments? The system indicated that AI Fong aimed to transform Cheng-Yi Cheng-Yi into an extraordinary being capable of devouring zombie cells. However, none could have anticipated that the zombie cells would mutate within Cheng-Yi. Not only could he not consume the zombie cells, but he also became the progenitor capable of devouring humans and creating zombies. This ability was beyond his control. Those he touched would either mutate into zombies or be wholly consumed as his sustenance, leaving no clear outcome. Chapter 93. Self-reliance. Do you mean I cannot come into contact with my sister and the others? Cheng-Yi had anticipated this outcome, yet he had held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing his assumptions were unfounded. It is not that you cannot. It is merely that upon contact, they will either become nourishment devoured by the essence within you, or you must helplessly witness them transform into zombies. If you can accept such a fate, then you may proceed. Is that cruel? The truth indeed is harsh. Yet in an apocalyptic world, living carefree is an even greater cruelty. To deceive another with benevolent falsehoods, promising them a fleeting dream, only for them to inadvertently uncover the reality on an uncertain day. Yin did not perceive this manner of handling matters as favorable. Most importantly, she was neither willing nor inclined to invite trouble upon herself. Why have you lingered near me for so long without anything occurring? Clearly, Cheng-Yi did not accept Yin-Yan's goodwill. If she were indeed as terrifying as Yin described, why was she still thriving at this moment? Are you truly willing to gamble your sister's life? This retort left Cheng-Yi speechless. The two fell into silence. Cheng-Yi required time to process, while Yin-Yan's gaze shifted to Zhongyu, who had just made a slight movement. Yin is currently contemplating the aftermath concerning Zhongyu. Should he perish, their prior discussions would naturally hold no weight. However, as he remains alive, the trajectory of events is evidently shifting. Regardless of his initial intentions, it is now apparent that she owes him a favor. I urge you to deliberate carefully regarding your sister's situation. Naturally, if you choose to persist, I shall not hinder you. The repercussions do not rest upon my shoulders. With that said, she rose and approached Zhongyu. Are you not afraid I might divulge your secret? As Yin prepared to depart, Cheng-Yi instinctively reached out. At that moment, Zhongyu happened to awaken, his gaze fixated on the sleeve of Yin that had been grasped. Who was that person? From his vantage point, he could not discern Yin-Yan's expression, that man. Or could he be the brother of Feng Shui and the others? Has anyone ever remarked on his good looks? To Yin, Cheng-Yi's threats seemed trivial, even somewhat ludicrous. You. Cheng-Yi intended to utter more, but he sensed the piercing glare directed at him from the left front. Rather than concern yourself with me, it would be wiser to ponder whether you will encounter your sister later. Upon finishing her words, Yin naturally noticed the gaze of Zhongyu approaching her. She offered a smile, effortlessly wrenching her sleeve from Cheng-Yi's grasp. You have awakened? Do you feel any discomfort? Is there something you wish to eat? In the blink of an eye, a plastic bag was deftly secured around her wrist. Yin strode purposefully toward Zhongyu, the rustling bag in her hand creating a lively sound. She no longer cast a glance at Cheng-Yi. The secrets she harbored, as well as those of the residents in her apartment, were well known. Yet, how many dared to inquire or pursue the matter? None. The abundance of secrets that adults carry, whether few or many, is inconsequential. As the saying goes, no one would willingly provoke those of substantial power. Moreover, she had provided them with far too much during the apocalypse. Thankfully, it was merely her head that throbbed slightly. Zhongyu tapped his own head, watching Yin approach with a radiant smile, ensnared in a loop of self-doubt. Thus, when Yin removed his hand from his head, he remained somewhat dazed. Oh, thank you. Indeed, compared to the facade of compliance, Zhongyu's natural, somewhat foolish reaction clearly delighted Yin more. With his head bowed, he munched on a chocolate bar, the sweet yet bitter taste exploding in his mouth. Realizing he was not savoring it as much as he should, Yin offered him a bottle of mineral water with the cap loosened. Take a sip, don't choke. The sudden gesture of kindness left Zhongyu momentarily stunned. He stared at the water, then scrutinized Yin from head to toe, pondering if she had been possessed. Do not be paranoid, Yin insisted, placing the water in his hand. You are alive. The previous agreement naturally stands. A wave of disappointment washed over Zhongyu's heart. So, it was this matter. Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset. At least he was one step closer to the objective, was he not? With this thought, the mineral water took on a hint of sweetness. Li Changqing remained oblivious to the developments on Yin Yan's side. After Yin Yan's departure, the inhabitants of the base began to busily engage in their tasks. The nearby zombies were mostly cleared away, yet the limited points left everyone feeling quite distressed. Consequently, more individuals gathered around Fu Jiang. Li Changqing also chose to join. It is said that possessing multiple skills is never a burden. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, each additional skill represents a greater hope for survival. As for the matter concerning Zhongyu, he gradually came to terms with it. Around Yin Yan, more people will inevitably appear. If she has made her intentions crystal clear, she will not linger for the sake of a fleeting view. If she continues to dwell on past matters, she will only miss opportunities. In a world where survival is paramount, the theories of peaceful times are utterly irrelevant. Moreover, the myriad events unfolding around her bear no semblance of reason. There are others as ambitious as Mu Chong. He and his brother rely on each other. And as the apocalypse descends, the time spent together beyond mere blood ties deepens their emotional bond. At present, she remains oblivious to her brother's circumstances. They have not joined the farming team, but instead followed the Xia siblings into the kitchen, where their mentor is none other than the eldest sister Zhao Zhao, who daily chases after Fu Jiang to ensure he consumes his tonics. Zhao Zhao was pleasantly surprised to discover that the food she prepared could be exchanged for points and immediately whispered this revelation to Xiaoyu. With Zhao Zhao's consent, the Xia siblings began to follow her and learn the art of cooking and dessert making, although Xia Ran's culinary experiments often resulted in peculiar dishes. Feng Shui harbors a fondness for Xiaoyu, but fears provoking Lu Zhu's jealousy. To navigate this, she chooses to include Lu Zhu in Zhao Zhao's culinary training class. Upon learning that this was an opportunity to earn points, Lu Zhu, though slightly hesitant, ultimately acquiesces. Rather than fret over the emergence of potential rivals, it is far more prudent to strengthen oneself. Thus, Zhao Zhao is astonished to find that among the group, the most adept and rapid learner is the typically reticent and aloof girl. Yet, ironically, she is yet to speak to her privately. Chapter 94. Where to go? The question of whether to meet or not looms large. If, as she claims, the encounter would inflict harm upon her sister, postponing the meeting no longer seems cruel. When Cheng Yi made his decision, he suddenly realized that the interior of the vehicle had undergone a dramatic transformation. However, he could not recall when this change had occurred. On Zhongyu's end, there was no immediate demand for the exchange of promises. He intended to increase his leverage, waiting until he possessed greater weight before allowing events to unfold naturally. Yin Yin had no objections to this. In her heart, she also hoped that after the two became more familiar with each other or had experienced some events together, they could discuss it then. Sometimes, waiting is not necessarily a bad thing. Master, we have a new task. Shall we accept it? The relationship between the system and Yin Yin had become increasingly amicable. Is it on the way? If so, we shall accept it. Indeed, it is, and the points are quite substantial, with numerous benefits. A chuckle escaped Yin Yan's lips. She wondered where this system had learned such banter. The system chuckled twice and rubbed its hands together. Recently, it had been sleeping soundly within the crystal remains. If it could acquire more crystal remains, its slumber would be even more delightful. Then let us proceed. Yin Yin communicated briefly with the system in his mind, then comfortably closed his eyes, reclining in the bathtub. Zhongyu, who had been daydreaming while gazing out at the scenery, suddenly noticed the landscape shifting as the vehicle made a U-turn, heading in an entirely different direction. He was not the only one to realize the change in route. Having just regained some strength, he hastily unfastened his seatbelt, preparing to dash up to the second floor. At the corner of the staircase, Zhongyu intercepted him at the door. Before heading to the second floor, Yin Yin mentioned his intention to take a bath for relaxation. In Zhongyu's perspective, as long as the sky had not fallen, merely changing direction was inconsequential. Safety remained intact. Compared to this, Yin Yan's bathing time held greater significance. Please make way, he requested. Cheng Yi, with a stern expression, felt no fondness for the man before him, who donned a loosely fitting bathrobe. This sudden surge of aversion caught him off guard. Zhongyu, in turn, harbored even less affection for Chang'e. If you have something to say, you may speak to me. Zhongyu did not yield, nor did Chang'e comply, resulting in a jarring collision. Can you speak for her? Chang'e did not budge. Simultaneously, he realized that the sensations in his body had quieted as if they had ceased to exist. Upon physical contact, Zhongyu instinctively felt the urge to shower. His obsession with cleanliness had been triggered. However, given the current situation, he could not step aside, as Yin Yin was still bathing above. This reckless individual. If he were to forcibly break through the door, what then? I could strike you, Chang'e remarked, fully aware that the other was speaking the truth. He had indeed felt that the force exerted by Zhongyu exceeded his own significantly during their earlier encounter. Zhongyu glared at the man who stood a head shorter than him, feeling a surge of frustration. The recent collision revealed that his opponent, despite his slenderness, was surprisingly resilient. It baffled him how, on the eve of the apocalypse, some frail individuals could still charm women effortlessly. What had happened to mainstream aesthetics? Shouldn't men exude strength? Although he had long found Li Chongqing displeasing, in terms of physical prowess and physique, the latter was far more agreeable than the man before him. Who fears whom? He was determined to avoid causing a commotion that might disturb Yin Yin. Zhongyu, eager to seize the opportunity, delivered a swift kick. I've long been irritated by you. Chang'e was not unprepared, yet his frail physique hindered his ability to evade. Oh, you dare to dodge? Chang'e refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, instead opting to observe and leverage his advantages. Despite Zhongyu's deliberately cultivated physique, fatigue from prior mental exertion made full recovery a challenge after merely a nap. When Yin Yin finally emerged, refreshed and clear-headed, he was greeted by the sight of two men, akin to fighting roosters, poised at the doorway. Zhongyu struck with considerable force, and Chang'e reciprocated without hesitation. Their confrontation in such a confined space inevitably led to a few exchanges of blows. At that moment, Chang'e resembled a plucked chicken, while a bruise had formed at the corner of Zhongyu's mouth. Their bathrobes, both loose and disheveled, bore witness to the scuffle. As soon as Yin descended, Zhongyu promptly approached, shielding the white-cut chicken he had brought along with great care. Although Chang'e felt slightly disgruntled, he hurriedly tightened his bathrobe. Unlike Zhongyu, he had the added layer of long trousers beneath his robe for modesty. Yin Yin raised an eyebrow, and before uttering a word, she heard Zhongyu's voice filled with grievance. I put in so much effort to save him, and he just ended up hitting me. Look, it's all bruised. Chang'e rolled his eyes in response. Yin Yin found it amusing, yet felt no anger. Instead, he tilted his head to glance over. It is indeed a bit harsh. Allow me to apply some safflower oil and give it a gentle rub, and it shall dissipate. What about the other areas? Upon hearing this, Zhongyu beamed with delight. How promising. It seemed as if Chang'e could even envision a wagging tail behind him. Yin Yin pulled Zhongyu to a nearby seat, where the red flower oil had already been prepared by the system. Regardless of how the two of them ended up in a scuffle, prioritizing the care of one's own is undoubtedly of utmost importance. Endure the pain for now. They are adults, after all, and should not be sulking like children. Yin Yin rubbed the red flower oil in the palm of his hand before applying it to Zhongyu, who accepted it with delight. That fellow, lacking in discernment, needed to be made aware sooner rather than later, just on account of his lack of respect towards the one who had saved his life. Zhongyu's fondness for Chang'e was plummeting rapidly. Yin Yin fell silent. She discerned the intent of Zhongyu, who was standing up for her. Though he had not inquired about her thoughts, she appreciated his goodwill. On the other side, Chang'e, left unattended, naturally sought a place to sit. The man acted without regard for feelings, delivering blows that struck with brutal force. Now, after the altercation, he was writhing in pain. Despite his grimaces, the two here feigned ignorance, remaining oblivious to the situation. The bus sped along the rural roads, traversing fields of rice that had been left untended, now overgrown with wild weeds. The sky was painted in hues reminiscent of a fiery blaze, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Look at those clouds. Yin Yin glanced outside, where he pointed out a particularly unique cloud that resembled a solitary horse. Where could it be headed? Once the pain subsided, Chang'e approached to inquire. realizing that if he did not take the initiative, these two would truly treat him as if he were invisible. Zhongyu simply turned away, disregarding him, showing a lack of respect. Yin Yin chuckled softly, gently patting Zhongyu's hand before turning to face him. Chung Yi naturally noticed Zhongyu's subtle gesture, his cheeks flushing slightly.